Why do you say that?
Now remember,
And she's never doing it again?
Everybody, no. What do you need? Roll.
All right. Do you know that you're going to lose 10 straight games in mini golf right now?
Will be destroyed because the way it works is all
Who's that, Zoot?
Is destroyed. The property, however, again,
Zoot, did you know you Zoot? Zoot, did you know you have an invitation? All right. Well, who was there? Oh, was she down to fuck?
That property remains untouched. On the other hand,
all right, Zoot, do you know you have an invitation?
Very interesting. The shul of the Yerni Dachos, property in the city, and their property outside the city, all of it is destroyed.
All right, well, that was like your previous desired position, and now your current desired position, so works out perfectly for you. Zoot, do you know you have an invitation? Zoot. What about male strippers, big dog?
It's such a profound line.
Baby, you have an invitation. You're not waiting on me. I'm waiting on you, big dog.
What happens if the reality that you wish you had created? Don't spend 2% of your entire life, on aspirational ideations.
What are you doing?
In life, just make it happen.
I've sent it like 12 times. Keep checking. Do you not see it? Okay. Then I'll send it to you.
Expand the territorial boundaries of the city to include the
it could be one of those things where it's like an old invite and it just gets
and this is like a very nice tie into the beginning of the
doesn't go through. All right, dude, check your direct messages, son.
Goes out of its way to help.
Dude, I'm gonna dominate you so badly. You're gonna have no idea what happens to you, son. Big dog, you ready? Yeah. So how was it funny?
The city doesn't have a main street.
All right. Did you talk to Allie?
Very important. Yeah.
Did you tell her you'd munch your box any day of the week?
What do you destroy in the area?
Zoot, look at this move.
Of the residents, not property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Hekdeshos shebo yiftu. Let's say in the area there's hekdesh. So what do you do?
I don't know if that was a smart move on my end. That's too hard.
And if there's Meiser Sheni or
look how great a shot that was, Zoot.
They put it in Sheamus.
Are you going to tell her that you? Are you going to tell her that you'll munch her box?
You do proper judgment in the area and destroy this city.
That's what I like to hear, Zoot. That's the spirit, dog.
So this is incredible. If you go ahead and you eradicate the area,
how do you think that she would? How do you think she would respond?
This is something that sometimes is a little bit. It's difficult for us to reconcile with our modern.
Oh yeah, she would. Yeah, she would. Zoot, you, my friend, are 1,000% right on that. She would never let you live that down, even if she were like. I mean, I've seen her comedy. She would. You'd be her closer.
Only occurs in Eretz Yisrael.
Yeah, you get that right. You know, that would actually be a really funny, stand-up bit. Is if you said to her, "Look, or just any chick, I'm gonna give you a layup," and you could just be like, "All right, so we're gonna pretend that I hit on you, and that I wanted to have sex with you." and you shot me down. But I won't reveal who the person is who shot me down. But I'm gonna go out on stage and just be like, "Hey everybody, I just wanted you to know I'm kind of sad because I just got shot down. I just asked some girl if she wanted to fuck, and then everybody else goes on stage, and then the girl goes up on stage and she's like, you're never gonna believe what happened. We'll let this person remain nameless, but some comedian just came up and said that they wanted to fuck, and I rejected them. It would be like it'd be like a very Inception like joke.
Gardens and orchards.
Zoo, did you know that you're down one game, one hole to none, or what? 2 holes to 1. One of the best shots we've ever seen, Zoo. That was terrible. Oh, for sure, Zoo. I'm surprised you don't bomb every fucking time you get behind the microphone. Somehow, some way, you work it out. Why do you think that you're gonna bomb on Monday?
From this world, ultimately, divine wrath is removed from this world. A very powerful statement.
All right, will you please do my joke? Dude, you are terrible. Dog, it's the best joke those people will ever hear. And ultimately, again, not what are you talking about, big dog?
The insiders have to be a group.
Nobody wants that. That's going to be terrible.
Men and not women. Not women. Anoshin below kitanim. Men and not women. Remember again, I just want to point out, keep on reinforcing. Obviously, if
all right, and you're proud of that?
It's gonna be like a interest adventures to
you don't meet that criteria.
All right, well, but that's somewhat true.
It means ultimately, again, one of these insiders, these are people who have shirked the yoke of heaven off of their neck. Be careful.
But I would say that that's more because you really like that game. Nothing against women per se. Would you agree with that assessment?
Because the whole idea that's what it is.
Well, yeah, dog, because you don't know what it means to fuck a woman when you're 8.
The concern is the influence is not from within our midst. Who is the influence from? From the nations that live on our borders. That's just not even, again, there's still liability and culpability for worshipping Avodah Zarah, but that's not Irani Dachas. Yoshe Iram, Yoshe Irakares. Leymar, so we'll say, so that's again the insiders to come from within the city itself, but not from another city. Leymar,
big dog, are you excited for Winter Olympics?
Every member of the Irani Dachas has to get their own Hasra and their own Eidos. Okay, Itmar, the most very interesting.
Big dog.
Side piece of this is fascinating. Have you Omer Cholkin Ir Achas L'Shnei Shvatim? Rish Lakish Omer Ein Cholkin Ir Achas L'Shnei Shvatim. Let's listen to this. When dividing up the territory of Eretz Yisrael, can you go
big
ahead
dog.
And divide up one city amongst 2 Shvatim?
Yeah, you are.
Can you divide up one city amongst 2 Shvatim or not? So
are you proud of your shot?
So the Rabbi Yochanan says yes, and Rabbi Shlakish says no. Rabbi Yochanan Shlakish, Achu Mazimi Osair, Omi Osa so the insiders have to come from that very city and the same Shevet. So the says
probably Sydney Sweeney, but I still think they're both overrated.
So what do you see from there?
How about you, big dog? Who would you rather take down?
Otherwise, so most if you notice, you could be from the same city.
Are you fucking serious?
Right? So in other words, but
I just want to get under the hood. I want to get under the hood of Sydney Sweeney.
But Sydney Sweeney has three variants.
The city member
I think the variant would be right would be like it.
that the same city could be divided up amongst two shvatim.
You think she'd be too busy to fuck?
Yeah, I think you do have like 10 minutes in there, but you're going to front your get bored, get bored.
Why don't you just tell this bitch to shut off her phone?
But it's not a raya that in the actual division of Eretz Yisrael that you could divide up one city amongst two.
Dude, did you know that I've won one game in a row?
I'm sorry.
And you hate the term one in a row?
Sorry.
You gotta realize how big
She's not that big, dog. She's not like Madonna.
And he said that there are 9 cities that are going to be given to Bolivia. Now, let's say now, it's interesting. 9 cities from 2 shvatim.
Dude, what the fuck? I have to send you a different invite. It didn't send it correctly. Stupid douche.
So Brandon Conway.
Yeah, but you don't realize how big Britney Spears was back in the day, son.
Everybody gets, right? You can go ahead and divide up cities.
Not as big as other
shvatim, to which they
Bigger.
says no. Four cities in this one, 5 cities in this one.
Are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game?
If that's the case, doesn't it make sense? To go ahead and halacha l'maisa tell us which?
What are your thoughts on that shot, Zoo? Zoo, what are your thoughts on that shot?
That's a good question. Good question. Okay. So we'll say, so by the way,
Rank my shot.
Between Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Can you divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim? The Gemara doesn't resolve it.
Zoo, rank my shot, big dog.
So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if you have a yearly dachas?
No,
You have a yearly dachas, and the people were excited.
That you have to hit the shot now? Basically impossible?
No one came along and actually decided to worship Abu Bakr.
That bitch has some nice boobs.
This is a self-motivated group, right? So they're self-incentive.
Why do you hate her?
They decided on their own to worship idolatry. So what's that look like? Can they become an Irani Dachas or not? No. So you know, it says, on the one hand, they are deep on Rahmana, on one hand, the Pasuk says that someone's inciting them. Not that they're inciting them.
Why do you hate her?
Or maybe it's talking about a case where even if they're incited on their own.
This gets involved with political things.
Remember again, the Mishnah said that if the inciters were
image,
it doesn't
All right, but like you're telling me if she would let you munch her box, she wouldn't?
And if you see that Lamaisa again, that they're not chayiv. So if you're from here, that self-inciting ultimately again doesn't create any dachas. Susan says, no, that's actually not a fair
Dog, would you munch her box? It's an excellent question.
So this is very interesting. When it comes ultimately again to women and children who are inciting, the Gemara's assumption over here is how compelling could
She was not drunk.
Okay, there you go. That's really nice of you to say, Zoo. That was really sweet.
If she's realizes, if we have a conversation, realizes that be extremely damaging and she's spreading a lot of misinformation.
All right, well, let's say she wanted to let you live in her Malibu mansion on the ground of stolen land. Would you live there with her?
The connection to Avodah Zarah is not going to be so strong. Therefore, I can't create an area that's
The free country, I should be able to leave out trash on the other hand.
All right, big dog.
That could be a very strong connection to idolatry, and perhaps that does.
Zoo, how are you going to do? Are you going to play really well? Are you proud of that shot?
There must be someone outside in the city. self-incite Avodah Zarah. So you'll be judged as of the Avodah Zarah. So skila, and your property is not destroyed. But to be an Irani Dachas, there has to be others who are inside.
That you need one of the best shots in the history of the game. You need one of the best shots. That's what she says.
Let's play this out. There's a city A.
No, she said illegal. Nothing should be illegal.
Oh, okay, baby. So you think you should be able to rape people on stolen land?
We've learned our lesson about Lashon Hara regarding Eretz Yisrael. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. The land, Davar is old mode. So remember, let's see if City A. So now City A.
I mean, I'm just using your theory.
Who are from the cities, from the Shevet, who are inciting others to worship idolatry. People are worshiping idolatry. So what's the halacha? If the majority of the city worships idolatry, it's in Irani Dakos, Sayyid, beheading, destroy the property. The problem is, right?
Dog, do you want to see one of the greatest shots in the history of the game?
On one hand, I have to really judge every individual and then figure out, do I have a majority? So how does this work, right? So
Dog, this game is over. I'm up 2 games to none on you, baby.
You only get to collective judgment after you've
I mean, you can just kill the race.
How does this work? So listen to this.
So, but you said that.
How does this work?
So you think that they should be able to rape?
Done in the Choshen. Here's what we do.
No, it's kind of
try each individual, right? We go ahead and we put them.
All right, so you think they should be able to rape?
We're going to watch the Avodah Zarah. What do we do?
Okay, I'm asking you. Do you think they should be raped?
We go one by one. Again, we're not executing anyone.
Die.
Why are we executing anyone? Because we don't know. Should they be executed again with skila or with scythe, right? Which one is it? But it really says judge himself, and then we'll see.
Aren't they going to do that no matter what?
If we go ahead and we get to majority.
Like if you say that you can do anything, people start killing each other.
What does that mean? In halacha, one of the things that we established is there's quick execution of judgment. Quick execution.
All right, so you're okay with rape if it's done on stolen land?
It's unnecessarily cruel to delay carrying out of it.
Well, that's what you said.
If somebody sends, mostly you see this, by the way, right? You see this like in our legal system, where like people sit on death row and like they sit like it doesn't make any sense. If a person has done something that is so innocent that makes him liable, so again, give them the punishment. Again, especially in halakha, where the punishment itself is a kapara. Right? In other words, our punishments are not punitive.
You better be careful with what you say here.
Our punishment, like our penal system, is cathartically rehabilitated. Even a death sentence is cathartically rehabilitated. So at the end of the day, it's how long is this going to take?
But that's not necessarily true. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, are you okay that people rape on stolen land?
This is interesting. So Ula says what we do is we judge and you get skila because right now you're an individual. Now,
Who's your favorite Australian
everyone after that
person in the Olympics this year?
So Ula says essentially there's 2 demons. The first chevra, until we get to the majority of the city, are executed with skila. Then once we hit the 51% mark, now it's Irani Dakas.
Did you know that Robert Irwin met Jackson Dart?
Quite interesting.
He met Matt Rice? Okay, don't hit my ball though, dog. That's going to be cool. Yeah, dog.
Then what we'll do is, again, we're going to judge, and as you judge the individual until we get to 1%. And then it's Lakish says, it's interesting.
I don't either, dog. I don't know a single person in the Winter Olympics. All I know is that you lost 2 games in a row. Yeah, baby.
Have you ever met a slight representative of
Judge everyone simultaneously. To the best of our ability, obviously is an emergency situation. Judge everyone simultaneously. What is the status of
maybe if I have a time machine and teleportation, Chelsea and I might have fucked. And then the answer is yes. Oh, nationals? Oh.
They're not equipped. The local base is not equipped to deal with
Maybe that Ferguson chick.
a matter that involves the entire city. Ella,
I don't know. The lady who won from South Australia, her last name's Ferguson.
The local base then is not the one.
No what?
Anyone to death. Right?
She was like the second ever Australian winner from South Australia. The first one was a guy, and the second one was like, oh, Ferguson or O'Loughlin or some shit.
Who adjudicates hearing Dakas situations? Sanhedrin. So this goes
Matt
up,
Rife?
they run this up to the Sanhedrin Agado.
Have you met any national winners?
The word of the local base then, Sanhedrin Agado will conduct its own investigation, but obviously, again, the local base then did most of the work, and then afterwards, if they're found guilty, then they're executed by the Sanhedrin Agado. So fascinatingly enough, no one is sentenced to death on the local level. What the local base then does, the local base then says.
I want to know why haven't you met James? I want to know. Okay, cool. I want to know why haven't you met James McCann yet?
Sanhedrin passed the death sentence. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's listen to this. So remember, in order to be an Eridach, the majority of the city, the donkey driver, and the camel driver who are going through. So the Gemara says, so let's say they're traveling through. So let's say again, the donkey driver and the camel who are just passing through. We're excited to worship Avodah together with the residents. What's that? So let's say if they've been there, the donkey driver and camel for more than 30 days.
No way you fucking make this. No way. Just don't even try.
If they've been there less than 30 days,
that's a miss.
Then they're punished with skila, like a regular Ovid Avodah.
Are you going to go?
And their property remains untouched. So let's say, so it sounds like the 30 days is the determinant. If you're there for 30 days or more, part of the city, less than 30 days, you're not part of the city.
What did you say, big dog?
And be like a member of the city.
James McCann was? I don't believe you.
Look it up.
There's a distinction between being part of the
And you
town
met him?
and a resident of the town.
Yeah.
Residency only occurs
Are you
after
sure?
12 months. Part of the town is after 30 days.
So then why didn't you tell me this? Like, and all,
you need not be considered
like all the discussions.
in order to be part of the tally. You just have to be part of the tally.
So you've met James McCann?
He's been there for 30 days. And it's about time. You just listen to this idea.
Okay, did you suck his dick?
If you make an edit, right? I make an edit. I'm not getting any benefit.
Right, well, that's what I figured you would have done, son.
So again,
So you really met James McCann?
The residents of the city. So if someone has lived there for 12 months or more, I can't get benefit. Less than 12 months, I can't
He
get
didn't
benefit.
host Rock Comedy that year. You've never met this motherfucker.
And they get there, not to go ahead and get benefit from someone who's dwelling in the city. What's the definition of a dweller? In the Shtai, Lamid Yom Aser, the Hanazimeno Pachos, Mikan Mutu Hanazimeno. So, interestingly enough, if they're there, so like a dweller, so to speak, right, is someone who's there for 30 days or 30 days or more. Less than 30 days,
Sorry.
it's also a very interesting thing. So if you're there for more than 12 months, you're a resident.
What's up, Zoo?
Yeah, you're less than 12 months, you're not married, but more than 30 days, you're considered to be a part of the city. If you're in Dachas, you're a resident. What do we need
9.
to be? A dweller, part of the city. So if you're there for more than 30 days, then
9.
you are counted towards the tally of the city. Incredible. Hakarim also has called a Shabbat. Hakarim also has called a Shabbat.
Dude, if you make this comeback, I'm gonna be so pissed.
When we destroy the property of the Dachas, we're going to be
Oh my
destroying
God,
I hate this
one
one too.
in the city. Tzaddik in the city, and he has property outside of the city. We
You know,
don't
I
touch
had
that. However, that's called a Shabbat.
What are you talking about? We played it with Riser.
Obviously, the tzaddik is not going to be killed with any dachas, right? Because remember, again, the tzaddik didn't worship Avodah Zarah. So he's not executed, but his property is destroyed. Isn't that fascinating? So he will not be executed.
That one that you
cannot worship idolatry.
you've never scored on.
Inside of the city will be destroyed.
What's the most common color?
Furthermore, we only destroy personal property, not property of the That's called shlava. All the property, the rabbis nixir Hashem shachutzalah.
I feel like it's that one with all the balls.
Not only is their property inside
That's like
the city,
really short.
but
The one that you like, but I don't like.
So the property of the old Avodah Zarah is not only destroyed,
You do?
but even property owned outside of the city. That was interesting. So the
I think it's
but his property in the city is destroyed. Property out of the city is spared. He's killed. Property in and out of the city.
You feel like the barn and sheep find the hole is the most common one?
So it's interesting. Why is it? In other words, the tzaddik wasn't participatory in any of this stuff. So why
So do you think you could win here?
What is a tzaddik doing in the city? But what is he doing there? What is he doing there? Right? Again, let's say, obviously, if that means there's something sinister happening in the culture.
What are you talking about? Oh, how didn't that go in, Zoo?
There's only one thing. Money, business. You chose money.
Oh, yeah, you think that one's common though? Oh, Zoo, you almost fucking shocked the world. Too bad you just lost your third game, son. You lost your.
Let's go.
Living in the city.
Whatever
If we penalize him, that's cultural love take boats. So we gather up all the property. The rabbis, so I said this first even the property of the Rishon that's outside of the city. So literally, we'll accumulate the property of the Rishon outside of the city, destroy that. That refers to property.
Are you proud of that shot?
Accessible in the same day. In other words, we're not going to wait days to get the property of the Rishon outside of the city. What it means is like this. Russia has property.
You had an amazing shot.
In the day, and we can gather it into the area and destroy it. We'll destroy that. If it's further away, we're not worrying about it. So in other words, like I'm not Christa. It's don't actually earning dachas from Torah. So let's say earning dachas. You have a guy Ruvain. So Ruvain unfortunately works that Avodah Zarah. It's probably earning dachas. He's going to be killed.
I'm making it.
Destroyed. Let's say he's watching property for someone else, right? He has a pikadon. He's watching something for someone else. What's the halacha?
Rabbi, I give you a dance later today.
So one second.
Actually, it's
not.
So again, if Ruben is watching someone else's property from another city, then of course it's not going to be destroyed because that's not property of the early dachas. So maybe it's the property of Ruben that is in a different city. We already just spoke about that. So again, we'll say when it comes to property of Risham in a different city, you already said what's that law? That the property could be brought into the early dachas within the same day. We're going to destroy it. If it
Thanks,
can't,
baby.
leave it alone. This one said no.
That's going in the water.
We're talking about over here.
No doubt.
He's a member of the early dachas. He's watching property for someone from a different city. But the property is within his city. All right, he's watching it for someone else. So it's deposited with him. What's the case? I was intermediate.
Oh, what up, Zoo? That's what I like to hear, son. Making it.
I would have thought that because we didn't say
Hey, Zook, scoreboard.
the property is like his. It's like he's the owner, and therefore it should be destroyed.
Zook, what are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on this shot?
It's not destroyed. Incredible. I'm gonna piss stuff.
An advantage. Okay.
So let's say if you have an animal that belongs half to the resident of an area,
Are you gonna go?
half to someone else, the animal is also.
Why is it an advantage going second?
Someone in another city.
You helped me.
It's motor. So let's say why the distinction? Very simple. My time of my time of.
Baby, watch this ball go in. Oh, that's all.
It's very simple. An animal doesn't lend itself to a new division. So because of that, again, it's considered that it's an intermixed ownership interest, and every have to treat like every property. On the other hand, though, is very easily divisible, and therefore then we could say literally half belongs to the guy near the back.
Oh, I thought I had the lead.
That's beautiful.
Got lap line?
So this is very interesting. Obviously, you're destroying everything in your
No one knows what you're talking about. Doug, this is my best hole. You haven't beaten me on this hole. You haven't beaten me on this hole in like 69 straight times we've played it. Oh, Rhino Room. The funniest person, J. Michael. Oh, yeah, Doug. I'm his fucking agent.
The Torah says that you have to go and destroy it.
No.
Whether you go ahead and you shaft it or not.
Maybe someday, though. Zoot. Zoot. What are you going to do, baby?
Will take away the Nevela status.
All right.
What about hair of righteous women?
Did he talk about going?
Righteous women in the Dachas. She has long hair. That's the type of hair that ultimately, again, would be ready to be cut. So what is the status of that hair? Is it ultimately, again, usher or not? Destroyed or not? So one side. What do you say about so first of all, are you telling me again that a woman's hair is usher, that would be destroyed in the air in the Dachas? That doesn't make much sense.
I'm saying that you haven't beaten me in like 69 times we've played it. And that continues today, Zoo. And that continues today, son.
Right? Again, if it's not cut, then it's not included in property. What's the case?
No, you were doing what you're trying to do to like win. I get it.
So what's the case?
Yeah, baby. Yes, sir. Maybe.
No different also, but remember,
maybe.
Right, and burning it. Because again, clothing is considered to be part of the body.
Yeah, baby. What'd you say? No, that's not true.
What's the case? The case is where what does she do?
No, you should try to fucking win.
She has a shape of hook. Right? Beautifully omnipresent, right? Shape of hook, right? So she has a shape of hook, and she puts her shape on the hook, right?
Baby,
again, so
I've beaten you. Is it, I think, 4 straight games?
She puts it back on. Someone says,
all right, now we're going for 5.
So do we treat this like the property of the righteous in the Irani Dachas, which get destroyed?
I hate this hole. I hate this hole.
What's on and off whenever she goes in and out of the house. And therefore, like her body, and not destroy it.
All right. Do they know that you probably have chlamydia, that you're patient 0 for chlamydia? All right, do they know that you're patient 0 for gonorrhea?
Bring it into the city, into the square of the city. Ein lo rachov, in lo rachov, nasis irni dachas. Ein lo rachov, ein lo nasis irni dachas. Jerusalem says if there is no main road, no main square.
Are you fucking serious, Zoot?
That's just technicality. But here it says in the rachov, also rachov. No. If there's no main city, you know what you do? You know, no
What
street,
the fuck was that? Zoot, what the fuck was that? Zoot.
It says you shall gather all the property into the main street.
Zoot.
So again, one opinion says what that means is it has to be a main square that already exists. That's the first opinion. That's Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, if it doesn't exist, it can become an Eridasas. No, it means there has to be a main square, even if you are creating that main square right now. Kind of almost say, I'm days. If there's any hektish in it, you have to redeem it. You can't destroy that. So it's a how you bought Kadshin is be'ah. What happens if, let's say, there are animals designated as monos in the Erni Dachas? What's the halacha? Yamusu. We leave them to die. Never say. What Yamusu means, Rashi points out over here, is we just kind of don't feed them, don't do anything to them, and they die on their own. We don't actively slaughter them. We just let them die on their own. Kache ben the kabayis. What happens if you have property that is, or items that are consecrated without the kabayis? The kabayis means financial consecration. Not physical consecration.
Are you ready for this shot?
They are redeemed. Transfer the sanctity onto money. Right? The money becomes sanctified.
Dog, what the fuck is that cat?
Trumos, if there's truma there, let it rot.
Oh, that fucked me.
If there's Meiser Sheni or Kisei Kodesh. Again, holy writings, and ultimately, again, they're put in shame. So Rabbi Shimon says, Behemta, below Behemas, Bachar, Meiser. Rabbi Shimon says the only animal that is destroyed is no animal, and not a behemoth that's a bachar or meiser sheni. Like can't have hagdish, so Shala comes to explain or meiser sheni money. Aramar, how you got kachin?
Dog, F you.
If you have carbonas in the city, you have to let it die. So the Gemara says, why do you have to do that?
Scoreboard.
Develop them, then redeem it onto money. Let the money be killed.
That's a miss. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Exactly, Zoot. Scoreboard, baby. Zoot, look how good a shot that is. And you need one of the best shots in your career. And you didn't get it.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
You're still worried about that shit? Since you were like fucking trying to be Mr. Magic Mike.
I was like then. I was looking at my muscles on that.
So you don't want to be a male stripper anymore?
All right, girls, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Top Shin Pei Hey, the Tulsi Mishpach HaReitzah, for dedicating all of the Shiva this year. And as close as the Torah's troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habad in the
Baby, if the price is right.
Of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Esther Halleck of West Orange, New Jersey. And out of his sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlinga for all of Klal Yisrael on the Avrishim Kelman. In memory of Avn's mother, Sarah Braina.
So look how good this shot is, son.
Sponsors.
Zoot, scale that 0 to 10.
Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our families. Incredible. And our Dagnobi sponsors for today, Ari and Elba.
Scoreboard, Zoot.
In honor of Dovi Alman's birthday. All right. Okay, come when he comes in. Okay, good.
Look at this shot, Zoot.
Jose, thank you to all of our sponsors for the incredible to be up to the American Talmud Torah. All of the Shabbos Lav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama.
No, come on, play seriously.
Bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol ma'aseh yedehem. As we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem.
Perhaps,
Today's
big
daf
dog.
is Kuf Yud Aleph 111. 111, and we are
Rabbi, you really are like what it takes
Kuf Yud on days 110b.
You could not take the lead. You might have been able to tie.
Before the Mishnah, about six lines before the Mishnah. Restream now still response. Remember again, we're in the midst of this concerning Dar HaMidbar. Does Dar HaMidbar have only
That may be true.
The of the desert, we have a portion of the world to come or not. This is the source of our ongoing focus.
Really?
So Dar HaMidbar comes to Olam Haba. We have a portion of the world to come. Shneimar, Ofidui Hashem Yeshuvon,
Yeah, baby.
Shaka Rabbi Akiva Lachasidu says, which the Gemara is actually going to.
You ask me about this quite often.
As well. Here's what the Gemara is surprised about.
Yeah.
Akiva is the opinion that
I think
says
so.
that the Dar HaMidbar does not have a portion of the world to come.
Because I think given enough time,
because it feels very
humans have figured out a way to do everything.
Rabbi Akiva is the great, the Zohar of Moshe Rabbeinu.
Word, dog.
Again, Moshe was a Gilgal of Noah, because again,
That's what I'm saying, baby.
Advocating as much on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Gilgal of Noah, and Rabbi Akiva was the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Says the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu, how could it be that you're not advocating on behalf of Klal Yisrael?
We're looking at 5 straight wins.
So the Gemara is like shocked by this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, you've left your Hasidus, right? You've left your entire essence of kindness, of goodness, of seeing the good. How do you see it? Shneimar, when the Gemara says, don't be happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mazel Tov. Your brother sponsored the on your behalf. I don't know if you're saying, oh yeah, this is. I think it should be a year of celebration. Personally, I think. All right, so the Gemara is surprised by this idea that Rabbi Akiva is.
So are you gonna go?
So intense with the Dar HaMidbar. Now the Gemara says, the Gemara doesn't explain
Zoo.
why. Right? What happened to Rabbi Akiva? That Gemara just wants to show you how the Chesed of Rabbi Akiva.
Thanks for sending me hopeless. Zoo, go.
So the Pasuk says, go and speak into the ears of the residents of Yerushalayim.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I remember the chesed of the youth, the love of our newlywed days.
I don't know what it is.
Hashem says to Klal Yisrael, I remember the chesed of your youth. What's the chesed of your youth? That you followed me into the desert, right? Into an uncultivated land.
I just played it, big dog.
Remember again. So just to give you context. Remember again. This is Yirmiyahu Hanavi, Jeremiah, right? Yirmiyahu Hanavi is the prophet of destruction. He's the one who told Klal Yisrael about destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash, and it happened during his days. So remember again, he's telling Klal Yisrael, don't worry. As much as Hashem is going to destroy the Beis Hamikdash, He will always protect and love you. Why? Because Hashem.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on losing? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on losing 5 straight games?
What did we do for Hashem in the beginning of our marriage?
All right,
We followed
Zoo.
God.
I'm going for number 6.
Of nowhere. We make reference to this during the Pesach Seder as well. During this time, can you imagine again, over close to 3 million people followed God out into a wasteland. What did we have with us? We had matzah. That was it. Sure, we had a lot of money, right? That we took from Egypt, but at the end of the day, money doesn't
Go in the water.
that much good.
Oh, so that was a great shot.
So close to 3 million people followed Hashem out into a wasteland, into a desert. Where was our food? Where was our water? Where was our provisions? We just
Not really.
So the Ribono Shalom recognizes that chesed that we did for him. It sounds like a strange thing to say.
Don't go in my way.
We did chesed for Hashem, but we did. But we did because we followed. Because at the end of the day, Klal Yisrael, we always put our faith. So don't worry.
Zoot, scoreboard.
Things will be difficult. But just know that Hashem will never abandon us because He remembers that which we pray. So Rabbi Akiva says,
what do you think
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino
are being saved because of the chesed, the fact that we left Egypt. So I say, who left Egypt? That's Dar HaMidbar. That's
the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
So in the future is saved because of the merit of the generation of the desert. Then what?
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino.
Doesn't make any sense. So therefore, the Gemara is astounded.
Yeah, but everything's hurting, dude. Do you really?
Then how can they not carry themselves?
No way, dog. It's making a comeback.
Okay, hold that. We're going to reconcile this just a little bit. Let's go back to it.
No, it's not.
Remember again, these are the 10 tribes that were exiled. So the 10 Shvatim, they don't have
It's down like
in the world to come.
80%. Oh, I can't believe I didn't make that. I cannot believe it.
That refers to this world. Cast them onto another land. These are the words.
Okay. Okay. What do you want me to do about it?
So once again, interestingly enough, you begin to see like an emerging pattern.
Dude, all I know is that I've beaten you 5 straight games, son.
Don't have a chilek in Olam Haba.
How many times
if the actions of the tribes are like
no one knows.
Today, obviously they were exiled for a reason, right? Why were they exiled? They were exiled because at the end of the day, they did not abide by Dar Hashem. So again, if they continue in that rebellious behavior, then ultimately they won't have Olam Haba. They don't come back. They love. But if they choose to change their ways, then ultimately what? Chosren. They do come back. So Shimon disagrees with Rabbi Akiva and holds that the 10 Shvatim can actually find their way back to Klal Yisrael and to Olam Haba. Rabbi says, why are they Olam Haba? Rabbi says they have Olam Haba.
Sex icon of all time. Sex icon of all time.
What is it about to say? On that day,
I'm the big dick in the wilderness.
And again, we know this concept.
Baby, I appreciate the fact that you think I'm
lost in the lands of Ashur. That's reference to 10 tribes.
Rabbi.
Right? Has the Bible said,
Who do you think is
so they have a little help.
I am.
It says,
For sure.
Rabbi Akiva l'chasid, you say. So everybody is a little bit astounded. What happened here with Rabbi Akiva?
Thanks, baby.
How did
I consider myself to be in good company. Are you ready for this fucking shot, Zoot?
Do you think he's able?
I don't think anybody's evil, baby. Look at this shot. All right, well, did Epstein lose 6 games in a row like you did?
Right, I don't want to spoil the end. I don't want to spoil the end, but what an end of Masech. It's not just we're going to see, right? Rabbi Akiva's the one again. Everybody's trying to look for
Zoot, you've lost 6 straight fucking games. Do you understand that?
Listen, do you understand like the dramatic nature of saying that someone or some group doesn't have all the Haba?
The women that was at the kills the cows, they were like, I don't want to just pay attention. And then I read that.
Cool story, bro. Are you gonna hit? Oh,
feel like nobody's going to able to say the same. And then the thoughts go like,
Okay.
Who says to the lost tribes, I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back.
Zoot.
So ultimately, again, where do you
Zoot,
see?
you know you've lost 6 games in a row?
Can you show me an example of this type of kindness, pietous kindness, right? That Rabbi Akiva would normally exhibit. So the Gemara says, "This time, is Ketani b'nei Rishei Yisrael ain't ba'il olam haba." So we'll say this is a we're going to do this. It's a very profound statement. Literally, Ketani b'nei Rishei Yisrael.
Zoot, what's your answer to me right now?
Of Jewish Rishayim, young children of Jewish Rishayim, ain't ba'il the olam haba. These children do not get olam haba. Shneimar. כי הנה היום בוער כסנר, והיה כל זידין וכל עושי רישה קש ולהט. עושם היום. עושם היום, אומר השם צבקות, אשר לא יעזוב להם שורש וענף. So ultimately, I suppose we're talking about the Rishayim, about the wicked, and ultimately telling the wicked that they will be like straw for the flame. That they'll be destroyed. And the pasuk says, they will not leave behind.
Yes, sir. Terrible shot.
Jewish Rishayim will not leave behind.
did you know that Donald Trump mentioned more than
I knew you were going to say that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Isn't that crazy?
It is wild.
So ultimately, that seems to give rise to this idea.
That was amazing, Zoot.
Children of Rishayim don't get olam haba, right? They don't
Zoot,
leave behind.
that is amazing.
And a branch which represents children in the world to come as well.
I feel like we played this whole a lot.
That young children are held accountable.
Dude, you've lost 6 straight games.
So this idea over here that children of Rishayim
Would you run your president?
Rabbi Kiva says no.
Mr. West.
Not true. The children of Rishayim go to the children of Rishayim themselves are just children. Of course, they go to Olam Haba.
Because he's not named one time in that fucking compilation of evil.
The Rebbe Shalom watches over simple people. A Pesi, sometimes a Pesi is translated as a fool. But in this context, it means simple. Shabbos Hashem, which means that sometimes the say this classic happens. One of the most profound psukim in a Yoneh Emunah. That if you want to know what does it mean to be a man, a man means to be a simple person.
You know who else isn't in it? Puff Daddy.
A simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not a complex, multi-layered, and multifaceted, intellectual belief. A simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That was crazy.
The simpler I am in my emunah, the more HaKadosh Baruch Hu is able to look. Hashem. Hashem says, you be simple with me, I'll be simple with you. Rabbi Kiva understands it differently. He says, Shekin kolim b'krach hayam luka pasya. So apparently, again, it's the
Yo, dog.
word. For a child, it's pasya.
So you gonna make your shot?
It's also the other word that Chazal uses, radya, okay? The Kruvim, right? So pasya, so he
Zoot, I need to win 2 holes in a row.
It's so beautiful. Hashem always watches over
Oh, and this is not good.
watches over children, whether they are
You think X-Men was getting jealous when
the
someone was
children
trying
of
to
Israel.
play Recon?
So much over children.
I don't
Children
know
themselves
what's that random
never
mistake.
feel the
I
breath
have no
of
clue.
divine
All I know is your shit's in the black.
He always brings children to.
Oh,
Even if they have the children.
dude, you got fucked, son. I bet I put your ball in the hole, though. No doubt I'm putting your ball in the hole. Zoot, stay away from Zoot's ball. Stay away from Zoot's ball. That was not good. You're right.
So what does it mean according to Rabbi Akiva?
Yes, sir. So I can only tie. So you've stopped my streak, baby. You've stopped my streak.
Rashi says over here,
I know, baby. You stopped my streak. Good job, Zoot. Zoot, you've stopped my streak.
So again, obviously, whatever reward there is shut in.
Well, look at this shot, Zoot.
But they'll get it quickly and in this world. And this way, again, retribution comes.
Last time I peed myself.
This refers to the neshama. This refers to the soul. Zihaguf. And Anaf, ultimately, again, this refers to the body.
It's been a long time, son. Maybe when I was like,
Rashi says over here,
maybe when I was like, I don't know, 2 years old.
So this is actually a very beautiful idea. That the shorish is the neshama, and the branch ultimately again is the growth.
You think I peed myself on stream?
Like no one can see the root. I know the tree.
I don't think so.
Is there. I know that the tree can't exist
In the future,
Oh, for sure, dog. Oh, for sure. Are you proud of the way that you played, Zoo?
So again, such a beautiful imagery. So the shorish is the neshama, the soul, and the body is the branch. Because again, I know the soul is there. I know the soul.
All right, Zoo. I need a break, big dog.
See or find this expression only through the body.
I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question, Zoo?
Of Gentile Rishayim do not have Olam Haba. That everyone agrees with. So the
Zoo.
is by the children of Jewish Rishayim. Right? That Akiva says they do have Olam Haba, but not
Zoo.
Olam Haba. But by the young children.
Here's my question, Zoo. Why are you such a shitty communicator? Oh, wait.
Okay, so what says this gives rise now to a different discussion. Which actually before we go on, just this whole Rabbi Akiva, and like England all
Zoo.
So what do you do with this? So first of all, there's two people.
Why are you such a shitty communicator? No, we're done, baby.
He comes down hard. Number one, number one,
No.
Perhaps what says is like this. There's room for chesed everywhere.
Do you want to do trick shot? All right, and then I need a break.
For you on a silver platter, and you are and a person is an ingrate and doesn't recognize
All right.
that. And doesn't
Are you excited about the Winter Olympics?
ingratitude, like for that level of behavior.
You know, I'm going to make sure that you keep track of it every fucking day.
Everything Rabbi Akiva had in life, he had to work for. Everything Rabbi Akiva gained in life came only as a result of incredible
Zoo.
Nothing was easy. Nothing was.
I mean, there's the ancient Greek ones, and then most recently, 1896. Zoo, this is 9 ball, son. This is 9 ball, son.
People have a life like that. They become like very bitter. They become very disillusioned. Right? They see other people who have a lot. They have very little. But that wasn't Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had the most incredible worldview. But the one thing Rabbi Akiva could not tolerate is people who had all the opportunities in the world.
Look how sick this shot is, Zoo.
Show gratitude for those opportunities.
Zoo, baby, you're up. Big dog, you're up.
I don't understand. And for 40 years after he sustains you.
Zoo, that's a terrible shot. I'm telling you right now, one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Everybody thinks that's a bad shot. One of the worst shots ever. In the history of humankind, no one will have ever thought that that was a worse shot than that one. Zoo, are you ready for some sexiness? Zoo, it was a bank shot and it was sexy. And you know it was sexy. Baby, you didn't help shit.
Then at the end of the day, such a person like that, I'm sorry, just you don't have a feeling. Olam Haba doesn't have meaning.
Zoo, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I'm sorry. You can work with any idea possible. But if you're an ingrate, if you manage lack the ability to understand the emotional living right to for that, there is no Olam Haba. For that, there's and I think perhaps that explains why the Akiva's position has to come down there between Dar Midbar and Aseres HaShvatim. Because really those are the instances where you see the Akiva coming down hard, that shared midah of ingratitude.
Zoo, terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen as a people.
that's almost irreparable. For that, there's no Olam Haba. There's another part on John Midbar, but if we have time, we'll come back to it at the end.
Penalty? Why did I get a penalty? Why did I get a penalty? Oh, I had to hit the 3 ball first. Oh, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, Zoot.
One says the moment that a baby is born, right, and then leaves this world and dies.
That was not good. That was not good.
Child speaks. Only once there's speech is there Olam Haba. I must say that it's interesting. The whole conversation is fascinating.
Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, you have the worst skill in bowling in the history. I should say pool. In the history of pool. Are you gonna go? Dude, are you gonna go? You're taking so long. I've never known anybody to take so long and be so bad at anything. Zoot, that was a good shot, but you didn't do it right.
So again, just recognize that.
You have to do it like this, son.
About Olam Haba, Yemos HaMashiach, all that stuff, which again, Hashem has love a couple of days to get there. So we will get to it.
Oh, I noticed everything.
From the time that the baby was born.
Not that one, baby.
Okay, so this is a fundamental machlokes over here. So the Gemara goes right there.
So no one knows what you're saying.
No, there's Olam Haba for the baby. As soon as it's conceived,
everyone just knows that you are making terrible shots. Some of the worst shots we've ever seen. That's a bad shot. Right there. That's a bad shot. Yeah.
This is a fascinating halacha. You know, the Shulchan Aruch lays down that
it's been on TV before.
Miscarries or there's a stillborn.
Like assassinations and stuff.
And there's a name that is given to that baby. The whole discussion in halacha exactly we use a name that we make sure to use a name that would not be used for future children, which is actually quite fascinating because the minute
okay, there you go, big dog.
Baby, and that baby is buried in an unmarked cavern.
Are you proud of that shot?
Because on one hand, halacha understands.
Dude, you fucked me, dude.
You don't want the family developing an attachment to this life that never was. So yet again, there's this recognition that it's a child, but in other words, it is a baby that comes to this world. So on one hand, again, it's buried
right behind, or perhaps right in front of your gameplay in terms of terribleness. Oh, dude, that was a great shot. Because you just gave me one of the easiest shots in the history of the game.
It's some of the most overwhelming circumstances to be involved in, but it's interesting that it's that
dude, that was garbage.
Even a stillborn or a miscarriage that's developed enough for bris milah to give it a bris milah.
No.
Is this over here? Incredible.
Yeah.
So
no.
I need the government.
How about you go? How about we rank how quickly you hit the ball? Zoot. Martin Luther.
The time that a baby can say Amen, that's when it gets Olam Haba.
Malcolm X.
So my Amen, the Gemara says, what does Amen mean? Amen B'chanina, Kel Melech Ne'emar. So just want to say,
dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Ultimately, again, our God, Kel, is a trustworthy king. Kel Melech Ne'emar. The right Rashi says over here,
name a chick who's been assassinated. That's what I just asked you.
That the Ribono Shel Olam is you know what it means to be a Ne'eman? To be a Ne'eman. To be a Ne'eman means to be someone who others could always rely on. Now, it doesn't mean that
Virginia
mean
Woolf was
that person
assassinated?
is always going to do what you want. That doesn't mean they're always going to do it how you want
By
it,
whom?
when you want it, but it means that at the end of the day, you believe that person, that entity will come through. What does it mean? Hashem is in Naaman?
Dog, you're not even making sense.
Always has my back. Does it mean that he's going to do what I want him to do, how I'm doing it?
Are you going to go?
I'm just me. I absolutely believe that at the end
The author, Virginia Woolf?
that emotion will always come through. Hypothetically, on different notes.
She was like in the 1800s, dog.
The big thing
Interesting enough, right? Nothing okay, understand.
Virginia Gouffre. Virginia Gouffre.
What is it?
Yeah, sure.
Right? They are little, I think that they are the biggest openly.
I was going to say, how the fuck do you know who Virginia Woolf is? Why do you think the CIA killed her? All right.
Bigmar goes back there. What do we it's good. Look, hey, here, Piva, Shaw, now. She's wants to mark over here, quotes another pasuk. Look, let's say for that, so this idea over here. So remember,
There you go, big dog.
Figure out with this Gemara. I'm going to figure out with this Gemara exactly.
So look at this shot.
Like I said, is this Olam Haba ultimately again? Is this like how we go after you die? Is this Olam Haba like? It's by the way, they were talking much more about Tchias HaMesim. And essentially, much at what point is a person resurrected? Like if a child is miscarried, a baby is miscarried, like is that?
Dude, if Marie Antoinette were alive right now and requested that you specifically eat her box, do you think you would?
When it comes to Olam Haba itself, you see,
that's my boy.
We'll talk about
I didn't know this story.
She was just some bitch.
The children who die young, understand that
Isn't she the bitch who said let him eat cake?
In the afterlife. So again, we'll have to see the Rambam with all of this. So I'm going back.
Yeah, dog. Oh, that didn't count.
Now here, the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Yeshaya. This pasuk is talking about Gehenna.
I think they killed her. Like people killed her. I think they beheaded her. Or maybe her husband beheaded her. Dog, I fucking just checked this shit.
Has opened the Gehenna has been widened. Open its entrance way wider. So who does
look at this shot?
So I'll say it's pretty scary. But it's like it says.
Dude, did you know that you're down 30-0? And I want to know what your thoughts are.
Going to Gehenna. At least we'll be together.
Make this shot, dude. Before you say anything, make this shot.
No, I do not like that interpretation.
Oh, what? That didn't count? Oh, you got fucked, dude. What ball do I hit? We have to fist fight for the championship.
You have even if you don't keep one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan says, what do you think that Hashem wants you to
just put the black one in?
Right? It's such a profound statement.
So that you have to get the yellow one?
That's what because Rabbi wants us to see the good in each other. She wants to see the beauty in one another. And you're saying every single Yid who doesn't keep a mitzvah is going to Gehenna. So okay, you got it. That better be one big Gehenna, because all of Klal Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael, we'll say there is not one person, even the Gadol Shavik Golem, the greatest Gadol in the world, even though they know it.
This is so hard. Let's see you do well.
And every single tzaddik and every single regular person is going to Gehenna. So Rabbi Yochanan says, this is not how Hashem wants us to interpret. So we still understand this, Moser, that the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to find fault in each other. That's not what he wants. Just the opposite. He wants us to see the good. How does Rabbi Yochanan interpret the It's like Ella is beautiful. Ella afilu lo lamad Ella chogecha. No, here's what it means. What it means like this. Rabbi Yochanan says what it means is, Even if you only did one mitzvah, that will save you from Gehenna. Wow. So I said, do you see this? Do you see this? Same pasuk. Same pasuk. Reish Lakish sees it as saying, if you forgot, if you omitted the performance of one mitzvah,
Dude, look at this shot.
Rabbi Yochanan, even if you only performed one mitzvah, you're being saved from Gehenna. Rabbi said, who's right? Who's right? Of course, Rabbi Yochanan. Right? But what's fascinating is all a matter of perspective. Do you want to see the good or do you want to see the negative? That's it. That's pretty much. That's kind of the core choice.
No way.
Of life. You want to see the good, you want to see the
You
negative.
scratched. You should have won.
There's so much beauty, so much good to see. You want to see the good? As long as you does one mitzvah, he's called the Kadosh and he's safe from Gehenna. You want to see the negative? Okay, as long as you committed one Aveira, mamish, you're damned for all eternity. Okay, all a question of perspective. So again, so that what is
Dude, just make the shot.
Dude. So it's talking about the fact that there's much of humanity that is cut off. This goes back to, remember again, Gog Magog Gimaras that we saw again earlier in the parak about this idea that in the world Gog Magog many will be lost.
The greatest shot in the history of mankind.
It refers ultimately again to the third offspring of shame, that they will suffer the most in the Messianic era. Now, who's the third son of Shem? Rashi points out that it's a man by the name of Arpachshad.
That was not it.
And Arpachshad was the ancestor of Avraham Avinu, which makes it sound like that in Gog Magog times, the ones who are going to lose the promised land. This is Reish Lakish. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan jumps at Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish, Rabbi Yochanan does not like the way you are doing that passage. Rather, it's not the third son of Shem, but rather, again, it's the third son of Noah, who's also Shem. It's more general as opposed to being Arpachshad specific.
0. Dude, I hate playing this game. Just make it, dude. It's so hard.
That will occur.
That's a terrible shot. Zoo, that's not what I was trying to do. How dare you assume what I was trying to do? Zoo, check this move out, though. Check this move out. Yes. One person from the city. Zoo, you're up, big dog.
Two from our mishpacha could go ahead and save the entire mishpacha, which means sometimes we go through life and we think that we don't matter.
Dude, that's a terrible shot. I'm just going to be honest with you. It was really unimpressive and it was also bad.
And at the end of the day, again, one person could save a world. One person could save a mishpacha.
That's what you wanted to do, baby.
The biggest pimp of all time. Bingo. So, what are your thoughts on my shot? Fuck yeah, you do. All right, Drew. I want you to know something. I beat you, or tied with you, in a lot of games, and I love playing with you.
And then coming to Yeshiva. You will not be found in the land of the living, which sounds like
fuck yeah,
that's the curse. I don't say that. It was just the shampoo.
Glad to hear that fucking Indian chick coming up. Right fist.
I'm not keeping up with the Kardashians. What is the Torah cannot be found ultimately again, literally translated upon someone ultimately again reading the Chaya, who's And it's like so dumb, but it's so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day. Primary occupation is the pursuit of the club itself. Now I've been very happy with that. And goal. What's my goal? What's my goal? I want to be comfortable. I want to be comfortable. And again, that's the idea. I want to be comfortable materially. I want to be comfortable personally. The goal is I want to be comfortable. That's all. That's all. If that's your goal in life, let's just achieve it to be comfortable. But just understand you will not achieve spiritual greatness. Why? Because the Lord says if there's one thing that spiritual greatness requires, it is discomfort. It is discomfort. And it's discomfort almost in every way. And it's discomfort because you have to give up sleep, you have to give up time, you have to give up time. You have to give up time, right? The time that we spend learning this life comes from somewhere. And I'm not inventing new time for learning. So I'm taking it from someone or from somewhere. That's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable. To go spiritually requires money. I have to give tzedakah. I have to do. They say, again, we look at tzedakah as like, about tzedakah. As if like, it's some Herculean accomplishment. It's an accomplishment. It's an accomplishment. Tzedakah. And giving tzedakah even sometimes more than what we're comfortable. That is not like a shkaya. That's an obligation. If I have more than what I need, the Lord will give it to me, not to just simply purchase more things for myself, but to do more for my people. And by the way, it's uncomfortable. Why? I'd like to have it for you. I'd like to spend it on you. I'd like to use it for you. But that's not why you have it. If I have more than what I need, that's in order to be able to give it and to share with others. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to be out stuff. It's uncomfortable to be out about passing. It's uncomfortable to do half-lessness arson because it's not always enjoyable, to be honest. Half-lessness arson is not your buddies. That's not your buddies. That's socializing. Half-lessness arson, that's the real, oh my God, this is going to be over, right? That's how you know it's good half-lessness arson, right? That's half-lessness arson, right? When you know it's seriously, when you open your home to the people you don't really want to have over, because you know that if you don't have them over, it's quite possible they have nowhere else to go. That's half-lessness arson. That at the end of the real estate, that's what it is. So by definition, spirituality requires a sense of discomfort. So if my life is all about comfort, that's what it's about. Chances are, you may be a good guy, but you will not be accomplished spirituality. But every single day that you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel tired, if you feel a little bit crazy by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are doing something right. Because that means you are living an uncomfortable life. And where there is discomfort, ultimately again there is fullness. And therefore again, that gives Rav Kahana a little bit of muscle. This is Rav Kahana. Really, like, if you're taking a long hot shower before you put that in, it's like, skip a long hot shower. Like that. So for us, we this generation, so for Rav Kahana, if it's actually like comfort, you're not going to be spiritually successful. المتخيل شو ما وانا ركعت اسفل العام او بيجي في imagination ركعت اسفل العام وانا شايفي اسفل او بيجي ما كنت اصلا متعب بس ما مش عارف اشتغل صدوره هذا الكورس هذا كورس ركعت اسفل العام او في imagination وانا ما بيجي اسفل انا بدي بتاعي ما كنت اصلا متعب لكن اصلا it compares Exodus to ultimately again entering Israel. What's the comparison? Not the awesome Nine Summit Rebel. Yes, I just remember again. Remember, 2 people in Israel, 2 people, 2 men out of 600,000. Remember again, it was Tony Ben Yoshua. Tony Yoshua, the only Israel. Right? The only Israel who come to Israel. Obviously, the people below, remember again, the people below 20 didn't leave Egypt. Right? So the only people, it's incredible to think about, people who left Egypt, who actually entered into Israel was Holly and Yoshua. And Yoshua. After also in Israel, the son of the Lord. Shnai son of the Lord. So there was, again, remember, only a fraction of Klal Yisrael left the time as well. Like Rashi points out that from Mishim, only 1/5 of Klal Yisrael left the time. 4/5 died during the month of Choshech. Very overwhelming. Shnei Amar, but unsaw Shema Kimura. If you know what was in Eretz Yisrael, I'm going to do a record here. So Tamachos was a very profound Gemara. He says it's like Tamachos. So one time I went to Alexandria of Egypt. Matsasi Zaki Echad, and I found an old man. So again, Rabbi Yossi is going into Alexandria. Found an old man. It is Mamish Yitzias Mitzrayim Gimanis. Absolutely horrible. So this old man said to me, Rabbi Yossi says, I want to show you what my ancestors did to your ancestors when they were here in Egypt. Mehem, Tabu Bayan. Some right, so again, but Egypt and the Jews. Some of the Jews were drowned. Mehem, Hargu B'Chal. Some were killed by the sword. Mehem, Malchum B'Binu. And some, ultimately, they were just built into the structures. And for this matter, Moshe Rabbeinu himself was punished. How was he punished? Moshe smells into this. This is incredible Gemara. Remember, this is the end of Parsha Shmos. Remember, Moshe Rabbeinu, this was his first interaction with Paro. He comes forward with this beautiful message of redemption. And what does Paro say? Paro says two words. Tichbas ha'avoda. Let them work hard. Takes away the straw. And Moshe Rabbeinu is totally dumbfounded. And you cannot believe what's just happening over here. He says again, the Paro, I came to Paro, speaking in your name. I came to Paro executing your agency. And since I showed up at the end of the day, things only got worse. All that comes powerful. So listen to this. Moshe is very taken aback by Moshe Rabbeinu's tone, which I also, by the way, I feel like that is a tremendous lesson. Sometimes you have to say something different. It is all how you say it. Right? Whether it's speak, whether it's feedback, whether it's understood, whatever it might be, let's say, and sometimes again, the words are going to hurt, no matter how you say it, but nevertheless, mention type dictates that we learn conversations in the proper. So specifically, we're going to see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was upset at Moshe Rabbeinu. It was not as much about what he asked. What he was asking was a good kasha. Moshe Rabbeinu essentially was asking, why do bad things happen to good people? That was his question. But what was taken aback by was Moshe Rabbeinu's tone. It was accusatory and it was harsh. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, hey, pump the brakes over here. Pump the brakes. First of all, there's a way to talk. That's a way to talk. They certainly don't make them like they used to, as it was translation. Right? Again, woe to those who are lost, but are not forgotten. What does this mean? Like many times, I heard the Adam Yitzchak and Yaakov, the Kel Shakai. Just ultimately, again, right now, Kel Shakai means that name, right? Means Kel, as well, Shakai Shek died, who again always provides enough. So I impute to them with this presence of a God who takes care of everything. But here we are in the time, they never questioned my actions, but will only be my shmech. I never asked me what my name is. In other words, I was going to 12 because I heard the others many times, and the others never questioned my Marty the Avram. Kumis Halek Bars, they're called Rakbal. I said, Avram, the land is yours. Walk the length and the width of the land, because it's yours. So again, I told him, Eretz Yisrael is yours. And yet, when Sarah died, he came up with Sarah, I sheker the dog males shekel kesef. But here, I'm the son. Like I told him, the land is yours. When Sarah died, we were buried a spot. So what happened? You have to negotiate with Ephraim, and you have to buy myself in for 400 silver pieces. So you're going to trouble into that money. Yes, I have never said to me, God. So look, fair. Like the land is mine, the land is mine, and yet again, and not even retail. But I'm paying even more, I'm paying like 12 markets. I might be Yitzchak. Your bar says also, we ain't Ipa. Well, big shout out to my mission. So I told Yitzchak, the land is yours, and I'll bless you. And yet, when Yitzchak's servants watched for water, they dug wells, the Mamatsu, and when they finally found water, after Asa Mariva, they were fighting over every single well. Shenema by a river road, Pilar, and Roy Yitzchak, Lima, Manamayim. So finally, when they found water, every single well was a fight. Every well was a fight. So yet, with all of that, and then here at Mizosai, Yitzchak never questioned my ways. I like to Yaakov, Ha'aretz Asher Shakim Galal, but quietly enough. I told Yaakov, the land is yours. The land is yours. And he keeps looking in the draw, but the matter, yes, and Yaakov managed to really get the place to fishes. He couldn't find the place to fishes. Then add the matter, actually, kind of the Merkisika. Finally, when he came back, right, and he said, which land? Actually, goes down and he has to purchase area. So again, it's his land. But he has to purchase a place to purchase land. For the Kira after the sign, for the Amali Mashnafa. And yes, the officers to one side of the others. Had difficult finding realize also, yes, never once did they question my ways, never once did they ask me my name. Never once did the essence of asking me my name. It was essentially, tell me how you operate, explain to me the plan. They never questioned my ways, and they never asked for an explanation of the plan. The Yaakov, Amali Mashnafa, the Tila. But first of all, already by the snap, by the burning bush, she already asked me what my name is. So right out of the gate, you already asked me to identify myself. What is my name? Furthermore, the action of Aka Omerli that separates itself as an Aka. Furthermore, again, now you can get wagging accusatory. You have to finger everywhere, right? And now you accuse me of not saving my nation. First, you ask me my name. Now you make accusations that I'm not doing my job. Moshe, therefore, you will see what I will do to Paro. The Rachamis Kara Atara, Zi Atara, the Rachamis Shoshin, the Akamara. So this is actually amazing. It's fascinating. When you get up and talk with this Moshe, you will see the war against Paro, but you will not see the war of the 31 days, which represents the conquest of Eretz Israel. So you have this in your teeth in the Chazal, but then as it gets from the beginning, Moshe Rabbeinu is never going to be very Eretz Israel. Like this was before the Miragim already, right? Before the Miragim, not really before any of that, right? Before the story, right? Before Yeriva, before any of that, and yet again you see the function of the Most High, you see what happens to Paro, you won't see the war of the 31 kings. Now what happens? I want to say after this exchange by Mara Moshe, by both Arts of Aishtaku. Now again, it's not kind of something chronological, but we do all of this here. So Moshe really saw by Mara Moshe, like, okay, quickly bow down. So the Gemara says, my law, Moshe. What did Moshe see that made him bow down so quickly? Everything had been done with Omer, Elakapai law. He saw the Ribono Shel Olam's tremendous patience. Like, Elakapai means slow to anger. He saw how the response was every right to exact immediate punishment, yet is slow to anger. Moshe saw the smooth of Hashem, and he was overwhelmed. Rabbanan say, MS law. He saw the MS of Hashem. Let's say, what's MS? MS is he saw how the Rebbe runs the world in a truly beautiful way. It sometimes hurts a lot, and it's sometimes difficult to comprehend, but it's always run by the overarching principle of truth and righteousness and everything that Hashem does. Incredible. Highly from us, behind love, so you think that we must always be signed up to show Moshe Malom, which is incredible, and beautiful Dua. But Moshe went up to the heavens. Went up to the heavens. They also have a consciousness. This is talking about when he went up to receive the Torah. When he went to receive the Torah, so what happened? Moshe on the part which Moshe the Kosei, Erakapayim. He sees the Moshe writing the word Erakapayim, slow to anger. I'm on the front of the Moshe Erakapayim and Tzadikim. So Moshe says, oh, I'm assuming this means for the righteous, and for the Tzadikim. He said, no, ultimately, again, even for the wicked. Even for the wicked. And he says, why do the wicked deserve Erakapayim? The wicked should just simply be obliterated. Amalei, so let's listen to this. Amalei causes might be violent. So essentially, what Moshe, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Fast forward a little bit. Kishachatu Yisrael, when Klal Yisrael sinned, when Klal Yisrael sinned by the Uriah, So Hashem says, well, so a bunch of each that's all. Remember what you said. Like, who should I be slow to anger with? I'll be slow to anger with the tzaddikim. Ultimately, along with the righteous. On the days, I'm on the bottom of the Lokach, I'm not to me. The Moshe says to Hashem, but remember Hashem, remember what you said. You said, I'm speaking for the Hashem. I know the Sid. The Atom, the Atom, Hashem, Kasher, Didarta, Lamar. And that's what Moshe said, now, for this powerful, allow your part to be amplified as you said. As you said. I Moshe said, only for the vegan. You have some said, even for the Hashem. You know what? Let's go with you already. Right? Let's go. Let's say, by the way, it's such a profound so. You know, so up in the life, right? We think that we got it all figured out. And we think, you know, exactly how life is about, is supposed to unfold. And when life doesn't go according to our plan, we feel very resentful. Understandably so. But so it's incredible. Whether we see it in this world or the next world, when we see how things turn out, when we see the way we wanted it, this is how it was powerful. Ours with the choreographed it, we're all going to say the same. It's powerful. It's so good that you went with your way and not our way. So powerful way sometimes maybe hurts a little bit more in the short term. But the powerful way is the only way that we get to achieve all of our objectives and get to actualize our potential. Incredible. That's right. But Chicago have a son of Chicago is looking at the steps of Yeshiva Ravatia, Shamila Ulinika Amar, Edosecha, Yanimod, This one of our Kodesh, Hashem and Ola Yamid. Right, so here are the phases. It's the Sonic play, Tiva and Moshe. And afterwards, here's the part of Tiva and Moshe. Omar, Shmanina Arakapayimra. So again, we understand ultimately again, as I say, Yisrael, Hashem, Orech Yamin, Arisus Yamin, and then it's Tiva and Moshe. There's a juxtaposition to me. That it must have been that the thing that Moshe Rabbeinu saw that overwhelmingly more than anything was Arakapayim and Hashem's Kodesh. All those other things. Leo's Akara the Rosh Hashanah in the future, Hashem is going to be a crown on the head of every single tzaddik. Hashem Tzvakos la'akaras tzvi u'b'tzifilas te'era b'sha'er amo. My la'akaras tzvi u'b'tzifilas te'eras la'osim u'sono u'b'mitzachim Yeshua. So we will Hashem be a crown. Hashem will be a crown ultimately again for those who fulfill His will and mitzapim Yeshua and the way is salvation. So I understand the first part of Osim Mitzvah, right? Those who fulfill the will of Hashem. What does it mean mitzapim Yeshua? What does that mean? So okay, so here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean people just sit and wait. Because God doesn't want us to sit and wait for anything. What it means is we get to be led together. No simmitzono. We're supposed to be people who spend their lives engaged in dynamic activities. And recognizing I'm going to do my part, and I'm not going to wait for Hashem to do his part. But I know that if I do my part, the Moshe will do his. So they operate concurrently. Simmitzono, u'mitzapim Yeshua. I engage in dynamic activities that is what they all too often in life. And for other things in order to be successful. I always tell people, do their part, they forgot to use their time. So there's no time to wait. Whatever you need to accomplish, do not wait for anyone to do their part in life. You do what you need to do and wait for no one. But while you're doing what you're supposed to do, just know that God will do his thing alongside. So if I live my life without understanding, constantly pushing on the gas, doing whatever I have to do, it's not always sort of putting on Hashem and knowing that while I'm doing my thing, Hashem is doing his thing by my side. That's what I do. So I'll wake up to start here a little bit in the middle. We'll pick up this one sec. Beautiful, beautiful tomorrow. Tomorrow. Everyone.
Dolphin noise or something.
All right, so we're going to have a great day anyway.
Don't complain to your cats, go to your shitty comedy, and go back into your dungeon. Oh, man. Hey, Papa. Throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Dude, that's well said. And dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like storage facility, or at least your podcast, I guess. Yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Well, let's talk about you calling it comedy shit. It's like, oh, that's even crazy. That's fucking up. That's shitty comedy. Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for Sean to say for sure.
Hi, Joe. It's like, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, dude.
Let us begin. I get to welcome Mark Hashem too. And last week as we wrap up in the status has been very incredibly exciting. Again, we're trying to cover as much ground today as we can. We'll be finding Mertz Hashem. Again, also if you have comments immediately after, we're going to try to do that at Mertz for 8:50. We'll try to end a little bit of that Mertz. So we'll go right from here. We're going to do Filas comments right from the classroom across. So feel free to follow the migration Mertz Hashem across the hall. Beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Kamisoni sponsor, the Doshim Shpapa, who dedicated all the Shimon Roshos this year as his official for the Soros Kabbalah Sa'am Yisrael. Kamisoni sponsors for the month of Nissan Paul Howard in celebration of the Nissan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva as the anonymous sponsorship in this post. It's all about children. And for Nissan to be the month of Guru Restream for Cloud Yisrael, Avin Restream Kelman, and memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Raina Basi Yeshua Heschel. And we have many sponsors, Steve Galaska, and honor of all the Bracha that Hashem is providing for me, Jordana, and our family. We thank all of our sponsors for their generosity, the beautiful, beautiful messages. To deserve Mertz Hashem, to see greater service of Cloud Yisrael, and Mertz Hashem, everyone needs your wish, and get it co-hosts, all in Shem Shad, and all the families should have a Kama, our hostages should come home with the Shalom and the power of our holy soldiers to be successful in all of Nasa Yudin. So with that, let us begin. Today's gospel is Cook one time, we are picking up the Mertz Hashem on Cook Test of Days, Cook Test in the days, and we are up to Eliezer Abed Avraham. So again, remember, it's 2, 4, 5, 600 lines get wide on Cook Text 109. Lot to do. So remember again, we're talking over here about the and if you, by the way, and if I'm traveling to a different year and you're ahead of where you are, shame on you. And shame on you. And that means whoever your market share is not doing justice to the way these documents are supposed to be learned. If you are on schedule, and at the end of the day, you sorry, here's something else. Anyway, you know what this follows. Just kidding. I'm just trying to come on tracks over here. So you know what this follows. It's random hustles. We're in the middle of talking about the topic of Spain's, corrupted legislative legal system, and how essentially, again, it wasn't just we thought this was said yesterday that we all do things wrong. We all do things wrong. And we all do things wrong on a daily basis. The most important thing, this is a tip. This is a tip for sinning, or if you got to sin right. If you want to sin correctly, the picture is just always keep in mind that you're sinning. The most important is, if I'm going to do things wrong, and I'm going to do things wrong, just own it. It's wrong. It's wrong, and maybe I'm not ready to correct it. I'm not ready to stop it. But the most important thing is never to lose sight, never become self-delusional, and begin to think that the wrong things I'm doing are right. As long as I'm honest with myself, and I know my awareness, I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, and I just try to pretend that it's correct, it sounds strange, I'm okay. Because as long as I know that it's wrong, at some point, sometime, I will fix it. The danger in life is when I convince myself that wrong things are right. When I pretend that the awareness are not awareness, when I explain it or rationalize it, that's when I put myself in a precarious spiritual situation. The profound downfall of Stone was that they legislated the legality of corrupted behavior. That becomes the work nature of here. When a society goes ahead and says that certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly wrong, then become not only okay, but it encourages a legal system that can undermine the entire fabric of society. So that's the most question over here. So here's the one to show Padu, so what happened in Israel. Let's bring it again. what happened in Stone when someone injured you? Like you brought the assailant today. They normally do. They made you the victim pay for the service of bloodletting. But remember again, so that the aggressor hit you was bleeding you got a service. You have to pay for the service. I was listening to this. I was going to come in now, so he has a friend today. I'm going to have this. I really shot on a fella. So he has and so you're injured, but you owe the assailant money because he provided for you the service on bloodletting. So just watch it. What Eliezer do? I'll sit with Allah. Tajur Iwadina. So what did Eliezer do? He took a clout and he hit the Dayan. He hit the judge. I'm on my house. The judge said, what are you doing? I'm on there. I said, no problem. Judge, now you owe me money. Right? Because I performed the service of bloodletting for you. So you owe me money. So let's just do this. Like, you owe me money, I owe my assailant money, and so let's just do this, you pay my assailant and we'll call it even. Like, I'll keep my money, we'll call it even. So like, I'd be up, enough between enough, how much money, any of the high, it's easy to do to the kind. So I'd like to die and you take the money you owe me, give it to my assailant, I'll keep my money in my pocket, and Shalom Martin. So see what goes like that. How do they put yourself? They have a money, are they arson? So in Stone, they had a hospitality bed, a versus arson bed. Now, what is unique about this bed? The Malik guy is now, this bed has to be one size fits all. So if you were tall, you were very tall, and your legs dangled over the bed, you cut off your legs. It's not the way if you were short, it would stretch you out. And the other Abraham, the other hospital, the other comes to stand. And you know, couldn't go the up there yet. That means you need to have plus yourself in that. Again, Eliezer, obviously, this argument, but on the stone, it says, I'm going to hold Narda Najim Roma Denisa Sima, Reganina Apteria. Ultimately, again, he said, from the day that my mother died, I took a nether net to sleep on the bed. He said that he was a very sleeping on the bed. Now, whether or not he made that nether or not, it's not immediately clear. But it's quite, something like checking out that tomorrow. She was like for that. Now, understanding is under. So let's say when a poor person would come to Stone, here's what they would do. You have to call the cops and do it. Everybody would give him money. They give him money. It's 6 LA. They would write their name. So, for example, so let's say Onion comes to town. If I'm a person from Stone, or Ruben is a person from Stone, you give him $1 and you write on the dollar Ruben. You write his name on the dollar. What happened? So there's a direct to the hub and not today. But no one would give him food. So everyone would give him money, but no one would give him food. So what would happen? Obviously, if the poor person is still, again, what ends up happening? He has a lot of money, but he has no food. He would die. He died of starvation. Hakiel Mayas, when he would die, call God, the God shut over the gate. When he would die, then what would happen? The people of Stone would come and they would take back the dollar. How would they know the dollar? Because Ruben says Ruben, Shimon says Shimon. So let's say, so again, what is this? So let's say, so this is like this desperate person. What's fascinating is, even in Stone, at the core, human beings want to be good. They really do. We all, not just the nation, man wants to be good. See, even in Stone, they want to get stuck on. But they don't want to get stuck on. So how do you get stuck without to get stuck on? They gave the money, right? But yet they created a mechanism through which they would be able to take it back. In other words, just like usually said, remember again, in general, Hachnos's orphan was outlawed in Stone. So yet they couldn't bring themselves to outright outlaw tzedakah. Isn't that fascinating? Even in Stone, they couldn't legislate a practice that said that if a poor person comes, you can't give him money. They couldn't do that. So what they did was they said, you give money, but you can't give anything. So say, I'm going to give. Okay, so I can feel good about myself. I gave tzedakah. So I'll be able to get my dollar back when he dies. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, this is what they, so they made a stipulation between them. They said, come on, the Nizamin capital, the Beirima, Rishla, Beirima. Those are the halachas. You're not allowed to invite any outsiders to your wedding celebrations. Only celebrants. Right? So again, the halacha is if you invited someone to your party who is not part of the Stone Chevra, good luck. Then they could take the other side of my people to take your clothing. You're about to realize if you invite someone to your simcha, it's like the first Pakana wedding, right? Like, if you went ahead and you invited someone to your wedding who is not part of the Stone, we're going to take your cousin with you. It's from you. This isn't this. How do you know what to put Eliezer Hassam? So Eliezer is in stone. They're both saying that. By the way, whether all of these stories happen at the same time or different times, I don't know. But Eliezer is in stone. So what happens? He's hungry. So you're having but no one's giving him bread. So Kibayim and said, so let's say, but the cool is, what happened? Eliezer shows up at a wedding. So he shows up at a wedding. He sits at the table with the other Chevra from stone. And what's the first question they ask him? On the way, man Adam Nashka. So they ask him, they'll figure out, a lot of times at the wedding, you get asked the question, like, what's the question? Which side? Right to the right, left to the Kala. So here, Eliezer, asking the question, Kala. They say, who invited you? Like, who invited you? Because obviously, you don't want to get there's something wrong in stone if there's an uninvited guest. How about the person what does Eliezer do? What does Eliezer do? Eliezer goes in and says, he turns to the guy next to him and says, this guy invited me. Now I said, that guy didn't invite me, right? Eliezer never again. Eliezer is crashing the wedding. Right? So the other thing is good over. So now he turns to the guy next to him. He says, this guy invited me. So nice of him. So now the guy, the sodomite guy, sitting next to Eliezer says, I'm a Duma Shanidi. أنا عزيزي ومشاكل ماني بحجابه شكت لي هذه بيصل كبيت الواحد الواحد. That's just what happened. So the guy next to Eliezer, now here's his way to quickly grabs his phone and he gets out. He runs out because remember, it's stone. If you invite someone to the wedding, right, that's not a sodomite, they literally will take your clothing. So therefore, again, the supposed host gathers up his clothing and runs outside. Now, what does Eliezer do? They hop on the food. So Eliezer says, oh no, it wasn't that guy, it was that guy. So then that guy ran away. The next guy, he started doing this to every single person in the feast. Until pretty much Eliezer cleared the hall. Right, he cleared the hall, and Baruch Hashem is doing all you eat in the play, right? So now Eliezer gets his meal very something. Haggai and Yisha, my folks, a tragic story. There was a young girl, this story on the Pascha. She would go out and give bread to the poor in her jug. Now, this young girl understood the laws of stone. Laws of stone was you were not allowed to give bread. What could you give to the poor? What could you give to the poor? Money with your name on it, right? But no food. This young girl, that's what it's really saying. We all start out good, and we all start out holy, and we all start out pure. It's just that over the course of life, we tend to lose our way. So this young woman sees a poor person, she wants to give them bread, but she has to give the bread surreptitiously. So how does she give the bread? She gives it from the jar. She puts the bread in the jar, she gives it. What happened? They found out about it. They found out what she did. They smeared her with honey, and they put her, they attached her to the top of the wall of the city. Also, essentially, she was stunned to death. Behind it said, so they'll say the Gemara says this episode that tilted the scales against stone. Hashem says, I heard the cries of stone and Amorah, and they all were it was because of what happened to this girl. It was like, it's so interesting. Within the Bono Shalom, what was happening in Stone and Amorah was going on for a while. And for us to leave, that was we just kind of, not allow it, but it was contained, they're doing their things. It's talking like, it was this event. It was this event specifically because of what they did to this young woman. It was about to get frustrated. Humanity, right? The world can't have a place like this, and that ultimately again leads to the exilium, to the overturning of Stone and Amorah. Incredible. The mother like the Miraglim, famous Israel mother. The Miraglim have no portion of the country. By a Mitsu, Hanoshim, Mochi, Dibas, Aris, Rami, Adifa, by a Mitsu, Ba'olamazah, Mageti, Olamabo. Then Adas, Korach, in the kingdom of Habo. The assembly of Korah had no portion in the world to come. The Gemara says, Shneimar, Batechas Aleim Ha'aretz Ba'olam Hazeh, Vayotzu Mikol Hakahal Li'olam Habo. As the Pasuk says, literally again, the earth covered over them in this world, and they were brought forth from Yimad Yekiba. What did you go to Yekiba? And Eliezer Omer, Aleim HaKashu, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Aleim HaKashu, Hashem Nimis L'chayei, Morik Sha'ol Bayah. It was in front of my focus. Rabbi Akiva, Korach and his assembly have no fear of Olam Haba. Rabbi Eliezer, yes they do. Yes they do. They do not focus. We're not finished. Adas Korach. Anyone who fears Olam Haba, the assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. Shneimar, Batechas Aleim Ha'aretz. Right? All of us. That by Yom Kippur, Takali, all about the ready people. That you didn't see all that. How do you big dog and this podcast? It's such a beautiful imagery that the assembly of Korah are like a lost object that someone is looking for. You know, because Korah and assembly are lost, so they were lost because the shoulder of death. But when you lose something that's near and dear to you, you look for it. You look for it. You know, the Shnema Ta'isi Kisa Ode, Bakis Abdepaki Mishkili Sasaka Loshakaki. Aikakos, what is now again? This is our Maklokis about Korah. Rabbi Yasiva, Atas Korah, Mosne Olimazah, No Olam Haba, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehuda Messiah. They do have a portion in the world to come. We're not finished. The Gemara goes like this.
That's craziest thing
That is Korah. So that literally Korah. So Hamel Shakish, Shalaka, Mecca, Ravi Atzmo. He took literally again a bad purpose of himself. That Korah, he was a good man, just made bad decisions. Korah, Shinasa Karkadi, so I say called Korah. Now the Korah was his name. But the Gemara sees profundity of meaning in his name. Why called Korah? He made a bald spot. Korah's like balls. He made a bald spot and called himself his then Yitzhar, Shersiach Alavis Kola Olam Kitsaharai. That literally again Korah stirred up Machokas. Machokas is often compared to heat like the midday sun. Then Kahas, Shekia Shine Molida. Literally again, so it's like Shekia Shine Molida means like literally caused the heat, you know, when you eat something sour, you know that feeling or teeth when you eat something sour? I don't know what the technical term for it is.
But like my nerves were fine. I was like that thing.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's how it was on the tip of my tongue. Like when you experience a wave of Algerianism, right? And again, and your teeth like that. So again, so when you have that Algeria, I was about I just want to point out. So literally, that's a collection. Korah's actions caused the teeth of his ancestors to experience this Algeria, right? Like that chatter, to feel like that sour taste. I just want to point out how incredible this is. This is the week of Pesach. This is the Russian by the Russia. Right? And then we're going to say, people often mistranslate this phrase. What does it say by the Russia? Va'ata hake eshila. So we translate hake eshila as well. Hitting the mouth. If you look at how it's written in the Haggadah, hake would have been hey, kuf, hey. Hake in the Haggadah is hey, kuf, hey, hey. From this Lashon. The idea by the Russia is you tell him certain things that make his teeth chatter. You tell him certain things that can make him cringe a little bit in order to get him to go. We don't put anyone in their mouth, right? Certainly not a kid who's at the table, at least asking questions and trying to be engaged. Right? So fascinating idea. So Ben Levi, Ben Shinasa, Gehenna. Ultimately, again, he's the son that accompanied him from Gehenna. When Gehenna, the Rashi Ben Yaakov, and for tracing up, so what's really interesting about the way we go ahead and we trace. Now it's Korah, Ben Kahas, Ben Yitzhar, Ben Levi. But yet it stops at Yaakov. If you're going to trace the lineage, why not take him all the way back to Yaakov? To which the Gemara says, Ben Se'ikir V'atzmo Gehenna. I'm not sure about that. Well, Yaakov Bikishach Malatzmo, Yaakov Davin, that Korah should not be traced back to his name. Shinamar, the Sodom al Tavo Nafshi, and the Kelam al Techad Kivodi. The Sodom al Tavo Nafshi, Elam Raglim. This is what's from Raglim. Yaakov says, please place a genealogical distance between myself and Raglim. Even though, of course, we all know that everything goes back to Yaakov. And at the end of the day, don't write it. Okay, Dasan, so it's now a little bit about some of the other followers of Korah. Dasan, Shavar al-Das. Why is he called Dasan? Because he went against the basic tenets of Yiddishkeit. As the Gemara says, Shavar al-Das Aviram, She'ida atzmo me'asos tshuva. Aviram, he prevented himself from doing tshuva. Va'on, also Va'on ben Paras, Shiyashav, these are all the followers of Korah. Shiyashav Ba'amira. So what's the better way? I just want to point out, such that Aviram, She'ida atzmo me'asos tshuva. What's that? There's only one thing that stands between me and tshuva. And that is me. Only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, that's me. Incredible. Only Shiyashav Ba'amiros. What they say, only going to see very personality.
How are you supposed to respond to that?
Was very hard decisions that he made. As much as he followed Korach, he very much regretted the course of action. However, should not assume that miracles happened for him. Ben Ruvain, Ben Shel Abraham, because he was the son who saw the error of his ways and understood the mistakes. Alright, so here we go. What now? Story of Old Ben Pella. Remember, Old Ben Pella was one of the primary followers of Korach. Right? And then, oh yeah, interestingly enough, somehow he was saved. What happened? Incredible story. Incredible story. Old Ben Pella, this story is also. The most that he expected to save own, like a lot of stories that we experience. Every steps in the trying to save today, this is own. This is unexpected. What did you? Unrelated. What's it? This is incredible. Unrelated. My not camino. So the loose translation of this is, my not camino, loose translation is, what's wrong with you? Now, this is a conversation that has repeated itself throughout the history of Jewish marriages, right? This is just, and by the way, do you know the hallmark of a beautiful marriage is when your wife can say that to you, right? And every other relationship, how you have the couch, how you say it, what did you say?
Everything that's
a wife who really loves her husband, and a husband who is so secure of this, a wife can say to her husband, what is the matter with you? Like, what are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head? Like what, again, like just this, and again, it stings, and no, not the opposite, right? Let me,
what if
never, under any circumstances, ever use those words when speaking to your wife. This is a one-directional conversation, right? A wife has the thought to say this to her husband, and as much as it stings, as much as it stings anyone who has been on the receiving end, I've received a number of comments like this. Anyone who's ever been on the receiving end of this, it hurts a little bit, and then you are filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. That there is someone in your life who loves you and cares about you enough to tell you exactly how it is. And not to sugarcoat it, and not to figure out how to say it, but just literally, again, to lay it at your doorstep. Incredible. So she says to him, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? So essentially, she says to only something fascinating. She says, what is the matter to you? If Korach wins, you're still a disciple. You're still a disciple. To be very honest, you gain nothing in this power struggle. You're a part. Because either way, you're a great guy, you're not the top dog. Right? You're not the top guy. It's not like you're rising up the ladder over here. You're a great man, you're a big man. But you are who you are. So what are you doing? Why are you getting involved in this my focus? So like the other day, my hobby dates of each double so he says to me, you're right. But I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. This is such a profound marriage conversation. I'm stuck and I don't know what to do. I pledged my allegiance to Korach. I swore to him that I'm with him in this to the end, and I don't know what to do. So says, she says, Amalai is incredible. Amalai, you're down at the Philippines for Kaddish studying. So what's this is incredible? So Mrs. Owen Ben Pella says to her, let's figure this out. Here's what I do know. Korach and his followers are holy people. Which I will say, so incredibly profound. Because everybody here is very strong. Another, this is exactly what made Korach and his followers so dangerous. The most dangerous wars are holy wars. Right? When people feel that they have God on their side and that they're not fighting for truth, that's when the most terrible things could occur. So Mrs. Owen says, I know that Korach and his followers are holy people. They say, Amalek says to him, so essentially what she said then, she says, okay, here's the plan. Step one, get out of the way. Right? Step one, get out of the way. I will fix this. It's so profound. I will fix this. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine, and she becomes intoxicated, and she goes to sleep. Now, let's say, she needs to do that. Why don't you do that? So very simple. Do that because she needs him away. She needs another way. She is concerned that if he is present and if he's awake and if he's here, he again, Owen feels very conflicted because he pledged his allegiance to Korach. The problem is he understands that Korach is a sinking ship. So she's scared that if he's present, right, and conscious, he is going to mess this up. So essentially what she says to him is get out of the way. But fascinatingly enough, she doesn't trust him to stay out of the way. So what does she do? She gives him a wine, he goes to sleep, fine, he's out of the way. Oh, stop, Baba, tap up the foot, this is hard to here. So she sits at the entrance of the tent, and she uncovered her hair. She uncovered her hair. Called the Asa Chazi Hadat, the Hagi Afi, called the Asa Chazi Hadat. Anyone who saw Mrs. Owen sitting at the entrance of the tent with uncovered hair turned away. So in other words, even the followers of Korah, they came to get owned. They came to get owned. Come on, guys. The showdown is now when they saw sitting by the tent. Ultimately, again, she did not go ahead. She did not go ahead. So they went the other side. They went the other way. The hockey, and now while all of this was happening, so again, while all of this week what happened, the entire showdown occurs. Korah and his followers are swallowed up by the earth, and the story's over. And only saved. Notice that it's also very profound. Again, also in this particular story, it's also really incredible. Listen, you have to understand, for the wife of Owen to sit with her hair uncovered by the entrance of the tent was also a certain sense of dedication for her. It was a compromising of her own soul. But you see something so incredibly beautiful. How much, in order to sustain a meaningful marriage, if everyone is knocked it on the cover, marriage doesn't work. Marriage only works when you're covered, when your ego takes a back seat, ultimately again to the good of the relationship. But if it's all about the ego, it's all about what I need, what I want, my covered, marriage implodes. So it's incredible that Mrs. Owen Ben Talas was willing to compromise her own dignity in order to save her husband. They say that marriage, when a couple, when each party in the marriage is willing to put their ego on the side for the good of the relationship, that's ultimately again what they're showing. Incredible. This is the Korah. Conversely, there's another story. The wife of Korah. Amalei, Chazi Naikav Moshe. So I say this is incredible. So apparently, now Mrs. Korah was very much at the forefront, was the instigator for the rebellion. She says to her husband, look what Moshe did to you. Moshe is a king. Moshe was a melech. Right? His brother, Aaron, his nephews, look at this. Is it Shema? And so it's Shema goes to the Kohen. I'm going to taste the Kohen. Yes, so he's surprised. You're a Levi. You're a Levi. But even as a Levi, so the Shaklinu Asol, I'm a half chad in you, the Kohen. Even from the Moshe that you Korah, that you a Levi get, what do you have to do? You have to give a tenth, you have to give Shema Smash to the Kohen. Right? So again, Mrs. Korah is instigating her husband. The guy who's made on Zayfu, and he cooked up. Furthermore, so it's pretty much testified. Look at what she did to you. And I'm saying that interestingly enough, when you got to the Levitic service, what do they have to do? They have to have a full body shaving. What's that? Full body shaving means literally, it's not a metaphor. It's literally full body shaving. So Mrs. Cox said to her husband, look at you. Right? Look at you. You look like a piece of dung, is what she said to him, right? She made you look like you look like a fool. You look like a fool. Of course they're nice. They did to you. And you have a Zayfu. Clearly again, now literally means he set his eyes upon your hair. Right? Which means what? Which means that look what he's doing to you. He's facing you in order to go out and make himself look better. Amalu, so Korach sticks up for Moshe and he says, and Moshe was also a lady, which means that Moshe always had to go through this whole body shaving, right? He had to go through this whole thing also. So Korach says back to his wife, not like Moshe is just doing it to us and not doing it to himself. He also has it done. So let's say the expression of Hamas Nashim means a person who is willing to engage in self-destructive behavior because he's more bent on punishing the other than he is on himself. So remember again, Shimshon pushed down the columns of the Philistine Colosseum, even though only 4 rabbis walked, he would die along with it. So it's true. Moshe and Israel look foolish also. But the and she made everyone else look foolish. That was more important to him. Road, becoming a fool, ability to tell up. Look at this emotion, right? She introduced the things of chaos. And it tells you that on one strand of your tits, you have to put chaos. Well, she says, if chaos is so important, he's a light of Kelta, Hashiba, Hapik, Gumit is a Kelta, Vikasur, Lekuma, Masiba. And again, chaos is so important. Clothing, that's all chaos. I mean, you should be learning. You should be wrapping clothing that's all chaos. What is this one string of chaos? How do you say, so what it says, Kaf, most Russian months of this, right, when the Prophet says in Mishnah, the wisdom of women has built a home, Zul Ishto shall own Ben Paras. That is the wife of own Ben Paras. The Yivanas, the other Tarsana, the foolishness of women to destroy a home, Zul Ishto shall Torah. Ultimately, again, this is the wife of Torah. And it's like, so it is very interesting. It is very interesting to see how Chazal understood that the wives played a pivotal role in these narratives. Now, again, just to be clear, Korach was his own man, Korach made his own decisions, right? So it's not fair to his wife for what happened. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see us, because I find out that certain elements of the rebellion were absolutely, again, kind of like they fastered at home. Only Ben Palace was saved by his wife, and unfortunately, Korach lacked the partner who talks him out of his foolishness. So it says 250 men joined the rebellion of Korach. The Gemara says, just understand, the followers of Korach were not regular guys. They were some of the best of quality. So I will say, by the way, this is how Mrs. Ben Paras knew that again, they were not going to come next to the tent if at the end of the day her hair was uncovered. She knew this about that which speaks to the spiritual quality of these men. She understood it. These are people who knew how to intercalate the months. The question established new months, which I'm sorry. That is a intercalation. These are people who were known universally. So let's say you just understand, we typically have like this things that's like the chevra is like the riffraff, right? The whole right? The people like to get involved. There's always a chevra. Or whenever there's a fight, they're always there. Right? Always there. That's not this chevra. This chevra, these were good men. Holy men. Again, and Clark himself was a good man, which is why these people were willing to follow him. This is the tragedy of it. There was if it was just a group of riffraff, okay, it happens all the time. There's always a segment that wants to fight. Tragedy of Korach was that again it was the elite, was the holy chevra. Vayishma Moshe Vayipah so Moshe Rabbeinu heard, and he fell on his face. Not Moshe almost this is wild. What did he hear? They didn't fall on his face. I'm going to show up on I'm going to be honest, I'm Shekashturi. They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of adultery. They accused him of adultery. שנאמר, ויקנו למשה במחנה, אמרו ויצחק ולנו, שכל אחד ואחד כינס אשתו ממשה. Every man from this chagro warned his wife, like Sota, warned his wife about being alone with Moshe. שנאמר, ומשה ייקח as haOel, ונח alone מחוץ למחנה. As a result of this episode, Moshe Rabbeinu took his tent and he moved himself outside of the camp. Outside of the camp. Moshe Rabbeinu would not be in proximity to the camp because he wanted to remove himself from suspicion of adultery. He also said, by the way, how did it come that he's much like adultery? So remember again, it's the point of first textually, Moshe Rabbeinu did not live with Zipporah, his wife. Why did he not live with his wife? Because the emotion could appear to him at any time. He had to live in a different state of spiritual preparedness. So essentially, people say impossible for a man to live that way. If he's not living with his wife, then what? He must be living with someone else's wife. Which of us is so really profound on two levels. It's interesting that a lot of times in life, when we see great people, there's two ways you could relate to someone who is greater than you. You could either say, like that becomes like a role model for me. I want to try not to become that person, whether that's Shabbos morning, not to become that person, but I want to try to emulate that person. Or what you do is what? Knock that person down from their pedestal. And see, they're not that great. And it's human nature, also you see this all the time. Right? The innate desire. And by the way, you see this even very exciting. Why people are so fixated on taking people who exist on a pedestal and knocking down the pedestal. Because at the end of the day, if I can knock them off the pedestal, then I don't have to push myself to be any greater. In fact, if you denigrate the great person and bring them down to where I am, I don't have to push myself at all. They see Moshe Rabbeinu. They see a man who in certain respects is more malach than man. It's like they either go ahead and strive to emulate him in certain ways. Not always, but try or I cannot give off this pedestal. And so they flow to the moon. Moshe Rabbeinu it's not possible. He must be committing adultery. Moshe Rabbeinu hears what I say, it's incredible. Moshe Rabbeinu hears this, and if you notice, by the way, Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. He does respond. What's his response? He falls down. Let's say, it's almost as if you see this in many leadership narratives where a person is willing to give anything and everything. And then something happens, and the leader is like, I can't do this anymore. This is crazy. Like, you want to tell me I'm not a good leader, you want to tell me I'm not a good prophet, you want to tell me I don't care enough. Okay, you're fine. But then there's like a accusation.
Jesus Christ, all this Diet Coke
so crazy and so wild and so out of left, but the leader himself almost feels like powerless. It's like you call upon him. Moshe Rabbeinu almost like paralysis. Just wondering, like, what could I possibly do for this people? What else? Overwhelming story. The Lord was like, Moshe Rabbeinu gets up, and also, yeah, the great leader, realizes that people are just people, and they just can't do their stuff. So what does he do? He picks himself back up, and he understands that his mission is much holier than the baseless accusations or the baseless behavior of some group. So he goes to that side, and it's so beautiful. Amr Shlakish Mikan, Shem Natsiki Minafocus. What is the word? Let's say, this is incredible. Then Moshe went to Dasan and Abiram. I was like, should Moshe went to Dasan and Abiram? I don't know, it's like Moshe's one thing for sure, which is Dasan and Abiram are not what? They're not coming to him. So there's a choice. There's a choice. We can all stay in our corners, and Moshe Rabbeinu can try to engage. And God was on Moshe Rabbeinu. You know what they always say clear? He was in the Greek party. He just accused him of adultery. It's crazy. But Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm not having enough focus in my people. I'm not doing this. And Moshe Rabbeinu goes and does it, and I'll be like, why? Because it was at the end of the day, in that scene, focus. Listen, this is hardly so much. We talk about all the times. It is so much better to be happy than it is to be right. Like, what Moshe Rabbeinu was right means I'm going to stay in my corner. You come to me. I'm the Greek party. You remind me. What's going to say it is so much more important to be right. Sorry, to be happy, to be right. And therefore, Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Abiram. Incredible. This is the soul. If you want to be a person of shalom, to make shalom often requires me to debase myself a little bit. It requires me to do things that I shouldn't have to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. See, people attribute this meatball to Aaron. Like, what does the Mishnah say in Aaron? What Shabbos say that Aaron wanted shalom and a little bit of shalom. Everyone loves peace. Local people love peace. But what was unique about Aaron? He ran after peace. What people don't realize is it wasn't just the big guy. The little brother did it too. Moshe was also a little bit of shalom. Moshe also gets up and he goes to the Sarabim. Which means if you really value shalom, you have to be willing to put your ego on the sides and be able to make shalom, because being happy is so much more important than being right. He goes on, he says, I'm going to double up, come back, sings my focus over the line. Whoever goes ahead and sings my focus, he's going to watch their mark. But Lord Yeki Korach, I say, what's the law? It's incredible. There's a law about sustaining and maintaining my focus. What's the law? Sustaining my Korach. If you sustain and maintain my focus like Korach, but actually says, right in Stara. You get Sarah, so you maintain my focus, and professional focus. Sivaha, you got Moshe.
I know, it's just funny. It's so random.
Whoever again is against the Malchus of David HaMelech, ultimately answer given by Sivaha, by Yisbach, Adonio, Sol, Bakar, Umeri, in Evan Azochar, Sivhasam, این خماس داخل افرس وای رب بیستا حالا خالی کارا که خالی کارا شینا but the argues on his ready is like the argues on the shina but so now we're going to find this a little because you never like this you have to set something you never like the question who's being no there's different types of disagreement there's disparaging disagreement and there's honestic disagreement honestic disagreement is not only allowed but also encouraged. That's how we learn. That is how we learn. But there's disparaging disagreement. So ultimately, I think my focus on the Shema, that's a similar. So I'm going to come out and second one line. Come on, me, I'm about those in Shema. Whoever makes my focus with his ready is like making my focus with the Shema. Hey, my neighbor, you got to know the name, so I'll show. I'm going to think about Papa. From Slime our level. Whoever comes in, I said, what's up, Miss Slime? Mitzrayim is like someone speaks negatively about his Rebbe, Mitzrayim al Shechina is as if he's speaking negatively about the Shechina. Shneimar, Lo'aleinu k'no seichem kim al Hashem. Amar Yavo, Kol Maharer Acharav, whoever thinks negatively about his Rebbe, Kilo Maharer Achar Shechina. It's as if ultimately again, he thinks negatively about the Shechina. Shneimar, Vaydaber ha'am be'elokim Moshe. Always say so again, let's follow this, remember, especially in terms of the Gemara, but also, return Shabbat Peh will relate to you by your Rebbe. The relationship that one had with their Rebbe is perhaps, one could say, one of the most important relationships I have in life. Because my Rebbe is the one who gives me Torah. So if that relationship is fractured, or that relationship is flawed, it fundamentally undermines my entire relationship with that so that's why Chazal speak about that relationship in that way. So Osher, Shaman Ba'ala so maybe again, what's a little translated is that wealth is guarded to the detriment of its owner. What does this mean? Only Turkish, Zeh also Shokora. This refers to the wealth of Korah. What does this mean? That's coming as soon as Shabbat Alayham. And it goes with Zema Ono Sha'adam, Shema Anida Alaglav. So that's it, it's very interesting. On one hand, wealth is very good. Now, why is wealth good? It's not like turning into a wealth ministry, right? Why is waste on money, right? But why is wealth good? Very simple. Wealth gives a person confidence. You know this, right? When I have money in the bank, I feel confident, a good confidence, by the way, not arrogant, not talking about seniority, but confidence. I have material success, I'm standing on my feet, and again, it gives me a confidence, and listen, that's why, conversely, when a person doesn't have money, there's almost no richness when you are poor. Why? Because the person has to devote all of their energies to paying the mortgage, like to pay tuition, to read all this other stuff. It's very hard to find myself as well when I'm financially struggling. It makes perfect sense. Conversely, when I am financially solid, as I feel wealthy, but financially solid, I'm confident, I'm good. But on the other hand, wealth can also sow the seeds of spiritual discontent because of confidence in others. I could fall into the illusion of thinking that I'm self-sufficient and I don't need that responsibility. Must be a Korah and don't see me very wealthy. Must be doing most progress for us. I'm a case of something for us of Korah. The Kulu Aklidi, the Kilti, the yoga. So listen to this. Korah also doing this. Have 300 white donkeys to carry the keys to the treasure houses of his wealth. Now, again, the fact that this is obviously metaphorical and a bit hyperbolic, right? Because remember, when they're traveling in the desert, there's not any storehouses. The idea is that Korah was ridiculously wealthy. Now, on one hand, that wealth gives him the ability to be confident. Unfortunately, again, that confidence turned into arrogance and led to rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. You must know this is Yosef took 3 treasures in Egypt. Achos Nisgal Korah, one was discovered by Korah. The Achos Nisgal, that was Korah's wealth. The Achos Nisgal, then was Ben As, right? Antonius. This was the Carusa Rebbe. See? Like the Achos Nisgal, that's one bucket of treasure is hidden for the righteous and Roman Harbor. Incredible. Running up for the Korah. Now, what happened to Korah? What happened to Korah is following. So the Gemara says Korah was not swallowed up, nor was he burned by the fire of the Ketores. That's Korah, below Korah. sounds like his followers were by not off himself. But I'm not student that said that Harish below Korach. Now, another version says Korach, Mina Srufin, or Mina Kurus. Other opinion is no. Korach was both swallowed up and burned. We got both versions. The Simina Blum, the Sid, Batibla Osam, that's Korach. Mina Srufin, the Sid, Batitz Esh, Mizne Hashem, Bazov as Kamishim, Masai Ish, the Korach Badai. Okay, so what's in my focus is exactly what happened to Korach. Omerabba, Might Sid, Shemesh, Yareh, Amon, Zmullah. Or heat exactly out of the back on his words and this Mulane, Shamash Yare is Zulu. Apparently, again, during the rebellion of Korach, the sun and the moon went up, ascended into a higher level of Shamayim. And they said, I'm going to come and be in Ata Osa Bina Amram Mitzay, the Imrad Lo Mitzay. Wow. The sun and moon went on strike. And they saw Korach rebelling against Moshe. They stuck up for Moshe. They said, we are not coming out. We're not going to do our job unless you bring justice for the son of Amram. Incredible. Incredible. So this is what happened. Chazar pizza. So can you apply Hashem fire arrows at the sun of the moon? I don't know him. They both bought some of them. He was a little upset. He says, every single day, people worship you. Right? People use that as well. And that's what it's fun to me. So for my cover, you don't want to strike. So the cover that most you do, so let's say it's terrible. It's probably gets righteous. It's righteous. But even though not the Adamopole, and even after this very day, the sun and moon do not come out until they are struck. So Rashi has to give themselves over here exactly what exactly is the not yet. What exactly does that mean? So could that even today the sun is right, it's all right, and they don't come out right out of deficit. They come out of what's I hope not this tomorrow. Something and it's just like it's wrong, but it's so cute, right? It's so cute. So you know that like there are moments where I have to disappear, but I can't do it like with a straight face, right? So I always have like that's what this Gemara is. You also say, the sun and moon will strike the Moshe and never did it for Hashem. Do you know why? Because Hashem didn't create the sun and moon for him. He created the sun and moon for us. So the sun and moon see Moshe and suffering, like, we're not going to strike. We're going on strike. We're going on strike. I love you, really. Almost like you get a beautiful divine smile. Saying, so you only get this straight. You're going on strike for Moshe. But yeah, when they use idolatry against me, then you don't go on strike. It's not out of anger. It's not out of anger. If you don't show up almost proud of his creation because they recognize that the entire conflict, why they were putting this world, was for man. Was for man. Was for Moshe. It was incredible. Dar Shalom, I just said, if you already created Gehenna, good. I mean, love, but if you haven't created Gehenna, you have created hell. So Korach and his followers can go there. No, what does this mean? Even though the movement now, I think it's a little bit created Gehenna. So the heart in Korach, that's Hashemesh. Everything that was created was created was gracious. Hello, the Korean Kispa. By the Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, I know the exit where Gehenna is, and I'm going to ask you to move it right here. Open up the earth underneath Korach and his followers, move the exit to Gehenna right here, let them fall in. And then Korach will make the sons of Korach do like that. Turning to Rabbeinu, Mashim, Spatza, Lahem, Gehenna, Yashmu, Allah. So let's say the sons of Korach, and they're saying that it's more and so again, so the sons of Korach engage in a partial tshuva. They engage in a partial tshuva. And therefore, they did not descend to the lowest depths of Gehenna. And therefore, again, in this upper, we'll talk about more of that tomorrow, but again, sons of Korach engage in partial tshuva. So on one hand, they descended to Gehenna, but they did not go to the depths of Gehenna. I'm not going to say that with this. I was walking on the road. I came across the Arabs, and he said to me, I'm going to show you the spot where Korach and his followers were swallowed up. So I was concentrating busy that the came to a place, and there were two columns of smoke ascending from the earth. So what the Arab do? Shakon Kalabata Amshimaya, the Ocean Shun Kay, the Aquafay Hassam. Took a bowl of water, cups of water, soaked it in water, put it on the end of the spear, and put it over the column of smoke, and it singed. Which also tells you the intensity of the heat, right? The water is soaking wet. Yet again, when it comes on top of this area, it sings. I'm already. Otis, the Arab said to me, remember again. The Arab said to me, Otis, put your ear next to the ground. My shamus, what do you hear? The shamus ta'abika amri hafi Moshe b'salasa emes ve'en ba'dor. I heard voices calling out, Moshe and his Torah are emes, and they are liars. How days? Suppose that this is Korach and his father was swallowed up in the earth. I'm like, the Arab said to me, Chotzlasim Roman Mahadra in Gehenna, Kibasa b'sof Kalach. So apparently what happens is Gehenna goes through a rotation, right? And it rotates every 30, like meat that is being stirred in a pot. Like meat that's being stirred in a pot. But I mean, Hafi, Moshe, B'Sarasa, MS, Ve'en Ba'Droid. And ultimately, when you come to this place every 30 days, you can hear them saying the same thing. Moshe, B'Sarasa, MS, and we are liars. So ultimately, again, the Most I said, God, midbar. That's got a portion of water from. So somehow, God, midbar, in the Torah, Shne'emar, but midbar has a famous B'Sham Yamusim. You tell all of us, that we walk in this world, B'Sham Yamusim, all of us. But Omer Hashem is trying to be happy in your body, Elmi Nifasim, Dine Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say this is going to be Rabbi Akiva, but ultimately, again, God, midbar, doesn't have much to work for. That's what Melissa says, Hey, Midbar, Yom Rabbah. Not true. Not true. Your Hamidbar has a portion in the world to come. Shne'emar, Isfili Chasidi Karse Bisi Alayzela, Elamani Makaye, Hashem Ishbati Bi'api, Bi'api B'Shbati. Originally, Hashem swore that your Hamidbar would not go in, would not have a Mabah, because that was running deep. And I changed my mind. By the way, it's not a point that something absolutely amazing. If the Ribono Shel Olam could change his mind, so can you. So much more so often in life we get stuck in a particular job, right? This is who I am. This is what I do. This is how I live. This is how I conduct myself. And we become so entrenched in our behaviors. And we become so entrenched in our approaches. And even so entrenched in our hashkafas. And it's, that's just because I've been this way for the last 20, 30, 60 years. This is what I have to do. If the Ribono Shel Olam, who never needs to change, can change when he needs to, Allah has come of the Kama, I can change my approach part as well. Maybe should have got Omer, but no, my pasuk says, I look to make it go as well. So also the Shubha Gata says, no, this pasuk is not referring to John Midbar, it's referring to 2 generations. What does it refer to? This belief to see the Elit Tzadikim, should have called Rabadar. That refers to the Legendary generation. First say, we see those who uphold or come from my covenant, they will not even show about Zaya. Shamas will not show some future age. You learn the story. What if you themselves into the fiery furnace? Allah Tzara, who offer themselves to me, Elul. That's like having a Shamas Sham, the Shita of the Torah. This episode, they keep it saying the Torah, heroes that give themselves over literally against giving themselves over to death for words of Torah. And the Jim and Nazi are not, all in video, we're going to end with this. One of them, the Jim and Nazi said, the Da'ar Midbar ultimately again, absolutely goes to Olam Haba. That people said, I get instant. Right? Take the ego and take the miraculous. Right? So again, nevertheless, when Shimon says, they come to Olam Haba. So now, how do I know this? How do I know this? Uchiye Hashem Yeshivon Uzaru Sion B'Riyah. Okay, how do I know this? How do I know this? Because the Prophet says, Uchiye Hashem, those who are redeemed by Hashem from captivity will come to Sion and Zion. Now she says, we're the ones who are redeemed. Even Zah HaMidbar, Sheniftu Mitzrayim. Who is the Jew Hashem? Those are the Jews who were redeemed from captivity in Egypt. And the Prophet ultimately said that what the Hashem, they will come back and they will come to Sion B'Riyah from God. So we absolutely amazing. Right? This is the process. This is the process that we quote every single time that we say the Mishabeh for the Shema. And as we put it right on the next year on Shabbos, since the Mishnah October 7th, was to recite the names of every single one of the captives. Sometimes, as we say these names, and as we dive into our brothers and sisters in captivity, it's normal, and it's natural sometimes to lose hope. And especially again, as so many tragedies have unfolded, right? We think about how all of us, we're diving so hard, for the Biba sounds, the Biba children, how much the social years that those 2 precious children will come back to their families and resume their childhood. or heartbroken and shattered, but it's important for us to know for Hashem Yeshua Uval Tirmina. Hashem took us out of captivity. He took millions of Jews out of captivity from the time. He brought us in time. And again, even if God Midbar, once again from Olam Haba, it will come a time when God will redeem all of our captivity. We hope that it's so much, whatever it is, we can make these hope. Do you Hashem Yeshua Uval Tirmina? It's happened before, and that's a story result to see it happen again. I'm also going to stop over here for today. I don't know if I missed you up for that time. Alright, so let's by the way. We'll see here at Hashem. This is very interesting. Just want to leave you off. There's a fundamental focus. I mean, Kiva holds the God Midbar does not have all of it. What you see is there are other beings who hold that they do have all of Haba. So like we should have a focus and each of the two that we see reps tomorrow God. Those are Mekira's comments actually going to take place in the classroom right now. Right across the hall. We'll get started there. Hashem.
I would kill you easily. So it's like, I'm not going to fight you. If you want to, just pull up. Pull the fuck up. Let us know what you think of the new setup here, the chairs. We're thinking about getting some more rain cans in here. For sure, we're missing out on some of those. So funny. And then Magic Mind, hit us up. We're trying to do a Magic Mind advertisement. Yeah, dude. Also, Black Buffalo.
All right, girls, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to fame. Our annual commentator sponsor, the Chosen Mishpacha, for dedicating all the show results this year. And it's a plus for the Solar Fellows and Mishpacha. Commentator sponsors the month of Nisan, Abba Alina Latova, Paul Powell, in celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva, Esther, Halak, anonymous sponsorship in the Schos of Simchas for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Avram and Shane Kelman. Memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian and Basco, Shua, Kashol, Sistema, and our weekly sponsors, Father Yakubalik, the nation of the Arts Center, Paul's father, Shmuel, and Zechariah, who gave grandmother, Cyril, Basco, Gloria, supporting Raphael, and the American Outcome Torah, and Shana Samuel, the families in the Kamo, all those who need to report Shabbat to their close studies, like the French, the Nation, the Gemara hostages, and the soldiers should be successful to follow Maaseh, your baby. Well, so with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Let's technical issues this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so we are picking up in Yom Hashem on today's Gospel Confess 108. You have no idea about that and where we're starting this morning, but okay, we're starting on Kod Zayin and Aleph 107a, and we are picking up in Yom Hashem Mini KC Mikasharav, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom. In the case of Hasharaf, so David Amar, remember again, is asking for what we'll call incremental forgiveness. So one of the things he asks is, if I'm again, forgive me from my great sin. So the Gemara says, what is this? We actually mentioned this yesterday. David Amar says, I'm asking that you remove my entire story. Don't write my degradation. Remove this entire story about Sheva from Canaan. Amalodi Yasham as well, who says, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Oh my gosh, I'm talking to Sarai. Only the Saba, Kamashan, and Ashabayo, Sheva, Sakti. And remember again, I thought we give the much as well. I removed a yud from the name of Sarai, right? Sarai became Sarah. And that yud was floating around for a couple of generations until I found the ability to place it in the name of Yoshua. Shneimar, Vayikra Moshe, Moshe, the name Yoshua. Called Parsha Kolachas Talmud. The prophet says actually quite good. The prophet says, look, I spent all of these difficulties trying to place one yud. Trying to place one yud, I had to take the yud of Sarai, I had to place it somewhere, and again, that yud was kind of homeless all of these years until Hoshea became Yehoshua to go ahead and erase an entire section of the Navi that I can't do. And of course, there's a profound yesod in this as well, which is that certain things, you can get forgiveness, but they can't necessarily become undone. And this is tremendously important to start in relationships, to start your life. What I say again, I can repeat it. Again, it's not enough that I could attain forgiveness, but the ability to erase it, right? The ability to treat it as if it never occurred, sometimes that is not truly possible. inkább a minikészítésre, annak van Because all of my Mahoya also Avantino. Governor says Hashem, please forgive me for the episode of my totality. Forgive me in totality. Almost, my also follow my muscle, Hashem says, here's the problem. In the future, your son Shlomo will say the following idea. Because of Moses Rechana, the person spoke of fire right by his chest and not burn his clothing. In the Halif Ishal Yichavim Ragra the person walk on coals and his feet are not going to be burnt. So too, one who has relations with his friend's wife, ultimately again will not be cleansed from such a sin. In other words, what Shlomo says to David, your son Shlomo himself says that there's ramifications for certain others. There's ramifications for certain misdeeds. So I can't just go, how can you just ask for the straight out forgiveness? Anyway, how about Allah, someone already called Haki Vitra that we got should I be lost? Should I be lost in totality? That's all. I should just be totally lost to everything. So you know, I'm already Kabbalah and Yisur. Sometimes it's that when you can accept the kind of self-suffering. Accept the kind of self-suffering. Remember, the Governor was trying to attain forgiveness. So Yosha says, forgiveness just can't be dispensed. It has to be earned in some way. So accept the kind of self-suffering. So you want to just keep it all up, find out and accept the kind of self-suffering. I'm not going to do it. She started out being stuck in a Shino, so for 6 months down the road, became the Tzara. He became attracted to Tzaras. As a result of the Tzaras, remember again, everyone is separated from him. The Persian and Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin separated from him as well. The Stara, how do you know that he contracted Tzaras? That's it. Techat Amy Be'ezor Be'ekar, Techat Sini Umishalai Badim. The Star Kahim and Ashkina, the Sir Hashibali Sasso, Mishachov, the Ruach, and the Divak Dismithani. The Partial and the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him. That's it. Yeshua Shisha Hadash, I don't know, by the way, that all of this went on for 6 months. The Sir, by Yom HaShamalach, David Ayushan, Abadim Shana. David HaMelech reigned for 40 years. On the website. The Chevron Malach Sheva Shanim, the Chevron he reigned for 7 years. The Yushalayim Malach Shosh and Shosh. So by the way, this was the split of David HaMelech's monarchy. Like for 7 years he was in Hebron. Now those 7 years in Hebron, that was essentially pending before he was fully accepted as king over all of Israel. And then for 32 years in Yerushalayim. So you see that it says the Chevron Malach Al-Yudah Sheva Shanim Shisha Hadashim. And interestingly enough, the Pasuk says that in Hebron, he actually ruled over Yehudah for 7 years and 6 months. So the Yerushalayim Shisha Hadashim with Lochafashi is interestingly enough, when the Navi counts his entire monarchy, it doesn't count for 6 months. Why not? Shmami on the Stara. Because apparently during those 6 months when he had Tzaras, he wasn't really functional so much. So because he wasn't functional, therefore I looked away so they were not counting the totality of Israel. Which is very beautiful to my head right now. I'm going to find a big bonus shalom. So once again, Kevin Aleph is yearning for one simple thing. He wants forgiveness. Forgive me for my sin.
So I gotta fucking play the thing and I got a deck right here. But yeah, maybe later I'll play the dolphin thing. Wow, but
forgive me for my sin. So what's it? You're forgiven. Always forgiven. I say even hospital, but the year is so nice. I don't shoot. You have to Hashem at that time. Sometimes, remember, one of the things that we keep seeing is that Governor Miller again was so badly mistreated. By everyone around him because of this particular idea. So for them not to take this as a belief, I would like is probably a sign of your forgiveness. Most of these are on the way. I will not give you this sign during your lifetime, but I will give you this sign during the lifetime of Shlomo your son. So saying terrible what happened to the destruction of Shlomo's Beis Hamikdash, because Shahakis always finished Hadashim. God was Sha'al Zevazah. When Shlomo finally finished building the Beis Hamikdash, and he wanted to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaHadashim, the gates of the Mikdash would not open. Can you imagine this? Shlomo HaMelech spent all of his time building this building. And then finally, when he gets there, the gates won't be for him. Okay, so what happened? So Amar Ashim Ba'abba Renano Slonan, he said 24 forms of shear, 24 Kafetach Haftilim, and the gates did not open. Amar, so Sha'arim Rashayachem, Binas Hupische Olam, Yavam Melech HaKavod. Literally, open the gates, and let the Melech HaKavod, means the Melech HaKavod, who is the great king, Hashem Tizu, the Gibor, Hashem Gibor Melchama. Remember, so Sha'arim Rashayachem, Olam, Yavam Melech HaKavod. So it's like they're singing all of these beautiful shields as his brachos, like stoning God, and yet, below Nada. He still wasn't answered. Listen to this. Kivan Sha'amar, Hashem Elokim, HaPashem K'nei B'Shikacha. One stone supplicating and said, Hashem, my God, please, do not go ahead and turn away from the face of your anointed one. Zohra Lachasdei David Ha'Gecha. Remember the chesed of David, your servant. Miyad Miyad. Then the gates opened. What's the amazing happening is Shlomo couldn't get the gates out of the base, and it was open until they invoked the memory of his father. Only once David's name was mentioned did the gates finally open up. The Gemara says, "Ba'os Shah." That made Sony David for sure to do it. In that moment, David's antagonists, that his enemies, their faces laughing like the bottom of a pocket, whereas they became like ashes, they became embarrassed. The Yadu Chol Yisrael, Shemachala Chol Yisrael, in that moment, they realized that David HaMelech was forgiven for that sin, for the episode of Bathsheba. It was a tremendous story. So what's fascinating about this is, remember, David HaMelech got what he wanted, but he didn't get it when he wanted. Like, he wanted this public display of divine forgiveness in his lifetime, but at the end of the day, he got it only during the lifetime of his son Shlomo. Also, I think that there is a tremendous lesson in relationship dynamics as well over here, which is sometimes in a relationship you hurt someone. You know, it happens a lot of times that you do something wrong to someone, especially if you're the perpetrator. Like, I know, let's say, it's one of those case situations where I know that I was wrong. So what happened? I know I want to forgive. I want to apologize. And it's interesting that sometimes when you offer an apology, a sincere one, what's the expectation that comes with a sincere apology? Like, instantaneous forgiveness. I said I'm sorry. So now stop. And by the way, I hope that if you get hurt by someone and they do apologize genuinely, there is a halachic mandate to go ahead and forgive. There is. Sometimes we expect this instantaneous forgiveness when there is a sincere apology. And the truth is, it doesn't work that way in relationships. When you hurt someone, just because you feel bad and now you want to make it right, that's very beautiful. It doesn't mean you can undo the damage on the timeline that you want. And it doesn't mean that you can put things back to the way that you want. And it doesn't mean that you can wipe this day clean just because now I am moved by tremendous remorse. David HaMelech hurt Kiriachol Rebbeinu Shalom. He did something wrong. He wants forgiveness. And his Baruch Hu almost models for him, you're going to get forgiveness. Because forgiveness is always attainable for those who genuinely possess remorse. But forgiveness doesn't come on the timeline of the perpetrator. Forgiveness sometimes comes on the timeline of the aggrieved party. I'll give you forgiveness, but Baruch Hu says, but not now. An incredible model for our human relationships as well. The mother goes, right, Gehazi gets sick. What happened with Gehazi? This guy gets sick. Elisha Damascus, so Elisha went to Damascus. Where did he go? So Elisha went to bring back Gehazi to become a Baal, but Gehazi would not. Remember, Gehazi is the Gabbai, he's the attendant of Elisha. What happened? I don't know. So Elisha comes to Gehazi. Gehazi, guys, what you want? So Gehazi says, Elisha, I learned from you that if somebody goes ahead and commits an Avera and causes others to commit Averas, he can't do Tshuva. So my other, what can Gehazi do that's so bad? It's fascinating. Some say, so apparently, either way, Gehazi somehow made the appearance that the golden path of Yeravam, in fact, had power. Some say that he had a very powerful magnet, and with the powerful magnet, he was able to kind of make the calf look like he was levitating. Others say that he possessed the name of Hashem. He placed it down in the mouth of the golden calf, and the golden calf began to speak. Either way, what he did was he gave the appearance that the calf has power. And that led many people to follow the calf and led them astray. So the Gemara says, others say that Elisha because he kept the students away from Elisha. Also, Shemaiah, Bnei Adi and Elisha, Shemaiah, Bayomu Bnei Adi and Elisha. So again, the student had to get Chazi out of the picture. So the student said to Elisha, the place that we are sitting in front of you too small. Right? The Mitzvah is too small. So what do you see from here? So it sounds like up until this time, the Talmidim weren't really there. Why weren't they there? Because again, Chazi was keeping them out. Incredible. Let's say right with them, Gemara.
Not much is happening in the fighter. Dude, give me
I guess not. The in reality, generally, you should push away with the left and bring close with the right. The idea is that sometimes you have to push certain people away. When you push them away gently as you're pushing, also simultaneously bring them closer. You must look at Elisha should not follow the Chazi which they had now. Not like Elisha, who would have got upset with the Chazi pushed them away with two hands. But say, Vayomer Naaman, Hoyo Bakach Kikarim, Vayit Chabal, Vayit Kikarim Kaseh. Vayomer Elisha, Mani Chazi. Vayomer לא ערף ענה ויאמר לא איבי חלק כאשר הפך בשני עמר כאשר לקרסך איס לקחת זכסת ולקחת בגלל מזה שנקרא לצור לבקר בעבן משפט. Okay, this is in front of the year. We're going to see this right in just a moment. The downfall of Gehazi came in the following episode. Naaman became to Elisha for help. We're going to see that Naaman is the Aramean general. He comes to Elisha for help. Elisha helps him. As it seems then what happens as a result of the help. So Naaman offered Elisha like a lot of stuff, and Elisha refused it. Because he runs after Naaman afterwards and says, "Hey, my lady changed his mind, and he wants the stuff. He wanted to get the stuff, and he hid it from Elisha." That's the story right now. Elisha confronts him and he says, "To Gehazi, you took all of this stuff from Naaman, and he lists off 8 items that Gehazi took from Naaman." So the mercy one second. And so Gehazi didn't take all that. What did Gehazi take? I guess if it was nothing to do with shakal. Gehazi took money. He took silver and he took gold. Because above the Shvat was facing all these different things. And all these so listen to this. But also Shah. Haya Elisha Yoshi V'Reish Shmona Shvatim. And that when all this happened, so Elisha was learning the Perek of Shmona Shvatim. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Shmona Shvatim. I'm sorry. Naaman Sat Savanalach Haram. So Naaman, who was the head of the army of Aram, came and because he was stricken with Saras. What happened? So there was a particular Jewish girl, a captive, a Jewish captive, who told Naaman, go to Elisha, Naaman, and will heal you from your saras. So Naaman comes to Elisha. Elisha says, go and immerse yourself in the Jordan River. Like, if that's the remedy you have, first we have nice rivers in Aram. Why are you telling me to go and immerse in the Jordan River? So So the people with Naaman said to him, what does it matter to you? And he's telling you immerse in the Jordan. Go immerse in the Jordan. What do you have to lose? Sure enough, Naaman immersed himself in the Jordan River. And what happened? He was healed. Also, I see that the honey did not be so ultimately again. Naaman is so with gratitude, tolerance, Elisha, and therefore he goes and he brings in all of these riches outlined in the Chassid. So the Gemara says, "Lo tzadi lekabel." Elisha didn't want anything because he gets in the kabel. Elisha also shakal, nine of the shakal, so however, so Naaman goes on his way. Gehazi runs after Naaman, and Gehazi gets stuff from Naaman, claiming that, now remember again, the way Gehazi gets this, Gehazi claims to Naaman that Elisha changed his mind. You know, of course, Elisha didn't change his mind, so Gehazi gets all of this stuff, and he hides it, because he's not going to tell his Rebbe what he got it, so he hides it. He also Gehazi Elisha Latzaraz Tavi Parfa Ilu Elisha. So when Gehazi walks back into Elisha, what does Elisha see? That there's a little bit of Saras on the forehead of Gehazi. So Elisha put all of this together. Amere Russia, he is little Star Shmona Shvatzim, it's Saras Naaman Tibach, is Zarafa Ashalom, Elisim, and the family Tzorah Shashai. So this happens, so it seems Gehazi says, Russia, you could have instead received the reward for Shmona Shvatzim, which was the part that they were learning. But ultimately, instead of that, you will get the Saras of Naaman, and it will bring to you and to your offspring for all generations. And Gehazi left, sticking it with so it's like the Pasuk commemorates each thing that Gehazi got from Naaman, even though he didn't get these things. But it means is he gave up the spot of Shmona Shvatzim, he gave up the spot of that Torah, ultimately again for some type of material benefit. So let's say, interestingly enough, that's the story of Gehazi. But what you see from the Gemara is the Gemara felt that feels that Elisha dealt too harshly with Gehazi. He did something wrong, but there was a way to deal with him, not to push him away in such a dramatic way. There's also tremendous responsibility as well. But if you notice, what Elisha was telling Gehazi was like this, and he says, instead of the reward that you could have gotten for Shmona Shvatzim, instead you'll go ahead and you'll get Taras. So you told at the same time before that in general for sin, there is this dual liability. On one hand, there's liability for the commission of the negative act, but at the same time, there's also another liability, which is at the same time that I was doing the Avirah, I could have been doing something positive. Right, so there's a lost opportunity. For having done things, lost opportunity for engaging in dynamic positive activity at the time that I'm doing the Avirah. So Elisha, not only did you lie and take the treasure from Naaman, but you also lost out on the source of the Torah that we were learning together. Incredible. The Gemara was right there. So again, there were 4 lepers at the entrance of the gate. It was Gehazi and his 3 sons. Okay, so Gemara was like Tanya, I'm Shem and Elazar. Yetzer Tino K'isha, incredible Gemara. So Yetzer Tino K'isha takes small broken of Yanukareves. Push it away with your left hand and move it closer with your right hand. Now, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Yetzer Ta'avaso Imachika Meno Legamrei Mekarba Legamrei Bali Be Isu Sheni Yachol Lichposh Yitzro Midvar Avera. So let's say Yitzro over here means the desire for sexuality. Desire for sexuality is something that should be pushed away with the left hand, but ultimately again move closer with the right hand. Now what does this mean? It means it's like this. On one hand, if one totally pushes away and suppresses that desire, that's a disaster, right? Because that could ultimately again prevent population prevents population of the world. On the other hand, if you just fully embrace it and fully just like lean into it, a person can become a very immoral individual. So I need like this balance of, on one hand, feeling a little bit of healthy restraint, but at the same time also active engagement. That's the answer. Pinot Isha actually says, Daipan Kala, and Pikha also Mikadra Miaola. What does it mean over here? And also a child and a woman. Rashi says over here essentially Daipan Kala is complex, means sensitive. Sometimes women and children could be very sensitive, and what happens, and again, the wrong statement at the wrong time, or the wrong action at the wrong time, could totally destroy the individual. Incredible. The Gemara says, Isha. Elisha became ill 3 times throughout his life. So after Shadira David, this was the episode where there were these young men were disrespectful to Elisha. He got upset and he was attacked and killed by bears. So he was punished for that. He was punished for that. And ultimately, one, because he incited the bears, right? After she did it, but for after she got fully get fuzzy share again, he got sick was as a punishment for pushing away the fuzzy with two ends. The affection is from, and one ultimately, again, the ultimate sickness that he died from. I got run was a girl, I got run was a sickness. I thought there was no old age. People didn't age. Like what happened? Omar Hayitzchak, Omar says, called the Chazir Abraham, Omar Hayitzchak, called the Chazir Yitzchak, Omar Hay Abraham. So what happened? Because people didn't age, and you know that Abraham and Yitzchak looked alike, people would constantly confuse them. They would say, oh, this is Abraham, this is Yitzchak. So what happened? More Abraham, Abraham davened for old age. So that Shneimar Abraham Zakin by Yom. Abraham is old age. The first time is mentioned by Abraham. So also it's actually quite interesting, right? That Abraham apparently asked for old age that people should be distinguishable. So if you look about this on a little bit of a deeper level, Abraham davened for old age. Why? And also without old age, there's a fear that people will stay the same throughout life. The beauty of aging, the title for a book, the beauty of aging is that it forces us to reassess how we live, how we act, and what we do at different stages of life. Right? If a person never aged, then by definition, I could just maintain the same behaviors and approaches. As I age, physically I change. Hopefully, as we physically change, it also encourages us to modify and to change different things about our persona and different things about our life as well. So I'm not even davening for this change of aging, so that the exterior physical change should hopefully motivate us to make internal spiritual changes as well. Incredible. The Lord says, up until Yaakov, there's no such thing as illness. People just died, right? You arrive and then you die. So when I say, actually that people would sneeze. People would sneeze and then they would die, right? But then sun would just come out from the earth. So you must avoid it. Maybe I before Yaakov davened for illness. Right here, see, davened for illness. You know, Yosef, you gotta remember, the first time illness is mentioned is by Yaakov. When Yosef is told your father is ill, Rashi points out over here, why did Yaakov daven for illness? Rashi says, "Today she tonight in the bottom, Baba ko echad Yaakov and Kamo, Leo Sarah b'Shas Misa, Kevin Shelo and Shelo Chalamita Yodu Shelo from the Thompson and One." So it's interesting. Rashi's understanding over here is that maybe it's for family. The family should realize that their loved one is sick. And when they realize that their loved one is sick, that means death may be somewhat imminent. And it gives family the opportunity to go ahead and come together, say their goodbyes, right, do what has to be done, ask for forgiveness. So it's interesting that according to Rashi, the power of illness is much more for the family than for the person himself. But often thought that the reverse, not too exclusive, but it's also for the person who's ill. It's good to know when the end is coming, right? Because each and every one of us has to be true. Each and every one of us has to make amends for certain things. So to know that the end is near is very powerful, not just for the family, but very powerful for the individual himself. To know that again, the end is near, and therefore again, I have to get my personal affairs in order. Incredible. So the Gemara says. Good. Up until Elisha, ultimately, again, there was never anyone who became ill and was healed. Yes, it was that if you got sick, you died. Elisha was the first one who became ill and was healed. But also, Elisha died, and he got well. Shneimar Elisha Chala as far as tries Elisha ultimately becomes ill, the illness from which he died from which we could infer the other illnesses he did not die from because he died in illness. Incredible. Mishnah, the generation of flood have no portion in the world to come. They only do begin, nor do they stand for judgment. This is a very interesting lesson of what only begin. So the way this is understood is that they do not experience Kriyas HaMesim as well. They don't experience Kriyas HaMesim. Apparently, again, you still have to go with this. I know that I owe you still the Rambam. Maybe first we should finish up the Gemara before we go to the Rambam. Right, so I owe the Rambam about how this whole thing with like Olam Haba, Kriyas HaMesim, judgment, how all of this stuff comes together. So we'll do it in Hashem before we finish the Masechta. But the idea over here is that not only do not have all the they also do not, they don't have judgment that occurs during resurrection. Yes, I mean, Shemar, but not the looking about the generation of the death backlog is Migdal Baba. Right, ultimately is when we built the tower, up to Shemayim. So Imam Kez Balamah, but we have no portion of Mah. Shemar, Bayafetz Hashem, Shem Apnei Kalaretz. Right, Bayafetz Hashem on some Olam Hazeh, and Shem Yitzam Hashem, the Olam Haba. Anshes Dom, the people of Stone. Inland, Chilik Olam Haba. They have no portion of the world to come. Shemar. Anshes Dom, Roim, Mechatayim, LaHashem, Ma'od. They're sinful to Hashem very much. Roim Olam Hazeh. So they're bad in this world. The Chatoim are still filled with Sini Olam Haba. Only Din B'Din. But interestingly enough, apparently Anshes Dom are resurrected. Like they have resurrection, and therefore again have the judgment associated with resurrection. Okay, lots of things. The Nechemia says, it's not true. Rabbi Nechemia says both Hamabo and the people of Stone, neither of them ultimately again experience resurrection. Shneimar, Akim Yakum Rishon Tafach Kokas 108a, Akim Yakum Rishon Rishbak. The Chatoim Badas Tzadikim. Akim Yakum Rishon Rishbak. What does it mean that the wicked will not stand for judgment? Zed Hamabo. The Chatoim Badas Tzadikim Idu Anshe Stone. So it's interesting enough in Machlokas. Everyone agrees about Hamabo and Choda. I'm just thinking about Anshe Stone. Anshe Stone, do Anshe Stone experience resurrection or not? That apparently is in Machlokas. Incredible. Unload. Ain't on this. Badas Tzadikim about Ondin, Badas Rishon. You're right, the people of Stone will not stand in Adas Tzadikim, but they do stand in Adas Rishon. Again, we'll see exactly what this means, but Hashkas, what it means is that they will stand for judgment during Chesanis Meraglim, and when Kemal very painful. Meraglim don't have a portion in the world to come. Shina Emar, by a Muslim, no Shimotzi, Dibas Haris, Benagit with Hashem. By a Muslim, Mazeb is guiding this world of Benagit, Benagit, the Olam Haba. This is very, very profound. By the generation of the desert, Abraham Chiluk the Olam Haba. So this is an astounding statement. And this is a sweeping statement. The entire generation of the desert does not have a portion in the world to come. They only been Badin, nor do they stand for judgment according to the Salvation Amar. Samidbar Hazar Yitamu Bisham Yamuzu de Rabbi Akiva. So most of this is in Rabbi Akiva. The Hamidbar does not have a portion in Olam Haba, nor do they experience the Salvation. And the Eliezer Omer Aleihem Omer Isfudi Chassidei Karsa Dusi Alai Zava. So the Lord says, not true. So Hamidbar was punished in this world, but they do have a portion in the world to come. Adas Korach in Asidolaros, the assembly of Korach, will never come up. The Pashtus, what that means is Korach and his followers were swallowed up by the earth. That's where they will remain. They do not rise up. Shine'emar, Batachas Alei Ma'aretz Ba'olam Hazeh, Hayavdu Mitoch Hakal the Olam Haba, Rabbi Akiva. So that's to be given statement. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Aleihem Omer, Hashem Nemis in Chaye Mori Sha'ol Chaya. The Lord says, not true. About Adas Korach, it said that one day the will bring them up from the depths. Incredible. All right, so a lot of time back over here. We'll say second white line. The right says, they do not have a portion in the world to come. Shneimar, Vaimach Koli as Koli, Kumashap Neadama, Vaimach as Koli Kumba Olam Hazeh. Everything is wiped out. That's reference to this world. Vaimach Minha'aretz the Olam Haba, the Rabbi Kiva. They are wiped out from the earth. That the first Olam Haba. This Rabbi Kiva. Also, Rabbi Kiva of the opinion that Allah said, Dra Hamabo, not from the Olam Haba. I didn't have to say Omer. Lechaim, Belonigonim. Then you use them to say this, right? They do not go ahead and come back. There's no resurrection. They're not starting. Shneimar, lo yodon yuti ba'adon li'olam, lo din v'lo'yah. Never heard of possibilities. Lo yodon yuti, shrefi mishmasan, ozeres li'nadana. Also, if you again, it means that their spirit, their neshama, will never be returned to their body. Bar Yosef Omer, Afilu B'Shar Shachar Baruch Hu Matzeh B'Shamos Nefar Nisim. Even if Baruch Hu returns the souls, the dead bodies, Ayit Ches Nisim, Nishmas Kashan Miharim. Not only did they not experience Ches Nisim, but ultimately again they're still afflicted in Gehenna. She'Amar Taru Chashash Teldu Kash. Okay, so that's again. So just to point out of here, everyone is agreeing that there's no Olam Haba and there's no stress on this. At that point, it doesn't seem to be a point of contention. Now the Gemara talks a little bit more about Torah Mabo. Torah Mabo is the ocean of the flood. From the Skalu Ela B'Shvil Tova Sheshpil on the Kodesh Baruch Hu. So it's a very profound Gemara. Why? Torah Mabo become Balagaiba. They become very arrogant. Why do they become arrogant? A lot of times, arrogance stems from the fact that we have a lot. And so they became arrogant because of the very blessed start to the rebellion of all the Olam did. Gemara says, Maksivan. What does it say about that? Bakeim Shalom Mitachal. V'Loshevet El Ka'alei El Tzid. Show you Avar Zoro Yadil. Kitmo Paras and Lokushka Tzid. Yishlach Kison Elileim. V'Nedei Yirach Tzid. Yishu Batal Tzidar. Yishu Kulakol Ida Tzid. Yivoli Yimel in the case. It's also the evening Tzid. In the letter Chayifas will be Garba. She'amru La'el. Sur Mimelo Vidas Trakapa Lo Kapsenu Ma Shakai Kina Abenu Mano Il Kinishka. So essentially what the figure we just read highlights all of the materials value that they received. Like they had everything. Remember, they had everything. As a result of having everything, they said, what do we need God for? I see all this stuff, we have all this stuff. So why do we need that Baruch Hu? The heat, garbage outside. The Gemara says, what do we really need God for? Right? The most we need God for is for rain. But the truth is, even for that, we don't need Him. The H on our narrows, so the stock in the hand, actually, there's so much water. Like we have rivers, we have springs, we have more than enough to sustain ourselves. The very drop of that shower upon them, that's what they used to anger me. I'll show them I will judge them through the very items that gave them the confidence to rebel against me. Shneimar, Ba'ini, Hinene, maybe Mabo, I'm sorry, Hinene, maybe as Hamabo, Mai. So most of this is very profound. So the idea is, everyone to yourself, why does Hashem wipe out the world with a flood? Why a flood? So the Gemara understands over here because the source of your self-contented arrogance that led to their rebellion against God. They said the only thing we need to depend on God for is rain. But Hashem, we have so many water sources, we don't even need God. So let's say you rebelled against me. With bracha, I'll bring you back punishment with the very source of bracha. Incredible. Rabbi Yossi, I'm a dharma. Lo Nisko Ela B'Shil Gal Ha'ayin Shedom L'Mayim. So dharma ultimately again they became arrogant. Why? Because of their eyeballs. In other words, they saw how much bounty they possessed. And they rebelled against God. The eyeball itself like resembles a body of water. Shneimar Vayikul HaNashim Yificha. Done O Sambamayim Shedom L'Gal Ha'ayin. Therefore Hashem went ahead and judged water that is like the eyes. Shneimar Nifku Kol Ma'inos Tehom Rabba. Barabos Hashem Yiftach. I'm going to be open on Dharma Mabo Berabba Kiltulu Uberabba Nidomi. So Dharma Mabo sinned big and therefore they were punished big. Berabba Kiltulu Shene'emar Bayar Hashem Kilab Rabba Ra'as Ha'adam Uberabba Nidomi Shene'emar Kol Ma'ayos Tehom Rabba. I'm going to be open on Shlosha Nishkayim Mehem. Out of all these sources of water, all of the original water sources that existed before the flood, so all of them, of course, were changed as a result of the flood. 3 of the original water sources that existed before the flood still remain today. What are they? Marcus Blua de Gadar, Kame Tigaria, Ve'eni Rabasa de Bilan, so Blua de Gadar, the new spring, coming to the hospitals of Tigaria, and the spring, the great spring of Bira. Okay, he is just called Basra as the Afar. So remember again, still the possession of the flood. Every living thing went ahead and corrupted its way. I'm going to be open on Milani. Shiadu Behema al Chaya, Bakaya al Behema. So they mated Behemoth with Chayas, Chayas with Behemoth, Bakal al Oven, the Adam al Akal, and man mated with all kinds of animals as well. So everything was just corrupted in the world. I'm going to be out of the Kulon Chazru, in the aftermath of the flood, all of the animals kind of returned to their original ways, mating only with their own kind. Chutz Mitzvah, the exception of the Tushwami birds. Apparently, the Tushwami bird mates with anything. So again, that's the one holdover from the days of Yahweh. So Hashem says to Noah, the end of all living things come upon. And we open up holy way, come and brother Koko Shachamas. See how destructive the clock of Hamas is. What does Hamas mean in this context? But also as a do all kinds of terrible stuff. But interesting enough, they think it was only sealed after they stole. Is it that Hamas? Why is it that? Why is it that sealed the fate of the Abraham Avram? She makes us is able to forgive us for a variety of things. And Hashem is able to go ahead and understand why we sin in all different ways. The one thing that becomes unforgivable is when we wrong one another. When you hurt another person, take from another person, abuse another person, take advantage of another person. Again, that's stealing. And by the way, stealing is also society of immorality. Because when a person is immoral with other people, often they're robbing other people of relationships. When those type of dynamic sets in, that becomes an unforgivable dynamic. The Lord shall tolerate a lot of stuff we do to him. We can't, so to speak, stomach, and when we can't go ahead and forgive are the things we do to one another. Incredible. So in other words, right there. I'm not going to Milano, so Zakov Asmo Kimako, Bob the Fan for the Spark of Amar. Lefana Gibon shall belong to him, belong to Amonam, belong to Hamed, belong not by him. So it's almost actually reminds me of the theft itself came before after the Spark and essentially said enough. There's too much theft happening in this world. We have to punish them. It's time very strong. Noah Nefta Dizagdim, Ella Shemot Nation. Even Noah should have been subject to the collective punishment of his generation, but he found favor in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shneimar, V'chanti ki asisi, v'noach motzachim b'nei Hashem. V'ayinochim Hashem ki asa sa'adam ha'aretz. Hashem literally again regretted that he made man. So ki asa rabim amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu yafa asisi shetikant lem kvaretz ha'aretz. Oh, this is something good. That I created a system where man could be buried in the ground. Since I can be buried in the ground, it's easy to dispose of them. My mashmok, Sipha, Kalayanakim, Hashem, Sipha, Bayanakim, also my Dabra Abu, the Big Damri, Loyafa Sisi, Shetikanti, Lahan, Varos, isn't it good that I established for them burial in the earth? Sipha, Kalayanakim, Sipha, Bayanakim, Hashem, Alara, Shadiva, Lasos, Yamo. Ela told those to Noah. So the verse says these are generations of Noah. He started coming Hayam Dorosa. Noah was righteous in his generation. Already Yochanan, the Dorosa of the Lord Dorosa. It was a famous Bachokas quoted by Rashi in the Chumash. So why does Rashi say that he was righteous in his generation? So you know, the Yochanan says he was righteous in his generation, but not first. He had relative righteousness. He was righteous because he lived in a generation of Rishonim. But had he lived in a different generation, he would not have been so righteous. If he was righteous in his own generation, ultimately, again, Koshikin B'Doros Achreid. All the more so that he would have been righteous had he lived in a different generation. Now, this is a bit mismachlokas about Noah. Like, was Noah just righteous because he lived in a regular generation, or was he righteous, or would he have, or because he was righteous in his own generation, certainly would have been righteous in a different generation as well. I'm going to tell you now. Much of the Yochanan Madodon. So let's give much of Yochanan. Right, so Yochanan said he was relatively righteous. He was righteous in his own generation, but not in his generation. The Chavos Shayai, Shai Zemuna, the Market Shachavos Bizmama, the Recha, no, Dave Shalom Koma, in Yochanan, is comparable to a barrel of wine in a cellar filled with vinegar. So let's say, you could have wine that's not even so great. But when you put it in a wine cellar of vinegar, what happens? The mediocre wine smells great. Why? Because it's surrounded by vinegar. But put that same wine next to a bunch of barrels of high quality wine and sell them what? Doesn't smell so good. That's what Yochanan says. He was the barrel of wine in a generation of vinegar. Therefore, it smells great. So the Gemara said, but put him somewhere else, and ultimately again, he wouldn't smell so great. So I'm going to Rish Lakish Lamadod, man. What about Rish Lakish? Now, Rish Lakish says that Noach was, of course, if he was a tzaddik in his generation, then a lot of us call him the Talmud would have been a tzaddik in any generation. So Lamadod, man. It's Nikas Shaflaiton, Shai Samunachas B'Mokamatimatas, and Koma Rekan Agit Akoshkin B'Mokamabesa. It's like a little flask of perfume. So a flask of perfume, if it's strong enough to emit a good scent, even when surrounded by foul odor, certainly it will emit a beautiful scent when surrounded by other positive scents as well. Incredible. Also, I just point out the Lashon of Rashi. The Lashon of Rashi in the
Penguins are known for not flying. Squirrels don't fly, except for this fucking squirrel, the flying squirrel. Humans don't fly. But if you're getting fucked by carpet rolls, then you got a fat vagina, you're fucking crazy.
I'm sorry, I meant to have this before. But Rashi says, the Bible makes this observation, and it's absolutely astounding. So the Lashon is, right? Rashi quotes this exact Gemara that we just saw before, Big Olosa. So listen to what Rashi says.
Just the words themselves don't make any sense. Right.
So Rashi says over here, Bigorosa, Yesh Miravosim Darshan also Lishvat, right? Yesh Shadarsham also with Nai. So again, some interpret the Rosav as a positive. That's ultimately again, that's Rish Lakish. And some go ahead and darshan it as with Nai, that's what the Yochanan. So Rashi is essentially makes an amazing observation. Look at the Lashon of Rashi. Rashi says, Yesh Miravosinu. There are some of the rabbis who darshan it as a praise, and the Yesh should darshan with Nai. And there are those who darshan it. It doesn't say Yesh Miravosinu darshan l'shvach, Yesh Miravosinu darshan with Nai. There's Yesh Miravosinu l'shvach, and just Yesh with Nai. The Lubavitcher Rebbe says something so beautiful. He says, you know what? It is so easy to find the negativity in someone. It is so easy to find the gnat. It is so easy to find what's broken, and what's wrong, and what's not working, and what's not nice. It's easy because all of us have it, and the truth is, you can see it relatively easily. There's no great place in that. But you want to be great in life, where does greatness come from? Greatness comes, personalistic greatness comes when you're able to see the greatness of someone else. When you're able to see past all of the broken type and all of the negativity and all of the things that are not working, and you're able to see their goodness and you're able to see their beauty, that's Mishmei Rabosinu Darshan. So the Rebbe said that Rashi himself is telling us, don't be the kind of person who looks at the other and sees the good, but rather again, be Mishmei Rabosinu. Catapult yourself up to a heightened spiritual level and be the kind of person who sees the spiritual beauty in every other individual. It's incredible. I'm sorry. No, it was right there. Good. In Adam everything is right there. But so again, if man sinned, so why do you have to wipe out the animals? So we'll see what happened. A man was making a chuppah for his son, and he prepared a whole beautiful wedding party. Unfortunately, then the chassan died before the chuppah. Chassan died before the chuppah. The man came along and he literally again destroyed everything. He dismantled everything. Amar, so the man said, man, everything I did for my son, the beautiful sutra, the beautiful chuppah, I did everything for my son. Now that my son, unfortunately, again, is no longer, why do I need any of these things? So the Gemara says, So HaKadosh Baruch Hu Amakim Baro Behema Bechaya Erevis Adam. Achshav She'Adam Chosek Behema Bechaya Lamali. What says so? Hashem says, I need a whole world. Why didn't I world for man? Bring it everything. I didn't make animals. I was like, this is like again, this is why I'm supposed to create the animals for the animals' sake. He didn't create the kindness because he was an animal, a lover. He didn't create trees and things because he's a tree hugger. That's not why he created. He created everything for us. Everything for us. So that was what he says. If man is not living up to his vision, if man is not going to maximize his potential in this world, then nothing else is necessary. Overwhelming. Everything was destroyed except for the fish in the sea. God shall be also Dimitris. We might say, Kal Hu Akmi Mai, the Kulo Kalkasam Ars Malami Chayno Katanik Mokia for him. Romelam also Chuba, the Mlaka Spark of Media Mesanapo, we mark them the last time Alamai Kizikin, Shnemar, Kalu Akneman. Was a good that for all of the years, Noah was giving Musa. This is interesting, right? Because we often have a very different narrative of Noah. Right? And Noah was not giving Musa. Noah said, not true. Noah was giving Musa all these years. He was saying, Chevra, you have to do tshuva. Because if you don't do tshuva, your carcasses will be floating on the water like empty wineskins. Strong message. Beloved, Shlokim and Klava, the Kolbai alone, Shnemar, the Kola Kalkasam Ares, the Logitna Derek Kravim, the Lamicho, Shahayim, Misfanim Derek Kravim, Amalo Lima Akev, Amalahem Treta Ahaz, Kimahotim. So what happened? So I said, so interesting enough, Noah is doing this Musar, and everyone's going about the business, right? No one's paying any attention. But Baruch Hu says, I can't bring Mabul until one person does this. It's Tzaddik here, one Tzaddik who is sustaining the world in its entirety, and only once he dies can I bring the Mabul. Who was, right? That Tzaddik, Rashi points out, was Misushelach. So on the base, in Kim, if that's the case again, the people say, people ultimately realize that Allah for the night side, nothing is going to happen until Mr. Shalach, right? So I took away the urgency from everything. God Shalom minded said, Lapi Buz La Sosa Shanam, not the Lamade Lagan, the Lamed Shayamah Katadik Mokia Osa. So Noah was rebuking them. The Amalam Devarim Shem Kashim Kila People. And he said he would literally again see things that were as strong as like torches. So it's so fast and such a different kind of narrative. Noah was giving them a Musar each and every day. By both by the Vazanos, of Allah Zake. And they started they went ahead and they mocked Noah.
Like 6'7" or something like this.
They said to Noah Zake, why you go that out? Oh, if there's both, maybe I make them an apple. If there's both, he's going to bring an apple.
Exactly what Kellen does.
Mabul Shema. So what kind of Mabul? What kind of flood is it bringing? Let's hear about this. In Mabul Shel Eish, Yesh No Davar Acher, Ba'alisa Shema. So if it's fire, what about fire? So apparently they had this thing called Alisa, and Alisa was fire repellent. So again, if God brings fire, we got it covered. In Shalmayim, and if it brings a flood of water, so in Mayim maybe, in the Aretz, maybe you shall Shashil Shalbarzal, Shalmachad Manas Aretz. So ultimately, again, if he brings water, he floods us by bringing water up from the earth, no problem. We'll put metal plates over any of the springs in the bodies of water that keep the water from coming up. Okay? Then there are Shemayim maybe, you should have done that, but Akish smoke, but I'm in the Akish smoke, and if it brings water from the skies, or it's immense rainfall, so we have this thing ultimately again called Akish. And Akish apparently was some type of absorbent item, would absorb all of the water. So essentially, it's something else, we're not scared. We're not scared. If he brings fire, we got that covered. If he brings water, if it's water from the earth, metal plates. If it's water from the skies, it's Akish. I'm like, maybe we did the revelation. So it says ultimately Noah says to them, literally translated, if Hashem wants to bring flooding waters, he can bring it to you from between the heels of your feet. Now Rashi understands over here that literally again it's a reference to semen. And if Hashem wants to wipe you out again by bringing a flood of semen, he could do so. Now why would he mention that? Because also remember again, they're also involved violating of immorality. Who says, so essentially Noah says you're going to drown literally again in a pool of your own immorality. Tanya, maybe I'm not more caution to shifas zera. So literally again, the waters of the flood were as difficult or harmful as shifas zera. So he mentioned, what does that mean? Rashi points out that it says like Shitbas Zerah. Rashi says roast is hot and it's thick. So ultimately, again, the waters of the Mabul were also not just stam water, but it was destructive water as well. שנאמר נכון מועדה רגע, אומר כסתו, ולא סלישו כמו בעבירה ולא סלידו. So literally again, they went ahead and they sinned with hot liquids. That's a reference to again immorality. They sinned with immorality, and therefore ultimately again they're judged. They're judged with waters that resemble the sin. Sivhaha, by Shakam, and Sivhasa Makalasal Sivhaha, by Hila Shiva Yomin, Umema Bapaya Ala Aretz. And what's after 7 days? The waters of the Mabul were on the earth. Not Kiban Shoshilas Yamin. Why 7 days? Why was there this delay of 7 days before reading the Mabul? Amarab Eli Me'avela Shem Sushala. This was the Shiva of Sushala. So what's one again? Stop was the Tzaddik, one Tzaddik who was sustaining the world. And therefore, again, it was not the way to bring the Mabul until after his Shiva was over the land. Therefore, she has treated shows everything that can happen on this level. What do you see from here? You see from here that literally again, the eulogy on the Shiva of Tzaddikim kind of delays punishment for the world. The Shiva Shishina Alena Kashbahu, say the gracious, Shaisakama Yosem Minare, Vishakas the Mizrah. So ultimately, what is in the Shivas? It means Kashbahu changed the laws of creation, changed the order of creation. Then literally what would happen over here is that the sun would rise in the west and set in the east. Shikana Kashbahu is man God, but Africa is man cup. So this is very profound. But it means as follows. We want some delaying the start of the Mabul. Rashi says over here, first he gave them a lot of time, a little bit of time. Rashi says, the Kira Amalayim, Bayu Yamot, Me'abas, Mishana, Kishabas, Man, Zevlo, Shanu, Lo Shahi, the Tava Chazer, the Kavalans, Man, Kata. Originally, Hashem says they're going to bring a Mabul of 120 years. Right? If you don't do Shiva, after 120 years elapsed, they still didn't do Shiva. What did Hashem do? He gave them more time. And he kept on giving them a little more time, in the hope that they would get out together with strategy doing everything. The Shivas Yamin, Shetima Me'in Olam Haba, Kidishi Yedu Ma Tova Mena'o Mehen. It's like the other possibilities, right before the Mabul, Hashem gave them a little bit of a taste of a world to come. Why? So that they should experience the beauty that they were going to lose out. So a little bit again, that's in the Shiva Selim, right? Like the education, we hear a little bit of a taste of Olam Haba, so they should recognize what they were losing through their errant behavior. Incredible. So the Prophet saying now with Kiva. So you know what? Gather again from every kosher animal, take 7 pairs. 7 pairs, literally again, an animal and its spouse. In other words, issues for the Hema need to stay outside. The animals have marriage, then it says a man and his wife. What does that mean? May also show what it means is when it says Ishvi, what it means is only allow animals into the teva that do not engage in immoral behavior. And the Gemara says, how would Noah know which animals were immoral, which animals weren't immoral? Like, how do you know that information? So he brought the animals before the teva, not into but before the teva. So if the teva allowed the animals in, that indicated that the animals were not behaving in a moral way. But if the teva did not allow the animal in, then it was clear at the end that ultimately again the animal engaged in the moral behavior. So it's a fascinating, right? So the teva itself would only allow in animals that had not behaved, that had not behaved immorally. And Allah says, it's incredible. Allah says, no. The animals that were supposed to be saved came of their own volition. Isn't that fascinating? They came on their own. Make for yourself a teva, an ark of goats or wood. My goats, what does goat mean? Okay, some type of wood, so that's material. Soar, make it soar. Kava Ba'atos Magolios, Kadeshi Nepiros Lahem Kisarai. Okay, remember again, the Sar Kasa Teva, the Sar was the source of light for the Teva. What was this source of light? Well, who says assemble precious stones. And these stones will go ahead and radiate light into the Teva. Incredible. Very good. I'm going to take a little bit of that. The Teva itself didn't have a big roof, right? Because we really wanted the water to shoot off. But it did have a small roof, one flat area of an amber. So the whole thing would be kind of. This is ultimately again how it was able to remain. The Gemara says, Tachtim Shneim Ushlishin Taseh. The Teva itself had 3 floors. So the Gemara says, Tana, Tachtim is on the bottom floor for waste, for garbage, and some of the middle floor for animals, on the upper floor for man. So remember again, I'm going to say fast forwarding to the end of the story. So now the water, the raven stops. Noah sends out the raven. So the raven gave Noah a little bit of a difficult time. How so? So the raven said, "Good master, Hashem hates me, and you will save me." So your master hates me. How do I know that your master hates me? Because again, from all of the kosher animals, like you bought 7 pairs. From me, ultimately again, from non-kosher animals, like the raven, there's only 1 pair. You won't say me no. Why are you sending me? Why would you send the non-kosher animal? Where again, there's so few of us. In Tokyo, if something happens to me, the entire species disappears. The entire species disappears. Good. Oh, Shemali Ishti Atatsara. Or maybe you I am a spouse. Right? Maybe that's what you want. You want my spouse. I'm on a rush off. So again, Noah says to the oil, he says to the raven, rush off. But again, I'm not committed to my own life. And I should have eyes on your so I'll have to stop over here for a day, ending up a little bit in the middle of the Noah. I did good. Dr. Schwartz gets the credit for the early start or whatever. Or like talking to the early start. I said, Shkaya, Mirat Hashem tomorrow. Actually, all kidding aside, a little bit of a shoulder down. Tomorrow, Mirat Hashem. Let's say, what do we got? Last full week of Sanhedrin. Tremendous tomorrow. Mirat from the journey continues tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
Imagine being a Dodger fan, but you weren't Padre years past. That's insane to me.
All right, so
he did say that
someone
could do like
usually good. Have a good Shabbos, everyone.
It's hard to stay up with these things. Who knows? Because I think that here's the deal. I've already seen all these. This one's 6 days ago, posted by Krakinski, self-inflicted ego damage before and after 400 years. Damn. That's crack. Oxy. That's too crack.
All right, everyone, so good morning. Let us begin.
So one on the right.
To the Pandora Seder Hamur is so beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha. We dedicate every Shom Exaltions this year as his host for Besor Phobos to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim and Torah Paul Pollack. In celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollack, our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor is Slush of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be a month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, becoming the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian, Yoshua, Heschel, Sikron, the Bracha. We have learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the greatest of the yards at Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, the great grandmother, Cyril Bas Lavdov. We have to merit all of our control, all of the Neshamas Lavanavia, families in the Chama, all those who need to report Shabbat together, come for the Israel. Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful for Chol Mas. Those of that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but really a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We are picking up on 106b, above on the base, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. I'm going to my Baravina, very close to me. I'm going to Baravina Lebray. So my Baravina said to his son, the cool little topish in the judge, in general, don't spend time dashing negative things about Rishayim. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? In general, like Chazal always saying is, it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exception to this is Bilam. Why? You know what I'm saying? The more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash him. And I will say that the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much text to support this negative narrative. There's so many other supporting stories to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can dash as much negativity as you want, but with other Shai, even your Shai, don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise, not a good use of time to find the fault in people. See it. So now we're focusing on Doi. Remember, again, Doi had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively, but now we're going to get into his story. Doi was an advisor to Shaul. Let me just take a step back. Doi's major event, for which he is essentially lost his own album, and for which he really is, in the list of negative personalities, is David Melech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov Yaakon. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov, and he goes ahead and he asks for two things. What are the two things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of Kohanim. Now remember again, circle back. The Gemara says, faults Yonasan for not going ahead and giving him food, sending him away. So it comes to Nov, he asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening? Is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law, right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nov. One person escapes, but he goes ahead and wipes out the city of Nov. This is the event that really almost sealed the fate of Shaul. So all this, and again, Doeg was doing this. He didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold on power. So the word says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Doeg. So which one was the I'm going to go. So it's in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, he worried a lot about Doeg. Let's say, every in a family, sometimes the parent, different. Every child is different. Sometimes the parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children. Because that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So we both were worried about Doeg. He always worried that was going to go under life decisions. But that's Lashon of dad or Doeg. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. What are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg was sinning, the Rebbe says to him, what is the matter? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a keeper of Torah? Aren't you strong in Torah? This halal, what benefits will you have from all of this set kel, not to have I not shown you favor? Or do I not literally give you favor? The entire book says it's a tremendous mussar. Almost as if HaKadosh was pained by what Doeg is doing. As far as you have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want in life you have. Why engage in this behavior? Although this Chabad said, Hashem said to Doeg Rasha, when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or use the prohibition of bloodshed, or you get to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big
So I think that start, like, I bet you start with the start, like, why would they give you
what are you going to do when you get these sections in Torah, knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? So it's like, and this is also, I think, for us as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not exactly in consonance with Torah. And when we go ahead and get to those sections in Torah, exactly do them, right? How exactly do we darshan them? Knowing we all have this, not knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is that we're learning.
She got caught.
I like it. I'm gonna be honest. Ain't no such a doing Allah. The Safa the Lachos. Doing Torah was only from the lips outward. In other words, what was Doig's power? I said this is really profound. What was Doig's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize. His Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous Chacham. And at the end of the day, it was never. Barbara Yitzchak might have said that Vayiru Tzadikim Vayira Allah Vayisachku. So B'tchila Yiru, in the beginning feared Doeg, and B'sov Yisachku. In the end, they mocked him. If he lost his stand, Barbara Yitzchak might have said Chel Bala Vayakienu. Don't say so. This actually is impossible. He swallowed a treasure and then vomited it out. He bit no Yomishenu Kel. Amadav Nevosh Baruch. Listen to this. He called the Shalom Yomos Doeg. Baruch says to Baruch, please take Doeg's life. Please take his life. Baruch is like, talking about is done. Take his life. I'm going to know. So ultimately, again, so here's the problem. Doeg has a lot of Torah. Doeg has a lot of Torah. I can't kill him now. Wait till he forgets his Torah. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can go ahead and take his life. I'm going to follow Torah says, you didn't know Yerushalayim. Just take his Torah now. Which is also better. It's something so fascinating. If the Rebbeinu Shalom Kiviyachol says to David, I can't do anything to Doeg because his Torah protects him. So it's incredible. Doeg was a murderer. Doeg was not a good guy. Doeg, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have a chemical number. The Yom says, Torah is so powerful, it comes out. Torah is migno u'matzlo. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. Who says, I know what I have to do to Doeg, but I can't do anything to him until he forgets his Torah. Which David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make him forget his Torah. But say the power of the Torah that we learn, the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power for it to protect us is overwhelming. Early Yitzchak might have said, Gan el Yikas Chayanesa, I'm not going to talk about David. Nisi Doig Almadasi. This is wild. What's the first white line? First one who says David. And it's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David and Noah. So Hashem says to David, let Doeg come into the world to come. Right? Let allow. What see it is? That Hashem is asking David and Noah's permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. I'm going to find out. Yam Ayikis Chalanes. No, let him be uprooted forever. Might be sick, left the fall, the Asepha, they all the Shashakal has friends. Salamat as well, David. Shmite the baby Joshua. Mishmei, David, okay, that can let him go on at least let it be God was a tremendous coming from. Let it be that they relate Torah teachings in his name in this language. I'm going to find out the Chatha Yisach Hami Oha, let him be uprooted from the tent, representing the tent of Torah. David says, no. Lehavi, lead the new Rabbanon, so ultimately, let him at least have offspring to all Rabbanon coming to Chachamim, to which the Gemara said, David says, the Shachar has time Salah. Let his roots be uprooted from the earth forever. David said, no, will say, which is so fascinating. David Melech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doeg. And essentially, David Melech felt, and remember, we'll talk about David Melech, was the consummate Baal Tshuva. David Melech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, I was going to say, and almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, almost anything is forgivable. Right? Almost any mistake that I make with HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be worked out as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go ahead and take against my job to fix it, then nothing can get fixed. The tragedy of Doeg is only partly in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. The Lord says he's not going to fix it. There's no Olam Haba for him. There's no future for him. and there's no teaching in this measure. So like it said, Ayi Sofer, Ayi Shokel, Ayi Sofer Salom Dalim. So I say, so literally translated means where is the scribe, where is the measurer, where is the one who counts towers? And what is this mean? So the Gemara says, Ayi Sofer, also Shem Torah. So this is all a reference to Goy. But what happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Ayi Shokel, Shokel, Kol Kolim Chamurim Shem Torah. Where's the one who can literally again weigh all of the lenient extra are reference to Goy to accept for scholarship? Ayi Sofer Salom Dalim. Who is the one who goes ahead and who is the one who goes ahead and counts the price? What does that say? So Shlosh Meos Halachos Psukos Hamigdal HaTorah. Goy knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. The Basel of the floating tower. So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is on the left-hand column. Third line from the top. Mishkach, you see that? The Migdal HaPorech Ba'avir, HaNichnas LeEretz Ana B'Shira Teva U'Migdal U'Tamei Lo. So it's like, so this is interesting. We've actually seen this reference that essentially, don't ask how it happens, but just, well, I'll tell you how it happens. Person goes into, remember, there's a gentleman, there's a gentleman very called Bishop, or there's a gentleman in law that Eretz Ana, the land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's the halacha. So again, generally, if you're in a structure, that can be chotzetz b'fnei hatumah. That can go ahead and see in a position of blockage. What happens if the ohel, the migzal, is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what the implications of that? So if I would go a 300 halachas associated with that particular unique shayla, that was the precision of his knowledge. This is incredible. So, Rava said that in fact, Goy cannot be taught that, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. So you have to talk about ask 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, so if shit they went, not one of them was they asked such good questions. No one said, guys, say, watch this. Rava said, Rabusa, is this such a big deal to ask questions? So I said, this is a profound idea. So essentially, what Rava was saying is like this. Try to ask questions. But what would it be even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So what's that? I think the other piece that I was saying, this is I don't know why this slide. I think it's a tremendous slide. Rabusa, really, boy, is it such a godless to ask questions? What Rava is saying is like this. Life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze. A lot of times, like, we ask questions and we can't move forward until we get the answers. And Rava says, the success in life, meaning in life, is not found in the questions. Asking the question of meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is found in growth. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. The greatness of, as I said, is the thing that the guy who asks the precision question, that's godless, that's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the questions doesn't get answers, look at things forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible. Mother Leiter. Moshe Ben Yehuda. So this is a great thing. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Tanui Ben Ezekiel. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the siddur of Ezekiel, right? Like the Baba is we're in Ezekiel now. The Babas and heads and makas, all of those, right? Like torque laws, damages, those type of things. So if I'm on, this is Rava talking, right? So Rava's saying, Rava's comparing himself, right, his time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi Yehuda, right, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again in Ezekiel. So Rava said, by us, Ha'anan, Hamasina Tuba. We learned that Okse. It was the Okse. So Rob is pointing out that in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. But in his time, he only had proficiency in Ezekiel damages. Rob says we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in Okse in so many other areas. Listen to this. Rob says, yes, if you have a multi-Rabbi Yehuda, בשביל אבל אמרת לי, הוא זה, שאיש הכבוד שיציאה בגדילה. From like this, you should have cafe and Torin. So yeah, when they would get up to see it looks like, we're not going to delve into the intricacies of the art. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shadow when it comes to Tumantara. If you have a vegetable with a stem, so what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tumantara? When these questions would come up in the Yehuda's yeshiva, you know what he would say? Amar Havios Terabu Shmuel Kachazinahofa. And he said, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shmuel. That's what he said. But that's right here. So the Yehuda was a great Talmud Chacham, but his knowledge was limited to the area of Yeshiva. Like when he came to areas of just like he come to here and say, this is about my favorite, this is for Rabbi Shmuel. And I was like, here's the contrast. Rabbi said, by us, we were experts in Uktzin. You have to watch this. Va'ana, Kamasnirim be'Uktzin plus Sari Mesifta. So Rabbi said, me, I had 13 yeshivas learning Uktzin. Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Uktzin. We had 13 yeshivas running Uktzin. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda showed up last on the trip. When there was a drought, all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe and it would raise. All you can do is take off the Shabbos, and the act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like Avelos, an act of discomfort. So as soon as Rabbi Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of like discomfort that there's a drought, it would begin to rain. Va'ana Satchinon V'leka Demashkach. We cry out and no one listens to us. So I will say this leads Rava to a fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Liba Bari. What do you see from here, Moshe? What do you see from here? What you see from here at the end of the day is that it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rava may have had more scholarship, right? The tons of Rava may have had more scholarship. But apparently Rabbi Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, that Rabbi Yehuda had more heart. But what Rava is trying to highlight over here is that scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that the Ribono Shel Olam values over there. Very simple reason is that scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Right? There are people process differently, people learn differently, some people absorb information more readily, some people have difficulty doing it. That's how it's built us. That's what programmed us. So it's can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't control all of those factors. Therefore, other says success in the eyes of is determined by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you vested in your relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's difficult? If I have that, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prices in the realm of spirituality. Absolutely incredible.
Are they still going to be like your
boy? That's you're the Rebbe. I'm going to show you. Back to those subishmaita, how the subishmaita. So going up the Torah, never really understood what it was they were learning. Okay, Master Zorah, is that possible? Ayi Shokel, Ayi Sofer Samigdalim, that under the Hadi Subishmaita, we just said before, that's Doeg, and Doeg has 300 halachas. When it came to the floating tower, right? And now he's saying, if you don't understand halacha, doesn't make any sense. You must say, hello, the halacha salka mehu shmaita aliga b'halacha. What was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What were they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. You weren't going to say, what is it related to halacha l'maisa? So it could be literal, but they weren't going to get halacha l'maisa because the Gemara said, the Ksiv, is that what the pasuk says? So Hashem Nireh. The secrets of Hashem are known to only those who feel it. In this context, the word says so means the foundation. It's like Tzadik Yisod over. The foundation is halacha. You need Siyata D'Shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have this, so they had good scholarship. They did not have halacha rights because they did not have Siyata D'Shmaya. So when the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, technical continues what's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is the ability to learn and to implement it into what's needed. What or how you do it. What was the mistake of doing it after Torah? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim. But apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned and plug it into how they live. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives. And it was like, in a lot of countries, we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance. So I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem just is I don't always do it. It's the nature of our lives. So that's what it means also that I'm learning, but I'm not learning Aliba to help myself, right? I'm not learning Halacha myself, because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. Once he forgot his Torah. Okay. Anything was going to what? Again, there's all these things between Minnesota and Muska, and the what Muska means Minnesota is kind of in isolation. He was in isolation, waiting to see what his movie. And Mukla is a confirmed Minnesota. Priya is prima, right? It's ready to grow, and his clothing should be torn. I want to open them. There were three destructive angels who were summoned to Doeg. What did they do? Echad, Sheshikhet Hamudo. One Malach caused Doeg to forget his learning. Ve'echad Shesarach Nishmaso. One his Neshama. Ve'echad Shepiza Atra B'Bati Knesios B'Bati Midrashos. And one scattered his ashes in shuls and Bati Nesesh. Incredible. So I'm going to be open on. Going back to Tava, I want to find out how interesting it is, right? That you see. It's fascinating just how there's so many different streams of thought in Chazal. It's hard to keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, but we're doing it today. So remember again, Margaret Ravina said to his son, don't spend too much time speaking about the negative traits of the shul. And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about the negative. It's just interesting how, again, it's almost as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, we shower bad, but if it's properly take care of them, our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one school of thought. The school of thought is, no, it's really important to learn about the Shah. Why is it important to learn about the Shah? In the same way that we like to read about biographies of Gedolim, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes from the Shah, we also learn what not to do as well. You see that even great people, to make catastrophic mistakes that undoes all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes like that. Joy Baptist says that Joy Baptist did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Joy you make show. Which makes sense. Joy lived in the days of show. And Achitopel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that we know each other. It's important to recognize you don't remember again. So Zoe was before David became king, and Achitopel was David's advisor during the rebellion of Shaul. So there's a couple of decades separating them. We could have overlapped. The Imam said they didn't know each other. It's already up and on. Furthermore, going into Achitopel did not live past the age of 35. Gemara says, this goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Hanging on Malki Vice that supports this, but literally means they did not live out up to half of their days. Hanging on Malki Vice that supports this, and she's done with Roma, Lo Yachetzi, we have to talk against the Rabbi. But you remember again, the min asked Rabbi Hanino, right? Rabbi Hanino, how old was Bilam when he died? Rabbi Hanino said, I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk. So the pasuk says, literally again, people who spill blood, people are deceitful, they will not live to half of their lifespan. We operate with the understanding that our lifespan is 70 years. So Chazal say that Rosh is not living to up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. Elosh Shloshim Ba'arba, Achitopel Einon Elosh Shloshim, Shlosh lived to 34, Achitopel lived to 33. Third of you open on listen, by the way, which I just want to point out something amazing. Just especially when you look through the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitopel, that they were so young, yet they were outstanding scholars. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know, to me these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound accomplishment. You look at the amount of time they amassed in such a short amount of time, yet these debilitating like failures. Overwhelming. In the beginning, David called up, he thought he's ready. And Vasov called Camilo. Then he called him his friend. And Vasov called Camilo. And then he called him his student. In other words, Apikotov's stature was downgraded over time. The Tila Colorado, the Ata Enos, Arkalu, maybe on Tila, Vasov called Camilo. I said, Yakstov. Now so together, we'll go ahead and explore the secrets. Today, so looking at it, but I'll get you. What's up, Carl? Camilo, Gantish, Shlomi, and Shabbataki, Bo, Tapa, Kovzai, Oka, Lachni, Kibdil, Alai, Okay. I'm ready to go. We'll say, get ready for this tomorrow. This is absolutely amazing. So, already we go. This was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. I'm ready to go. I love you. I don't actually being said. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put yourself in a person should not bring himself to be tested. Unless I try to point out even before we go on with this. Actually, it's very story. So, David Melech Yisrael, maybe I'm thinking something. So, David Melech, willingly put himself into a situation of being tested, of testing spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. I'm going to find the Ribon of Home with me, not only Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, the age only Elokei God. Wow. So let's look at the Shiloh. So why they got in? He said, he said Yaakov, but he goes, what's I want to point out? This is not Shiloh. This is, you understand what's happening over here. This is David Melech saying, I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where I can do it where you, and you're going to say, what's the crap of what's the crap of that? The Rebbe Shel Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big responsibility again. Attaches his name to Avram Yisrael. So God will say, how do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So God says, well, it's very simple. Elu Minsi, the Aqua Minsi, Shlosh and David, they were tested, each of them were tested, and they succeeded. So when he is able to go and be tested and able to overcome these testing challenges, that's where I associate my name with him. I'm going to follow the Bible, Rosh Olam, Bechaneni Benassim, Shinemar, Bechaneni Hashem Benassim. Bring it on. No, exactly. Right, test me. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Okay, I got total sense. How can you know who I really am until you test my results? So test me. Omar, he says, it's very important to understand that Rebbe did not give David this test. David asked for it. We'll see why this is important. Omar, Mincino, Lechon, Ba'abigna, Mosamada. There you go. So that, as long as I'm going to test you, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. How so? If you go the whole B'tinu, the Ibn Anak Hamadinu Lachad and Misaninu Lachad the Dvar Erva. So again, Hashem says another, I'm going to give you an advantage. What's the advantage? The advantage is the others, I never told them I was testing them before. You, I'm telling you I'm going to test you, I'm also telling you how I'm going to test you. I'm testing you in a matter of morality. Dvar Erva. Just so you understand what's happening over here. The fact that he goes on is telling David that he's going to test him and telling him how he's going to test him, tells us what, tells us what. That he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do it. So he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible, but he also feels that this is a bad idea. So but again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you in general. It's kind of a little bit like a parent. You know, a parent wants to give good hajjah, but at a certain point in time, such as the child gets older, even if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. So if you say, David, there's a reason I didn't bring the test upon you. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't, it wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this concern if this is something you want to bring upon yourself. So I'll try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you I'm testing you, I'm telling you to buy Ergo. Miyad was tears. Vayila Isara, there wasn't an evening. Vayakam David Me'al Mishkavo. David got up from his bed. He The pasuk doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the pasuk make sense? Why is David getting up at night? Right after all, again, you want to sleep at night. Why is he getting up at night? So let's discuss it. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right? His bed schedule from night to day. That's because I want the David Amelech do. David Amelech had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David Amelech is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested with a matter of immorality. So what does he do? He has relations with his wife, hoping that'll satisfy that desire, and therefore again, he won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. It's no matter how long. Most of it's wild. And you forgot the halacha. What's the halacha goes like? If you're cut on this bottom, there's a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately again to the makom milah, small part of man's body. The Gemara says to this, masbio, right? If you satiate it, it's always hungry. Omar ibo, sabeach. If you starve it, it becomes satiated. What does that mean? I will say this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, and by the way, what less means is the more moderated it is, the more one is able to curb that appetite. By the way, this is not new here. Right? This is the Ramban on Kedoshim tea. Right? What is Ramban saying? What does it mean to be holy? Hadish es atzmicha b'mashamutala. Moderation, Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony as a midah only gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. That's why again, we know that in Yiddish type, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. It's like older, right? The man has obligations towards that. There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of control. By the way, the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, right? That's talking about the life, there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things just get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this is fascinating. David Amelech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seems to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. Overwhelming. What happens? But how does God based on us? Not out, right? He's on the rooftop. Walking on the rooftop. He sees a woman bathing on the rooftop next to the palace. Which is a beautiful woman. Bathsheba had a kafaifa reishei tusei chalsa. What does this mean? First of all, okay, so Bathsheba is bathing on the rooftop. Now, first of all, Bathsheba is just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not public on the rooftop, doesn't make any sense. Someone says, no, Bathsheba is shampooing her, kafaifa reishei, she's washing her hair, tusei chalsa, underneath like a curtain. Chalsa actually literally means like a dome. Like it's a shit, whatever shit. Like, shower curtain. Yes, I mean, that was there, right? Shower curtain, protecting us privacy. Also, sucker, giving like it's a pure stuff. So ultimately, again, what happens? The sucker appeared like a bird. Pasuk de Gira. Pasuk, what happens? So there was a bird. Governor took out his bow and arrow, and he shot at the bird. Pasuk falls out. So he might have caught missed the bird, but he pierced the curtain. As a result, it left a chazray. He saw Bathsheba bathing. So the Gemara says, "Miyad vayishach David vayidrosh leisha." Immediately, again, the verse of David. There's so many crazy things about this story. First of all, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is David shooting arrows at birds? Like as a kid, like you also took like a magnifying glass to ants. What is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Right? Nobody would know. Right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. You know what the most incredible thing is? I know, this is very important. So listen, the Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so he knows where to give a test and he knows where not to give a test, and he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. So David seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a forbidden way by being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and it backfired. He's spaziering on the rooftop. What I was saying, I'm going to point out to you. David Melech, David wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. He remember seeing his schedule. Right? He woke up at Chatzos every day. So what's happening over here? He's just like strolling. But I'm not, is not a stroller. He's not the guy who just like lets around. That's not David. This is David Malka Mashiach. There's so many things in it, and now shooting an arrow at a bird. What's going on over here? So again, you see everything this year. So he sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. Vayishtach Toim, Vayijosh Elisha, Vayomer Halo, Zos Bathsheba, Bat Eliam, Eishes Uriah Hiti. This is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah Hiti. Vayishtach Toim, Halochem Meikachel. David sent for her, had her brought to the palace. Vayishkav Ima, Behimis Kadeshes Mitzumasa, Vatisha Valisa. He has religion, right? He sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, Behimis now. Also, what's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't the Nida. She wasn't the Nida, which, by the way, has always to understand over here something very interesting, which was that was the baby, right? That was the Satifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That evening, the David Hamelech saw her. So that's the reason I think Behimis Kadeshes Mitzumasa. I mean, and this is what's meant when it says Bachanta Livi Takarata Laila Frashani Bakin. So Zamot Sogen. So David says literally Baruch Hu, you checked my heart, like you checked my heart, and ultimately again you were unable to find purity. Zamot Si Bao Ya'avarti. David says literally what is Zamot Si Bao Ya'avarti? First by Ryan Omar Ego Zamoa Nahal Bakume the man the sunny below Omar Kihan Risa. Only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I would have never asked for this test. But we've all had this moment where someone was there to muzzle us. So it was something that I would not have said and not have done. David regrets very much obviously this entire situation. Dar Shrava, my B'tzit, Nam Natzeh David B'Hashem Chasisi, Eif Tomun Nafshi, Nudi Harchem Sipor. So just I want to point out something amazing. So first of all, just to understand, right, the rest of this story, the event with Bathsheba forever changed David Hamelech's life. Right? And this was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory. We'll talk over here about the fallout from this episode with Bathsheba. This was, most things, most decisions we make in life have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily for the rest of our lives. Then there are certain times that you're at a crossroads in life, and if you go right and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. That night was one of those pivotal moments. One of those tremendously pivotal moments in his life forever changed. Now, another is going to teach us not only the constant Baal Tshuva, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. Before we go on about that, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this? This is how the Gemara starts, right? The reason in the Rav, the Olam al Yavi Adam Asmo B'Dei Sight. Don't put yourself in complicated situations. They say how many times in life do we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually correct? Whether it's being around people who I know have a negative effect, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? It's like so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive. It's being proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicating situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it, but a lot of times I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? so much of life is being lost in all that, being able to see that certain people, that certain circumstances, that certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me, and don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself among the soil, because even great people fail when faced with temptation. Overall, let's go back there. Second one down. Like they said, Lamatsiach David Bashem Kasisi. Right, Lamatsiach the doctor, again, we'll talk more about that later. So Bashem Kasisi, I put my faith in Hashem, Echtomu Renafshi, Nudi Harfin Sipor. How can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And listen, by the way, when you understand so much, I saw my dad also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happened in David's life. And you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech, I'm a David HaMelech, forgive me for this sin. Shalom Yomu Har Shabachem Sipor Nadudasal. People shouldn't say that the Har Shabachem, the mountain amongst you, is the mountain, David HaMelech is the mountain, the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. What's the bird? The bird is in the story, the Satan. Right? The mountain was moved by a bird. John Shalom said, the Kolabat Fakatasi, the Harab Enecha Sisi, the man's kickstart, the Davarpa Kiske Bishaka, our Davar Baruch. Ribon Shalom. Kalya, Dia, Kamecha, the Baila Mafay, it's right, Habikatio. So those are the wild Gemara. That's the Hashem. You know that if I wanted to overcome against Sahara, I could have done it. I could have done it. So I good night. Allah Amina, to no Lemru, Avda Zaki Lemare. But I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. So it's a very strange Gemara. That's all right. If I could have overcome it, I would have thought that it would have made you look bad, God. Right? Because you didn't give me a test because you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have bested you. What does this mean? What does this mean? I said, I'm the tongue in cheek. What David HaMelech is recognizing. I was going to say something amazing. The great part about David HaMelech, and the reason why David HaMelech becomes like the concept of the paradigmatic about Shua, is David HaMelech owned it. What is he acknowledging in this moment? That night on the rooftop, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. The one thing I won't pretend is that I was powerless. I was overcome by desire. I was overcome by desire. I was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I could have slammed on it. And I will say sometimes the first step in Shuvah is an ownership of sin, an ownership of mistake. You spend so much time, so much effort reflecting why everyone else is fault. But the only way to become a true balanced Shuvah is to own mistakes in life, as difficult or as painful as it is. So I'm not saying, I got it. I could have said it. As much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. Darshan, the mind that said, Kiani, let's sell enough, let's sell enough, all of my Marina, these summits. This is terrible. Ruby, I said, Charabas, and the other brother, you should say nations. Now let's be clear. And this is the fascinating part of this story. David and Bathsheba were meant for each other. They were Bathsheba. The Gemara says ultimately again, they were meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella, Sheba, I love the Machot. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. The difficulty and pain. The king coming to the Yishmael, the Uya Hanisla, David, Bathsheba, Bathsheba, Ella, Shafla, Haga. So ultimately again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. Were meant for each other from the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? Their relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripened food. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Shlomo, right? Their son was Shlomo. Their first child died. That was part of the punishment of David for David and Bathsheba. For David, right? Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash. God Himself names Shlomo the one who is beloved by God. So that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Darashava, night of sin. Ubitsali, self will be answering that Saturday. Boy, that the carnival of double. How many of you one shot since was the level? Now, the first focusing on that last phase, carnival of double. If you tear me, I will not leave. Right? If you tear it, there is no blood. So I'm going to be a good show how you call this sorry. So David says, you know that if they were to tear my so you must know how you've done these shows this, I would not leave. Or David says, I've been so humiliated over this, we'll talk about this. and he's so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba, that literally again, it's highlighted by it's like a drip in the blood. You know, Ella the shark shape of schema I've been so busy. You know, Dara says, you know, when I'm close concerning Dara Misos. So they come to me. Posting in Ishmael says, the only Misaso Duna, but you have to understand something. The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated, and David HaMelech was tempted. Again, he didn't establish, and he became the social purpose. By the way, what is that? What is the punishment for someone who is adultery? What's the punishment for that? אמרתי להם, הבא איש איש מססה בחלק, ואיש אחר לדבר מהבא. The punishment for one who commits adultery is chedek, strangulation, but he has a portion of what to come. But Kevin, just know, but someone who embarrasses his friend has no chilek in the world to come. So don't say, and this is what I want to just point out. In addition to all the external enemies, right? All of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that are inside, David HaMelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout from the episode of Bathsheba. So let's be very interesting. Even as we're going to see, by the way, there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. Really four. The loss of your child, illness, illness and rebellion from within his household. So David HaMelech was sick. The Gemara says, even when he was sick, he went ahead and he maintained his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. So this is quite fascinating. What is this? Well, first of all, I thought it was fascinating is how the Gemara goes ahead and dashes this puzzle, right? Literally again, I cried out in my pain. So literally again, I soiled my bed. You must understand over here as a reference to relations. So I don't think even when I was sick, I maintained my obligation to have relations with my husband. What is this? Part of the fallout of the episode of Bathsheba is that I had other wives. So I think what Chazal is teaching us over here is that I have to figure out how to repair those other relationships. I will say that again, that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, and other times there are things in a marriage that happen that cause a tremendous risk. And if the perpetrator of the negative act is hard to go ahead and repair that risk, to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that understands, I did a lot of damage, not just to Bathsheba, not just to all of my wives. So as I'm telling us, the God of Allah took it upon himself to try to fix that issue for us, to cover all of them up. This is wild. This is wild. And the answer to the question about Sheba, David HaMelech wanted to worship idolatry. Well, what is this mission and marriage? He's David bought Ve'in Rosh El Avodah Shneimar, he who somewhat Risha, deep dog, V'nei Lekrosa, Hushai Arki, Corrupt Uchanto, the Adama Aisha. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment.
It's not really worship, it's more like
a man by the name of Husha Arki, again, is clothing his torn, there's dirt on his head. I'm going to tell you, you're the metal Shekamos, the Yabon of his house. What are you doing? You're going to say, King, like you, David HaMelech worships idolatry. What's the guarantee for this? Oh, no. Melech Shekamosi Yagenu, you know, Mutras Yabon by his father's interpretation. Now we're jumping. Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David, there's going to be a rebellion in your home. That was the rebellion of Hashem. Hashem was the result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do anything to Absalom. He's not going to kill Absalom. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be a tremendous kill Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allowed David to lose this battle against Avshalom? So this is a version of David's question. David, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry. People are going to say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Avshalom, people will understand, oh, because he switched to idolatry. David was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was concerned that if he lost to Avshalom, he would make Chol Hashem. So instead, he decides, let me worship idolatry, become an idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be preserved. Overwhelming. The Lord said, a love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu really is like to take it for the team. It's such a dramatic way. All right. So the Gemara says, I'm starting to do this. So Omar, my time I kind of see what's we talked about. Someone said this is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a princess who David as he talks about war bride. So Hushai Arki says to David, why did you marry Pastorah? So Amalei Pastorah Horashaye. We Pastorah Panedi. Amalei wrote Darash the Smithing. Did you not dash me just the position? Did you not ask me Pastorah? What does about Dash so Clay, here the ish ben Solar Umora. Kalanosi Pastor, Ish Ben Solar Umora. Yeah, you're allowed to. But what comes out after the Pastor section? Ben Solar Umora. And I want to tell you, this seems to be like one of these conversations of like rubbing salt in a wound. Like, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was. Right? This was already happening a couple of decades earlier. But the Khusha, I'd be saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? Of course, that's it. And it's any bearing on the story. Okay, Khusha saves David from worshipping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history that someone was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he lost to Avshalom as David Melech himself, that would have been a Chol Hashem. David was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and dignity of the Rebbe Shalom. Let's go back there. Start showing those stories. What could that be compared to? So the Gemara says the Sira Kusi. It can be compared to a Kusi merchant. I will say, Rashi points out that the way Kusi merchants work like this, they never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures. Why? Because their cash flow is like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they can increase the price a little bit each time. So they make more money by selling in small measures. That was David Amela. So how so? Amar David there has run about Shalom. Shkios the other level. So we're going to see the way it works like this. David asks for forgiveness. But he asks for forgiveness like in intervals, like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, so first David asks for forgiveness for our accidental avedas. People make mistakes. Shem says, forgive it. Next, when it starts knocking you, cleanse me from the intentional sins that no one knows about. Shem says, fine. Shvigila, forgive it. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvigila, okay, forgive it. Are you should be as a sanctuary restored by Rabbanon, don't stay by Rabbanon. Ultimately again, make it the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Shvigila, forgiven. Then in case you Besharav, one last request, Shalo Yichtov Sirkun. Can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from no? Can you just strike it from the record? So we'll say, yes, sure. He said that part I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for a minute. Second, I say tremendous story ahead of us, tremendous story ahead of us tomorrow. Listen, I just want to point that just it's important to understand. We did do a lot of Gemara, right? I just want to point that. We did do a lot. We could correct it, factor it down. Again, it's okay, because the last dot of the last upside like this is only one side. So that's going to be our catch up there one side. Tremendous. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's your choice. It's every 25. So I get blown out. At damn near 50,000 subscribers, we said every 25,000 we're going to fly a fan out. So it's long overdue. We randomly picked our boy Sheldon. Randomly picked our boy. Randomly sounds like an old, like Game of Thrones times. We randomly did it. Ramley Bolton won.
All right, fellas, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. To the Chazak. So beautiful. So beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha, is dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a chus for Besoros Tovos to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Habalim, and Torah Paul, the celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palik. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor, the schus of Simchos for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Machine, the Kelman, the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron of the Bracha. We come learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Palik, in great show the Yarzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, and great grandmother, Cyril Bas Rabdov. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, all of the Neshama Sahat and Aliyah, all those who do the four Shabbat David, Kol Choli Yisrael, as well as Shemir Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yadayhem. Those with that, let us begin. A lot to say about, really a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We are picking up on 106b, Kuf Vav and the days, and we are picking up. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. I'm going to be my Arabic. Very close quickly. I'm going to be Rabbi on the break. So my Rabbi said to his son, "Do a little toughish when it drops the bottom of the Malash." In general, don't spend time dashing negative things about the show. Don't do that. Don't do. You know what I'm saying? In general, you know what Chazal almost saying is it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exception to this rule is Bilam. Why? You know, the more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash. I will say now the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much text to support this negative narrative. There's so many other supporting stories to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can darshan as much negativity as you want, but with other Rishayim, even Rishayim, don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise, not a good use of time to find the fault in people. So now we're going to focus a little bit on Doeg. Remember again, Doeg had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively, but now we're going to get into his story. Doeg was an advisor to Shaul. Just take a step back. Doeg's major event, for which he is essentially lost his Olam Haba, and for which he really is, in this list of negative personalities, is David HaMelech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov Yarkonim. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov and he goes ahead and he asks for 2 things. What are the 2 things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of weapons. And I remember again, circle back, the Gemara says, faults Yonah's sons for not going ahead and giving him food and sending him away. So he comes to Nov, asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening? Is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law. Right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nov. One person escapes, and he goes ahead and he wipes out the city of Nov. This was the event. This is the event that really almost sealed the fate of Shaul, sealed the fate of Doeg, and all of this is happening. And again, Doeg was doing this really, he didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold on power. So the Gemara says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Ksiv Doeg. So which one was the thing? I'm going to be open. So in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, Baruch we worried a lot about Doeg. You know what I'm saying? Every in a family, sometimes a parent, different. Every child is different. Sometimes a parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children because that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So this Baruch was worried about Doeg. He always worried about Doeg that was going to go ahead and make the wrong life decisions. But that's Lashon of God, but Doeg. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. Might say, Chesed Kel Kol Hayom. What are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg was sinning, the Rebbe says to him, what is the matter with you, Doeg? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a Gibar Torah? Aren't you strong in Torah? What benefit will you have from all of this negative behavior? Have I not shown favor? Or do I not literally give you favor? The entire Muslim is a tremendous Muslim. Almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is kiviyachol pained by what Doeg is doing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is you have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want in life you have. Why engage in this behavior? Overwhelming. Or Rabbi Yitzchak might say, "L'Rasha Amar L'Kim, Ma L'Chol L'Saper Chuki." HaKadosh Baruch Hu Doeg, Arasha. Hashem said to Doeg, Arasha, "Ma L'Chol L'Saper Chuki, Kishatem Agri L'Parshas Meratzim." Parashas V'Saprei Lashon Hara, Ma'ata Dorish Bohem. This is how I will say. When you, the Prophet said to Doeg, when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or you the prohibition of bloodshed, or you get up to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big Talmid Chacham. So ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to him, what are you going to do when you get up to these sections in Torah, knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? Is a tremendous mitzvah, I think, for us as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not exactly in conformance with Torah. And when we go ahead and we get to those sections in Torah, how exactly do we read through them, right? How exactly do we darshan them? Knowing we all have this, not knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is that we're learning. Doeg's Torah was only from the lips outward. In other words, what was Doeg's problem? What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize his Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous Talmid Chacham. But at the end of the day, it was never internalized. Rabbi Yitzchak might have said that in the beginning, people feared Doeg. In the end, they mocked him. He lost his stand. Rabbi Yitzchak, so this is actually interesting concept. It literally means he swallowed a treasure and then vomited it out. He didn't know Yerushalayim Kel. Yamos Joy. Please take Doeg's life. Please take his life. Baruch Hu is like, David Melech is done. Take his life. Amrlo, Kel Bala. So ultimately, and V'yakienu. So here's the problem. Doeg has a lot of Torah. I can't kill him now. Wait till he forgets his Torah. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can go ahead and take his life. Amar the father of David says, "Mibitno Yerushenu Kel." Just take his Torah now. Which Rabbi said, by the way, is something so fascinating. That the Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachol says to David, I can't do anything to Doeg because his Torah protects him. So I say, isn't this incredible? Doeg was a murderer. Doeg was not a good guy. Doeg, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have a head of Olam Haba. Yet the Ribono Shel Olam says, Torah is so powerful. What Chazal tells us, Torah is Migna Umatzla. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. So the Baruch says, I know what I have to do with Doeg, but I can't do anything for him until he forgets his Torah. So David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make him forget his Torah. So I said, the power of the Torah that you learn, the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power for it to protect us is overwhelming. Rabbi Yitzchak might have said, Gam El Yitratz Kol HaNetzach, Amar Kosh Baruch Hu David, Nisi Doeg La'alma Da'asi. This is wild. It's the first white line. Kosh Baruch Hu says to David, it's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David and Noah. So Hashem says to David, let Doeg come into the world to come. Right? Allow. Let see it is that Hashem is asking David and Noah's permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. Amar the fun of Gam Ayitis Chalanes. No, let him be uprooted forever. Might have said, Yaktecha, V'yasefcha, Ve'ol V'shar Shechel Eretz Chaim. Salam HaKadosh David. Shmai Tebei Midrasha. Mishmei. David, okay, if you're not going to let him into Olam Haba, at least let it be. Doeg was a tremendous Talmid Chacham. Let it be that we relate Torah teachings in his name in the base of fun of Yichatzcha Yisachcha Min Olam. Let me uproot from the text. Rabbi says no. Lehavi Leibinin Rabbanon. So ultimately, they're going to at least have offspring who are Rabbanon. To which the Gemara said, that is roots uprooted from the earth forever. In other words, we'll say, which is so fascinating, David HaMelech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doeg, and essentially David HaMelech felt, and remember, we'll talk about David HaMelech, was the consummate Baal Tshuva. David HaMelech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, we'll say, almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, so almost anything is forgivable, right? Almost any mistake that I make without the Baruch Hu can be worked out, as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go ahead and take it, that's my job to fix it, then nothing can get fixed. The tragedy of Doeg is only partly in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. There's no Olam Haba for him. There's no future for him. And there's no teaching of resurrection. Incredible. Right? It's it. Ayi Sofer, Ayi Shokel, Ayi Sofer Samigdalim. We'll say so. Literally translated means where is the scribe? Where is the measurer? Where is one who counts towers? Now, what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Ayi Sofer, Kol Osir Shelatoa. This is all a reference to Doeg. But what happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Ayi Shokel, Shokel, Kol Kolim Chamurim Shelatoa. Where is the one who can literally again weigh all of the lenient extras in Torah, representing Doeg's exceptional scholarship? Ayi Sofer Samigdalim. Who is the one who goes ahead and counts the towers? What is that? Sofer Shlosh Meos Halachos Psukos B'Migdal HaPoreach. Doeg knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. What's the floating tower? So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rashi is on the left-hand column, third line down from the top. Mishnah, you see that? The Migdal HaPoreach Ba'avir Hanichnas La'eretz Ha'amim B'Shira Teva U'Migdalim B'Kamei Lo. So this is an interesting halach. We've actually seen this reference. Essentially, don't ask how it happens, but just how it happens. Person goes into remember, there's a general rabbinic prohibition, or there is a general rabbinic law that Eretz Ha'amim, land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's the halakha. So again, generally in Ohel, if you're in a structure, that could be chotzik b'snei tumah. That could go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage for the tumah. What happens if the odal is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what's the implication of that? So apparently Doeg had 300 halachos associated with that particular unique shayla. That was the precision of his knowledge. This is incredible. So Rava said, no, in fact, Doeg and Achitopel, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. Doeg and Achitopel asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, well, if shitlu chad, they weren't right. Not one of them was this. In other words, they asked such good questions. No one should also watch this. Rava said, Rabusa boy, is it such a big deal to ask questions? So I said this is a profound idea. So essentially, what Rava was saying is like this: they ask questions. But what would have been even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So I think one of the things that I was saying, this is I have one slide. I think this is a tremendous slide. Rabusa boy, is it such godless to ask questions? Rava saying it like this: life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze you. A lot of times, like we ask questions, and we can't move forward until we get the answers. And Rava says, the success in life, meaning in life, is not found in the questions. Right? Asking the question of meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is found in growth. Meaning in life is the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. Shkaya, the greatness of, that's what sometimes you think that the guy who asks the precision question, oh, that's godless, that's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the question doesn't get answers, looking to move forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible, incredible. More like that. The Shem Rabbi Yehuda, it was a great tomorrow. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Tanuye ben Ezekiel. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the sage of Nezikin, right? Like the Babas, Berber, Nezikin, the Babas, Hedge, and Nakas, all of those, right? Like torque law, damages, those type of things. So the Anon, Kamasnina, Tuba, so this is Rabbi talking, right? So Rabbi said, Rabbi's comparing himself, right, his time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi Yehuda, right, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again in Ezekiel. So Rabbi said, by us, Va'anon Kamasnina Tuba. We learned that Uksin. I will say Uksin is the halachas law, halachas of Tulan Tara. So Rabbi is pointing out that his time, right, in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda's time only had proficiency in Nezikin, damages. Rabbi said we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in Uksin, so many other areas. Listen to this. Rabbi says, yet, if you have a Mati Rabbi Yehuda, if you have a Mati Rabbi Yehuda, you should collect your Torah Ketira. Remember, Zaysim Shekaf Sham Tarfei and Tamorim. So yeah, when they would get up to the Sugya Losa again, we're not going to delve into the intricacies of the art. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shiloh when it comes to Tumen Tara if you have a vegetable with a stem. So what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tumen Tara? When these questions would come up in the Yehuda's yeshiva, you know what he would say? Amar Habios Telav Shmuel Kachazina Hafa. And we say, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shmuel. So Yehuda says, come by great. So Yehuda was a great kind of Chacham, but his knowledge was limited to the area of Nezikin. Right? Then when he came to areas of Oksin, just like you would come to a thing and say, this is above my pay grade, this is for Rabbi Shmuel. And here's the contrast. Rabbi said, by us, we were experts in Oksin. Yet watch this. Va'ana Kamasninan Ba'oktin plus Musifra. So Rabbi said, I had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. Like Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Oksin. We had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda Shalach Masani Ba'asavitra, yet when there was a drought, all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe, and it would rain. All he had to do was take off his shoe. And the act, Rashi points out, the act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like Avelos, an act of discomfort. So as soon as Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of like discomfort that there's a drought, it would begin to rain. We cry out, and no one listens to us. So I will say this leads Rabbi to a fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Liba Boy. What do you see from here, Bosai? What do you see from here? What you see from here at the end of the day is that it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rabbi man had more scholarship, right? The tons of Rabbi man had more scholarship. And Rabbi Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, right? Whatever this means, Rabbi Yehuda has more heart. But what Rabbi is trying to highlight over here is that scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that can involve us in our lives. For one simple reason, I will say, scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Like, in other words, people process differently. People learn differently. Some people absorb information more readily. Some people have difficulty doing it. And that's not what who built us. That's what programmed us. So it can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't control all of those factors. So therefore, Rabbi says success in the eyes of HaKadosh is determined by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you vested in your relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's difficult? If I have that, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prizes in the realm of spirituality. Absolutely incredible. Dixiv, Hashem Yir the Levav. Aram Sharshia. Back to the So Doeg and Achitophel never really understood what it was that they were learning. Okay, is that possible? It just said before that Doeg had 300 halachas when it came to the floating tower, right? And anything that you understand halacha doesn't make any sense. You must what was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What weren't they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. If you weren't doing halacha, then what is it able to get halacha l'maisa? So it could be literal that they weren't able to get halacha l'maisa because the Gemara says that Tziv is that all the pasuk says. So Hashem Neireyav. The secrets of Hashem are known to only those who fear Him. In this context, the Moses sod means the foundation. It's like tzaddik yisod over. The foundation is halacha. You need siyata d'shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have this. They had great scholarships. They did not have halacha because they didn't have the siyata d'shmaya. The ability to, the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa. In fact, it also means what's halacha l'maisa? Halacha l'maisa is the ability to take what you learn and to implement it into what you live. What or how you live. What was the mistake of Doeg and Achitophel? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim. But apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned and plug it into how they lived. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives. And we'll say, a lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance, where I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem just is I don't always do it. The nature of our lives. So that's what it means also that I'm learning, but I'm not learning aliba the hilchasa, right? I'm not learning halacha l'maisa because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. Going only died once he forgot his Torah. Shneimar, Yamos Be'en was already about to Yishna. Rashi Yara Nistara. Rashi's Doeg contracted Sarah. Shneimar, it's based on Kozona Mimar. Ksiv Hassam, the Tznisus. Agmina Lachalutin. Okay. The time between Ein Bin Muskul and Muflat. Again, there's no distinction between a Misora Muska and Muflat. Muska means a Misora is kind of isolation. Who's in isolation, waiting to see what his Mitzvah has to do. And Muklat is a confirmed Mitzvah, Ela Priya or Prima, allowing his hair to grow and his clothing to be torn. There were three destructive angels who were summoned to Doeg. What did they do? One malach caused Doeg to forget his learning. One burnt his neshama. And one scattered his ashes in shoes and body measures. Incredible. I'm ready open. Going back to Tov, I want to point out how interesting it is, right? That you see, it's fascinating just how there's so many different streams of thought in Chazal. Let's keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, but we're doing it today. So remember again, Margaret Rabina said to his son, don't spend too much time speaking about the negative traits of the show, right? And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about, right, the negative. So it's just interesting how, again, it's almost as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, Rishon are bad, then if I will take care of them. Our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one stream of thought. The stream of thought is, no, it's really important to learn about Rishon. Why is it important to learn about Rishon? The same way that we like to read about biographies of Gedolim, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes from Rishon, we also learn what not to do as well. And we see that even great people can make catastrophic mistakes that undoes all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes like this. Doeg and Achitophel did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Doeg remained Shaul, Achitophel remained David, which makes sense. Doeg lived in the days of Shaul, and Achitophel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that they would have known each other. What's important to recognize is, don't remember again. So Doeg was before David became king, and Achitophel was David's advisor during the rebellion of Avshalom. So there's a couple of decades separating them. They could have overlapped. The Gemara said they didn't know each other. Furthermore, Doeg and Achitophel, did not live past the age of 35. The Gemara says, this goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Tanya Nachman by supports this. It literally means they did not live out up to half of their days. Tanya Nachman by supports this. Anshe don't remember lo yachtetz yimei. This pasuk yesterday, right? But you remember again, the min asked Rabbi Hanina, right? Rabbi Hanina, how old was Bilam when he died? Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk. Right, where the pasuk says, literally again, people who spill blood, people who are deceitful, will not live to half of their lifespan. So again, I will say we operate with the understanding our lifespan is 70 years. So if Chazal say that Rosh is not living up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. Going lived to 34, Achitofel lived to 33. Listen, by the way, which I just want to point out something amazing. Just especially when you look through the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitofel, that they were so young, yet they were outstanding scholars. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know. To me, these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound accomplishment. Look the amount of Torah they amassed in such a short amount of time, yet these debilitating life failures. Overwhelming. In the beginning, David called Achitofel, who's ready. Then he called him his friend. And then he called him his student. In other words, Achitophel's stature was downgraded over time. Now together. We'll go ahead and explore the secrets. גם איש שלומי אשר בטחתי בו, תפו כוסיים, אוכל לחמי, תגדל עלי עקב. אומר רבי יהודה, אומר רב, ליאולם, we'll say get ready for this Gemara. This is absolutely amazing. So Rabbi Yehuda, this was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rav, Li'olam, Al Yavi Adam Atzlu Din Yisrael. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put yourself a person should not bring himself to be tested. Unless I just want to point out, even before we go on with this, what a actually let's finish this story. Shari David Melech Yisrael, Evi Atzmo Ben Yisrael, David Melech willingly puts himself into a situation of being tested, of testing his spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. Amr from the Ribbono Shalom, nickname Ma Omrim, Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, Ve'ein Omrim Elokei. Wow. So this is the Shiloh. David Melech says, "No, Shalom, why is when we dive in?" You say Gavin, you say Yaakov, but we don't say Yaakov. I want to point out this is not Yaakov. This is not God. This is you understand what's happening over here. This is David Melech saying, I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where I can where listen, what's the chap of Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov? What's the chap of that? The Ribbono Shel Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. Attach his name to Avram and Yitzchak. How do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So David Melech says, well, it's very simple. Amar, listen, David, they were tested, David. Each of them were tested, and they succeeded. So when he is able to go and be tested in life and able to overcome these tests and challenges, that's when I associate my name with him. Amar the Father Ribbono Shalom, Bechaneni v'nasim, Shneimar, Bechaneni Hashem v'nasim. David says, bring it on. Not exact quote, right? Test me. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Okay, I got it. It makes total sense. How can you know who I really am until you test my result? So test me. Omar, he says, it's very important to understand that the Ribbono did not give David this test. David asked for it. So see why this is important they brought. Omar, min sinal l'cha ba'abidna milsa ba'atak. So that I'm going to test you. And here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. How so? Again, Hashem says, I'm going to give you an advantage. The advantage is the others, I never told them I was testing them. I'm telling you I'm going to test, I'm telling you how I'm going to test you. Testing you in a matter of Dvar Erva. Now, both say, just so Hashem is telling David that he's going to test, and telling him how he's going to test him. Tells us what? That Hashem doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do this, so he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible. The Hashem feels like this is a bad idea. But again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you say in general, kind of a little bit like a parent. You know, a parent wants to give good hadracha, but at a certain point in time, such as the child gets older, even if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. So if you're saying, David, I don't want. There's a reason I didn't bring the testimony. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't. It wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this design if this is something you want to bring upon yourself. So I'll try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you, I'm testing you. I'm telling you, Dvar Erba. Miyad, listen to this. There was in the evening. David got up from his bed. Listen now, the pasuk doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the pasuk make sense? Why is David getting up at night? Right, after all, again, you go to sleep at night. Why is he going up at night? So let's discuss it. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right, his bed schedule from night to day. Rashi points out what did David HaMelech do? David HaMelech had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David HaMelech is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested with a matter of immorality. So what does he have relations with his wife? Hoping that'll satisfy that desire, and therefore he won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. And it's halacha. This is wild. And he forgot the halacha. What's the halacha say? Aver katan yesh ba'adam. There is a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately again to the makom milah. Small part of man's body. The Gemara says, listen to this. Masbio, right? If you satiate it, it's always hungry. Omar Ivo, Sadaya. But if you starve it, it becomes satiated. What does that mean? I want to say this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, and by the way, what less means is the more moderated it is, the more one is able to hold that. By the way, this is not unique here. Right? This is the Ramban on Kedoshim T. Right? What does Ramban say? What does it mean to be holy? Kadesh es hatzmichal b'mashamotolach. Moderation. Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony as a midah only gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. That's why, again, we know that in Yiddishkeit, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. There's a mitzvah of honor, right? The man has obligations towards that. There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of control. By the way, the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, I'm not talking about other women. With one's own life, there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things just get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this is fascinating. David HaMelech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seems to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. Overwhelming. What happens? So David HaMelech is out, right? He's on the rooftop. Right, walking on the rooftop. He sees a woman bathing on the rooftop next to the palace. And she was a beautiful woman. So what does this mean? First of all, okay, so Batsheva who's bathing on the rooftop. Now, first of all, what does that mean? Batsheva is just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not public on the rooftop. Doesn't make any sense. Somebody says, no. Batsheva was shampooing her hair. She was washing her hair. To say chalsa underneath like a curtain. Chalsa actually says literally means like a dome. Like a dome. She had like a shower curtain. She had something that was there, right? She had curtains, right, protecting her privacy. Also, Satan idni lakitzipirta. So ultimately, again, what happens? The Satan appeared like a bird. Pasak be gira. Pasak. What happens? So there was the bird. David HaMelech took out his bow and arrow and he shot at the bird. What happened? Pascal Falsa. So he might probably miss the bird, but he pierced the curtain. As a result, Igla v'chazye. He saw Batsheva leaving. So the Gemara says, Miyad vayishtach David vayidrosh v'isha. Immediately, again, there's so many crazy things about the story. First of all, say, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is he shooting arrows at birds? Like as a kid, like he also took like a magnifying glass. Like what is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Like go to the Yehuda, right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. See, listen, you know what the most important thing is? I know this is very important. So listen, the Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, and so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test, and he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. So David HaMelech seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a permitted way, that being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and therefore backfires. He's spaziering on the rooftop. I want to point out to you, David HaMelech wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. You might go through his schedule. Right? He woke up at Chatzos every day. See, right? So, what's happening over here? He's just like strolling. David HaMelech is not a stroller. You know, David HaMelech he's not the guy who just like walks around. That's not. This is David Malcolm Meshikov. There's so many things left, and now shooting an arrow at a bird. Who does that? What's going on over here? So again, we'll see everything to see it. So he sees Batsheva, obviously tremendously aroused by Batsheva. This is Batsheva, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah Hittite. Sent for her, had her brought to the palace. He has relations with her. Guys, he sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, Behemoth now. What's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't a Nida. She wasn't a Nida, which, by the way, has also understandable, which was very interesting, which was that was the bathing, like that was the chafifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That evening that David HaMelech saw her. So that's what it means when it says Behemoth Kadesh es mitumasa. This is what's meant when it says Bachanta libi takarat alayla traftani bakim. So again, so David says literally, you checked my heart, right? You checked my heart, and ultimately, again, you are unable to find purity. Zamosi bal ya'avarpi. David HaMelech says literally, what does it mean? Zamosi bal ya'avarpi. First white line. Omar. Echo Zamoa Nafal Bapume Deman Desanili Velo Omar Ki Hamisa. If only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with Hakadosh Baruch Hu, I would have never asked for these things. Once we've all had those moments where someone was there to muzzle us. There was something I would not have said and not have done. David HaMelech regrets very much obviously this entire situation. Dar Shrava, my Desiv, Lamnatseach David Ba'Hashem Chasisi, Eich Tomunu Nafshi, Nudi Harchem Sipor. So let's say, so just I want to point out something amazing. So first of all, just to understand, right, the rest of this story. The event with Batsheva forever changed David HaMelech's life. Right? This was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory. And we're going to talk over here about the fallout from this episode with Batsheva. This was, most decisions we make in life have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily for the rest of our lives. Then there are certain times that you're at a crossroads in life, and if you go right and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. David HaMelech that night was one of those pivotal moments. one of those tremendously pivotal moments in his life forever changed. Now, because not only is the consummate Baal Tshuva, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. Before we go on about side, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this. This is how the Gemara starts. Right? The Olam al Yavi Adam Asmo B'Kein Yisrael. Don't put yourself in complicated situations. We'll say how many times in life do we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually correct? Whether it's being around people who I know have a negative effect, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. I can't believe, why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? It's like so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive. It's proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicating situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it, but a lot of times I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and then it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? So much of life is being lost in the light, being able to see the impact that certain people, that certain circumstances, that certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me, and don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself amongst the Messiah, because even great people fail when faced with temptation. Overwhelming. Let's go back there. Second word line. Right? Doctor, I'm going to talk more about that later. So, Ba'Hashem Chasisi, I put my faith in Hashem. How can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And listen, by the way, when you understand so much, I just want to point out also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happened in David's life. When you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech says, Amr David the Faithful forgive me for this sin. Shalom Yomru Har Shabachem Sipor Nadaso. People shouldn't say that the Har Shabachem, the mountain amongst you, is the mountain. David HaMelech is the mountain. The king is the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. That's the bird. The bird is in the story of the Satan. Like the mountain was moved by the bird. Dar Shabbat Ma'adik said, "V'chol Abad Chach Hatasi, V'harad Einech Hasisi, V'man Titztak B'davecha Tiske B'shavtecha." Amar David HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Galya V'yadia Kamecha Zivay L'Machvei Yitzrei Habi Kaifine. So God said, this is a wild Gemara. David says, Hashem, you know that if I wanted to overcome my mitzvah, I could have done it. I could have done it. So why didn't I? Ella Amina, but I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. So it's a very strange remark. If I could have overcome it, I would have, but then it would have made you look bad, God. Right? Because you didn't give me the assessment, you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have bested you. Wasn't that what does this mean? So I was a little bit tongue in cheek, but David HaMelech is recognizing, I want to say something amazing. The great part about David HaMelech, and the reason why David HaMelech becomes like the consummate of the paradigmatic Baal Tshuva, is David HaMelech owned it. What does he acknowledge in this moment? That night I thought, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. I could have. The one thing I won't pretend is that I was powerless. I was overcome by desire, and it was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I could have slammed on it. And I will say sometimes the first step in Tshuva is an ownership of sin, an ownership of mistakes. You spend so much time and so much effort reflecting why it's everyone else's fault. And the only way to become a true Baal Tshuva is to own mistakes in life as difficult and as painful as it is. I got it. I could have said, as much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. Dar Shrav might have said, this is terrible. We'll say, so I say, now let's be clear something. And this is the fascinating part of this story. David and Bathsheba were meant for each other. They were bashert. The Gemara says ultimately again, They are meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella, Sheba, I love the Machol. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. Through difficulty and pain. So ultimately, again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. We're meant for each other from the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? The relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripened fruit. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Shlomo, right? Their son was Shlomo. Their first child dies. That was part of the punishment of David and Bathsheba. To David, right? Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash. God Himself names Shlomo Yedidya, the one who is beloved by God. So that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Dar Shalom, might have said, Ali, we saw yourself over there soon as Yalenchem, Boya Dati, Karol Volodamu. I'm going to think about what Shalom listens to us. Now, the Gemara is focusing on last phrase, Karol Volodamu. If you take, I will not bleed. Right? If you tear it and there is no blood. So David says, you know, if they were to tear my flesh, so the Gemara says, "Lo hayu dami shoses." I would not bleed. In other words, David says, I've been so humiliated over this sin. We're going to talk about this. I've been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba. Literally, again, if you prick me, I will not bleed. Right? In other words, that even if they were to cut me, I know so humiliation is highlighted by like this, like a draining of blood. This is wild. You know, David says, you know, when I'm in the Beis Medrash, right, and they're learning about the halachos concerning David death penalties, so they taunt me. Poskim Mishkas and the Omrim Lo David, Habar Ish is Ish, Misaso B'ma. What says you have to understand something? The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated, and David HaMelech was taunted. He was taunted. So literally, again, he'd be in the Beis Medrash, and the Talmidei Chachamim Beis Medrash would taunt and say, "Oh, David, by the way, what is the punishment for someone who commits adultery? What's the punishment for that?" Amarti Lahem, Haba Ish es Ish Misasa B'Chenech, V'Yesh Lachem V'Olam Haba. The punishment for one who commits adultery is chenech, strangulation, but he has a portion of the world to come. But Fevra, just know, Hava Amalgam Pnei Chaveiro B'Rabim. As someone who embarrasses his friend has no chilik in the world to come. So let's say, brother, and this is what David Saga, I want to just point out. In addition to all the external enemies, right, all of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that Eretz Yisrael had, David HaMelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout from the episode of Bathsheba. So this is very interesting. Even now, we're going to see, by the way, there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. Really four. The loss of their child, illness, and rebellion from within his house. So when David HaMelech was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, he went ahead and he maintained his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. Shneimar, Yagati ban chasi eschabacha laila mitasi v'dima'asi arsi amseh. So this is quite fascinating. What is this? First of all, by the way, it was fascinating. Is how the Gemara goes ahead and dashes this puzzle, right? Yagati ban chasi. Literally, again, I cried out in my pain. Eschabacha laila mitasi v'dima'asi arsi amseh. Literally, again, I soiled my bed. The Gemara's understanding over here is a reference to relations. So that I'm saying, even when I was sick, I maintained my obligation to have relations with God. So I'll say, what does this mean? Part of the fallout of the episode of Bathsheba is that David had other wives. So I think what Chazal is telling us over here is that David had to figure out how to repair those other relationships. I will say that again, that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, and other times there are things in a marriage that happen that cause a tremendous rift. And it's upon the perpetrator of the negative act to try to go ahead and repair it, to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that enough understands, I did a lot of damage, not just to Bathsheba, not just to Rhea, to all of my wives, all of my wives. As I told and took it upon himself to try to fix that which he broke. This is why. And the sin of Bathsheba, David Melech wanted to worship idolatry. What is this? Shahi David ba ad harosh, sheishtach Hashem le'Elohim, ve'en rosh el avod zar shneimar, v'hi behu salma reisha di dog dog jinei lekrasa chushay arki karok utanto la'adama harosha. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment. Who meets him? A man by the name of Husha Arki. Husha Arki again is clearly his torn. There's dirt on his head. Look, David, so Husha said, David, what are you doing? You're going to king. I said, David HaMelech worships idolatry. Let's say, get ready for this. Hello, Melech Shekamosi Yagenu Beno Mutab Yavod Avodazar by his fellowship. We're jumping. Part of the call-out, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David there's going to be a rebellion in your home. That was the rebellion of Avshalom. Avshalom is a result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do anything to Avshalom. He's not going to injure. He's not going to kill Avshalom. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, it's going to be a tremendous chil Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allowed David to lose this battle against Avshalom? So listen to David's question. David says, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry. People then say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Avshalom, people will understand, say, oh, because he switched teams, that's idolatry. David HaMelech was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was concerned that if he lost to Avshalom, he would make chil Hashem. So instead, he decides, let me worship idolatry, become an idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be preserved. Overwhelming. I'm going to say, a love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, willingness to take it from the team in such a dramatic way. All right. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So Amar, my time I kind of sivas ifastar. Someone said this is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a princess who David HaMelech, Gentile princess, who David HaMelech took as the Ifastar war bride. So Husha Arki says to David, why did you marry a Ifastar? So Amalei, Ifastar Achwana Shaya. Ifastar is permitted. Amalei, no Darash Smuchin. Did you not dash in the juxtaposition? So you might have to Ifastar or just talk about what does Rabbi Barshis say? Samachle, Kia Leish Ben Sorar Umora. Palanose Ifastar. Yesh lo ben sorar umora. Yeah, you're allowed to. But what comes right after the Ifastar section? That's Sorah Mar. And I both say, I want to tell you, this seems to be like one of these conversations that's like rubbing salt in the wound. Like, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was, right? This was already, this happened a couple of decades earlier. But it's like, Husha Arki saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? Almost as if there's any bearing on the story. Okay, anyway, Husha Arki saves David from worshiping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history that someone was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he lost to Avshalom, as David Melech Yisrael, that would have been a chil Hashem. David was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and dignity of the Rebbe Shalom. Overwhelming. Let's go weiter. Lamad David Dom. I'm supposed to say this is incredible. What's the David Melech be compared to? So the Gemara says, L'socher kusi. It can be compared to a kusi merchant. Now let's say, Rashi points out here that the way kusi merchants work like this, they never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures. Why? Because their cheshbon was like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they decrease the price a little bit each time. They make more money by selling in small measures. That was David HaMelech. So I'm going to say, how so? Amar David the Deir Hazran, Abba Shalom, Shkios the Avineva, so we're going to see the way it's like this. David asks for forgiveness, but he asks for forgiveness like a few of us, like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, Baruch Hu, Shkios mi Yavin, so first thing I'm going to ask for forgiveness for are his accidental avedas. People make mistakes. Hashem says, forgive him. Next, cleanse me from the intentional sins that no one knows about. Hashem says, fine. Shvigila, forgiven. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvigila, okay, forgiven. Al yim shalu bi as isam zelo l'shto beirabanon So ultimately, again, to make it that the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Shvigila, forgiven. Then he keeps me Pesharav. One last request. Shalo Yichtov Sirchuni. Can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from nothing? Can you just strike it from the record? So I will say, Amar Lo, yes. The Prophet says that's why I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for today. Okay. I would say tremendous story ahead of us, tremendous Gemara ahead of us tomorrow. Listen, I just want to point that just as important to understand. We did do a lot of Gemara, right? I just want to point out we did do a lot. Okay, granted, half of it was yesterday daf. Again, it's okay because the last daf, the last Amud of Sanhedrin is only one side. So that's gonna be our catch up there. We'll say, tremendous. Yeah, I know. All right, have a great day, everyone.
Oh my God, why are you in the hospital? You shot yourself in the foot. I thought my feet were on it, doctor.
That's the only problem with the size of the case. It's not, which is a shame because some of these particular pieces that I see.
Not to say that it's right, but I think if people would have came to you and been like, man, I got to distance myself. Now, I'm not that computer savvy. Something that I'm plugging about to ever heard. Download this and then know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Just a no. I'm telling you, I said it before, and I'll say it again. When Tarantino does it, it's lovable and hilarious.
Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this voyage to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Dr. Shem Day. Those who are dedicating all the show instructors this year.
It's so crazy that you're like,
this year, which made tremendous mazel tov to Naftali's friend Benjamin Rohr and the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tovia Shira. The beautiful couple of years Hashem experienced tremendous nachlash and hatzlacha, and like that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our content is for the month of Nisan, called to call it the salvation of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the social seed for all of our children and for nieces to be the month of Gula Shema Shakal Yisrael. And Avram Shema determined the of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Basio Shia Hashim Zechon Lebracha. We have learning sponsors, all the Catholic, Rosh Naviyot Egapol, Father Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and Cyril Basio Gold, and Steve Velasco, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided to me, Jordana, and our family. Beautiful Shreya. Let us begin a tremendous track to get going. And because our Havurah, I think our records out. Every crowd this morning, Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry? That's like all very welcome. So they definitely got arrested. But really, it was a stress to cover again. I know it's only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and walk away with reinforcing some of these films with that. You need a full hour to manage to, but like, to accomplish in 10 minutes is incredible. A tremendous stress to all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Well, so today's topic is football. 106. We're picking up Mirza Shem on Flip Hammer Days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Mirza Shem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. About 11 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, we were speaking about, we ended up yesterday's down to this fascinating Surya about how exactly was built with the first Klal Yisrael. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam gets angry. We understood that he was able to curse Klal Yisrael during that moment, and it would have catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael, the entire time. Hashkadosh Baruch Hu never got angry. So we're picking up in that. The Gemara says, behind the Kama, the Bilam Rababa, Ma Ekol Vakakel. So this is what Bilam said to Balak. Balak, what do you want to me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael because Balak doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. El Ve'im B'choyom, the Kama Zalom, the Rosh gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Ribono Shalom last for? So the Gemara says, Rega. Just a few moments. Just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. And again, if you catch God in that moment, then terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Kirega B'Yachol, Chayim Gerson. Everybody say the other possibilities. So let's say, so again, watch this Kirega B'Yachol. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of Hakadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibilities, everybody say, Lech Amin. The Rabbi says, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. Close the door behind you. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Just wait. Just wait the moment until the divine wrath passes. See what it says. Good. Now, I get what Amos Rasas, when does this moment of anger occur? When does the get angry? So the Gemara says, because in Kamaisa, in the first 3 hours of the early morning, the Chidra Karbalta of the Paradise. Also, again, when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, Koshai the Shaita, the feathers of the rooster are always white. So she has the Koshai the Shaita is based so apparently again throughout the day it might be white but there's so small red in these early hours of the morning, so there's one whole totally okay, so it's a story, incredible story here. Halumina, he wasn't me. What's his news for the 4 minutes? A heretic. He was a heretic. We lived in the neighborhood of the Yeshua lady. And again, when it says the name, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. The other commissar, and he just gave me maybe just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened is incredible. So Shulam maybe had an idea. Yom Echad, not get time to go on, but also the Kare, but also Mamar Kimota Ushaita, to not change to Shulam is a good idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what are you doing when you're done with the guy? You get a rooster, tie to your bed, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way, again, you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath, and you're done with this guy. So listen, I just want to point out, obviously, the fact that Yeshua maybe is going to this land, there's two things happening over here. Number one, the guy's a min, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And Yeshua maybe is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I just want to point that again. We're only being told on the story, but when I say it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. Mata Yishaita, when that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So Yeshua maybe falls asleep. He falls asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So Yeshua says it's clear. Means it's not the normal way. Yeshua says the fact that I fell asleep, like sometimes he's like he's up the whole time, just waiting for that one moment. And literally when that one moment came, he fell asleep. The fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that Yeshua just indicates that what? He probably doesn't want me to do this. Not what God wants, not the approach that God wants, not what I would say. I know it's tzaddik loto, right? The tzaddik punishes someone, right? And the tzaddik being a vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. Because God doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, it's not doesn't want us cursing each other. The Prophet doesn't want us harming each other. Even if the other, even like Rashi says over here, it's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. So what was like that? And ultimately, again, even with a name, like someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately again to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Okay, well, it's like, okay, I'm just one of the second of the widest lines. Talking about it. Tell me straight very well. Yishar Shacham is Rachad, someone else when they say Allah Shay, and Shacham the family had coins. So then Rana says here, when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun. Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets upset. And the topic of what does that do to anything? You talk about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When Hakadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him, and instead serve other creations, that's what he gets upset. Vayakam Below Below. That's what he said back to Below. Don't get up in the morning. Vayakam just Asono. And he went ahead and he saddled his donkey. Okay. So it's like, now what's bothering me more about the possible over here? Below is a Christian guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? He should be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? When you reach a certain level. So why do you think that Bilam himself is the one who is saddling his donkey? So he was telling Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Avo, you have called us a shur shabdola. One thing is very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Okay, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. Where do we know this from? So it says, Avram the sick, by asking Avram Baboka. Avram the one with the Akida, right? He sat up, and Avram also sat up his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he sat on his own donkey? Because remember, this is on the way to Akida, he's consumed with love for Yitzchak. Consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to serve the Baruch Hu. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay, so the one else disrupts the natural order of things. Sinner, you might tell us, sure, shall you do love. They say, hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. You go on, sure, Vayakam Bilam Baboker, Vayakavoshes Aseno, also the again Bilam Baboker, and he's selling his own donkey. Let's say he was coming on here between love and hate, like the extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do unrational things. And it's fascinating enough over here, the irrationality of Allah was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for God, he saw themselves on donkey. Now, in Bilam's case, the hatred was all consuming that even to the point where the behavior was completely self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. He could not stop. So it's like often thought there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and that's Pachad, Nepalka Sashura. Fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things? But sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries with the possibility of failure, right? Every life initiative carries with the strong possibility of falling flat on your face, and not even going back to where you started, but even being pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't forget the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. But yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what we're going to push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Or you know what? We all have massive argument in front of us. Beautiful Ishmael. Beautiful Iraq. How is it Shalom Torah? And once again, I'll just point out, it's kind of so amazing. Just to understand, where is it that, all seriousness, that we have the call to get up at a really ungodly hour, to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that thought come from? The Court said it comes from Ayashkin Abraham Baboker. Ayashkin Abraham Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Hayashkin Avram Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Ridiculous. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, like if you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, right, so you're not saying to yourself, you know what, the flight comes in at 6 a.m., so I have to leave my house at 4:30. Not like, you know what, listen, Shikla, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9. Right, just hang out a little bit. Right, dog? Right? We don't do that. All right, I guess. Getting a lot of blank expressions. Oh, yeah, maybe we should do that. Think it over. Right? In other words, when you love something, even though it gets boring on the face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that cost? And I will say again, it's important to understand that what it is that we do is like a shtickle abnormal. And it'd be a little bit more normal to be a little more stable, to be a little more rested, to be people that are like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening. Right? It would be a little bit. So what's the pshat? Where does it come from? Vayashkin Avraham Baboker. Avram was the first person to say, when you love the Ribono Shalom, when you love His Torah, get up early. Get up early. Push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I won't say every single morning, when we do it, just understand, we are Abrahamic. We are Abrahamic. We manage following in the footsteps of the Zeba, because Ava the Kazga as Ashura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes the negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so remember, like the person should always learn Torah, and it says Shalom B'Shema, even after the right reasons. Even Shalom B'Shema, right? Why? Shema says Shalom B'Shema, because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is to do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, so do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reason. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come to do it for the right reason. So you should I bought in Stein Kabar Shikr Balak, listen to this. Zaka Letson Menorius. This is why. Balak the king of Moab, just on the story. I bought the king of Moab, who hired Bilam to cloud Israel. So take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet, he offered up 42 karbanos to the Ribono Shalom. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. Now, he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to first cloud his son. But for my son, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in his course of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. Rus had a great grandson by the name of David. And David and Eretz Hashem have an animal by the name of Mashiach. So it says, Mashiach comes from Balak. How sit down and watch an hour of stand-up. And Mashiach comes from Balak. Who did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos like all for the wrong reasons. He says, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not cursing Cloud Yisrael, but look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy sources. And when those unholy sources are so outraged with holiness, that sometimes, again, the most incredible results come about even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, the Baruch Hu takes our avodah even if it's Shalom B'Shema, because ultimately good things happen. Incredible. I'm not going to see that. Vito shot Egron, David no shot Balak Melech Moabite. I said, what Martha says, Rus was the daughter of Egron. Egron, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Egron was the grandson of Balak, Melech Moab. Good. So I'm going to Rabbi Sid, the Yitab Elikim and Shem Shlomo Yishmecha. Legal Kison is Kisah. So it's beautiful. So this is the Nabi Chasni to David HaMelech. God will make the name of Shlomo. Now, what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name. And his throne will be even greater than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? That doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of respect. Otherwise, saying the next king, you're good. Next king is going to be fantastic. Is that the right way to talk? I'm going to make no. The Navi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo is going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Like your greatness. He looked him up, he interpreted it this way. Tiborach minoshim Yael, Eishes Haver Hakimi, minoshim Bo'ohel Tivurach. So what's a Yael? Right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So he says, Tiborach minoshim Yael, you will be blessed. How amongst them Yael, like the life of Haver Hakimi, minoshim Bo'ohel Tivurach. From the women, now again, here's the interesting part. Minoshim, what does that mean? Minoshim Baal Torah. So it would be tempting to translate it as will be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? Who are the women of the tent? Manu, Sarah, Yifka, Rachel, and Leah. Emos, and also one of the things, another thing that Yael's greater than the Emos. Emos says, Ora, Hal, and Nimahati. They think that Yael is greater than the Emos. Of course, they're Hello in the incomer, Hello in the incomer. So no, what the Bible is saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Nabi is telling David, your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So no, says this interpretation of other possibilities. The thing that was really Bakoni. Don't listen to Bakoni, listen to this. Bakol of the Miskana. Let's see, in general, we are jealous of other people. Let's say this is a very important Gemara. What does this mean? Bakol of the Miskana means I am jealous of the sin of other people. This is very important Gemara, right? Because the Torah tells us, don't covet. It is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than you. Someone is more successful than me. Someone has more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. The Gemara says there are two exceptions to this. Chutz, you can know, the Talmud don't. There are two people you never jealous of, and two people who you want to be even greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, the Talmud. The Talmud, the student, what every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be 100 percent. My Talmud, what does every single Rebbe want? Every single Rebbe wants a Talmud, ultimately, again, who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. And we're all saying both of these cases, the students like my son's success feels like my success, and my Talmud's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, so from son, how do we know that a father wants to? That's from Shlomo. That's why I get acquainted with tradition. The Rabbi was telling David, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And David's like, great. Right? And Tommy, where do we know that? This is about me. Everybody's saying, Kiyina Pishnai will provide, right? Everybody's saying, Yismo Esyadav Allah Yisrael. One of us we learn it from Elisha. Right? That ultimately, again, Elio is Elisha Pishnai, a double portion of greatness. So Elio wanted to be greater, or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hands plural on Yoshua. So again, both of these Rebbeim wanted their Talmudim to be even greater than them. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayashim David B'Fi Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed his words in Bilam's mouth. There was Omer Malach. Rabbi Yoel Pita. So again, Rabbi Yoel, one thing he says that Hashem placed the Malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he wants. The other thing he says, he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. I'm ready. Okay. So also, so we'll say this is incredible. If you want to know if Bilam wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings, you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls, no about the medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Right? Those is interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you could see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tents of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future Bate Medrash and Bate Knesset of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Lo Tishra, don't let the Shechina rest upon them. Umishkil Sak Yisrael. Lo Tehei Malchusa Nimshach. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. It shouldn't have any type of vineyards right? The vineyards or groves. So the Gemara says, "Benos alina." Your scent literally shouldn't waft. That's not that word. But it should waft. In other words, that your scent, it shouldn't have, what does that mean that your scent shouldn't waft? It shouldn't have an impact on the world. The Gemara says, "Ka'ardim nita Hashem lo sorry, ka'ardim nita Hashem." Your kings should not have stature. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. They should not have any control over the nations of the world. The monarchy should not be strong. No one should fear their monarchy. Says this house. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, throughout different periods of time. Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Except for one. A lot of these we've never lost our shuls and our bate medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and bate medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Vayapo Hashem Elokech Elokach HaKlalo L'Bracha, Ya'et Hashem Elokech HaKlalo V'lo Chlolos. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But the one where Bilam said, you'll never have bate medrash, you'll never have bate Knesios, that never changed. Throughout the entirety of our history, we were never without bate Knesios and bate medrash. Absolutely, every single week we learn Kish and stuff. Like, maintain, clandestine detention, clandestine shul, in the West Side Ghetto, throughout the years that he was there. Like, that's Ish Kodesh, the justice that he gave. So there was, can you imagine this? Even when we were in Gehenna. So all of the curses came true. But he knew that it was medrash, and he knew that a shul that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. You know what it says? I'm going to be sure my son. My dixit, money can say, oh, hey, but they had tunnels, the shikos, so many. So most of us literally translated, what does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despised are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, "Tov HaKodesh Kilo Aki Ashiloni Yisrael Yotzei Mibracha Shabircham Bilam Alasha." What does it mean? So ultimately, again, the Kala of the curse that we got from Aki Ashiloni, right? Remember again, Aki Ashiloni. Where do we see him? Just a few days ago, where do we see him? Excellent. By Rabban Ben Nebat. Right? He was the one who took the garden of Torah into 12 pieces, gave you Rabban 100 pieces, says, "You are now, but now that's over." 10 tribes. Aki Ashiloni. So Aki Ashiloni cursed us. That's what it means. He cursed us. He was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, better to get the quote-unquote curse to the people of Aki Ashiloni than the bracha of Torah. Unless it was an incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Aki Ashiloni, Kira as he saw the color. Aki Ashiloni cursed us. And again, let's say curse is a strong word. Just delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a follow. When he cursed us, he referred to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, the color, listen to the Shnei Amar. So for example, we'll strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. We'll say, now what does this mean? So why does he compare it to a reed? This is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? The gizel machlet, and a reed regenerates. So it's always found by water. It regenerates. Shoshav merubin, it has a lot of roots. And even cold roots sheba olam ba'os v'noshelo. And listen, now what happens with the reed? The reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eino mazizin also mekoma. So what happens to the reed is the reed can totally blow over. Even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. So notice that in the reason also mekoma. Elohim holding the blind man. Ultimately, then the reed just sways with the wind. But as soon as the reed is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. The interesting enough about Bilam Alasha, Bilam blessed us. and we call that the cedar tree. Now, what's the top of the cedar tree? Not as that only local mining. So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? The cedar has a very shallow root system. Then you give them out with once you cut down a cedar tree, this does not go ahead and regenerate. And I feel like I'm not sure all like balls for us. Well, England's usually something called cedar is a very strong tree. And therefore, all of the winds will work to blow against it, and they won't move it. Even Shinosh Babal Ruach Ronis, but once the southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree, Yad Russell, they'll cross upon it. So apparently, again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, you must follow out, going back to the reed for just a moment, the Kana, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So therefore, again, better to get the curse of Afia Shironi, right, than to get the bracha of the Organos. It's important to take a moment. The thing that bracha of Afia Shironi is incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Torah. Number one, to be like to be. Number one, plant yourself by water. Water, what does water represent? Water is Torah. Water is also chesed. Water is Torah, water is chesed. But it says a person who wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in a life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. You must become a person who is about chesed. You must become a person ultimately against rooted in a life of giving and growth for the others. Furthermore, we'll say life is filled with winds. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you can deal with the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against. So number one, you can just fall down. You can just say, woe is me. Woe is me. I didn't want this. I didn't plan this. I don't like this. This is unfair. Whatever you want to say, right? And you can just give up. You can just give up. You're not happy with where life is going. Give up. Lay down, play dead. You can do that. Or you go. You can all of them. Just leave it to them. And then when you do it here, and then when you do it there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. And one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. Whenever again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances of life absolutely take their toll on us. The one thing I know, that when it dies down, I will slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I never give up. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the water of Torah, the water of chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances, no set of winds, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am situated. Incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the fullness? So you know what the crown of the fullness really is? It becomes a throne. I like to say the Torah. At the end of the day, and then we'll say Sofer Tangos when it becomes relevant. Sofer Tangos represents again the book of our characters. What's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you allow you? It's a couple of Sefer Torah. Listen, what's the meaning by the Sefer Torah? Doesn't get benefit. You don't get something. It's called full circle. When you started with the water, you end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do together. Oh, it's very nice to be there, to be the root, to be the root. And all these beautiful things, at the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to promise? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately is a personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So you merge that as well. Bayaris Akini, so still back to the Lord. Bayaris Akini, Bayisa Mishalo, Allah of the Yisrael. Kini, no, I see one of the also. It's not supposed to be, I think that's interesting. So apparently, Bilam the Gemara says meets Yisrael. Now, Yisrael and Bilam know each other. Right? And they weren't seeing more, they knew each other from the Egypt days. That time they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing here? Now Yisrael is the child Yisrael. She says, Yisro, what are you doing over here? What's going on here? After all, weren't you involved in that same discussion in Egypt? We'll get there in just a moment. So you want to meet Mio Shikha, Eita Israel Olam. Who is it from you who's trying to do over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? God Israel. I'm not listening to my own so Shloshei Vasa Eita. Was it three people who were involved in that council? Now, what council? When Rashi points out when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile. There were three people involved in that decision, three people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Eliyahu, Bilam, Iyov, and Yisrael. Okay? Bilam, Bilam said, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? Remember again, well, not much later. He's killed in the desert, right? So those guys that are Iyov, Sheshasak, Nidon Yisur. Wow. Iyov was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce. He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I would say, isn't that wild? So it's the whole story of Iyov, is the story of unimaginable suffering that can't be traced to a source. Right? The whole crop of Iyov is like Tzadik Paralo, that the righteous suffer. So there's unimaginable ways that we can't understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least the thing that we see in Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Something was a punishment. Well, why was it a punishment? You had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. You had an opportunity to stop it, right? And he didn't. And you had the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you failed to do so. You are complicit. So Iyov was complicit with Paro, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? Yisro Shabbat. Yisro ran away. Because Yisro ran away, Zahu b'nei banav le'ishkei b'lishkas hados. This is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was Zokat at 8 o'clock had grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. Shnamar mishpachos Sof Moshe Yadis had Hanshimachos Basayin Hema Hinim Abayim Nachmas Chavibus Rachas Uksir Uvekim Yichos Moshe Olam Meir Hatzmar. So isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent, and therefore the Torah Yisro ran away, and because he ran away, he was over to have children. Remember the thing. They say, you say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did the critical running away? It's coward, right? Stay with ground and object. So understand. Yisro was smart. What did he understand? He already lost. Like, how did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of 3. Alright, it was Paro, it was a tribunal of 4. It was Paro, Yisro, Iyov, Bilam. Paro was it, right? So Bilam was it. So Iyov was silent, a non-vote, which means that Yisro only understood Paro's voice. That was the one. So it's like, it is a tremendous yisod. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself in that situation, you have to be solid. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem, and I guess sometimes certain situations are so toxic. So the lights are, again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, you're just making so much. I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not just for running away as an act of cowardice. It's just for recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. That's what I thought. You saw what's on the other. What's the nation who get in the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming his people? In other words, when a Cheshbon redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu that ultimately don't get anything with that. So the Gemara says, so apparently again, you'll be receiving of trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to mate. So apparently not a good idea to get in the middle of that. Right? And even if you go ahead and you place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. You know what it says? אצל מיאנקיזם, אמרה ליבות אספיר, כתבנו לפלס. ואנו אשר בעבודה, עד אשר כתלי נשמע מכאן ואילו, בשעת נשיבודס. Probably so ultimately again, one day will spread out, they'll come from vast time, up until Usher they'll kill, from there afterwards they will enslave. הנה ניחומי חלבי, לכל יוס כאשר יעשה עמדה, לעמך. So now incredibly well. So now Bill realizes he's infatuated. Like Bill realizes he can't put the issue. I'm not going to work. As they say, he's like, yeah, it's not working. So this is how Bill himself developed. I can't curse them, but let me give you an eighth about what you can do to just be done with these people. Let me give you the eighth. All right, so what? So Bill, now watch the Bill is he says, "Eshayasa ha'amazah la'amecha." So we want to say, why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. So the Kalas Asma, the Torah tells us about him. So the person who curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. So what's Bilam? So what's this line again? The curse is not working. Bilam says, here's my last piece, and he said, this is like the polling piece. So what is it? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to probably solve if you want to destroy them. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Like, listen, we've seen by the every year. Immorality is not the thing that Hashem hates most. What does Hashem hate most? We saw it. Most dishonesty. Disingenuity, right? That's Hashbach who hates morality. Hashbach hates people who just are dishonest. Hashbach will deal with any and every idea. He really can. But he can't deal with when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't deal with. But in any event, but everybody's right. Immorality is a very close second. But he doesn't like immorality. He doesn't like immorality. So Bilam says like this. Now the Jews is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really like linen garments. Isn't there like that thing for linen garments? And actually points out over here, why did they like linen garments? So that's just it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, readable material, good for all seasons, right? So Lamesa, they really like linen garments. Okay, that they're appetite for. So what should you do? Listen to this. The Gemara is involved. Basiaka ate some. So Bilam says, here's what you should do. And Bilam lays out the whole plan for Balak. Here's what you do. Asaman Kilayim. So it's going to make like a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jews are camped in the desert. So Bilam, so just see, I have like the image over here. So Jews are camped in the desert. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shuk, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay? And go ahead, Bahushibain and Zonos. Stack the shuk with harlots, with Zonos. Okay, Zikim and Mibachotz, the other one, an older harlot on the outside, and again the harlot on the inside. Okay, the Makabang Kaidishtan. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing, right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see two things: linen garments and wine. Right? We're going to see that wine comes in a little bit later on. Right? So sell linen garments, and what happens? Let's say you got a book. Aslam Kilayim, right now, and that's what happens. So Bilam listen, sorry, Balak, let's say, they set up a marketplace. Aslam Kilayim, Nehar Shemes, Ades Ayishimos. Moshe Ben Zoros is giving you the first the other new. Okay, so here was the plan. This is incredible tomorrow. With the Shon She Yisrael, Oakland, the Shosim Usmechem, the Yotzim with Kanyo Bishop. So as it's now happens, probably so we're minding our business. We're sitting in our encampment. So we'll say, what happens? Oakland Shosim Usmechem. So we'll say, do you know as soon as you think about our time in the desert? Do you know what happens like in a typical evening in the desert? Oakland Shosim Usmechem. Right? Probably so. Even with something you had someone who made a l'chaim, we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with Mishpach. Life was good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, and now life is good. So what happened? Dinner was over. We take a little spazier. Where do you take the spazier to? Where do you go? We went to the shop. So they walked around the marketplace. Moved down the shop. Well, Mary's lost the kingdom. So the older harvest, remember again, we're in the older harvest station, right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, because the king of Omer thought the Shabbat. So what happened? So the older harlot was, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good, I'm selling it for X, right? For X, right? Retail. retail. But meanwhile, what would happen? The older Marisol, the couples. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlot who was essentially there were two stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, "I'll save it for retail." The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, we know where we're going, right? So obviously, so go wholesale. This happened, now I will say, man, nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of living garments. This happened 2 or 3 times. Omerislav, hurry out to Ben Dias. Shev borrow the Atzmei. It's what happens. So after all of this happened, so the poor, I will say, they have no idea because we were harlots, right? Again, remember, up until now, this business. So after this happened a couple of times, some younger harlots who like to run the businesses on the inside. So they would say to the Germans, and you've come here already a couple of times, come inside right to the business bar, come inside, come sit a little bit. It's a and she would have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently again was very strong. And what happens? And I said, this is before the wine of Gentiles was introduced. So therefore there was nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So you have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? So once he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. And I will say, what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed. Right? So it's just, I will say, it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samalov, Hashmili. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midianite women would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out. So the woman would say to the Jewish man, "I want to have relations with you." Just one little detail. She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a pocket one, not a big one, just like a pocket one. Right? And she would say, just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol. This is incredible. Hello, you. This is incredible.
We hit the pause the show and ask for the punchlines several times. This is different though.
And by the way, as I point out, this guy obviously isn't the fullest guy in the world. Because art school not writing his biography. Remember again, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with this Midianite prostitute. So this is not like a gung ho over here. That's when she wants him to worship idolatry, he's like, what? You're about to engage this woman. I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. So what does she say to him? Come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. This is dark oil. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do. Right? Just a normal bodily function. Right? So just go out, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body, it's healthy. So anyway, you're happy, Idol's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy. Right? It's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here and we're good to go. Now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship our hearts with defecation. He just thinks that this is a really strange woman. Right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So, okay, if that's what it takes, then, then I guess okay. Right? So, the nice again, say defecates. Okay. Below, after he defecates, he says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, at this point in time, are you right?
I mean, by mistake, what's your favorite name?
Right? So pretty much right. He's in, right? He's in. So at this, you know, at a certain point in time, he made so many wrong turns. And you look back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that when I say he goes there with so ultimately, I want to point out two things from this story. Number one, do you understand, by the way? Do you understand? They went, this is a complex scheme. Right? And this is time. You know, this is real anti-Semitism. You have to kill someone, it's a job. Okay, you kill someone. You have to do, a couple of moments, right? And that's it, done. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what when you hate someone, so I can hate someone enough to like smack them across the face. Because again, it's episodic. He's there under the argument like they were done. I'm just saying, you can understand that like, you're trying to resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. Like, this is a lot of resources going into Judaism. That's anti-Semitism. By the way, this is we see this back. Okay, we have to finish that first. This is one of those like vibration is
slappers.
Once it also tells you, by the way, that the Catholic descent is often very
was a living legend too.
Started with shopping. I can use this one. Shopping is a big man. Nice job on the Sarah. Right? And we're going to argue. We're arguing with that. He says it's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kavod. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? So again, so it's fascinating just to see. Just to see that Steve, that one goes on the list. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? And so I just want to point out that it started. Now again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. You're buying clay push done. What is interesting about say is, I want to point out, how many clay push done does one person need? Right? Why are they coming back to the marketplaces multiple times? Remember, again, I say they didn't even need any dry cleaning in the midbar. Because we did everything for that. So it's like, if they were coming back multiple times, what does that show you? Excess of materialism. Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of clay push done. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and buying and buying and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world, enjoy materialism, but don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment and I'm now open up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with, and not because she's a soda. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine. It's a simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or that have related to one another share alcoholic beverages. It's not good. It's not good. So you see again, over excess in materialism, let ultimately again the glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with, and then what happens? They're both like, I'm a Zara, all this stuff. And where do you start with? What did it all start with? It started with too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. But let's say this is why a person will have to live a life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a gateway to something that follows it. And it is something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right thing to put it in the direction you need to get to in life. All right, let's go weiter. Now, you should be something Shittim. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Shittim Shema. The name of the place is Shittim. I'm sure Omer. Shines Asku Divrei Shtos. No, it's called Shittim because, again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, that we involved in Shabbat with Shtos. At the ground of Omer Zichel Elohim. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Arumos Pagubah. And literally, again, when you're women, they didn't even wear clothing. Why did they wear clothing? In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, right, even debase themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Obviously, the men, so let's say when the men see women like this, again, so became about carry. All there were similar missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Lazar Omer Rafidim Shma, then Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Sharifu Azim Dibre Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lorifu Avos Aman and Rifu Yadayim. Only Lashon, Kamoku Shneimar Vayishev, and all Lashon Sar. So let's say wherever the Torah uses Lashon Vayishev, Vayishev is always Lashon Sar. A Lashon difficulty. Shneimar, Vayishev is Vayishev, Vayachal Amigos, Amigos, Vayishev, so that's our story about Bilam. Vayishev Yaakov Eretz Migureah, Eretz Milan, Vayavi says Gilas Amar Abayam. So they say ultimately Vayishev Yaakov, the cell of Yosef. The name of Vayishev is Eretz Goshen, Vayikru Yimei Yisrael. Like Yaakov in himself in Goshen, Yaakov in the Dagan. So after Vayishev Yehudim Yisrael the Beta, Ishtachas Gadol Tachas Kula. So Vayakov Hashem the Satan Shlomas Hadat Ha'adayim Mizera Hamelach U'Be'edom. So again, whenever you see the word Vayishev, as much as Vayishev sounds like a Lashon of tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. That's not a Midian Agra Halamayim as Zion. So it's ultimately Kabisov kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also kills Bilam along with the kings of Midian. That's only the Gemara. So the Gemara says, my boy Hassan, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? So it's like Bilam wanted to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he did that to touching people. Because once he did something better than person, what did he do? He devised the strategy to learn what level of morality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the king's army and said, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Like I went ahead and caused Pfizer to suffer the federal misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to payment and he ends up dead. Killed by Cloud Israel. This is what people count the famous adage. Ganla alzla unibai kami, only the habilate dizizan mine. So the famous, everyone knows the saying. Right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I'll say once again, much better than the original Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something like camel is big, right? What does a camel want? Everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel in his quest for horns ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted to say it was beyond his reach and losing everything in his life. That's Bilam ben Ba'or Kosei. And they killed Bilam ben Ba'or, the sorcerer. Remarks Kosei, he wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is it called a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan B'Chilan Navi L'Basov Kosei. In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. See, he was a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, he just labeled as a sorcerer. The Sadni, the Shilti, Havai, Aizen, and Davi Navi. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, I'll say, it is back to the princess committing adultery. You see, in the witness, she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam was a Navi. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so badly that he's simply known as a sorcerer. Hard to be so Amarad, Shekani bought Arba Misos, spiritual Arab Bekam. Now, listen, when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Skila, Seika, Hereg Bekam. So, how do we do this? Rashi points out it's something amazing. They were hungry, right, so hanging, right, so ultimately, I also says to this, so actually comes out to the hanging, underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's finished. Then they decapitated him. That's sight, right? That's the sword, right? And then he falls down into the fire, that's Skila. The skill is pushing a person off a roof, and then the flames in the fire, that's straight up. That's dealing with all 4 forms of these. I'm going to already funny now. You should be able to talk Bilam about Kama, but how old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So you might say, I'm going to see that out because they're actually coming with me, so interesting enough, I don't know, but here's what I wish to know. Since the Pasuk says, actually don't know, deceitful people, well, yet that's who you may have, do not even live the half of their life. So okay, general lifespan is 7 years. Half of that life would be 35 years. The Shem don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Amos says, I would guess, by plussing or by plussing the Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. So someone in Shaka, and he said, I saw, I have Dylan's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw the Hanukkah day. Fortunately, last year, Dylan Hadira had such a message in us this story, or a book about Dylan, and in it, meaning that Dylan was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Dylan was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, a little bit less time. Let's drop the stuff over here. We got some days, right? Again, we move the goalpost every day. Right today, we got the days outside. Everyone, tremendous.
Right, yeah. I was going to use Jake Paul, but he couldn't answer. Oh, man, because that's what you did to make jelly roll. You tried. Oh, yeah. We found out, like Jake Paul on a fake face. We found that out. Yeah. Through science. Yeah. Brian's got a primal urge to be a man. Yeah. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of stuff about, like, guys, and hot dudes, and guy talk.
All right, everyone, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei. Wilson Mishpach, we're dedicating all the Sherman instructors this year, wishing a tremendous Mazel Tov. Shav Naftali's friend Benjamin Wall, on the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tovia to Shira, a beautiful couple of years. Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha, and provide that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Kapalik, for the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsors from the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram and Shindi Kelman, memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian Abbas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron, Avraham. A week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pallet. 20 years ago, Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zacharia, and Cyril Bas Rabdol, and Steve Golaskov, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our families. Beautiful, beautiful Shkoya. As to the beautiful, also with that, let us begin a tremendous shkach to Rabbi Daniel and the Chazara Chabura. I think a record crowd this morning, Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry? That's like all very well. Good. All right, Baruch Hashem, they're definitely better rested. But really, and again, I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and to walk away with reinforcing some of these souls to the daf, obviously you'd need probably a full hour to manage to, but like to get accomplished in 10 minutes is incredible and a tremendous fact to all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Also, today's daf is Kuvav 106. We are picking up in Mitzvah on Kufyama days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. About 11 lines up and before it gets wide. So remember again, we were speaking about, we ended off yesterday's daf with this fascinating sugya about how exactly was Bilam able to curse Israel. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Ribono Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that if he was able to curse Israel during that moment, that it would have catastrophic consequences for Israel. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Israel, that entire time, because Baruch never got angry. We're picking up on that. Where it says, behind the Amrali Bilam Balak, so this is what Bilam said to Balak, Balak, what do you want from me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael if Baruch doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. El Za'im B'choyom, the Kamazamo, so Doshon gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Ribono Shel Olam last for? The Gemara says, Raga. Just a few moments. Really, I should say, just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. And again, if you catch God in that moment, then terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Kiraga B'Yakov, Chayim B'Rtzon. Everybody say what other possibilities. So let's say so again. Let's just Kiraga B'Yakov. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibilities. Everybody say more. Lech Ani Boga Chadarecha. The Navi says, "My nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place." Close the door behind you. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. Ad Ya'avor Za'am. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Just wait a moment until the divine wrath passes. So the Lord says, I get what that. Amos Rasas, when does this moment of anger occur? When does Bishma get angry? So the Gemara says, in the first 3 hours of the morning, the early morning, ultimately again when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, the feathers of the rooster are always white. The Gemara says, is so apparently again throughout the day it might be white, but there are small streaks of red in these early hours of the morning. So the Mishmar so it's totally white. Okay, so we say story. Kind of a story here. There was a min. Let's see, before min is a heretic. There was a heretic who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Right? And I'll say again, now when it says a min, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. And he just gave Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened? This is incredible. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi had an idea. יום אחד, נגד תנגולתו, ועשו לבקרי, ועוסיף באמר קימתה ושייתו, Ilache, Rishon has a great idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what do you do when you're done with the guy? You get a rooster, tie it to your bed, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way, again, you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath. Hey, you can be done with this guy. Now listen, I'm just going to point out, obviously, the fact that the Rishon is going to this realm, there's two things happening over there. Number one, the guy is a min, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And pain. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I just want to point out again, we're only being told part of the story, but it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. When that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, I'm sure he's ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So I'm sure he fell asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So surely he says it's clear. Laborakara means there's nothing wrong away. And so the fact that I fell asleep, like somehow he's like, he's up the whole time, just waiting for that one moment. And literally when that one moment came, he fell asleep. The fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that he says indicates that what? The prophet doesn't want me to do this. It's not what God wants. Not the approach the prophet wants. God wants to say, I know it's what God is local. Right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. The prophet doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, it's not, the prophet doesn't want us cursing each other. The prophet doesn't want us harming each other. Even if the other, right now she says over here, Inachom the tzaddik she manish. It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. More like that. Feel the benini. I will say, and ultimately again, even with a min, right? Even with someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately again to be the vehicle of divine punishment. So we'll say, look at verse 105, the second of the widest lines on the bottom. Very near. So again, Gemara says here, when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun, the Holy Spirit gets upset. In other words, the topic of what does that do or anything? It's not about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the Holy Spirit goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him, and instead serve other creations. Let's not forget to say, come below below. Let's not back to below. Don't get up in the morning. And he went ahead and he sat on his donkey. So I will say, now what's bothering me more about the pasuk over here? Bilam He's a chashuv guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? He shouldn't be selling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? We need to certain level. So why do you think that Bilam himself speaking that he was selling his donkey? When he was telling Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Avo, Nevatalas is Ashur shall be Bilam. We'll say it's very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Let's see, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. Where do we know this from? So the Gemara says, Avram, Tzib, Vayashkim, Avram, Baboker. Avram, the one in the Akeda, right? Got up, and Avram, also saddled his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. Why is he saddling his own donkey? Because remember, this is on the way to the Akeda. He's consumed with love of faith. Consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's so very beneficial. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay? Furthermore, what else disrupts the natural order of things? Sinah. Nevatalas, Shura, Shadugula. So we'll say hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Nikolon Shinamar, Vayakam Dilam Baloker, Vayakamoshis Asano. Ultimately, again, Dilam got up in the morning and he saw his own donkey. So we'll say it's interesting what's coming around between love and hate. Right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do irrational things. It's fascinating enough over here, the irrationality for Amnavinu was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for Klal Yisrael that he sounds like nothing happened. In Bilam's case, the hatred was all consuming, that even to the point where his behavior was clearly self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. As they've often thought, there's one more emotion that really belongs to Islam, and that's fear. Fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things? Sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries the possibility of failure. Right? Every life initiative carries the strong possibility of falling flat on your face, and not even going back to where you started, but you can be pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't handle the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. Yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what may occur if we push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Beautiful Gemara. Person should learn Torah. I want to say, by that, I'll just point out, it's very amazing. Where is it that, all seriousness, that we have the call get up at a really ungodly hour to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have even been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that clock come from? It's important to understand it comes from Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Ridiculous. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, right? If you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, right? So you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m. So I have to leave my house at 4. So you're not like, listen, Sheikh, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9. Right? Just hang out a little bit. Right? I'll just. Getting a lot of blank expressions over here. Maybe we should do that. Take an Uber. Right? In other words, when you love something, even though again it's falling on my face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that caught? And also again, it's important to understand that what it is that you do is like a shtickle abnormal. And it'd be a little bit more normal to get a little bit more sleep, to be a little more rested, to be whole people that aren't like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening, right? It would be a little bit. So what's the shot? Where did it come from? Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Avraham was the first person to say, when you love it, when you love his Torah, get up early, push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I want to say every single morning, when we do it, just understand, We are Abrahamic. We are Abrahamic. We're managed following in the footsteps of the Zayda because Allah calls as a shura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes the negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so the mother was like, person should always learn Torah and mitzvahs. Shalom Shema, even after the right reasons. Even Shalom Shema, right? Why? Shemar says Shalom Shema. Also because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Or even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come to do it for the right reason. This is wild. Balak the king of Moab, this sounds kind of story. Balak the king of Moab, who hired Bilam to curse Klal Yisrael, so meaning to take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet, he offered up 42 karbanos to the Ribono Shalom. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. Now, he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to curse Klal Yisrael. But Lamaisa, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in his thoughts, of his service of Hashem. Not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. A great grandson by the name of David. And David and Hashem had an angel by the name of Mashiach. So it says, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy is that? And Mashiach comes from Balak. He did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos all for the wrong reasons. The Baruch says, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not going to call Israel, but look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy of sources. As long as those unholy sources are laced with holiness, sometimes again the most incredible results come about even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, the God takes our avodah even if it's shalom b'shma, because ultimately great things happen. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yossi Bar Rus Zito Shal Eglon Benjamin Shal Balak Malach Ma'avaya. As the Red says, Rus was the daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Eglon was the great grandson of Balak Malach. So I'm going to read Rabbi Ma'avaya. Said the Yitat Elokim as Shem Shlomo Mishmecha. Vigdo as Kisom as Pisaka. So it's beautiful. So this is the Rebbe talking to David HaMelech. And if God will make the name of Shlomo. Now what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name, and his throne will be even greater than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? Of course, that doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of the staff. Or saying that right, the next king, you're good. Next king is going to be fantastic. Is that right here to talk? Me'im Kamarim. No. The Navi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo is going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Me'im, like your greatness. I'll tell you what, interpret it this way. Tivorak Minoshim Yael, Eishes Kavar Hakimi, Minoshim Bo'ohel Tazura. So we'll say Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So when Devorah praises her, he says, Devorah Minashim Yael, you will be blessed from amongst them in Yael, right? The wife of Chaver Hakimi, Minashim Ba'al Devorah. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Minashim, what does that mean? Minashim Ba'al Devorah. So it would be tempting to translate it as, you will be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? So who are the women of the tent? Manyahu, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Emos, I must say, what is it? The Navi saying that Yael's greater than the women of the Emos. The Gemara says, Ora, Ara, the women of Happy. So it is Yael is greater than the Emos. Of course, not Allah in the Ein Kamar. How can I in the Ein Kamar? So no, what the Navi was saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Navi is telling David, your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So that was his interpretation of one. Other possibilities, we think Rabbi Yossi Bar-Choni. Rabbi Yossi Bar-Choni, listen to this. Bakal Adam Miskani. Most in general, we are jealous of other people. This is a very affirming Gemara. What does this mean? Bakal Adam Miskani means I am jealous of the success of other people. Was is very affirming, right? Because as much as the Torah tells us, don't covet, it is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than me. Someone is more successful than me. Someone had more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. But the Gemara says there are two exceptions to this. Chutz, mibino, v'talmido. There are two people you never jealous of. The people who you want to be greater than you. Number one, your son. And number two, your talmud. Your talmud, your student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, to learn from all of my wrong turns. I want them to be 100 times that. My Talmud, what is every single Rebbe? Every single Rebbe wants a Talmud ultimately again who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. Because also in both of these cases, the students like that my son's success feels like my success, and my Talmud's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says to this. The Gemara says, so from son, how do you know that a father wants his son? That's Shlomo. That's why again, according to this tradition, David, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And David's like, great. Right? And tell me, where do we know that? Because we know one possible is we learn it from Elisha, right? That ultimately, again, Elio gives Elisha Pishnayim, a double portion of his greatness. So Elio wanted Elisha to be greater, or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hands plural on Yoshua. So again, both of these Rebbeim wanted their Talmidim to be greater than them. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayasim David B'Fi Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed words in Bilam's mouth. But those are other malach. The others are other pika. So again, so one opinion says that Hashem placed the malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he wanted to. Other opinion says he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. I'm going to be so we'll say this is incredible. If you want to know how Bilam wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls and no more bati medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Right? Again, I was going to say it's interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you could see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tents of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future Bati Medrash and Bati Knesios of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Lo Tishra, Shekhinah Aleim. Don't let the Shekhinah rest upon him. The Mishkan Sach Yisrael. Lo Tehei Malchus Amishach. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. Shinechalim Nitayim. Lo Yehelam Zeisim Miklavim. They shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? Vineyards or groves. So the Gemara says, Kitanos Aleinah. Lo Yeherechan. No, they were sent. Literally shouldn't waft. Right? Shouldn't waft. In other words, that they're sent. They shouldn't have. What does that mean? That they're sent? Shouldn't waft. They shouldn't have impact on the world. So the Gemara says. Nita Hashem lo Lo Yelahem Malachim Balakom. Your kings should not have stature. Arazim Arimayim. Lo Yelahem Malach Ben Malach. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. Yizal Mayim Midalio. Lo Tiem Achusan Shalatas B'Mos. The monarchy should not have any control of the nations in the world. Yizaru B'Mayim Rabim. Lo Tie Azam Achusan. The monarchy should not be strong. By Yorem Me'agag Malchor. Lo Tie Emas Achusan. No one should fear them monarchy, but he doesn't know who's so. Rabbi Yavah kind of says as follows: Kulam Chazul Klala, talking about the Knesset, what we I will say, here's what's incredible. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, throughout different periods of time. Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Klal Yisrael we've never lost. Our shuls and our bati medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and bati medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Vayatov Hashem Elokech Alachaz Achol L'Bracha. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But the one where Bilam said, you'll never have Bati Medrash, you'll never have Bati Knesios, that never came true. Throughout the entirety of our history, we were never without Bati Knesios and Bati Medrash. Absolutely, our Rebbe, every single week, we learn the Piaget's now. Like the Rebbe maintained a clandestine description, a clandestine shul in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the years that he was there. Like that's Ish Kodesh, the drushes that he gave. So can you imagine this? Gam Ke'edah Tegid Salmavas, even literally when we're in Gehenna. So all the other curses came true. But a yid without a base medrash, a yid without a shul, that never happened in the entire of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. Umar says, I'm going to be so much my son. Mike did say that money can say, all right, but they had Talos, the Shikos, so literally translated, what does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despised are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, this is wild. So ultimately, again, the klala, the curse that we got from Achia Shilom, right? Remember again, Achia Shilom, we learned about him. Where do we see him? Just a few days ago, where do we see him? Excellent, by Rabban ben Nevat. Right? He was the one who took the garment, tore it into 12 pieces, gave Yeravam 10 of the pieces, said, you have now the Malach over 10 tribes. Achia Shilom. So, doesn't Achia Shilom cursed us then? What it means he cursed us is he was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, it's better to get the quote-unquote curse, the rebuke of Achia Shiloni, than the bracha of Bilam. Listen to this incredible Gemara. How so? This is Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Achia Shiloni. Kilo as his become. Achia Shiloni cursed us. And again, let's say curse is a strong word. He's delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a klala. When he cursed us, refer to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, a kana. Listen to the Shneimar. V'hika Hashem es Yisrael, kasher yonot hakana b'mayim. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu will literally strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. So now, what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this. This is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? Gizel machlif, and a reed regenerates. So it's always found by water. Regenerates. Shrushav merubin, it has a lot of roots. And afilu kol luchos sheba olam va'os v'noshelo. Listen, what happens with the reed? A reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eina mazizun also mukama. So what happens to the reed is the reed be totally blown over, even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. Because Eina mazizun also mukama. Elahu holech ubaynan. So ultimately, again, the reed just sways with the wind. Kevan shedramamu haruchos amad karabim komo. But as soon as the wind is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. Yet interestingly enough, about Bilam Arasha, Bilam blessed us, and he called us a cedar tree. Now, what's the chap with the cedar tree? So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? And furthermore, the cedar has a very shallow root system. Once you cut down a cedar tree, it does not go ahead and regenerate. And cedar is a very strong tree, and therefore all of the winds in the world could blow against it, and they won't move it. But once the southern wind goes down and blows against the cedar tree, so apparently again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, he was going back to the reed for just a moment, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So let's say, so therefore again, better to get the curse of Achia Shiloni, right, than to get the bracha of Bilam. I will say it's important to take a moment. In that bracha of Achia Shiloni, it's incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Gemara. Number one, to be like the reed. Number one, flank yourself by water. Water, what does water represent? Water is Torah. Water is also Chesed. There's Torah, what is Chesed. Let's say if a person wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. You must become a person who is about Chesed. You must become a person ultimately, again, who is rooted in a life of giving and doing for the other. Furthermore, let's say life is filled with wins. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you can deal with the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against you. So number one, you could just fall down. You could just say, woe is me. Woe is me. I didn't want this. I didn't plan this. I don't like this. This is a low fare. Whatever you want to say. Like, you could just give up. You could just give up. You're not happy with the way life is going. Give up. Lay down. Lay down, play dead. You could do that. Or you could go with it. You can roll with it, just lean into it, and the wind's gonna blow me here, and the wind's gonna blow me there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. But one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Right? Whenever again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances of life absolutely take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and it will, I'll slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been uprooted. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances, no set of winds, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am situated. Incredible, incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the kulmus? So you know what the crown of conversation of the kulmus really is? That it becomes the quill that writes the Sefer Torah. At the end of the day, and that will say so profound on so many different levels. Sefer Torah represents again the book of our accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing? The top of the Sefer Torah. So what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? Doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. And you're going full circle. When you started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do. While it's very nice to be the root, to be the reed, and all these beautiful things, at the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to Christ? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately is the personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, Vayar Sekini, so still back to below. Vayar Sekini, Vayisa Mishalo, Amala Bilam Yisrael. Kini, no, I see one of the also, it's also, I hear what you're saying. So apparently, Bilam, the Gemara says, means Yisrael. Now, Yisrael and Bilam knew each other. Right? We already see this moment, they knew each other from the Egypt. That's how they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing here? Now Yisrael called Yisrael. She says, Yisrael, what are you doing over here? What's going on over here? After all, we're involved in that same discussion in Egypt, which we'll get to in just a moment. So the Gemara says, who positioned you, who planted you over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? Call Yisrael. Let's say there were three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile, there were three people involved in that decision, or three people involved in that discussion. Who are they? Eluhain, Bilam, Eov, and Yisro. Okay? Bilam, Shia Atznera. Bilam said to Paro, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? You might remember again, not that much. He's killed in the desert, right? So Bilam Shia Atznera. Eov, Sheshasak, Nidon B'Yisru. Eov was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce, right? He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I would say, isn't that wild? So I say, see, now the whole story of Eov is the story of unimaginable suffering They can't be traced to the source. Right? The whole top of Yov is like tzaddik v'ralo, that's righteous suffer. So there's unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least according to this stream in Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Eov's suffering was a punishment. Well, why was there a punishment? Eov had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. He had an opportunity to stop it, right? And he didn't. And when you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eov was complicit with parents, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? The Yisro ran away. Yisro ran away. Because Yisro ran away, this is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was able to have grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. So say, isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent, and therefore Yisro ran away, and because he ran away, he was over to have children with members of the Sanhedrin. You'll say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did he punish for running away? It's cowardly. Right? Stand your ground and object. Understand? Yisro was smart. What did he understand? He already lost. Right? How did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of 3. All right, it was Paro. Sorry, it was a tribunal of 4. It was Paro, Yisro, Eov, Bilham. Paro was in, right? So Bilham was in. So Eov was silent, a non-vote, which means that Yisro only understood this is a tremendous Yisro. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself in that situation, you have to be solid. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic that the nice again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, they're just maybe so much, I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisro running away as an anti-terrorist. It's Yisro recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore, I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. Let's go right to Vayisam Shal V'yomer. Oy Muyichya Mishumotel. Oy Lo L'Uma Shetim Sabishash Kipar B'Osati Yonabara. So Bilam was saying, woe to the nation who gets to the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming his people. In other words, when Hakadosh Baruch Hu redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and Hakadosh Baruch Hu that ultimately don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, so apparently, again, it would be the same thing as like trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to mate. So apparently, not a good idea to get in the middle of that, right? And even if you go ahead and you place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. The Gemara says, good. It's sim miyad kisim amarav libun aspir. That's the name of the place. V'anu asher ba'avoyber ad asher katlei miktal mechandeila yishad nishibudes. The products are ultimately again one day will spread out. They'll conquer a vast land up until Asher they'll kill. From there afterwards they will enslave. So okay, now incredible Gemara over here. Incredible Gemara. So now Bilam realizes, fast forwarding a little bit, right? Bilam realizes he can't curse the Jewish people. It's not going to work. As they say, it's not working. So therefore Bilam says to Balak, look, I can't curse them, but let me give you an eitzah about what you can do to just be done with this people. Let me give you the eitzah. All right, so what? So Bilam, now the Lashon of Bilam is, he says, Eshayasa ha'amazel la'amecha. So you might say, Amecha la'amazel. Why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. The person who curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. So what's Bilam supposed to say now again? The curse is not working. Bilam says, Baba. Here's my last piece of it. This was like the pulling piece of what is this? Pulling piece of emergency. Right? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to call yourself if you want to destroy them. Elohim shall elu sonezina. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Right? Listen, we've seen by over here. Immorality is not the thing that the Torah hates most. What does Hashem hate most? What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity. Right? That's his Baruch hates more. His Baruch hates people who just are dishonest. His Baruch can deal with any and every idea. He really can. But he can't deal with when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't deal with. But in any event, but nevertheless, right? Immorality is a very close second. And he does like immorality. He does like immorality. So Bilam says like this. Now the Jews, this is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really like linen garments. I said they like that thing for linen garments. Now Rashi points out over here, why did they like linen garments? Rashi says it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, breathable material, it's for all seasons, right? So the Mesa, they really like linen garments. Okay, they have that appetite for it. So what should you do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, Basiaka Eitzah. So then says, here's what you do. Bilam lays out the whole plan for that. Here's what you do. Aselim Shilayin. So go make like a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jew can't complain. So Bilam, so you see it has like the imagery of it. So the Jew can't complain. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shop, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay. And go ahead. Vahoshit buying staff the shop with harlots, with sonos. Okay. Zikina mibachutz, v'yalda mibifnim. An older harlot on the outside and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing. Right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see really two things. Linen garments and wine. Right? We're going to see those. That wine comes in a little bit later on. Right? So sell linen garments. And what happens? This is incredible. Asam kilayim. Right now, this is what happened. So Bilam listened. Sorry, Balak listened. And they set up a marketplace. Asam kilayim nehar shelek adesa yishimos. Moshe ben Zoros is a kingdom of a chutz v'yalda mibufnim. Okay, so here was the plan. It was this incredible Gemara. Ubishar she Yisrael ochlin v'shosin usmechem v'yotzin l'kayo v'shom. So this is now what happens. Cloud Yisrael, we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our encampment. So we'll say, what happens? Ochlin shosin usmechem. We'll say, do you know, sometimes you think about our time in the desert. Do you know what happened like on a typical evening in the desert? Ochlin shosin usmechem. We fought right? Cloud Yisrael, a little something, we had someone, we were happy, we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with the Baruch. Life is good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, we're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, and now again, life is good. So what happened? Dinner was over, you take a little spazier. Where do you take the spazier to? Where do you go? You went to the shop. So they're walking around the marketplace. There was the Dal B'Shuk. Omeres La Zakeda. So the older harlots, remember again, where are the older harlots stationed? Right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Zakeda Omeres La B'Shava. So what happened? So the older harlot was, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good. I'm selling it for X. Right? For X. Right? Retail. Right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The Yolda Omeres La, the Bafos. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlots were essentially there were two stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, "I'll say the Klipishtan retail." The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, you know where we're going, right? So obviously, again, so go wholesale. This happened, now I will say, nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of linen garments. Shkayim the shalosh panim, this happened 2 or 3 times. Dachakach, Omereslo, Hariat Kiben Bayis, Shev barley atzmit. This what happened? So now after a couple of times just happened, so a report, no, again, we'll say, they have no idea. Right? Again, remember, up until now, this is business. So after this happened a couple of times, some younger harlots who ran the businesses on the inside. So they would say to the Jewish man, listen, you've come here already a couple of times, come inside. Come inside, right to the room, come inside, come sit a little bit. They start Amoni Munach Hatzlah. And she would have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently, again, was very strong. And what happens? Now listen, this is before the wine of Gentiles was prohibited. So therefore, there's nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So you have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? Kevan Sheshasa Boerbo. So we'll say he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. And we'll say what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed. Right? So It was just, again, I will say, it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine, that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samarla Hashmili. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midianite woman would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out. The woman would say to the Jewish man, "I want to have relations with you." Just one little detail. She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a pestle, not a big one, just like a pocket one, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor. Just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol." This is incredible. Hello, Yehudi. Say, isn't this incredible? You cannot. The world doesn't understand the kedusha of a Jew. Right? So let's say, what are you talking about? Right? I was like, and by the way, I just want to point out, this guy obviously isn't the frummest guy in the world. Like art school writing the ball. Remember, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with this Midianite prostitute. So, this is not like a gun olam over here. But yet, when she wants him to worship idolatry, she's really, you're about to engage. You're about to engage this woman. I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? So those are worlds apart. Yehudi Ani. So what does she say to him? Amrlo, come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. This is Baal Pa'ar. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do, right? Just a lot of bodily functions, right? So just go ahead, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body, it's healthy. So anyway, you're happy, Idol's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy, right? And it's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here, we're good to go. Now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship Baal Pa'ar is through defecation. So he just thinks that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So okay, if that's what it takes, then I guess I can. Right? So when I say again, say defecates, okay. They have to be defecated. He says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. I will say, now at this point in time, our Yid is really far into this, right? He drank wine, he defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, I will say, at a certain point in time, you made so many wrong turns, and you look back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that Lamaisi, he goes and he can question him. So ultimately, and this is how it started. I want to point out two things from the story. Number one, do you understand, by the way? You understand to what lengths they went to? Like, this is a complex scheme, right? And this is time. You know what this is? This is real anti-Semitism. You have to, to kill someone on TikTok. You have to kill someone, right? If you're going to do what you have to do, it's a couple of moments, and that's it. Done. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is when you hate someone, so if I can hate someone enough to smack him across the face. Because again, it's episodic, it's there, he's there, I'm there, we're arguing, okay, we're done. I'm just saying, you can understand that, but you're tying up resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women, right? This is a lot of resources going into Judaism. That's anti-Semitism. This is what we have to do. Let's come back. This is basically something. Well, it also tells you, by the way, that the pathway to sin is often paved with very innocuous activities. It started with shopping. By the way, you can use this one. Shopping is a gateway activity. Right, travel the Zara. And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? It's not me. It's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kovav. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? So again, so it's fascinating just to see. Fascinating just to see that Steve, that one goes on. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? And so I just want to point out that it started now. Again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. They're buying Klei Pishtan. What is interesting about that is I want to point out how many Klei Pishtan does one person use? Right? Why are they coming back to the marketplaces multiple times? Remember, again, I was saying they didn't even need any life in the midbar. So if they were coming back multiple times, what does that show you? Excess of materialism. Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of Klei Pishtan. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and buying and buying and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world. Enjoy materialism. But don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment that I am now opened up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in the material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with. And not because she's a zona. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. Simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or directly related to one another share alcoholic beverages. Not good. It's not good. So you see again over excess in materialism, that ultimately again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with. And then what happens? They're both like, Zara, immorality, all of this stuff. And where do you start with? What do they all start with? They start with too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. So let's say this is why a person wants to live life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is equated to something that follows it, and even something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right thing to pull you in the direction to get you in life. All right, so let's go by it. Vayeshev Yisrael b'Shittim. Rabbi Elazar Omer, Shittim Shema. The name of the place is Shittim. Rabbi Shua Omer, Shines Asku D'Vei Shtos. No, it's called the Shittim because again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, that we involved in Shabbat Shtos. Vatikra L'Al Mazuch Elohim. Rabbi Elazar Omer, Arumos Pagu Bahem. And literally, again, the Midianite women, they didn't even wear clothing. They didn't wear clothing. In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, like, even debased themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Shenasu Kulam Balei Carrier. Obviously, the men, so let's say when the men seem a little like this, again, it became a Baal carrying. Well, there were similar missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Elazar Omer, Rafidim Shema. Then Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Shariku Asim L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lo Rifnu Avos Avana Mirifyon Yadayim. Ari Yochanan, Kamakum Shneimar Vayeshev Ela Allah Shem Sal. So let's say wherever the Torah used Lashon of Vayeshev is always Lashon of Sar, Lashon of difficulty. Shneimar, Vayeshev Yisrael B'Shittim, Vayachal Amiznos Avos Moav, Vayeshev. So that's our story over here by Bilam. Vayeshev Yaakov Baritz Mugureah, Baritz Kinan, Vayavi Yosef Ziva Samar Alabahem. So we'll say ultimately Vayeshev Yaakov, the son of Yosef. Neymar Vayeshev Yisrael Baritz Goshen, Vayikvu Yimei Yisrael Lamos. Right? Yaakov in himself in Goshen, Yaakov in the time that's long after. Vayeshev Yehuda Yisrael Lebetach, Ishtakas Gavno, Takas Tina. So Vayakam Hashem the Satan Shloas Hadat Hadomi, Mizera Hamelach Ube'edom. So again, whenever you see the word Vayeshev, as much as Vayeshev sounds like a lashon of like tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. As Bilam. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also killed Bilam along with the kings of Midian. Now says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? First, the Gemara so it's like Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he done cursing people. As well as he did something better than cursing. What did he do? He devised the strategy to lure us into a web of immorality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the kings of Midian and said, Kedra, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Right? I went ahead and caused Klal Yisrael to suffer this terrible misfortune. you give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment, and what happens? He goes to collect payment, and he ends up dead, killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what people, the famous adage, Gamla alzla umibai karni, udmi dahavile zizan mine. So that's the famous thing. Everyone knows the saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I'll say once again, much better in the original Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something else. Camel has big, right? What does the camel want? Everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel, in his quest for horns, ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted something that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything, namely his life. That's Bilam ben Me'or HaKosein, and they killed Bilam ben Me'or, the sorcerer. The Gemara says Kosein, he wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is it called a sorcerer? In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. So he was a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he's just labeled as a sorcerer. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, we'll say it is bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam wasn't up. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so badly that he's simply known as a sorcerer. Arguably, like let's say when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. They hanged him. Right, they hanged him, right? So ultimately, I want to say this. So actually points out that they hanged him underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's kind of, then they decapitated him. That's sight. That's right. That's sight. That's the sword. Right? Then he falls down into the fire. That's skila. That's skila is pushing a person off a roof, and then he turns to the fire. That's straight up. Execute him with all 4 forms of Nisa. How old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So you might say, because of so again, so it's interesting enough, Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but here's what I would surmise. Since the pasuk says, deceitful people, do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say general lifespan is 70 years. Half of that life would be 35, which means the Shem don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Hanina says, I would guess, Bar Tlashnin or Bar Tlashnin of Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. So I'm going to shop in the minset. I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw because of day, our Bilam or a book about Bilam, and in it it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, a little bit less than us. All right, we'll have to stop over here. We got Talmud days. Right, again, we remove the goalposts every day. Right, today we got Talmud days. Let's say, Shkaya, everyone. Shkaya, tremendous. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We have to be respectful of our neighbors.
Before he works and maybe lives in a storage unit. He might live there with one of his 3 families. Chang.
The gods monitor our levels. I think they're like, his dopamine levels have been a little too high.
All right, come on, good morning.
Let
us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Production Day and Host Mishpach Israel, for dedicating all the children's drop shows this year.
What the fuck is up with his thumbs? We brought this up
As a host for the Solar Sevels Ra'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, arriving the Sevels Holiday, the celebration of the Nisan birthday of his wife, Kathy, and his granddaughter, Kippa, as the college level. Anonymous sponsorship is the host of Simchas for all of our children and reason to be a month of Guru Shemo, Chav Yisrael, and Avram Shem becoming in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Graina, Bash Yeshua, Eshel, Tikvon, and Bracha. Our week of morning sponsors follow Gatibal, in commission of the Yosef and Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother Sarah Bas Builders. Following the Merit.
For reference,
Alla
a hell of a
kantor,
graveyard.
onu şansan alıyor. Sen izin kama, onu gözünü konuşan bir kol kolu
I
israel.
think he's done
No
that
şansa
before,
bu
right?
home our hostages in the Karov. When the soldiers
Dolphins.
should
Somebody got
success in
money
the
on the
whole
Dolphins
mass
next.
year. Was we got
The next in order,
what?
see the
You
Bears
care
or
about actions
Dolphins?
so we
Okay,
got
Bears,
is
Bulls, or
okay.
Dolphins? We got you guys on.
105.
We got
American
the guy,
government section
who's the
on
guy on the side
put
taking
down
bets?
on the grades 104B, about 15 lines down from the top. We're in a beautiful Gemara right now that's called the moving Gemara, talking about the psukim from Eichel. So the Gemara says as follows, Bachol Kebalayla. So again, speaking about the Francis on the snow, she cries at night. But the Gemara points out the idea that it's Bachol Kebalayla, it's two beginners, two times. So why is that a crime? It's basically a halal mama. Why are two crimes in this evening? So Rabba Amadi Ochanan, Akhat Amikra Shishon, the Akhat Amikra Shishon. One cry ultimately against all destruction in the first place in the first, and one cry for destruction in the second place. It's Balayla. So why is crying at night? Iski Layla. Literally, this is a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? The fact is occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shnema was a very profound Shnema. Batisa Kola Eda Vayitun Kola Vayitqua Amba Laila Hadi. A replicating miracle sin of the spies. So the Prophet says that when the spies came back, delivered the disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. And the Gemara says, Omer Rabba, Omer Yechon, O Sayom Mel Tesla Hava. That night was the night of Tisha B'Av. Omer Rabba, and again, so the Prophet says to Israel, Atom, the peace and the fear Shafino, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with our cries for comfort. And you have to call up on the doors. I will give you a true reason to cry for future generations. A very overwhelming one. Cover up, I think that's very well. I wanted to say that the whole thing cover up was to try to understand the idea of here is that the time is like this needle. It cries. What you do is cry by day, the cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cry? Shekolaboka Balayla Kolo Nishti. If you cry at night, the voice carries more. Since at night is less background noise. When a person cries at night, the cries are more profoundly heard. Shekolaboka Balayla. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you.
I look at Callan and I know
when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries
he
along
doesn't
with
say
them.
Rosh
It is the same answer also when you go
every
on the
time.
previous two.
There's a
When
kind
you
of
cry
guy
at
you
night,
can look at him and go, this is a guy that says
when you cry at night,
and thinks
the
it's funny.
stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying is right. It's a very beautiful Gemara, profound Gemara. Nicely, Isha Atos. I don't study Gamil. Sheminsky Gemara. There's a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamil, and she lost her son. She lost her son. Haisaboka Allah Balayno. And she would cry over him every night. Shem Rabbi Gamil Kolot, Bachot Negda. Rabbi Gamil heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. I want to say now, this is such a profound Gemara about Gamil hearing this bereaved mother crying over her child. Gamil himself would cry, Achinishim Se'ena. He would be again crying closer to his eyelashes, to the point of like physical detriment.
If I didn't know the context, I would think that he was this my kid. Actually, think of something and then I'm grateful both guess what he's doing.
How much he internalized this pain and the need to
watch it and let me know when you have something, but don't say anything.
her tears on her cheek. Also, the idea here is tear on the cheek, tear on the cheek. This represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss. Where the loss is almost like immobilizing, the fear is always there. What type of loss is that? The woman who loses the husband of her Bam Ura. Rashi says,
No wonder it takes you 6 months to
And a woman reasons the husband doesn't meet that's the man who she married,
so I was driving my truck
the
with
person
the
she intended on building
the
for
white
life
guy
with.
acting out his bad
She
stage.
loses
Dad,
that
I
life
drove it
partner
right down
is
and
in
I
a
had an angled sky
vulnerable
high,
loss back
and
there.
then I had
That's
trouble
how
looking
the
left for
hospital
11
started the loss
days.
of Yerushalayim. Incredible. Shneimar,
Just afraid, I'm just afraid I'm going to get bested by a younger, more symmetrical male. And, and my wife is young, and she's going to be like, it's just a business decision. You know, it's my kids under a different name.
It has problems for Claudia Slow.
I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know. But in my mind, in my fantasy, I'm going to be an 85 still training. I'll get cane and some guy will be like, what's up, old man? And I'll be like, oh no, your joke's the wrong grandpa. I'm starting to calcify. Okay? That's what it is. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. Listen, you get to an age where if I have to fight for my life because somebody attacks me on the street and I gotta go from 0 to 100 like that, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched.
I love that
So
one.
there will be again, whoever calls the calls for Claudia Slow never tires. It's as if some of the people have done this energy.
I'll pull everything from him. I have so many nuggets, but don't worry about road rage. If I've been sitting in a car for more than 20 minutes, I can't just pop out of the car. I can't. I don't get you can beat my mother to a pulp, and I have to do my flip rolls. I have to. Basically, a Achilles will pop right off the bone. I do.
Something bad happens. First thing you say, you should never experience
What's
this
your
type of
favorite
that's called Kudra.
That's pretty
That's
funny.
the possibility of all right from over there.
Like, it's not
What's
funny
happened
right
to
now.
us shouldn't
But
happen to anyone
I
else.
can understand
It's
how
supposed
this
to what
could
is
be
fine.
funny.
Call over there, I'm around
It's
laugh, as soon as call over all
forget
dust.
for the screenshot
See,
for you to say
was it so?
this is funny.
Who's perfect
For
to
this
you,
is
Sharaim,
funny.
like the
It's so
Sharaim, probably so.
That was
As if we
my
were over
background.
on that, as if
It looks
it's
hilarious,
the tenants of
It
the
looks hilarious.
for the house. So,
Again,
the stone
a scenario
is
where, okay, you're
like
trying
I
to
stole
convince
the
your friends
called the
that
Terranian
you're woke
finance
friends.
homes. He
That
was trying to
you
say,
want to like take them to a comedy show. You go, no, this guy's different. This guy's very funny. He doesn't do any of that offensive stuff. Okay? He's very clever. And they go, all right, well, let's see what he looks like. And they show this. And they're like, fuck you. And I'm not
surpassed
I'm
the
not
asking
going to
stone.
that.
The
I'm
day
not going to
must
go
upon you
live.
for that out. I'm a rock or this is I'm a new for them. You see a high city Sharai for high city stone. So this is incredible. But it's titled as unfortunately the village of Yerushalayim has become Yerushalayim is still possessed one attribute beyond stone. What's like the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. The stone is Yo. Shivastakhan, Yad Anida Ayala in stone, there is no sharing. Right? In stone, whatever you have, you kept it for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Plus, listen to this Gemara. On the other hand, Yid Yerushalayim says, Yidei Noshim Nachmanios, Krishnu Yadeh. Yerushalayim, the hunger, the starvation has become so acute that literally, again, the women ate their own children. So it's a big one, so it's just like such a fascinating twist.
Perfect.
Even
Doesn't get funnier than
when they
that.
cooked with their own
That's
children,
top tier right
they
there.
invited their neighbors. And they shared what they had with each other. Each of us is like such a everyone thinks they're in stone, they're such the quality, and when you look for all the quality, there's a unwillingness to be able to do that and to help the other. Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always willing to look out for one another. Incredible. So there was the Sila Kalavira Hashem, like a person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Hot Salakatian, Aurava, Amayochanan, Vishroma, Hikintala Ayin. Why is it so much? And I remember again, in April, is those who over the Irish days. The interesting enough, if you look at this
I
process,
want to cook, right?
Pots
Cook something.
that they're now opened up against you. If you notice that hay is before iron, even though normally iron is before hay. First thing on the earth, it's the miraculous, the humble, and not the law of the because the Meraki said something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. And they delivered this disaster to Haggai Earth, even though it was actually reflective of what they saw. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully, Lachem Hashem, hopefully, Lachem, hopefully, Lachem Hashem, Kain Tam Lechem. She'enu Ochem Lechem Israel. Enu Kain Tam Lechem. Doesn't need to better tell Israel. Bread truly is. Whoever doesn't need to better tell Israel won't taste the bread truly.
It's not just when the video is playing that he's playing with the sound. It's pictures of him doing it. This is great too.
Represents sustenance.
He looks
Like bread represents the core of the pillar of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Charlie Stell. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Charlie Stell has the real lechem of existence. Hashem lo kara, Allah
so you're the cowboy
this refers to corrupt judges. Ushmor Ushmor says, this refers to the pieces of young children who shirk their responsibility and deny the proper truth to the Jewish children. Me, Israel, pointed them on Ravashi. So that's getting Lecha. One of the was verses, now remember again, the primary topic that we must occupy is the list of the weakness and the four guiltless, or regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So it must be validated. This is a thousand list. Think about it, who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list. Was on Ravashi, unshakiness is Hagidol and all. Was unshakiness Hagidol, remember something. Was remember again, unshakiness Hagidol was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the end of the second first person English to the second person English. I guess unshakiness Hagidol. They do a lot of things, they created Tzilah as we know it today. So they created this list. So you must listen to this. One of these are Bixu Old Limnos Echad. So they wanted to add another person to this list. Now this is actually pretty wild. They wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. So remember again, we've already seen this because we mentioned the number of Parshat is correct, that by Shlomo says, Vayas hara b'nei Hashem. What Shlomo did, which was that which was terrible in the eyes of our Pasuk, and the Pasuk seems to attribute the Pasuk seems to indicate that we worship idolatry. Now, the Gemara qualified that because what ended up happening was, Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry. And he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he passes on himself never worship idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the most involved, the most beautiful of it, it is Kacha Mutneyem Klosh Kihala. So comes before him, Davrana Kiliakal appears to them, and Davrana prostrates himself before them, saying, please don't do this. But they paid no attention to him. But each Lord Shamayim, the Lord each Pesach Salayim, the Lord Shkifala, fire came down from the heavens and started like literally looking at their benches. Like I shouldn't say no, because again, clearly, I think Baruch was listening to his displeasure with this decision. But yet, they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Rabbi Shamayim, yourself, he doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Not Sebastian, but Amra Lohem, Hazis Ish Maher B'Malachto, with name of Initiative, by Initiative with Nefashitim, Nishehektim, Sagem. And then the basketball comes out, and the basketball says, ultimately again, when you see a man who does his work quickly, but focus he will be. What does this mean? So, because Baruch said, basketball said, Nishehektim, they see the base. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built a Beis Hamikdash before he built his own house. Not only that, Ela Shabesi by B'Shav Shalom, Beis Abana B'Shal Shekar Shana. It took him 7 years to build my Beis Hamikdash and 13 years to build his own palace. He says, with name of Lachim Yisatzi, God Yisatzi Mechashuvim, so again, this the basketball was saying, how could such a man be consigned to a fate without Olam Haba? He should dwell amongst the rest of the kings. Once again, the Anshiknes Hagdolah paid no attention to this basketball. They just felt that it was incorrect. As the words of Yotze basketball, Amra Hame Imcha Yishamena Kimaasta Kiata Tivkar Velo Ani. Finally, once essentially the battle comes out and says, listen, Chevra, Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba. And you don't understand the first bonus. So therefore, again, it's so easy to say that he's thinking of this, we're trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Torah belongs to you. Halacha belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to you. That's up to me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not counted on it. Rashi Yeshimos Hayu Omer. Kulam Ba'il Olam Haba. Those are the Smilah. So that's the Yeshimos. Rashi says over here, God Darshan Yeshimos, Darshan Psukim Kibitzir, as Harashon Mitzav, and that's all Om Shal Kulam Yish Olam Haba. They like Azilis Lurasha Yavim Lach. So it's a Darshan Yeshimos. Say everyone has a portion of wealth. Everyone, again, listen, this is the opening line of the Mishnah. Everyone has a portion in the world to come. Even Nasha, even Yerabam, and even Alpha, even three evil kings. So the Gemara says incredible. So, Bakuyaman Allah, Shneimar, Gilad, and even Nasha, Ephraim, Ma'ol, Roshi, Yehudim, Chokiti, Moab, Sira, Al-Edom, Ashlef, Na'ali, Alai, Precious, Israel, who did he refer to? Leave Gilad, Ze'achot, Shinaf, Aburamos, Gilad. This refers to Achot, who died in the battle of Ramot, Gilad. Next, Menashe, Menashe is Menashe, Menashe is King Menashe. Ephraim, Ma'ol, Roshi, who does that refer to? Zeh Yerabam, Shikasim, Ephraim. That refers to Yerabam, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim, Chokiti, who is my second. Ze'achitofel. Reference that we told him, David Amalek, starting off with by the top of Kofei and Bosai, the Kaasim Yehuda. We came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir Moab, Sirachzi, what does that mean? Zege Fazi, Shalaka of Iskin Yeshitza. Because he was stricken with mountains because the issue of washing. This has to do with the also with Naaman, the general of Adam, who was stricken with Salas. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go and reward him. He says, I don't want the money. Because he actually came on his own, he said, this is changed his life. Now he lied. This is really changed his life. But because he was using this opportunity for his own financial dad's okay, he wrote it right there. Reggie, I'm sorry, I don't actually know how you just very passion. That was for going. I like questions Israeli. So the Allah Israeli, so what does that mean? I mean, so first of all, this is incredible. Right? The Darshan Yeshua, ultimately, again, I'll try to understand what everybody's approaching on about. Now, listen, I'm going to go on. I think there's something absolutely amazing, which is what is this mean? What's going on with this, right? And why are these people against God? Like, there are two of these Rabbanim, the Darshan Yeshua. What's the interesting thing is that how does Rashi define Darshan Yeshua? The people who look for deeper meaning in the secret. When you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the shortcomings and the shortcomings, right? For some reason, it's probably programmed by some people to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. We can just kind of like see that just when you meet a person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. Yeah, both it and right to go out of their way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So if you listen to what we're doing over here, say that Menashe, to say that Yerabam, Achov, Menashe, don't have a Chilek Olam Haba, that's easy. That's easy. Just read the Navi, and you can see why they would not have a portion in the world to come. But here's the Shiloh. Do you want to be a Darshan Yeshivos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately, again, who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Darshan Yeshivos. You have to be someone who's like willing to look into the secret. You have to be someone who's willing to like understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is really in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a dash rishumos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the different meaning of the psukim, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in the most people, even in the Menashe, even in the Yerabam, even in an Achash. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pashas Pshat, Menashe, Yerabam, Achash, even Kalbo and Nabam. Darshi Shumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because I will say, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface still present really badly. And if you really keep Darshi Shumos, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, in every way, you find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. Remember like that. Right? If David Amelech goes and comes before you, the rest is so beautiful. Now what happens? So first musical, because all of these people we just mentioned, the people who are speaking now are going to be these stars, right? Not just the people, but Joel, Aki, Tofel, all of these people now go to Olam. So the Malach is up as well. So what's going to happen? Right? So you're going to let these people into Olam. And then David Amelech is going to see these people in Olam. David is going to see his trustful advisor, Aki Tofel, who killed them. Don't get Adoni, who decided to solve the try to kill him. But we're going to come to Olam. We're going to look at the these ministers going to keep this tablet over there. That is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? This is incredible. So, Ma'ata Osalo, Amalahem, Alai, La Sosan, Lein, Zalazah. So, as far as we're going to worry about it, you know, my job is to make David Amelech friends with Aki Tofel and with Joel Hagel. If you need each other in this service, Joel and Napa, my job is to make them friends, make them ready, make them friends. And I say, what do you want to do? So, if that's what's going to happen, let's just stay with it. Because that's what you think you see over and over. Things from Napa, you don't say, as well as I know, comes to my life, that's the big thing. I got this. Brothers are having kind of believe this. If nothing runs into me, former adversaries, in this verse, the Bible says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Because I say such an overwhelming people. Maybe sometimes you think, maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's touching about lava, maybe it can happen in this world. But even adversaries, right? Even these adversaries, somehow, some way, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, and maybe it's going to have to go in Haba. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even in this bitter holy, even a double and a day, in the next I can sit and occupy the same space in Haba. Every
That's way different than
my great Shova Ha'ala is that you shall I Mishor Nisachas. And you have Shova Mitzvah Shiva Knesset Shova Navi. This is Shidava. Now, this is Navi Chesed. So Navi Chesed is giving mission to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Talmud started being back in good shape to the Navi. He said, I'm going to Navi. So the Navi, sorry, Zechariah. The Navi Zechariah said to them, come to the Tshuva. Come to the Tshuva. After all, I will say him, Shechatu and Hefan Him. So the Navi says to Klal Yisrael, Klal Yisrael, do Tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do Tshuva. They're no longer here. So Klal Yisrael is there. Klal Yisrael says back, so the Klal exactly as the kind of your ancestors who were about each other also dead. So our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why don't you kind of convince us the Tshuva? So you know, I will say that I am him. I will say that so again, so the Chaim says your ancestors were strong enough to do Shneimar. Activate the Fukesh to be says Abiyadim Shmuel Ball Hasabri Adam by Shmuel Shmuel says what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Nabi. This was the episode starting with Harvard. On the other hand, here's the Tshuva. So the Nabi says, the Tshuva.
would probably have a staff and have them standing at attention every morning as he's
sound exchange. So the Rebbe says to his group of 10 people,
I want something no one else has.
they say back to the Rebbe, Amullah, Eved Shemach Le'Labo, V'Isha Shadar Shabayla, Kumish Lazeh Azeh. So they said,
It could be so safe. You wouldn't know what about juke shit, so.
right? If you have a cover who is sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, to the max of any expectation of the other, or from the husband has any expectation of his wife, and his wife, if they were telling the Navi was, that the Bolshoi has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? Okay, listen, it's so profound. And by the way, you need to see this is the thing over and over since back to Gemara. And even Kavi Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Kavi Yisrael, at least in the Sittinja over here, turning to the Kadosh Baruch Hu because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shalom. Allah Kadosh Baruch Hu Minabi. Lekem Allah. Shmuel says to Nabi, Hey, the Sefer Pieces, Inchem Asher Shlachtiach. O Nimano Shemachati Astem Lo Ein Babon Sechem Invitem O B'Shachem Shalcha Inchem. Talking back to the Nabi, where's your get? Like, where's the document of sale that says that I sold you to sell? Well, you said, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is to project me. And now you're projecting on me, God, that I... Such a profound psychology here, also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, while Yisrael plays the role of the victim, you reject us, folks. I rejected you. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. In fact, you said, where's the gut? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. That's the Rishon is right to say. David Abdi, Yimichaleta Abdi, so you will talk about it. David, my servant, and Yimichaleta, my servant. Exactly what does this mean? Because we are going to finish Amar Vahaya Olam, Shasidi Yisrael Lomar Ka. Some people, sorry. Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, the Christ always say this, the Pichas, Hekim Hakadosh Baruch Hu, B'Karo Abdo, Eved, B'Karo Abdo, Eved, Shekanu Yechasim, Eved Mini, Yechasim. So also this is fascinating. Yeah, it sounds strange that the prophet calls David his servant to be Nebuchadnezzar. So first of all, it seems like everything is saying that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar who was Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. If I call Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then who's the master? Who's the master? Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Now what does that mean? Now when the servant of the master, whenever the servant acquires, the master acquires. Even when you are appointed by Nebuchadnezzar, and under the domain, who are under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. And this is why it's highlighting this idea. Never is there a rejection by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to Hashem, and being servants still means the what? I belong to the master. So it's such a little woman who is profound and beautiful tomorrow. Never are we rejected by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, that's happened, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God, so we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing from the truth. The Ribono Shalom never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. So it's the Sharis, eat whatever. Try and you know Elohim. Robian, Kazakh, Uber, Fios, Uber, Umar, Kokia, Yiska, Lakmona, Amon, Lifakino. Let us get us any years he wants at us, but at least we're doing it. As you will say, sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension and you're not dealing with each other and you're not saying anything, but that there's all this tension building. And what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out, whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be. Let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming. Let's have the argument. For whatever it is, let's just get it done. So that we can move on. So always give you a whole whatever you've got, just bring it. Let's do this. We accept whatever the repercussions of our actions are, whatever we want to be. We used to the spot of a copy of it. Let's say,
But
it's
my
really
guess,
amazing.
and if it's anything to do with this, then
At
I'm
the
right.
end of the day,
It's
you think life is so complicated.
Oh wow!
It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazru b'tshuva. Chazru b'tshuva. Just b'tshuva. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running with circumstances and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from our responsibility and shirking our religious responsibilities. We get so tired instead of just coming back. Just give ourselves over to fucking front. Just because of the sugar. That's it. That's it. There's no I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. So because of the sugar, so what happens? I don't know. 8 on your phone. Christ says as we can. Why? Reach the heart of children from it. So look at this tomorrow. It's tomorrow's goal. So Nabi says, Holly says, the sugar just come back. Holly says, we can't. We can't. We have a Yitzhahara. And Yitzhahara is so powerful. Yitzhahara is so overwhelming. So what does the Nabi? What does he say? So that he says, on the hand, you see so ultimately what comes out is your back, right? Essentially, put on your big white pants, now that clothes, right? And take control of the situation. I got it. That means I got it. I got it. Take control. So let's say, here's what interesting. That thing indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge of you to how. We both know so much of it. You feel the threat of the moon, chest and your wisdom. Take control. Take the reins of your life. Because that's the little thing that's happening in this conversation here. This is what we go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing what I need to accomplish. I'm not doing the things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why is it not happening? Why is it happening? I'm going to give you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this. My mother never did this. My spouse doesn't do this. My rabbi doesn't do this. My teacher didn't do this. I wasn't, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is doing. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one person, there's no responsibility for everything that has gone down. That's me. And Baruch was saying, he's like, really? He's having a conversation. But Baruch was like, put your hands together. Listen, Tshuva is not just a thing of the Tshuva means the act of pulling yourself in your life together. Probably says, oh, he's not to be too long. I need Sahara. Woes me. Every problems in my life, but not me, so my fault. Like, believe me, it's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. And what was it really? You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, there's one who doesn't say it's not a struggle. He validates the struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Which probably says, on the road, and I'll probably on you. Or Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Probably says, you know what essentially? You made the mess, you clean it up. Right? And we didn't make the Yitzhara. We didn't ask for the Yitzhara. But you created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the Kali tells you tshuva or not? No. Well, how do we really link to tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Kali once again says, well, God, it's your problem. Not my problem. You created the Yitzhara. You did this. You cleaned up. And I will say, tshuva never happens. Because when I failed to take responsibility for us, we're so scared to take responsibility. Because we have to take responsibility. We don't know. We have to take responsibility. I think responsibility. We're not looking where I have to recognize that. Almost all of the failures in my life are mine. Are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. And so we never get responsibility. We never get responsibility. We can't do it. And instead, if you just find it hard, just to say, okay, it's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's going wrong in life is me. I own it. And here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that haven't gone right, you're going to realize something amazing. Okay, like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no telling what I can accomplish. I can become about Shira. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. But the tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it's ended off for the last 2,000 years. Don't show me your problem. It's always someone else's problem. Well, if it's someone else's problem, chances are it's never going to get fixed. But if you find the courage to own it, then you can become true Bala Tshuva. Arba Hadyotos, who are the 4 Hadyotos who know Olam Haba? Bilam, Doeg, Achitofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, below Am. What's this new speaking reminds me of Bilam over here? What is his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Without a nation. Never Achar. Bilam, Shebala Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's actually, we're going to see that's in reference to the fact that even though Bilam was unable to curse us, he's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality with the Midianite women. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had relations with his donkey. We'll come back to that in just a minute. Tana, Sumar says, Tana, Su Ba'ar, Kukushan Rishasayan, Su Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So we must say, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is Ba'ar. He's Kushan Rishasayan, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says, Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Something of is called Ba'ar because they were looking at donkeys. Kushan Rishasayan is because the average state is just Israel because he did 2 terrible things. He did 2 terrible things. 2 Klav Yisrael. That Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Ba'ach b'nei Yaakov. So Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Ba'achaz b'nei Shtot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that would be a reference that he was in Laban, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rashi says, I'm sorry, after Misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, the Gemara says, Rashi says, so Omash, what was his actual name? Laban Ha'arami. His actual name was Laban. Interesting. So the Gemara says, we should also, by the way, we can indicate that Bilam was the son of Laban. Bilam was the son of Laban, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general about it, but also with Laban, incredibly old. So what do these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean it's actually Laban, and people are just questioning longevity. Some who possess the same meat of our community, you can see a similarity between Laban and Bilam, right? Both of them more than one. Actually, what do you say? What do you say in the Haggadah, in the Nagi? Laban bikich la'akar es hakol, right? Laban wanted to uproot everything. What is Bilam? Bilam bikich la'akar es hakol. Both of them have the same stated mission. So the Gemara says, Siv ben Baruch, Siv ben Ba'ar. So it says, the son of Ba'ar. So in one place it says that Bilam is the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar is the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm going to do Yeshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm going to do it. I'll be, you know who you're going to do this. So in certain respect, Ba'ar, like Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son, and things to stop. His father was Baal, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was a greater prophet than his father. And therefore, the father obviously is like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay? Bilam is the Asi, the Amadasi. Oh, really, Asi. So what's the name? Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. They're not just going to Olam Haba as well. This is what it says. Maximum, then he's not 15 of all this. He's a few years just with that. So you must have Yeshua, he decided that the Lord's Omer, Yeshua Yeshua Yeshua, has been Shrekim, versus Yeshua Yeshua. What does it mean that it says the wicked will go to the Sheol to get him? Elu Koshe Yisrael, this refers to the sinners of Israel. Kol Goyim Shchehe Elokim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Koshe Obdei Gohal. This is interesting. If you notice over here, you see you might have a little bit of a good day, so the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says, really it's supposed to say, this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become Hoshe Ezra Kohavim? If you look in Agos Hasim, it says, right, the Fusiyat, the fee, a censor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. It originally said that, again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion of the world to come. All of them. All of them. That all of them have us for Jews. All of us for Jews. Not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Allah, but everyone else does. Everyone else does. Only if you're sure, called the whole Goyim. So one opinion says yes. Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other opinions say, no, Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the more Olam. Okay, but also Russia doesn't even Bilam himself, even though it's an obviously, I'm not sure it's actually the idea that nations like these Gentiles do go to Olam Haba, right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our mission clearly sides with the idea that Allah can also like Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay. So he learns that even Bilam himself gave a sinning. That was the sinning. Almost Nafshi Motzi Sharon. In Talos Nafshi Motzi Sharon Kiaparisi Kamo. In Rav, Kimni Holech Lami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Of course, Bilam didn't die a natural death. He was killed. So it means he was Olam Haba. But I also just say more of his opinion, right? Remember again, we're going to have to get into story. So I'll do of more media. Come to try to recruit Bilam. Midian and Moab, the highland Shalom Island, was incredible. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much as they collab and try to was an idea that collaborated. Something incredible. Much of the collab and try to aid their values and living zones. They got up to two dogs, right? Who really did not get along. Right? Always a lot of animosity. Dogs that ate Allah Echad. So what happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, I'm going to ask in Israel, Hayom, Horik Oso, and the Mahad Ba Alai. The second dog says, listen, if I don't help the first dog, even though I really don't like him, today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill you. So therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea of so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. I'm on it. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all. But they had a common enemy of Israel. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to pop a Hayyam Ishi, Karkutsa, Bashura, Abdu, Vilula, Mikabra, Bidish, Zada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad mind. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? What's the original Aramaic? So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along, but when they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on the vanquished enemy. So they started off in Bilam. They started so they come to Bilam, and And then the pasuk said that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. He was like, "So Midian hate Russell. Where did the guys from Midian go?" So came down the who we were right about she don't see a skandabar Amar Amru Kumi Ab Shesono. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? So they say to Bilam, "Come, curse Cloud Israel." And Bilam says, "You know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back to you." They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, "The father is not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? You both know our father." And so the message that he realized, "He's just not going to touch him. He's not going to go home." I'm not going to. Chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, Akivu Prape Shmayim Mahanim. So chutzpah is a very powerful term, right? And chutzpah, even again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is able to affect change. How so? He says, "Mekaraksiv, go say it in line." In the beginning, when Bilam asked Hakadosh Baruch Hu to go and curse Klal Yisrael, so Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, "Don't go with them." They are amazingly enough, Bilam verses, "Ulubasor kum lo itam." It says, "Go with them." Go with them. What is keeping us? Bilam is flexible. Everyone is flexible. But chutzpah sometimes pays off. And let's say, we know this thing, right? Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, and sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, never know them, but they don't do that themselves. Like when you see when a person is animate, the person is animated about something, sometimes you have to powerfully admire, so to speak. Yeah, I'm going to change this. Chutzpah, not usable or tagali. Chutzpah is like a thing that a can. Now, a thing that a can has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect change. This goes back to yesterday's daf. Remember again the story we saw about the kids who's being taken captive? Well, right, what did the captive say? And she ordered that. They both say, being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what kept us. Right, chutzpah, the stiff-necked piece of body soul, ultimately again is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. The Siv, I know that you'll rock Mashloch Malach, Anashma Elam, and Tsuya, Kashim, and I'm not your command. Bilam, Kiki, Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shemar, Ayelach Shepherd, he limped. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shemar, Shifon Ale Orach, Hanoshek Ikrisus, Bilam, Subach, as in Ohio. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shemar, Shasum Ha'ayin, Shasum Ha'ayin. Good. Kosing Ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly, let's see the sorcery with his Makom Milah. All right. I don't know. All right, so it says over here, no felt the heck. Yeah, okay. No felt the Gamoy Nai, Siv Hassan, meaning Haman no felt Alamita. So Lushon of no felt has like a Lushon, like a connotation of intimacy. So you see from here, but again, his sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the Makamila Itmar. Mazucha Amakosi and Ba'amasohaya. Mazucha says that again, the sorcery again with his Makamila. Marbid Rabina Amar Sheba al Asono. Obviously, you know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right, you know what it says? So, Nanda Makosi and Amasohaya Kidamina. So notice that he did sorcery again with his Amos, so that we just saw before. Manda Mabara Sono. I don't know that he relation with his donkey. Sifaka, Kara Shaka. Uksir Hasam, Vein Ragla on the days, Kara Nafal Shaka. So once again, use the same Russian over here of Kara, right? Literally crouching over. That's the same Russian that's used by Sisra and Yael. According to the Medrash, she had a relationship with him. So by Yodea Das Elyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Das Baruch Hu, Haviyada, Das Elyon Haviyada. So again, Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? You know the story, right? The donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the Malach, the angel with the outstretched sword in front of him. And Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how HaKadosh Baruch Hu works. So this is very interesting. My das, the Gemara says, my das man told the Amrilay. Listen to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrilay is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab said to him the following: Amrilay. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, The ministers of law was surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse? Like, what's going on over here?" So I said, "So Shaddai Kurativa." So I said, "It's great." So Bilam says, "Oh, you know what? Like, it's like asking him, like, why you in Honda? Like, a guy like you, right? A guy like you should be, I don't know, where's your Cadillac? So he says, "Oh, this is a loaner. It's in the shop. Right? My horse is out. My horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. See what the living's like in the marshlands." On the lake, hello, I know if you have some come. So as I said, the donkey begins to speak up. Now he's really? Really? I'm a loner? I'm the donkey. I'm the donkey. Says, yeah, you're my donkey. But what's the thing about Alma? I know we ride on you. I just need you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my transport. You're my hitch. You're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my luxury vehicle. Like my horse. I would never catch a slow and be caught down on a donkey like this. So donkey says, really? I should have thought to ally. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. So it's, no, I call you the Alma. That's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. The old Chadai on my what are you talking about? You've been riding on me again forever. Hello, old. Hello, Shani. Oh, Silicon, my city shows Balayla. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again. I provide many services for you. Right? Transportation and other. Right? Transportation and other. Right? So that's what's fascinating about this is you always see like it's interesting, like the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least that you are not your toe. At least you obviously you're such a noble, like you're such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the role that I played in your life. Right? You want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Ksiv Hapa, Haskin is Kandik, Ksiv Hasavatila Saperes. Ella Madio de Adasa. Obviously, again, Bilam is a guy who doesn't donkeys. What does it mean that you are Kadosh Baruch Hu? So much Shayodea, Lachavin, Osa, Shah, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Koispa. What Bilam knew was the exact moment that Kadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. Moshe gets angry for just one moment a day. Bilam knew that exact moment. I heard the comment in Navi Yisrael. אני זכרנו מהיד ספלת מלאכמוך ומאונה עושה בלם במבואר. להשיב על הגלגל למדף צדקות השם. What does it mean that again, when Bilam was trying to pursue, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? מה למדף צדקות השם? אומר לפחות when you saw Guna, כמה צדקות עשיתי מוכן. You know when Bilam was trying to pursue, how much tzedakah did with you? How so? שלא כעסתי Remember, in Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. And as well, he said, in a miracle, all the days that Bilam was trying to pursue, I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. It would have destroyed you. So the problem is miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so I didn't come to lay Bilam the Bala, my echoes will cover more. So it says, interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Bala. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I just probably saw during one moment when the Spartan gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Christ. So I'll go say, read the story, read some meeting over here about the cliffhanger, and that's going to finish up with Bilam tomorrow.
He said his whole family listened to the show, and then I trashed him on an episode, and I was like, because I wanted his family to hear it. And then I was like, maybe I should. Yeah. Anyway, shout out to you, Anthony. Yeah. Peace out. All right, later, all. Next week. Oh, yeah.
Hang on. Do you want to have should we start? What's that? I think I'm fast. Okay, good. Yes, please go. right, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor production Bay Hills Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Droshos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Hawalin Latova Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Kalik. Anonymous sponsorship in the zechus of Simchas for all of our children and for these to be a month of Gula Shlema for Klal Yisrael, and Avram and Shin becoming in memory of Avram's mother Sarah Reina Bas Yoshua Heschel Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors Paul and Kathy Pollack, in relation of the Yosef of Paul's father Shmuel ben Zechariah, and great grandmother Cyril Bas Abdul Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat Kol for Israel. We should bring home our hostages, the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let's begin with a lot. Today, Baruch Hashem, today's daf is Kufhei 105. We are picking up Emir Hashem on Kuf Dalud Amud Days 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now. Let's talk a moving Gemara, talking about the Pesukim from Eichel. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol tivke balayla. So again, speaking about Yerushalayim spirit on Yisrael, she cries at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's bachol tivke. It's two bechios, two crying. So why double crying? Shtei bechios halal lamo. Why are there two cryings in this evening? Amar Rabbi Yochanan, echad al mikdash rishon, ve'echad al mikdash sheni. One cry ultimately again for the destruction of the first base of mikdash, and one cry for the destruction of the second base of mikdash. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Al iski layla. It's interesting about this. There's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this a reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Vatisa kola ida vayitnu kola vayifkwa amba layla hahu. A reference to Chet Meraglim, sin of the spies. So the Pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered their disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, that night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there was nothing wrong with their side, so it was perfect. I will give you a true reason to cry to future generations. A very overwhelming Gemara. One of the possibilities, why does it say that Bachotiv Kebas? So we're just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. The widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, the voice carries more. Since at night there's less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profoundly heard. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And again, I will say furthermore, that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is, this third answer also really builds on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So I'll say a very beautiful Gemara, profound Gemara. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every night. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. And I will say now, this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. Rabbi Gamliel would hear this bereaved mother crying over her child. Rabbi Gamliel himself would cry. Literally, again, he cried so much until his eyelashes fell out, to the point of like physical detriment. He's doing Gemara said, The next day, his students realized what was happening, how much he internalized this pain, and they moved him to a different neighborhood. Her tears on her cheek. So the idea over here is tear on the cheek. Tear on the cheek almost represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right, the tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward, and then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of the tears on her cheek represents this second type of loss, where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The tear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. Rashi says, when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married, obviously when she was young, the person who she intended on building her life with. If she loses that life partner, there's almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the Pasuk describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. Shneimar, like so literally again her enemies become like believers. If you cause problems for Klal Yisrael, you are catapulted to greatness. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate Klal Yisrael, you'll be made a leader. You're made a leader. Akel Arts, Zulun Bart, and Aftali the Akon Hifti Der Hayam, Ever Yarding Galio Hakoyu. So this is an interesting idea that essentially in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have a position of prominence. This Baruch doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone's going to oppress us. By definition, they're going to be given a position of exalted leadership. So literally, again, whoever causes problems for Klal Yisrael never tires. So it's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to afflict their people. Interesting enough, is almost like saying these fellows should not move forward. So the says, from here you see Kulbina Milatana. What's Kulbina? So Rashi identifies that Kulbina is an expression that meant that sometimes when something bad happens, the person would say, you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called Kulbina. So that's the Pasuk that's saying, well, they come over there. What's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. Let's see first the widest lines. Kol over Daraf, Amavanum, Amarav, Asuni, Kol over Aldas. These would be stoned. So, the Baruch Hu treated Yerushalayim, right, the Jews of Yerushalayim, Klal Yisrael, as if we were over Aldas, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Baruch Hu's Torah house. So, Dila B'Stom Ksiv, Hashem Hinter Al Stom, right, by Stom it says Hashem caused it to rain on fire on Stom. Dila Yerushalayim Ksiv, Mimarom Shalach Ish Ba'as Mosa Vayirvena. Ksiv, Vayishgal Avon Bas Amin Yechachas Stom. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. This is Amar Yochanan, Mida Yisera Haisav Yerushalayim Shlo Haisav Stone. So also this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim still possessed one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. The stone says, Kine Shehaya Avon Stoma Choseh, go. Shivas Lechem, Biyad Ani Ve'ayon Lo Mechizika. In stone, there was no sharing. Right? In stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Let's listen to this Gemara. On the other hand, Yerushalayim Ksiv, Yidei Noshim Nachmanios, Bishlu Yaldei. Yerushalayim, the hunger, the starvation had become so acute that literally, again, the women ate their own children. And also the young sons, just like such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had together. Which of us is like such an overwhelming thing. So in stone, there was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. Yerushalayim,
now
even
thinking
when
about
things
that?
became most
Did
terrible,
anybody walk
people
in
were
because
always
of
willing to look out for one another.
I
Incredible.
know. Yeah.
So the Gemara
Isn't that
says,
kind of
"Sila
crazy?
kalavi Hashem
It's kind of telling
v'kevi
us how
tadol shalom lechavero nifsala
stand up
matbeya
contracts.
zu."
One of
Like
the
a
best
person who
books
says
on
to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing.
Right.
Hatzu alecha pihem, amarava amar yochanan,
So it's
yeshva
crazy that he's
mahefkin
not
pela
going to be
ayin.
stand up anymore.
Why
because
is it
he's
so?
so
I
good
remember
at
again.
that. But
In
also,
Eicha,
who was
in
Theo
Eicha,
thinking
Eicha goes in
walking
order
away
of the
from
Aleph
being on
base.
the show
Yet
with someone
interesting
like
enough,
that?
if you look at
Well,
this pasuk,
maybe it,
Hatzu
I haven't
alecha
emotional
pihem,
myself.
that
Maybe
they're
it
now
took me
opened up
years
against
while
you.
on stage
If you notice that
doing a
pay
Netflix special.
is before ayin, even though normally ayin is before pay. So what's going on
I'm
here?
not like angry at Theo, but I'm still sort of, or I am angry at Theo for not.
Because the
And he's,
Miracle
he
said
left
something
and
with
he
their
didn't make
mouth,
the chip.
even though
Yeah.
they did
The
not
whole thing
see
could
it
have been a
with
moment.
their
The thing
eyes.
where it's like,
Whereas
all right,
they
I gotta go
delivered this
figure
disastrous report
whatever he's
about Eretz
figuring out,
Yisrael, even though it was
but he
not
could have
truly
at least.
reflective
And
of what
that's why
they
our
saw.
argument.
Ochre ani, ochre lechem Hashem lo it's like, ochre
Football bastard
ochre
like a
ani,
turkey with your
ochre
finger.
ani,
Why don't you
ochre
be
lechem
real,
Hashem
Danny?
lo karao, Amarava, Amarav
Is that
Yochanan,
worth it?
lo ochre lechem Shel Yisrael,
So,
in Tam
oh
lechem.
yeah.
V'she'ino ochre lechem Shel Yisrael, Eino Tam lechem. Whoever eats the bread of Klal Yisrael will taste what bread truly is. Whoever doesn't eat the bread of Klal Yisrael won't taste what bread truly is. We'll see what does this mean? What because I will say bread represents substance. Like bread represents the core pillar of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real lechem of existence. Hashem lo kara Rav Amra Eva Dayanim. So this refers to the corrupt judges. Shmuel says, Elam Olam Beit Tinotos. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and did not give a proper chinuch to the Jewish children. Me, Minyan, who appointed them, Ravashi. So sorry. Okay, so that's the end of the Eicha. That's the end of the Eicha. Now the Gemara goes by. So now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied in is the list of the 3 kings and the 4 adultos, the 4 regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, by the way, who compiled the list? Who compiled ours? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? The Gemara says, Ravashi, handshaking us as Haggadah we know. Who's handshaking us Haggadah? Men of the Great Assembly. Was never against Haggadah was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the end of the second, first base of Mikdash to the second base of Mikdash. And that's actually what Haggadah. They did a lot of things. Like they created tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. Listen to this. Rav Yudah Big Shoe Old Linnos Echad. So listen, they wanted to add another person to this list. Now this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. So to this list. It wasn't remember again. We've already seen this before. As we mentioned, the number of contracts, correct? That by Shlomo says, "Vayas hara b'nei Hashem." What Shlomo did, which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the pasuk seems to attribute that, or the pasuk seems to indicate that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara qualified that. The Gemara says what ended up happening was Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, "God, the most yokno shalavid, finish tacha lifneihem v'loshkif alel." So he comes before them. David HaMelech Kiviyachol appears to them, and David HaMelech, prostrates himself before them, saying, "Please don't do this." That they paid no attention to. But ish minashamayim, the loch got ish b'saf salayim, the lo shkif alel. Fire came down from the heavens and started literally again licking at their benches. And actually it's Agdola, because again, clearly Hakadosh Baruch Hu was voicing his displeasure with this decision. But yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashamayim, Hakadosh Baruch Hu doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Yatsa Baskova Amra Lahem Kazis Ish Maher B'Malachto L'Fnei Malachim Yisativ V'Yisyativ L'Fnei Chashuvim Mishehektim Sagem. So then a Baskov comes out. And the Baskov says ultimately again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly before kings he will be? What does this mean? So Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, Baskov said, Mishehektim Victim Basi the Beisel. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Beis Hamikdash before he built his own house. Not only that, Ela Shabesi Bana B'Shavashanim, Beisi Bana B'Shalosh Shana. It took him 7 years to build my Beis Hamikdash and 13 years to build his own house. You understand? With name Malachim is Yatziv, Baz Yisatziv Mechashukim, Roshkiach Allah. So again, this is the Baskel was saying, how could such a man be confined to a faith without all? Well, you should dwell among the rest of the kings. Once again, Roshkiach Allah. I think Noah paid no attention to this Baskel. They just felt that it was incorrect. As the Yatza Baskel Ba'amra, Hame Imcha, Yishamenek below. Finally, what's sent to the Baskel comes down to listen, Hebra. Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the Heshbonos. So therefore, again, it's so easy to say that the state of the Baruch trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to me. That's up to me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not on the list. Darshe Rishumos Hayu Omen. Kulan Ba'im Olam Haba. Once it is wild. So Darshe Rishumos. Rashi says over here, Word Darshe Rishumos. Darshe Pesukim Kibutsiv. As Harashon the Tzav. Ever say Ormishon Kulan Yish Kelik Olam Haba. Kelek Afilu Kulanasha. So say the Darshe Rishumos. Say everyone has a portion of it. Everyone, again, listen, this is the opening line of the Mishnah. Holy Spirit. Everyone has a portion in the world. Even Menashe, even Yerabban, and even Alpha, even the three victims. So you might say incredible. So Kulaman Olam Shneimar, Migilad, Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehudim Mechokiki, Moab Sirachzi, Al Edom Ashkek Me'ali, Arai Plashes Yisrael. Who do these refer to? Li Gilad, Ze'achov, Shinachov Ramos Gilad. He died in the battle of Ramos Gilad. Next, Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, who is that referred to? Ze'yurabam, the first three Rabban, we came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim Mechokiki, Yehud is my scepter. Ze'achitofel, that first Achitofel, David HaMelech, son of Melech's advisor, top of Kofnei Abosai, Dika'asim Yehuda. We came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir Moab, Sirachzi, what does that mean? Gehazi, Shelota al Iske Rechitza. Gehazi was stricken with mountains because of the issue of washing. This has to do with, let's say, with Mammon, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Saras. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. And Chazi afterwards came on his own and said, he should change his mind. That's right. He didn't change his mind. But Chazi was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, so the Gemara was like this. Edom Ashlik Na'ali, Zed Doeg Edom. There first to Doeg. Alai Fleshes Israeli. So again, Alai Fleshes Israeli, so we'll say, so what does that mean? So we'll say, so first of all, I want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darshe Rishumos, ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody's children are around. Now, before we go on, I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? What's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Right? Who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Darshe Rishumos? So we'll say what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshe Rishumos? Darshe Psukim. There are people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. And what does Psukim say? Like, when you look at a person, it is very easy to start off with shortcomings. And for some reason, the Baruch program does like the disability to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. We could just kind of like see that just when you're meeting a person for a couple of minutes. You can see everything that's broken about them. You have no different light to go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So you notice what's interesting over here? To say that Menashe, this is to say that Yeravam, Achav, Menashe, don't have a Chilek no Habo, that's easy. That's easy. Just read the Navi. And you can see why they would not have a portion in the world to come. But here's the Shaila. Do you want to be a Darshay Yeshua? Do you want to be someone who looks to the good inside? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Darshay Yeshua. You have to be someone like willing to look at the you have to be someone who's going to understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is willing to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. And if you're willing to be a Darsh Yeshumas, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deeper meaning of Sukkot, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in the most evil, even in a Menashe, even in a Yeravam, even in an Achav. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pashat Pshat, Menashe, Yeravam, Achav, even Chalkolam Haba. Darshan Yeshuas, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because we'll say, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really bad. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really bad. But if you really do Darshan Yeshuas, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and every year you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. What goes right there? Amr Malach Eshas Ekesh Baruch Shem Yovel David Sharges Apushti B'Chorish Espanecha Dat Ma'ata Osalo. Incredible. So the Malach Yesher says to the Baruch Hu, if David HaMelech, right? If David HaMelech goes and comes before you, what says is so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, right, all of these people who we just mentioned, there were people who were excluded from Olam Haba according to previous Gemaras, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Achitofel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malachim says that was right. So what's going to happen? Like, you're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David HaMelech is going to see these people in Olam Haba. So David HaMelech is going to see his trusted advisor Achitofel who turned on him. Doeg Edomi, who incited Shaul to try to kill him. David is going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the expansion of Olam Haba. And who's going to see? He's going to see this Chavra over there. David is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So Ma'ata Osalo Amr Lahem Alai La Sosam Reim Zelozeh. So this probably don't worry about it. You know what my job is? My job is to make David HaMelech friends with Achitofel and with Doeg Edom. If they meet each other in the base of Olam Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them reim, make them friends. We're going to say we're not overwhelming Gemara. Essentially, because first of all, stay in your lane. We begin to see over and over when it comes to Olam Haba, the Baruch Shem tells Anshimei Sayim, Malachim, that's your business. I got this. And I say, how incredible is this? If David runs into his former adversary, some of his mentions, Baruch Hu says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. If there was such an overwhelming Gemara, maybe sometimes the ability, maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's just a function of Olam Haba, maybe it could even happen in this world, but even adversaries, right? Even these adversaries, somehow, some way, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but maybe it's one thing that happens in Olam Haba. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of enemies, even a David and Achitofel, David and a Doeg, the Mir Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. Madua Shova Ha'ama Zayim Sha'ayim Yishoa Nitzachas. Amrav Shova Nitzachas is Shiva Knesset Shova Navi. So says Shiva Navi. Remember, this is Navi Cheskel. So Navi Cheskel is giving Musar to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael gave back the Butchula to the Navi. So I'm Navi. So Navi, sorry, Zechariah. The Navi Zechariah said to them, go ahead and do tshuva. After all, avosechem shechatu heifan heim. So the Navi says to Klal Yisrael, Navi Zechariah says to Klal Yisrael, do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael is back. Amar lahem, amru lo, uleviachem shalochatu hechanim. So it's not exactly a good time though. We're right. Your ancestors who were Balei Tshuva are also dead. So our ancestors are dead. Your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why don't you try to miss us the Tshuva? So the Gemara says, "Shneimar avosechem ayehim, v'anevim ala olam yechyu, amalahem avosechem chazu v'hodu." So again, so the Torah says your ancestors who strong enough to do Tshuva, Shneimar, activate the Chukesh HaTzivi says, Abiyanavim, Shmuel Amar, Baal Asar B'nei Adam, V'yashuv L'fanav, V'yashuv L'fanav. So what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode described in the puzzle. Amalahem, Chizru B'Tshuva. So the Navi says, send the Tshuva. Amru Lo, listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says to this group of 10 people, do tshuva. They say back to the Navi Amru Lo, Eved Shemachru Rabbo, V'isha Shegar Shabayla, Klum Yesh Lazeh Al Zeh Klum. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back to the Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, could the master have any expectation of the Eved? Or can the husband have any expectation of his wife? That was also what they were telling the Navi was that the Ribono Shel Olam has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? In fact, we'll say it's so profound. And by the way, begin to see this theme over and over. See this back to Gemara. Even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem, and you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in this exchange over here, because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shel Olam. Shmuel says to the Navi, "Eis sefer Krisos inchem asher shlachtia, ol mimanosh shemacharti eschem lo ein ba'avonosechem nimkartem ol v'shachem shalcha inchem." Shmuel says back to the Navi, ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Right? Where's the document of sale that says that I sold you this soul? Shmuel says, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me, and now you're projecting on me, God, that I rejected you. I would say such a profound, so much psychology here, also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us, folks. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. That's the shalom. Where's the get? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. There's no Rish Lagish Mind that says, David Abdi, Nebuchadnezzar Abdi. So what does it mean in the Pasuk? Most interesting. The Pasuk refers to David, my servant, and Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. He says, what does this mean? So people, sorry. This Baruch said, the Klal always say this. So also this is fascinating. It sounds strange that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. So first of all, it seems that you always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar, it was Baruch Hu. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. By calling Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then who's the master? Who's the master? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now what does that mean? Now when there's a servant and a master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. So even when we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar and under his domain, we are under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm highlighting this idea. Never is there a rejection by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are abiding to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. It was such an overwhelmingly profound and beautiful, never is there, never are we rejected by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's this feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. Ra'ola al ruchachem, haya lo siya asher atem omrim, yek hagoyim k'mishpach v'zara. So it's the sharis, each ba'even, chaya minu olam shel Elokim.
It's just,
לא ביד חזק, לא בזמן נטויה, לא בכין השפוחה, אמרו חליה, אמרד נחמן, כל כי ירסק רחמונה אלון לפקינו. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu be like angry as He wants at us, but at least redeem us. As you will say, sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension, and you're not yelling at each other, and you're not saying anything, but you know that there's all this tension building, and what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out, whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be. Let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming. Let's have the argument. Whatever it is, let's just get it done. Let people near Hashem move on. Just almost give you a phone if what college says whatever you've got, just bring it. Let's do this. Accept whatever the repercussions of our actions are, but then we want to be redeemed. The Yisrael Mishpat Avokad Yonanu, Amra Barakana, Amra Navi Yisrael. Beautiful, I'll say. Navi Yisrael, Chazru B'Tshuva. Let's say, you know what's really amazing? At the end of the day, you think life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words: Chazru B'Tshuva. Chazru B'Tshuva. Just do tshuva. I know obviously it's much simpler said than done. But the Lord, just do tshuva. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu and shirking up our religious responsibilities. We get so tired instead of just coming back home. Just give ourselves over to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just chazar b'tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So chazar b'tshuva. That's what happens. Our law ain't on your cholet. It's incredible. Klai says we can't. Why? Yetzer hara sholei banu. The Bible says this Gemara is gold. So the Navi says, Klal Yisrael, just do tshuva, just come back. Klal Yisrael said, we can't. We have a Yetzer hara. And the Yetzer hara is so powerful. The Yetzer hara is so overwhelming. So what does the Navi say? What does Baruch Hu say? Baruch Hu says, Amar lahem yisru yitzreichem. So ultimately, what does Baruch Hu say back? Essentially, put on your big white pants, not that close, right? And take control of the situation. I got it. You have Yetzer hara. I got it. Take control. So I was saying, here's what's interesting. That statement of Klal Yisrael is almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. There's Yetzer hara. Ribon Shalom said, Yisru Yisreichem, which literally means chastise your Yetzer. Take control. Take the reins of your life. Whichever is a young thing what's happening in this conversation over here. This is what you go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing anything I need to accomplish. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person yet I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? Why isn't it happening? I'm going to give you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse doesn't do this, my rabbi doesn't do this, my teachers didn't do this, I wasn't, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one core person that's missing from that list. There's one person who has no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. And Baruch Hu says, really? This is happening in this conversation. Because Baruch Hu says, get your act together. Once tshuva is not just a son of a gun, tshuva means the act of pulling yourself and your life together. Probably says, oh, you would love to do tshuva, but what do you want? Have Sahara, woe is me, woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It's nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. This is really, you're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The buck of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, because Baruch Hu doesn't say it's not a struggle. He validates the struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. To which Klal Yisrael says, Anulo Elokav Yarunu. Well, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. It's interesting. Klal Yisrael says, you know what, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Right? We didn't make the Yitzhara. We didn't ask for the Yitzhara. You created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the Pasha do tshuva or not? No. Well, how do we know it didn't do tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Kaisel once again says, well, God, it's your problem, not my problem. You created the Sahara, you did this, you cleared it up. And I will say, because when I failed to take responsibility for myself, I was so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happened to take responsibility? What happens when I take responsibility? If I take responsibility, then I have to look in the mirror and I have to recognize that almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. So we never take responsibility. You can't do tshuva. And instead, if you just find the courage, just say, okay, I own it. It's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. I own it. But here's the news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that haven't gone right, you're going to realize something amazing. And like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no telling what I can accomplish. I can become a I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. The tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it's ended off the last 2,000 years. Don't tell me it's your problem. Always someone else's problem. If it's someone else's problem, chances are it's never going to be fixed. You find the courage to own it. Then we can become true Baba Tshuva. Arba Hadyotos, who are the four Hadyotos who never all in Haba? Bilam, Doeg, Achitofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, below Am. What's his new thing? What's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Dabar Achar. Bilam Shebala Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's actually, we're going to see that's a reference to that. Even though Bilam was unable to curse us, he's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had relations with his donkey. We'll come back to that. Tana, Zimar says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'aram. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the Gemara says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is he's Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says, Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. So ultimately, he's called Ba'ar because he had a relation with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim, he's called Kushan Rishasayim, the Abid Shtei Rishios B'Yisrael, because he did two terrible things. To Klal Yisrael, right? Achaz b'mei Yaakov, v'achaz b'mei Yaakov, she'achaz b'mei Yaakov, v'achaz b'mei Shvot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that'd be a reference if he was Lavan, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so Gemara says, Rashi says, I'm sorry, la'achar misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, Gemara says, Rashi says, what was his actual name? Lavan Ha'arami. His actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, which I will say, by the way, we can indicate us that Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, the Muslim in general, by the way, they're also incredible. So what do these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean it's actually Lavan, or people are just questioning longevity. Someone who possessed the same Lavan, because remember, you can see a similarity between Lavan and Bilam, right? Both of them work in one. Let's see, what do we say? What do we say in the Haggadah, in Magid? Lavan bikesh la kar es hakol. Right? Lavan wanted to uproot everything. What did Bilam? Bilam bikesh la kar es hakol. Both of them had the same stated mission. So the Gemara says, Ksiv ben Bar, Ksiv ben no Bar. So it says the son of Ba'ar. So in one pasuk says that Bilam is the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? Amr Yoshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Aviv ben Nohu ben Nevius. So in certain respect, Ba'ar, right? Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son when it came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Ba'ar, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was a greater prophet than his father, and therefore he's like the father of his. He's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay. Bilam Udula Asida Amadasi. Oh, really awesome. So here's interesting. Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. The non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. To which the Gemara says, then this is interesting machlokes. Whose opinion does this reflect? So the Gemara says, Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Shola, called Ben Shech Elokim, because it's supposed to be Yeshua Rishon L'Shola. What does it mean that it says the wicked will go to the Sha'al to get him? Elu Koshe Yisrael, this is the first of the sinners of Israel. Call Goyim Shech Elokim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Koshe Ovdei Kochavim. And I was saying that this is interesting. If you notice over here, you see in the Gemara, you have a little bit of a good days. So the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says Elo Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how did it become Hoshe of the Kohavim? If you look in Agos Hasinim, it says, right, the Fusiyat Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. And originally said that again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. That all of them have us for Jews. All of us for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Olam, but everyone else does. The Rebbe Lazar, on Rabbi Yeshua, Yeshua once said, "King Hemar, called the whole goyim, V'alo ne'emar elo goyim shechei elokim el Yeshua Rishon L'Shola." Who does that refer to? Maninu. Kol goyim shechei elokim. Shemos say, which you see where it's saying, "Akar machlokes." Do the nations of the world go to Olam Haba or not? So one opinion says yes. Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other opinion says no, Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the most Olam. Fundamental machlokes. Okay. Ba'af osa Russia nasan sinamiatzmo. Even Bilam himself, obviously, our Mishnah clearly subscribes to the idea that the nation's righteous Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our Mishnah clearly sides with the idea that Allah so righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay? So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a simon. What was the simon? Amar Tamos Nafshi Mosi Sharon. In Tamos Nafshi Mosi Sharon Teacharisi Kamo. In Rav Kinni Holech La'ami. The Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. And of course, Bilam didn't die a natural death; he was killed. The Indians didn't go Olam Haba. I also became Moab and Ziktim. Remember again, this connects to Bilam's story. So the elders of Moab and Midian come to try to recruit Bilam. Hana, Midian and Moab, L'chayalam Shalom E'ol. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much listening to love and shayim shul here that collaborated. what's going on here? This is incredible. Marshall Schmidt Love show you the Eider, but I used to live in Zonas. Comparable to two dogs, right? Who really did not get along, right? Always a lot of animosity. Buzz the Eiv ala Echad. So what happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, Amra Akar in any Ozro, Hayom, Horik Oso, will the Machar go alai. So the second dog says, listen, if I don't help the first dog, even though I really don't like him, today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill me. Therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all, but they had a common enemy of clouds. Therefore, they teamed up together. Amar Papa, Hainudami Inshi, Karkushta, Bishunra, Abu Hilula, Nitabra, Dibish, Gada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad master. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original error. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. When they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on their vanquished enemy. So Vayish, the sorry Moab in Bilam, the sorry, so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So the Gemara says, what's that? Sorry, Midian Heichel. So where did the guy from Midian go? So came down with the little Vinu Parai about Shigosi Eskandavar Amar Amru Kum Yish Av Shesone Espino. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? Because they say to Bilam, come, curse Kali Israel. And Bilam says, you know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back to you. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, Hashem's prophet is not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? Moshe is our father. So the message that we can realize Hashem's prophet is not going to curse them. He's just not going to curse them. So they went home. Amar Nachman, chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu klape shmayim ma'ani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? In chutzpah, even against the Kodesh Baruch Hu, is able to affect change. How so? Listen to this. Mekarik says, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu to go and curse Klal Yisrael, so Kodesh Baruch Hu says, don't go with them. Yet amazingly enough, Bilam persists with the Basov, kum lech itam. It says, go with them. Go with them. So what do you see from here? Bilam was chutzpahdik, right? Bilam was chutzpahdik, but chutzpah sometimes pays off. I will say, we know this in life. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, but sometimes chutzpah could actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, not for Bilam. For Bilam, it did not work well. But again, you see from here that when a person is adamant about something, sometimes even after the Baruch Hu admires, so to speak. They're adamant. I'm not sure. Chutzpah, malchusa below taglan. Chutzpah is like a king without a crown. Now, a king without a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect some level of change. What's the ability? This goes back to yesterday's talk. Remember again the story you saw about the two Jews being taken captive? All right, what did the captors say? Am shei orifat. They both say, being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff-neckedness of Klal Yisrael, ultimately, again, is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. I'm going to be Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shneimar, Shvifon alei orak, Hanoshech Ikrisus, Bilam subachas me'inapaya. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shneimar, Shesum ha'ayim. Good. Kosein ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right. So Gemara says, Sivhacha, it says over here, no felt the head. Okay. No felt the galoy einayim. Sivhasam meaning hama no alamita. So lashon like no felt has like a lashon like a connotation of intimacy. So you see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. Sorcery was done with the makom milah. Itmar. Marzucha Omar Kosim Ba'amah Sohaya. Marzucha said that again, he did sorcery again with his Makom Milah. Marbi Ravina Omar Sheba al Asono. Obviously, know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right, Gemara says, so good. Mandamar Kosim Ba'amah Sohaya Kidamina. So notice that he did sorcery again with his Amos, so that we just saw before. Mandamar Ba'amah Sono. I know that he had a relation with his donkey. Ksiv Hacha Kara Shachav, Uksiv Hasam Bein Ragla Kara Nafal Shachav. So once he used the same lashon over here of Kara, right, literally crouching over. That's the same lashon that's used by Sisra and Yael. According to the Medrash, she had a relationship with him. By Yodea Das Elyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hash the Das Banjo Haviyada Das Elyon Haviyada. So again, if Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? You know, we know the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the malach, the angel with the outstretched sword in front of it. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how HaKadosh Baruch Hu works. So this is very interesting. My dash, the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, my dash goes the Amrulay. So listen to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrulay is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab said to him the following: Amrulay, my Tamalora Chafta Susya. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse?" Right? What's going on over here? So I'll say, Amalahu, Shaddai Virativa. So I'll say, this is great. So Bilam says, oh, you know what? Like, it's like asking, like, why are you in a Honda? Right, a guy like you, right? The guy like you should be, I don't know, where's your Cadillac? Where's your this? So he says, he says, oh, this is a loaner. It's in the shop. Right? My horse is out. My horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. See what the really means like in the marshlands. Amrulay, Allah no he has some thoughts. So once the son of donkey begins to speak that, really, I'm a loner. I'm your donkey. So, yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but Latina Ba'alma. I don't divide on you. I just use you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my transport. You're my hitch. You're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my little vehicle. Like my horse. I would never chas shalom be caught dead on a donkey like this. So the donkey says, really? Asher achafta alai. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. Bilam says, no, Akrai ba'alma. No, that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. The old Chadayam is that. You've been riding on me again for forever. Old. Ella shani osalacham my seishos baila. Okay, all right. And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again. Yeah, I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other, right? Right, so the donkey, say, by the way, what's fascinating about this is you almost see, like, it's interesting, like, the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least to be a makir tov. At least, obviously, you're such a maneuver, like, you're such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me, at least recognize the role that I play in your life. Right? You want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Ksiv hacha haskim iskan. Ksiv hasav atilas seferes. Ella maybe okay. That's all. It's obviously again. One of those guys arguing with stuff. What does it mean that he knew that? So the Rosh Hashanah lechabein osa shar what Bilam knew was the exact moment that a Baruch gets angry. As Rosh gets angry for just one moment a day. Bilam knew that exact moment. I mean, Shekarna my yards balak melech moab, Mahona osa Bilam ben Moar. What does it mean that again, when Bilam was trying to curse you, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? No, when Bilam was trying to curse you, how much tzedakah I did with you? How so? Remember again, Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu said in a miracle, all the days that Bilam was trying to pursue, I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Bilam it would have destroyed you. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, certified. So interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Balak. Balak, I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse Klal Yisrael during the one moment when Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Klal Yisrael. I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of a cliffhanger. And that's we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Tremendous.
Ketchup on the hash brown. Seems like, the hash brown is so good. Yes. You know how I lost a lot of weight? I stopped putting ketchup on the shit. That was so much. Before, the dog was ketchup and I was the guy. You know what I'm saying? Just keep that shit. But, yeah, no, it was one of the many things I did to stop. I stopped fucking squirrels. Get advice. I started eating sausage salad. Yep. It literally is the time when I started losing weight. I started eating sausage salad.
Good morning. Let us be.
I don't eat the kind of food that you put
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. Today, Baruch Hashem, our top sponsor for Touchdown today, 5785. There's no Mishpacha. A little bit of a different sponsorship this morning. That somebody chose in wishing a big mazel tov to his dear friend Benjamin Wall on the marriage of Benjamin's dear son Tuvia, Yeshua, beautiful couple. So Yetz Hashem give endless nachos to all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan. Thank you to those Baruch Hashem who answered the call on WhatsApp yesterday. Thank you. Always happy Power in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palaka Bostar in New Jersey. Mazel Tov, Yetz Hashem's continuing celebrations of the month of Nisan. An anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan in the source of Simchas for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shtema for Klal Yisrael on May. And I reach out to learning about Kathy Pollock, a relation of the yard site of God's father Shmuel Ben Zechariah, great grandmother Cyril Bas from the Dove. Over the Shamshat, that's only sponsors for today. Saeed and Sinahidkin in honor of the Tassel of Yeshaya Lerner, to Leah Hannah Ehrenfeld and Mazel Tov, to Ariane Shoshana, and continues nachas from the entire Mishpacha. And Mazel Tov, we always Mazel Tov to Varity and Baruch Hashem, the Shach of the Thanks to the Zohar, to walk the sun down to the Chabad, and Yetz Hashem see and build the Binyan Adi Ad Hompel to Kiddush of Mazel Tov, and then that's some shining colors. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Let's get a question. We dedicate our learning in this course. The Lord should bring home all of our hostages. Our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole amassing again, and indeed, the month of Nisan should be a Geula, and Yetz Hashem, a personal Geula, a national Geula, and Yetz Hashem, the Kara. Wasn't that? Let us be a lot to do today. There's a great dot of us today. Today's dot is Kuf Dalet. We are picking up on Kuf Gimel on the beginnings. We left off at 10 100 Omer, which is about 15 lines down from the top. Avshalom in again Avshalom doesn't have a fortune in the world to come. Remember again, Avshalom, the son of David Amalek, who led a rebellion against his father. So Avshalom doesn't have a head going out of Shnemar. Vayaku es Avshalom ve'nisu. Vayaku ba'olmazah, ve'nisu yo'olabah. Tanya b'shem elaz, I'm sure elaz is in shem mer. Achos v'achazyon, וחמרתי ישראל שחסו בהם ויעש היה אדוני השם לא חיים ולא נידונו. So it's a really interesting piece. It's not like it says, and it's in the name of the Achaz and Achazio, all of the kings of Mount Israel who did bad stuff, and the way the Pasuk refers to them is that they did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Lochaim is interesting. Lochaim means and halakha l'meis again, they do not come back with Tchias HaMeisim. And on the other hand, lo nidonu, they don't go to heaven. They don't go there. They're not judged. Rashi points out over here. Lo Chaim, Lo Yikul Yom Abba Misadikim. They don't even be Gehenna. It's very interesting. There are certain people again who they're neither resurrected nor are they put in Gehenna. The Gemara says, so which is quite fascinating because again, this limbo state is seems to be worse than anything else. In other words, the person goes to Gehenna, so you know again, Gehenna is a cleansing property under the Neshama. Going to Gehenna allows the Neshama ultimately again to regain its luster and move forward. The ability to go ahead and go to Gehenna prevents the Neshama from progressing. It seems to be the worst owners of all. Again, then not Yishafak Nashah, they know. Other Shaviri to Shalan Lepah. So in addition to all the Avodah Zarah that Menashe introduced, apparently there was also a tremendous amount of blood that was shed, to the point that Yerushalayim was filled with blood from one end to the other. So the Gemara says, so we want to try to understand what exactly is it that Menashe means. You see that Menashe spilled all of this blood. What does it mean? Is that literal? Or what does it mean? Which we learn some other times, Some say it means that he killed Yishaya Hanan. Incredible. That although it was one person, because it was Yishaya, it's considered that he killed up Yishalayim from one end to the other with blood. And the Arava Ami in their Shabbos said, Sha'asat Salem Mesu Elach Adam. The little Jesus was said, so the Russian meeting of all these other. The idol itself is so big that it required 1,000 people to lift it. And the whole Yom Horeg is full of it. Every day it would kill all of them. So apparently there was this idol that he commanded 1,000 people to lift up. But the weight of the idol was too much and it comes crashing down upon those who went ahead and carried it. So he killed 1,000 people every day. There's a tremendous metaphor in that statement where there are the difference between so there was the Avodah Zarah that was too heavy to carry and it crushed everyone to carry it. Compare that with what the Gemara says about the Aron, right? That the Kohanim who went ahead and carried the Aron, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron nosi es nosam. The Aron carried those who carry it. When you put your co-host into the right things, when you put your energy into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your clock into Torah, you put your clock into Avodah Hashem, you put your clock into Eretz Yisrael, those things lift you up. You put your energies, your strength, and your time into the wrong things, and those things will crush you. Right? And those things will carry you. Those things will bless you. Those things will finish you. Tremendously so. What you put that clock into, depends whether or not that very thing, that very entity, that very initiative will lift me or bury me. The Gemara goes like that. Kiman Oz Lahad Orah Barakana. Shkula Neshama Shal Tzadik Echad Keneged Kol Ha'olam Kulo. Beautiful Gemara. That literally the Neshama of Tzadik, Neshama is as worthy of corresponds to the Neshama of the entire generation. Who is that? And Adam Yishaya Hara. This reflects the view that Menashe killed Yishaya. And although Menashe, quote unquote, only killed in one person, right? But Lamaisa, again, the Pasuk reckons it as if he killed Yishaya with blood from one end to the other. So he was Siv, pass out, Uksiv, Siv. So as each step by Menashe says he built an idol, singular, and then it says he built idols, plural. So which one is it? I'm going to go for it. The Tchila Asala appears to Achas is incredible. In the beginning, Menashe made an idol with one face. One face, or the Basel, Asala, Arbor, Sufin, Kedesha, Kiva, Shechina, the Tifos. At the end, he ended up making an idol with 4 different faces. Why 4 different faces? As we see in just a moment, he positioned it in the base of the crush, and he wanted it to be that Lamaisa, wherever, right, the spark can level, so the spark would see the idol wherever it was. So it's like, can you imagine like that level of chutzpah? He wanted to make sure that when Moshe saw the past, when Moshe saw the idol. Incredible. So now it's like Achaz had the idea. So Achaz went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the base of the crush. Okay? Menashe he put his idol in the base of the crush itself. this one is Kodesh HaKodashim. Amos was their stepbrothers. And Amos put the idol literally again in the Kodesh HaKodashim, the Holy Holy. Shneimar, Katsar HaMasar Mishkashea, Mishkara, Bamasei Katsara Shvis Kanes. So let's listen to this part, it's actually quite interesting. The passage reads as follows: what does it mean that the couch, literally translated, it means the couch was too short to stretch out. What does that mean? I'm going to show my money on the other side. The couch, the Bishop is too small for two people to lay out together. It's a reference to powerful and Avodah Zarah. Like overwhelming. That the Beit HaMikdash can't contain both the Shechina and Avodah Zarah. And therefore the Rebbe essentially said, like, this town's not big enough for the two of us. If you're going to put Avodah Zarah in the Beit HaMikdash, I'm out. We'll say first to the widest lines. My Bahamasei Chatzara, what does it mean that the cover itself is too narrow? So the Gemara says, I'm going to show Rabbi Yochanan never much of a hydra, Havavachi. Rabbi Yochanan would come to this pasuk, he would cry. He would say, Nisha Kasubo, Konis Kanid Mehayon, Taselo Masei Chatzara. So he about easily says that the Muslim would say that literally again he commands the seas. He commands the seas. He has to contend with an idol to share the cover. That's also as soon as you have to share a cover, and the cover's too small to do it. Which says the cover's too small for both of us. Can't cover me and the apple. Yes, the real question is really that the Bono Shalom has to fight for cover. We has to fight for cover with an apple. Bizarre, he would cry. So the Europe was right there. Achaz Bika Savoda, the Chassan Satola. So Asa went ahead, Achaz, Tinachaz went ahead, and he stopped the Avodah of his Mikdash, and he also literally again truncated the study of Torah.
That was how Bruno's interviews anybody interviews.
Menashe Hadas Haskaros. Menashe went ahead and scratched out literally again, scratched out the names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the Torah. Bahar comes back. And he went ahead and he destroyed him with that. The Gemara said, Amon, Sarafas HaTorah Behela, Shemamis Al-Gabi Mizbeach. Amon went ahead and burned the Torah and created cobwebs, literally caused cobwebs to form in Mizbeach, which represents again inaction. Achaz, Keter Sa'erba. This is incredible. Achaz, permitted in moral relationships. Menashe, Ba'al HaChosa. Menashe relationship with his sister. Amon, Ba'al Imo. Amon, unfortunately, engaged in active incest with his mother, Shneimar. Amon Harbe Ashma. The Bible is said, by the way, just to understand, this is the natural progression of things. The moment that the Ribono Shel Olam is no longer your guiding force, right? And the moment that a person is not anchored in a system of religious development, immorality and idolatry is there. Remember, again, once we said this many times. What's idolatry? Idolatry is when you make God in your own image. You decide what you want, and you create a system around that. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is soon to follow. So remember, the Chadamar Shabbat, one says that Ammon went ahead and burned the Torah. Other says that he had a relationship with his mother. His mother said to him, really? Like, you want to do this? Literally translated, can you have any pleasure right from the place where you emanated from? Like, you went and asked him, what are you doing? This is incredible. Someone said this isn't about pleasure. This is about anger in God. Like, this is about rebellion. So the Gemara goes back to Yochim Omar says to this. When Yochim came on the scene, he said, right? So ultimately, again, so this is incredible. Yochim said, the ones who came before me, they didn't really know how to anger God. I can show you how to anger God, right? I will say that it was just so fascinating. Like, what do you see from all of this? It's not just a shot. You know, you think about it, like all those other people didn't believe. If you don't believe, then fine, but just go on your way. Why did we need to anger God? Why do you need to anger God? Like, why do you need to pity HaKadosh Baruch Hu in such a dramatic way? Besides that, we spoke about yesterday. When you are secure enough in your own beliefs, you do not need other people to agree with you. Like, you have to spend your life trying to show other people why is that they're wrong. The only people who need to show everyone else why they're wrong, right? And the only people who need everyone else to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and wholly insecure. And what they believe, if I believe what I believe, so do what you want. I'm gonna live my life, I'm gonna do my thing, I believe in what I'm doing, I don't need you to buy into it. This active repudiation and this need to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and continue to give a stuff to the Rebbeinu Shalom represents a heightened level of insecurity. As evil as these men were, deep down, they knew who HaKadosh Baruch Hu was. They knew what the Rebbeinu Shalom was, and they knew where their allegiance should be. You walk around life with that kind of guilt, so you have to repudiate, and you have to rebel, and you have to do the stuff every day. So comes your luck, and he says, I will show these guys how to sin. First of all, Kluma L'Shita L'Oro, third thing you even need at Gabor is the sun. We don't even need it for the sun. God can take us back to the sun. We have this type of goal, this Parvayim goal, which is very shiny and luminescent. So yeah, we said we can light the world through that. Allah has a result. They said, even the gold and silver belongs to God. Everything belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shem, Aviyah, Kesef, Liyazam, Noashem, Tzlachos. I'm going to buy nothing money. No. You already said, no, he already gave the gold and silver job. What do you want? Somebody supposed to buy the Shemar, Hashanayim, Shemayim, Hashem, the Aris, that's all we have. Like the ridiculousness of this. Like, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, give us the money. It's ours. This is your yuck who's rebelling against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. One second. No matter how much a youth tries to run away from Hashem, we can't do it. It is inevitable pull between man and God that always pulls man back to his source. Sometimes we go back easier, sometimes we go back faster, but we always return back. Incredible. I'm really loving about my money. That's Yoyakim. So I say, Yoyakim was such a bad guy. Why is he not included in the list of kings who don't have a portion in the world to come? Like the Mishnah only lists 3 kings. Why isn't Yehoyakim listed as well? Should be. Yes, over there, Yehoyakim, the Toivosav, Asher Asav, Banim Salov. Because after the Pasuk says, the rest of the things of Yehoyakim, and all of his abominations that he did, and all the different things, Banim Salov, and that which was found upon him. So we want to be ready for this. My Banim Salov, what does that mean, that which was found upon him? Of Yochanan Rav Elazar, Kadamar, Shekaka, Shein, Avodas, Kochavim, Al Amosel. One says that he had a tattoo on his Makam Nima, and what did he tattoo there? He tattooed the name of his Avodah Zarah. Kadamar, Shekaka, Shein, Shamayim, Al Amosel. Others say that no, he actually tattooed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on his Makam Nima. So let's what is that? So this goes back to Shabbos. Remember again, when I spoke about Nevats, right? And then we spoke about Achitophel, and other people have these visions of fire coming out of the Makom Nilo. Again, it represents strength and it represents vitality. So again, the Avodah Zarah piece there, ultimately representing that this is the entire Avodah Zarah. Obviously, Kashmir, what the Baruch Hu was an incredible attempt to go out and disparage and disrespect HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Overwhelming. So what was I sort of point out? The Gemara doesn't answer why Yehoyakim is better for you. The Gemara asks it. The Gemara talks about this whole tattoo Zach over here, and then leaves it. We'll come back to Yehoyakim a little bit more on his dollars. So the Gemara goes right there. The answer, I don't know why Yehoyakim wasn't included in the list. But I'll say some other things about the other people. There's Meimado Manu as Micha. So let's say Micha. Now remember, we spoke about Micha on Shabbos as well. Micha, first of all, clearly lived for a very long time. Remember again, Micha was the baby who was rescued by Moshe Rabbeinu from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby who was thrown into the bricks, into the structures, where the Jews did not produce the proper power of the bricks. Moshe Rabbeinu pulls them out. He says, Moshe, let me run my world. I promise you, I know what it is that I'm doing. Pulls the baby out, it turns out to be Micha. Micha's in a couple of things. Either Micha himself brought out Avodah Zarah, thought about the Zara, ultimately through the Yamsuf, right? Actually gave two possibilities. I didn't do the Tashi and Shabbos because but usually happens. So right, either he brought a idol with him through Yamsuf, or remember when the Jews lived in Egypt, so Moshe Rabbeinu had to get the casket of Yosef was buried on the bottom of the Nile. He took a piece of clay that had in the name of Hashem on it, threw it into the Nile, and the casket floated to the top. Michal found that piece of clay and took it. He took it, and with that piece of clay, he was able to do all sorts of stuff. Either way, he wasn't a good guy, right? And he worshipped a lot of Avodah Zarah and caused and created his own alternate Beis Hamikdash, like an Avodah Zarah people, that he created on his own.
I'm glad the audio works
So
now. I'm sorry at the
why
beginning.
wasn't he included in the
Fucked
list
up
of
so
people
much.
who don't have a portion of
When
what
you
becomes
guys
their
were
name
on stream,
as Michal?
I got under the hood of the roadcaster. I flipped the truck.
Because he
I
did
checked all
Ashnas
the levels. I
incredible.
was like,
So
man,
Michal
I'm
did
gonna be honest with
chesed.
y'all.
Michal did chesed.
I
His home
called
was
up
open to
Keep It
people.
Tech on the phone.
And so
I got
people
them
can't
on
find it. They
speed
need something
dial.
to eat.
And
You can
I
only
go,
stop at the
guys,
house
big
of
problem.
Michal.
We
Rashi
got an
says,
audio problem,
Shall
y'all.
Kala Olam is Arkin as Leki
They're like,
B'tzid,
what's
Kala
happening?
Over
What's
B'Shav,
happening? I was like,
Ela
all right.
Arabim
I
Zeh
sound, and the
Listen,
audio's
it's
all
not
fucked up.
absolutely
I
incredible.
mean, I fucked
Michal
up sound.
worshipped
Like,
Avodah Zarah,
I sound like
introduced
Peter
Avodah
Dinklage's
Zarah,
degrees.
did a ton of
They
terrible
were like,
things, but at the
okay,
end of
cool,
the day,
cool, cool, cool,
he was
cool.
machmis
Cool story, bro.
whenever someone
What's
was in
going
need,
on right
someone needed
now
bread, his
is
home was
your
always
number one
open. Shneimar kol olam
broadcaster is a
b'shav
little bit of a
Ba'ar
street
b'yom
princess.
tzar v'hika b'yam
And
gav.
we
Amar
need
b'yom
that
Yochanan,
shit to
zeh
be
Kristo shel
a
Michal.
dirt
Chaim
serpent.
Menashe Omer,
Or what was it that
Migrav
he said?
Rishon, you want to listen
Fucking
to this.
Road
Now,
Warrior,
Grav was the
whatever it
place
was.
where Michal
So he's like,
set
first
up
things first,
his
press the
temple.
yellow and blue and
Temple,
green
right?
buttons,
And so from
and that will
Grav
tell
to
you whether
Shiloh,
you have a
where the
lithium
Mishkan
battery in the
was 3
roadcaster.
mil, not
And
far.
I didn't know that, so I checked it. I pressed all three at the same time, and guess
The
what?
smoke
Guess what?
from the
I
Mizbeach,
go, oh
right?
shit. He was
in-
like,
in
I
the
must have
church,
forgot.
and
On
the
the phone,
smoke
they're doing shot bits.
from the
And it was
Michas
the
temple, from
lithium
Michas
battery the entire time.
temple,
So I took
they
it out,
mixed together.
blew on it,
Bikishu
put it
Malachai
back in,
Ashai
and
for
that fixed the
Dovko.
blowers and the valve.
Literally translated Malachai Ashai wanted to push Micha.
I didn't rack or chat at all. I just said,
Because not only
I'm sorry, guys.
was he worshiping
Victory
Avodah Zarah,
guitars.
so this Avodah Zarah was mixing in with the Beis Hamikdash, with the Mishkan.
Alright,
I was mixing, so the Malachim wanted to push him. I'm going to talk about the Yachlo,
sometimes
Shepito,
you
Mitzri, over Israel.
sometimes you have
Incredible.
yes.
So Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, "Leave Micha alone."
It's just
Supposed
so
to
much
protect
slower.
the
You know,
Micha.
it's a slow
Why?
change when it
Hachmos
just slow gold.
Because ultimately,
Yeah.
again, he goes ahead and he makes sure that Jews have bread whenever they are in need. V'adavar zeh ne'en shu anshe pilegesh begiva. So I say, regarding this, the people of Pilegesh begiva. Pilegesh begiva was a much more dramatic and traumatic story, which we'll come back to later on. But they were punished. I'm not going to talk about Kvodim Mephisem. Akvodo Shabasa V'dam Mephisem. So again, the people of Pilegesh begiva. So again, Micha's temple was there. As Baruch Hu said, when Micha's temple was, when there was a Avodah Zarah, he never stuck up for me. But yet again, when there was an affront to the dignity of one of his own, then suddenly went to battle. Again, we'll come back to that story a little bit later in this session. But I will say that how overwhelming is this? That once the kids protected Micha, that's it. So once you see this theme over and over and over, the Rebbeinu Shalom could forgive any sin. You can. Even Avodah Zarah, you can forgive. As long as we are good to each other. As long as we are road shalom. As long as we love one another. As long as our homes are open to each other. As long as we take care of each other. As long as that mitzvah is present within Klal Yisrael, the Rebbeinu Shalom could find in his heart to forgive almost any infraction. Incredible. I'm not going to show you very true in Kisma. Gidolo Nikimo. שהעתיקה שתי משפחות מישראל. שנאמר, על דבר שלא קיבלו אסמבלת המים. Sincerely, I will say, Legima means like tasting. What it means when you go in this context is you see how great Hakadosh's heart is. Chesed is. Like Chesed is why? Because it was supposed ultimately again of two families in Klal Yisrael who did not offer food to two families who did not offer food to Klal Yisrael. They were distant. Who is a reference to? Ammon and Moab. Ammon and Moab, like Ammon and Moab did not offer us food and drink during our time in the desert. And therefore, again, you saw Lechem Rashi says, so therefore, again, they're not allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan the day Amar, Rafakes as Akrot. This is incredible. Listen to this statement. Rabbi Yochanan said like this. Haknosas Archim. Haknosas Archim, right? Hospitality. Being near each other. Merachekes es hakrovim. It goes there and it distances. It distances the ones who are close, right? Failure to open your home to the other. Merachekes es hakrovim. Distances the ones who are close. Mikareves es harachokim. Brings close the ones who are far. Ma'alemes einayim min Hashem. Causes Hashem to look away from the wicked, and ultimately, again, causes prophecy to come apart, even false prophets, like prophets of Baal. So he was a Mashiach also over Zadon. And failure to do chesed for the other, even accidentally, is treated by a Kodesh Baruch Hu as an intentional avera. Okay, so let's analyze each of these statements. Number one, what does it mean that ultimately it distances those who are close? So it's the top of 104a. Ammon and Moab. So Ammon and Moab are cousins, but yet they are distanced from us and not allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Why? Because they failed to exhibit proper chesed towards us. When we were in the desert, traveling in the desert, they did not offer us bread and water. Next, we us. As out of thinking, it brings close. So let's say, so the first part is failure to do Achnosas Archim. It's not really Achnosas Archim, it's just human kindness. Right? It's not about inviting someone into your house. Right? We were that we do at the Shabbat and Ammon and Moab. It's just you see your respect for traveling, you don't offer them bread and water. You don't know how to exhibit basic human decency. So that's failure to exhibit human decency pushes away those who are close. Ammon and Moab was close. Pushes them away. Next, if you do so, it brings close those who are far. So you mentioned Yisrael. This is Yisrael. So we have done it's hard to run over Yochal Lechem. So we'll say after Moshe Rabbeinu defended Sipporah, right, and her sisters by the well. So they come back and they tell Yisrael, right? Sorry. He said there was an Egyptian man, sorry for Moshe, the Egyptian man that saved us by the well. So what does Yisrael say? Yisrael says, bring him home. Bring right home here and let him eat bread with us. So because Yisrael invited Moshe to eat bread, Yisrael had grandchildren who served as members of the Sanhedrin. ומשפחות סופים יושבי אילייץ, תרתיים שמעתם, סופסים, הם מחכים הבון מחמס אבי בייס אברהם, פסיב עשו, ובני קיני, כל סין משה עולו מעיר התמרן אספני יהודה, מדבר יהודה של רגל חרק, ולא ביהודה יהודה של אספן. So what's it, what do we do is you see
and it's people that are homeless that are like
people who ended up sitting in the Wishkas Hagazas Sanhedrin, who are the Canaan descendants of Yisrael. So the Gemara attributes the fact that Yisrael had descendants who sat in the Sanhedrin to God, and the fact that he invited Moshe Rabbeinu to join him for bread. Incredible. And again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness, causes HaKadosh Baruch Hu to look away from the deeds of the wicked. Who is that? That's Micha. That's what we just saw before. Despite the fact that Micha is worshiping idolatry, not only worshiping idolatry, but what else? He's getting ahead and literally behind his own people for idolatry. But yet, again, because his home was open, therefore, halacha l'maisa again. But I'm sorry, because his home was open, the Baruch Hu looked away. The mashta shkina on the habal, and it even causes HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and rest his spirit on the prophets of the Baal. Where we learn that from? So it's very interesting. Mechaveno shal ida hanavi. T'ksiv ayi hein yosher al hashulchan ve'ehi devar Hashem al hanavi asher t'shivu. So let's say, so we look at the story with Edo. Another Edo was sent to dispatch a message to Rafa. Because Rafa told him, Edo, don't stop. Don't stop on your way there. Don't stop on your way back. Just do your job and come home. So there was a false prophet who told Edo, hey, I'm a prophet like you. I'm a prophet just like you. Come over and let's break bread together. So Edo listened, he gave him a stick to listen. And and
That's
they
so
were
funny.
sitting
That
at
would
the
be so
table.
fucking
This
funny.
false prophet
That
actually
documentary.
received a
Do you think you'd
prophecy
rather come on
from
our show
HaKadosh
or
Baruch
go
Hu.
read
And
a comedy
unfortunately, the
festival?
prophecy was that Edo was going
Yeah,
to
probably.
die. Sure enough, Edo left the house. He was devoured by a lion. But the point over here is, you see, why did this false prophet merit prophecy? The Gemara attributes it to his Achasasafik, which is opening of his home. The Shingasa Olasadon, failure to exhibit human kindness, even if it's by accident, is treated as a willful commission. So Amar Yehuda Amar Ab, Molly Obu Yonas on the double shaky cause. So it's incredible. So this is the story. Remember, David Amalek, after his first coronated, doesn't want to be king. He doesn't want to be anymore. But after his first coronated, Shaul thinks that David is trying to unseat him and steal the throne. David will not fight Shaul. Instead, he chooses to flee. So, amazingly enough, so he was David's best friend in the entire world, Jonathan, who was the son of Shaul. So what happens? So Jonathan tells David to escape. This is like this was we just said this on Shabbos Machachodesh. Right? He tells David to go ahead and escape. So the Gemara says when David escaped, he left without food. And the Gemara says, had Jonathan sent David with 2 loaves of bread, Lo ner gadno yirakohanim, Lo nitshok doig hadomi, Lo ner ad shalosh loshas banav. So because David didn't have food, he goes to the city of Nob. In the city of Nob, which was the city of Kohanim, he asks for food. They say, who are you? Who are you? He says, I am a son-in-law of the king, and I want a secret mission from the king. He couldn't tell what really happened. To fast forward a little bit, Doeg Hadomi gives Shaul a report that Nob is aiding and abetting David. Shaul sees them as traitors, wipes out virtually the entire city of Nob. That was the sin that sealed the fate of Shaul and his sons. The Gemara says, why all this happened? Why? Because Jonathan didn't give David 2 loaves of bread. Had David had bread, he wouldn't have to stop at no. He would not stop at no. They wouldn't have been decimated. Had he not been decimated, Shaul would have been saved. Doeg would have been saved overwhelmingly. That wasn't enough, by the way. Jonathan do anything intentionally. Not all paquet. He was telling his best friend in the world, go, just get out, okay. But he should have sent them the food. Overwhelming. So we'll say, so why isn't, put it back a little bit, why isn't Achaz counted amongst the kings who didn't have a portion of the world to come? I'm reading about animation, Muto Ben Shnei Tzadikim. Very interesting, because Achaz was positioned between 2 righteous people. Because remember, Achaz's father was Yosam, and his son was Hizkiah. He has a father who's righteous and a son who's righteous. So because he was sandwiched by righteousness, therefore again, that provided him some level of salvation. The Gemara says, the Yosam of Hizkiah, from Yosef Amen, the Shayel of Boshes Panishio. So another reason, why wasn't Achaz ultimately again, why didn't he lose his portion of the come? Because Achaz had some level of righteousness. What was his righteousness? And that, again, he was embarrassed about his behavior in the presence of Yoshio. Shenemar, the original Yoshio, say, Lukras Achaz, Ato Ushar Yashur Bincha, El Kitsei Talas Havecha Yona, on the Sulas Sudekovers. So again, as well as says to Sheo, go out with your son Shayashim and go ahead and greet Achaz. Right? And you'll find him by big kovis. My kovis, what does that mean? The capture of Ape Bakala. Some say that when Achaz saw Yoshio, he avoided eye contact, he looked down and he ran away. Others say, look, the clouds we saw others say, so he put a basket on his head, right, and ran away. Whereas Achaz was embarrassed about his actions and could not look the Nabi in the eye. The Gemara attributes that embarrassment, that embarrassment was a mile. Right, that was something beneficial. That was a plus to Achaz, and ultimately again prevented him from losing his portion of the world to come. Incredible. So why wasn't Ammon? Why isn't Ammon, who also was a Rasha? Why isn't he included ultimately again in the list of people who lost their portion of the world to come? With Mitsubodo Shel Yoshia. Ultimately again, because of Yoshia. Yoshia was Ammon's son. So because Ammon had a righteous son, therefore again, a coveted son, the father doesn't lose the portion of the world to come. If that's the case, then Menashe also shouldn't go and use his portion of to come wide in the merit of his father. Who was Menashe's father? Menashe's father was Hiskiel. See, a righteous father, so why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from using his portion of to come? A son benefits his father, a father doesn't benefit his son. Now what does that mean? The actions of his son have the ability to go ahead and help the father, right? But the actions of a father don't have the ability to help his son. Now what it says, in our short thing is in a very simple way. The only reason a son exists is why? Because of his father. So therefore, by definition, the actions of the son, by definition, help the father. On the other hand, the father exists without his son. And therefore, Allah reminds the actions of the father cannot help his son at all. Incredible idea. Ultimately, again, a son could benefit his father. That's why, again, these righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, but Abba lo Mizaki bro. But a father ultimately again cannot go ahead and create zechuyos for the Rosa, which also is a tremendously so imperative as well. The parent, right? We can go ahead and if we give our children, hopefully give them anything and everything. I don't mean materially, I'm talking more spiritually. But at the end of the day, our children have to make a choice about what they want to do. Like you can be the best father in the world. You can give your son anything and everything he needs to be successful. He has to choose to implement, to utilize it, to internalize those tools. And a father can't force him to do that. Tremendously so. The mother's like it. That's it. I'm halfway through the choice. Incredible. So what's that? It also the law Abba. So Bani Matamasha, and we are children to the Ribono Shalom. So just understand about say along the same idea, what a son could do for a father is overwhelming. The necklace that we could do for our father is limitless. But interestingly enough, Abba Lamizaki Bra. Which Baruch Hu, once again, can give us all the opportunities in the world. He can't force us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. But just because you have the greatest father in the world, inaction on our part doesn't get us anywhere. The fact that I have a great father is very nice. But Lamaisa, what does that actually do for me? Very little. The only way for me to become great is if I choose to take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, you are Mizaki Abba. But the fact that Abba is great is not Mizaki Bra. If I want to become great, I have to take decisive action on my own. Incredible. Avram can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You can have the greatest father in the world, but you still have to make the decision to be personally great. Avram can't save Yishmael, Yitzchak can't save Abraham, and Ribono Shalom can't save me or you. You have the greatest father in the world, but if you want greatness for your own life, you have to make the decision to put in the work. You have to make the decision to put in the effort. You have to make the decision to make something good of yourself. Hashtag the us is the hockey. None of it in glory of his skill. I mean, now that you said this, now I also understand why Achaz is not included in the list of kings who lost their portion of what to come. Why? Because at the end of the day, he had a son, and he also had a great son. His great son was Hiskiel. Hiskiel, incredible. And his name, Yoyakim, remember you were asked this question on 50 million days. Why isn't Yoyakim included in the list of kings who lost their portion? Again, remember, we saw Yoyakim. In addition to all the other stuff, he also was a tattoo artist, right? So nice again. So again, and some unsavory tattoos. So at the end of the day, why isn't he included in the list of who lost their portion of what's to come? To which the Gemara says, this is very clear. Sit out Google also show Yoyakim. Zos Valachas was when we saw the story already. On the skull of Yoyakim, remember again, part of Yoyakim's punishment was Yoyakim was not buried. His body was thrown into the street carcass of an animal. On his skull it was written, Zos Valdacheres. Zos means you will remain unburied. Valdacheres is something else will happen to you. So once I watch this. Zikino Dravis Vega, Ashku Sosford, Skino Vega, Ashka, Ugulata, the Habikash, the Habikashia, the Shari Shalai, Uksiba, so the grandfather like was once walking and found a skull that was discarded by the entrance of Yushalai. So this is anywhere he stands. To find the skull by the entrance of Yushalai is very strange. Now, remember, there was like in Yerushalayim, first of all, you don't bury anyone within the walls of Yerushalayim itself, right? That's why the closest cemetery to Yerushalayim is cemetery is Har HaZeisim. Right? Har HaZeisim is outside of the walls of the old city, right? Outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. So, and furthermore, again, we're still not being Tumentara by Yerushalayim. So to find an unburied skull by Yerushalayim is very strange. So the grandfather Reda finds this unburied skull. On it, it's written Zol Shiva Odacheres. It's literally written on the skull, this and something else. See, finds it. Kabra, below Ikra. Kabra, below Ikra. He buried it, but then it surfaced again. He buried it again, it surfaced again. Amar, Uglasa Shiva Yakin. So he surmised, very surmised, that this must be the skull of King Yehoiakim. This must be the skull of King Yehoiakim. This day, Muras Shamo Yikbar, Sachol Bahashtai, who was unfortunately, again, part of his punishment was to be buried like the carcass of a donkey. It would just be discarded. So the fact that this skull would not remain buried must mean that at the end of the day, this was Yehoiakim. Amar, Malkavu, so nevertheless, the grandfather I prayed about, no, it's not right. It's not right. He's still a king. He was a king, and there is dignity that should be given to the king, even if he was a Rasham. So therefore, again, what did he do? Obviously, Baron wasn't going to work. Karfa B'Shiraiva also B'Sipsa. He wrapped it in silk, and he put the skull in a chest. Because he saw this suit, so what happened? His wife saw the skull wrapped in a piece of silk in a chest. Savraha, this is a Kamei Sahaba. She thought that it was the skull of his first wife. I must say, by the way, in the previous version of the story, so remember again, there was a neighbor, right? There was a neighbor. There was always a neighbor, right? Right? So there was always a neighbor. So in the first story, there was a neighbor who came and kind of put this idea in her. Let's say this story was a different version. So she saw the skull. She assumed that it was the first wife of the grandfather, right? What the hot no Comanche line. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten. He hadn't forgotten his first wife. So the Gemara says, Shadra Hanina of Tulsa. So she fired up the oven, she threw the skull in the oven, and incinerated the skull that way. Zone Shibol Yacharis. I want to say after this happened, you guys, this was the meaning of the project that Yacharis would have Zos. In other words, his body would remain unburied. Well, the Pharisees still would be incinerated. So again, this was Yacharis' punishment. Because this was Yacharis' punishment, therefore what? Therefore, Halacha Lamai said, that's why he's not counted in the list of kings who lost their portion, because he has this punishment, he would think the portion of the Tanya, the Shia Tote in the Hasisi. I'm sorry, Tanya, other journalists are the Shia Tote in the Hasisi. That she says over here, the Shia Tote, so that she says, the Shia Fiskia Shishibeh as Atzlo, Tama Tote in the Hasisi, Garlo Sha'amar Hashem. So we'll see the whole unfold over here in just a moment. Right? But Hiskiah was faced himself a bit too much. So the Shia told Bainat Asisi, so Hiskiah said, I've done what you asked of me. So Ma'os Asisi Ma'os. So because ultimately Hiskiah did two things wrong. Number one, he placed himself, number two, he asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu for signs for certain brothers. As a result of this, Gentiles ain't that stable. Foreign leaders ain't that stable. Because God goes about it. And because, again, foreigners ain't that stable, because God is for his children. He's going to spread the honor of Hiskiah Parmesan over Kocham Nisot Beso, or the Shami Shabbat, whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, Gorei Gomes Mokana, causes exile for his son Shneemar, also in the first of the widest lines, Shneemar Ubanim Hashem Yitzimina, Hashem Yitzimina, Bayasa is in the Hechamer of Tavar, Yisma Salim Kishia, Bayar is called Nature Hoka, Hakaka, Azad, as a Messiah of Shanato. So Kishia had these representatives of Melech Baba in his home. They showed them all the greatness of his home. So there's Amrad, my base Noxa, wedding base Noxa, Ishto, Kishka Saleon. Kiskia's own wife served them. And this was considered to be a lack of business. Nothing happened. Like Bakamain said, he had his own wife serve these objects of Chacham. Shmuel says, based on Haralan, he showed them the treachery. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Zin Okel Zin Haralan. He had special weaponry that was able to display another weaponry, and he showed it to them. And this was inappropriate. In other words, he showed off too much to these visitors and not called it Tzalos. So in other words, now the Gemara is going to go, now that we spoke about Kiskiel, now the Kabbalah ultimately comes and destroys the Beis. Now, that's actually quite a moving Gemara. The Gemara is going to go into the discussion of the Eicha and interpretation of a number of books with the very moving. Eicha Yoshua Badat. So how, what's the memory again? Eicha means like how. Eicha Yoshua Badat. How did the city of Yerushalayim sit or lay desolate? So Amar Rabba, that's a very moving Gemara. Amar Rabba, why did Klal Yisrael ultimately again? Why is Eicha? Right? Again, in general, Eicha is such a interesting material. You don't teach about like Eicha is like wine or how. It represents the astonishment of over the scope of destruction. Right? Sometimes you're just left like with a mouth wide open, like how did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was Klal Yisrael punished? Why Eicha? Because ultimately, and we violated, we did not share Eicha 36. We violated the 36 prohibited relationships that lie us in the Torah, and therefore then we're punished with Eicha. So Eicha 36, because we violated 36. Also, it's how you see a fascinating light. This is symmetry, if you notice, right, Eicha comes about because of immorality. And what do we see by the Eicha? And the Prophet is willing to go and overlook almost every single infraction line because of human kindness. Immorality and human kindness are two sides of the same coin, which is corrupted energy. Right? What's immorality? Immorality is you're too nice to too many people who you shouldn't be nice to. Right? So that's what immorality is. Human kindness, on the other hand, represents taking the desire for selfishness and channeling it in a different way towards selflessness. So on one hand, how can we start these ways to open any infraction when we are good to each other? On the other hand, when there's immorality, which is a fundamental corruption of human kindness, that's where Eicha comes from. That's where it comes from. Incredible. And Rabbi Yochanan, this made my local Aleph page. We're going to get, when we get us Eicha, follow the Aleph page. Why is it that we were speaking with Aleph page? If they should Abu ala Parsha Mitri in the Aleph page. Because ultimately, again, because we violated the Torah, which was given with the Aleph page. We know those like this. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Badat, what does it mean that the city sat desolate? Amar Rabba Yochanan, Amar Kosh Baruch Hu, Ani Amarti V'Yishpon Yisrael Bata, Badat in Yaakov al Arif Dadam Silesh, Hashama V'Arif Yikal, Achshav Yeh Badat No Shavam. So ultimately, again, he said, I wanted the city to remain secure. I wanted the city to remain populated, and because you violated my word, now the city will be desolate. Literally, again, Yerushalayim was a city that was so heavily populated. So Rabbi Yochanan is saying, now you are a young woman to a more mature man, and you don't look up and a more mature woman to a younger man, can issue the bottom habit. So they had this mechanism to grow the population. Again, listen, this is a good thing. This is what they employ ultimately to maximize birth rates. Okay, Haisa Kalmana, supposed to be the Kalmana, the Swedish and the Swedish are widow. So the Gemara says, I'm going to use I'm allowed to Kalmana, but not Amana Mam. I'm like a widow, but not actually a widow. Also, Ella Kiisha, Shahana, Bible, and Medina, Hayam, the Bible left. So this is so beautiful. We're trying to think like a widow. I didn't like a widow, but a widow is someone who lost her husband. Trying to like a widow. Her husband, like a woman whose husband went far away and was going for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. So that's how beautiful it is. He's trying to become like a widow. He also left us. He left us. Right? He left Mitzrayim. He left us. But he didn't fully leave us. He knows that one day, America sent the color husband, right? The Hashem is going to come back to his beloved. Overwhelming. That must be bad. That means that is in the Unidos. The great amongst the nations moved over the lines. On the level, on the Yochanan, this is incredible. Hamakum Shein Holkin, Nasin Sarana Adonai. Wherever Jews go, Jews become great. That's overwhelming. Right? By the way, this is called Tasha. Like wherever we go, doesn't matter how far we're scattered, doesn't matter where we're exiled, wherever we go, we become great. That's an incredible glory here. So this, by the way, is an overwhelming glory. Glory for this. Like Sibishne Adam, Shinish Malakano. There's a sort of two Jews. We're taking captive in Harakano. The first man in Harakano was the site Haifa, right? Right, the site of the great theological showdown between Eliyahu Navi and Levi Abal, which we learned about last week. So what happened? Two Jews were taken captive in Harakano. The Hayat Shabbai Maharit Achalei. And the captain was walking behind them on the base. So notice this. So just to understand the scene. Two people taken captive, the captain walking behind them. One Jew, the two Jews began talking to each other. Incredible. So Amalei Achalei Mekabela. The camel that's walking in front of us is blind in one eye. We're talking, okay, furthermore, there's two interesting notes. Furthermore, we can tell the camel is holding two skins, or two bags. One of wine and one of oil. The Shnegre Adam HaMani Dim also, after you saw that, ultimately there are two people leading the camel. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish. There's a conversation between the two Jews. So the captor is walking behind and he hears the conversation. Olam Shabbat. You stick next people. How do you know this? How do you know all of this information? Some of us, people tell you. That's exactly how we know it. Camel, now something should go out. So we tell you like this. Camel normally eats right from the vegetation that finds on the road. Mitzad Sheroa Ochelas, Mitzad She'ino Roa Ino Ochelas. So as I said, you notice that the camel is only eating the grass on one side. Right? Never turning to the other side. Only camel from both sides, eating from one side. That let us understand that. Let us understand that the camel must be blind in one eye. Two interesting notes. Furthermore, again, the camel, how do we know the camel is holding? Two skins. One of wine, one of oil. Shayain the top plate is Shagel, because we notice that the liquid, right, obviously skins meat. So we notice that the liquid coming out of one of the bags falls onto the ground and is absorbed. Right? That's why. The Shalshemen, the top plate is Shagel. One of oil, it remains on the ground. Unobserved. Ushnebene also we know one is oil. Ushnebene Adam, Hamanhikim also, and again, there's two people out in the camera, you know, Akanofi the Afra Yisrael. One of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do you know that? Nokri Nifna Ladara. Because one of them, when he has to release himself, is release himself right there in the middle of the road. And ultimately, again, the other guy goes over to the side of the road in a more private way and releases himself like that. That leads us to believe that one of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. So they're telling all of this, so the captain is walking behind them. So the captain runs to the front, he checks all of this out. Sure enough, the camera is going in one eye. Sure enough, one skin is oil, one skin is white, and sure enough, two guys leading it, one is Jewish, one is not Jewish. But the captain comes and he kisses the two Jews on their heads. Yeah, he and their son, and ultimately again, I the
you
New
want to
Jersey
be,
DV or they sell.
have
We
at it,
brought
but
them
do you
to
want
his
to be
house.
talking about
No,
your,
us son
like,
of
oh,
a
oh, you get
super
to the
Yola.
file,
He
okay,
made
how's
for
it
them a
fucking
great meal,
how's
a
it
great
going?
feast.
I got the
But miraculous
settlement
man, and
hearing
he was
from
dancing in
Golden
front of
Hour.
them.
For some reason that was
Baruch
delayed.
Shabbat
And like
Bezalo
you
to
skipped by
Avram.
some of them,
The Nosala Hamikach Maso.
I actually
Blessed
ended up
is
using
God
the
who
beast the
chose
lawyer,
the
my friend
offspring of
Rob,
Avram and gave
who I
them
went to
up his
college
wisdom.
with,
Wherever
Rob
they
Pebble,
go, they become
attorney,
great.
and he's like, I
Upatram
don't say this lightly when I say
Bahofu
people are geniuses,
Levateim
you know.
Shalom. And wherever they
He's
go,
so smart that I can barely understand what he's saying sometimes because I'm like,
they
he'll
become
start
great.
going
And
off
as a
on how
result,
he's using AI to create
he them and they
a
went
structure,
back home. They went back home. So it's like trying to remember. The Gemara owns holiness on the pasuk of Basi Bagor. Wherever Jews go, they become great. Right? And even in captivity, you find them great. Let's say after doing something absolutely amazing.
this is
He
who I am.
rejects
It's
them.
like
He
he's
rejects them. Yeah, the time of the college to drop
because
off.
he's so
According to
organized, like he
this
created
Gemara,
a database for me
in
to
one of
upload
his drushes in Tafshin Aleph in
categorize every bit of the
1940.
thousands of pieces of
Quoted
evidence
this
I have
Gemara.
to just destroy
And he
right
says,
shop.
what
And
is the shot with this? What does it mean? When, see, if you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, I'm teaching Oleg. They're stiff-necked people. They're stiff-necked people. So if he gets to ask, he says, why does the captor call them a stiff-necked people? Why? If he just said something absolutely amazing. He said it is the garret of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign themselves to the circumstances. You see what's happening in the story? In the story, the Jews are looking at their circumstances, and what are they doing? What are these two captives doing? They're looking for more, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So they look at the camel. Why is the camel like this? Why are the skins like this? Why are the guys like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the captor says, what is the matter with you people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just give in? Why can't you just resign yourself to the broken height of your circumstances? But Klal Yisrael isn't out of shape yet. You could be being let out in captivity, and we will still look for meaning, and we will still look for deeper understanding, and we will still look for ways in which to grow, to transcend, and to learn. This is what is overwhelming to the captives. I understand. What will break you people? And the answer is, nothing. This Bible thing is true. When they were exiled under the Nebuchadnezzar, and it was true in 1940 in the war of Sagero, when the Persians, the Mamish, used this same exact Gemara in the context of the Gemara of the broken-hearted ghetto. These were some right? They were being let out. They were being let out literally against the slaughter. The Egyptians said, whatever you do, don't give up. Don't give in. Don't give up. You are the stiff-necked people. And being a stiff-necked people means two things. Number one, you are perpetual quest to grow. As I say, it's important to understand sometimes that who it comes from. We have it. We have it really easy. We have it really easy. Most of life is something fed to us. To be honest, I think that our challenges, right? I want more finance, I want more health, I want more these, I want all legitimate things that God has put out of our ears, Hashem. Yeah, but let's say, think about this from a Luke's perspective. How easy we have it. How easy we have it. And Allah has come with a come because it's so easy, let's say. This is why we have to push ourselves even more. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves a pass. There's no time to say I'm too tired. There's no time. There's an urgency, especially when we find ourselves in Chodesh Nisan. The Nisan Nigalov and Nisan Asidim Rizal. There are great things that are happening. There are wheels that are turning. And if we just internalize Gemaras like this, and we push, and we push, and we push, and we relentlessly push, and we recognize that we are the nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Just understand this. The more important understand it. Live it. This is the very so that I sustain our people for thousands of years. And it's the very so we should internalize and actualize to the love that should bring us to the Gula of the Kala. I suppose we'll stop over here today. Shkara.
my specialty has got to be like, without any expertise, I can prove that this person is wrong just by a series of like Socratic questions, you know? Which again, I'm bad at everything but two things.
It's funny that he pushes you out when you're. It sounds kind of like you're giving him advice. You're like you're one of his guys. And he's like, no. The magic beans guy wants to tell me about CBD. It helps kids with the cirrhosis of the liver.
What is really good at experts? Yeah. What do you think about this right here?
Oh yeah, there's forum.
Right? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Fuck yeah. How many can you do? You're approaching 10. I think I was in that. Oh my god.
I've heard of that numbers guy.
Okay, 2 more.
If you do 10
All
more,
right,
you
so
can have
good
a
morning,
cookie.
good morning, good Chodesh. Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful Masechta together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our Hamatorah sponsors for Shin Pei, the folks in Mishpach are dedicating all the shiurim and drushes this year is especially the Sorrow Troubles for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, the donation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, great-grandmother, Cyril Baskerville, for both Nifter and Shmuel on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Eretz Hashem, and Rosh Hashanah and Aliyah, the family in the Chama, which was okay, Eretz Hashem, to the Sorrows Troubles for Am Yisrael, for Shmuel, Eretz Hashem, with all of our hostages home, our holy soldiers, should be success in the whole and not say them, should be okay, Eretz Hashem. It should be a month of Nisan when it flows. It looks like we don't yet have a Hamatorah sponsor for the month of Nisan. There are still opportunities in Eretz Hashem. He would like to do that on another special occasion. I don't know, lucky one, or just some magic children, you can see the office, ring of the office, and Eretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the emotional part of this morning's share. And then Eretz Hashem, we have again also today's dance is Cook Gimel 103. And we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Cook days on the days we left up 15 lines up from the bottom. Oh, Rav Nachman, Akum Shakel Haya. Terrible Gemara. Rav Nachman says Akum Shakel. Now, what Shakel means is like literally equal, which means that what Rav Nachman was saying is that Akum was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle of the road. Shnei Mar. We actually had this Gemara before. So the Baruch Hu says to the Neshamas, who is going to entice Yaakov to sin? Vayal Vayipal, but I won't feel like so he should go out to war. Remember again, Yaakov goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Baruch Hu is looking for a Neshama who's going to go ahead and entice Yaakov to go ahead and sin. Who is one who's going to do that? Vayomar, Zevakol, Zevakol, Maskera, Yosef. So the idea over here, what is the Nachman highlight? The Nachman is highlighting over here is that Trump almost needed someone to entice Yaakov to sin, to entice Yaakov to follow the Roman advice, which seems to indicate that Yaakov was not all bad. He was shuffled. The Gemara says, Maskela Yosef, man the concept of Rach Lohayo Ka'achal Asher is Maka La'achal Zlavini Hashem. Asher, his fellow says, Zero Ishto. So again, the Gemara says, Rav Yosef, he said that Yaakov was happy, that he was shuffled, that he was equal. Look what the Pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there was no one like Yaakov who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Yisrael, what did Yisrael do? L'tanina, the Chol Yom Haisa Shekelis Shikli Zol, La'avodas Kochadim. Okay, the only person worse than Yaakov was his wife, Yisrael. What did Yisrael do? She measured out gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. Unless you're hearing yourself, so what's that? Measuring out gold coins. So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah, right? So worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, when you give your money, that represents your heightened level of commitment. So Yaakov may worship, but he never gave her money. So you know, it goes back to that. On the Shackle Haya, how can you say Yaakov the Shackle? Ella Yaakov is so again, how to explain the statement? So what does it mean? Obviously, Rav Nachman's coming along, Rav Nachman's trying to say that there was some type of positivity to Yaakov's personality. What was the positive? People say this is incredible. Ella Yaakov, Machon de Mamona Haya. Yaakov was generous. Yaakov was generous. He was Vachon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. Shehet, the Gemara says, when we go, Shehet Hamidi Chachamim Mechasav, Shipur Lo Mechasa. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Hamidi Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avarice. Now let's say, is that not wild? Is that not wild? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like Achav, and by the way, it's interesting that you see that the opposite of Achav and Zevel, right? Zevel concentrated a lot ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achav went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You'll say, we'll get the contradiction in just a moment. But the idea was that the Halacha L'maisa, because of his generosity, his tzedakah wiped out half of his riches, half of his iniquity. He still did the motif of tzedakah Patzio Nimaras. Like literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You got what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so you know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. We work hard for it, right? We always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you work for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though you're allowed to find out that it's not mine. If you take something that you work hard for that is mine, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. The only way you could do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it wants to control it, and once someone gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that like base impulse to keep everything for me, and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others, it's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. Achav was lovely than Avodah Zarah, but he was ridiculously generous. Incredible. So much later, Raphael Hashem, they were looking for a spirit, so they could really burn the shaman to go out and to trick Achav into going into battle, which would be the battle in which the Rus is like. So who's steps forward? So we have a certain spirit to forward. But remember, the spirit said, I will take Achav to go to war. But remember, Hashem, he loved Babas. Vayomer, it said, Vayisi Rak Sheker, Usit Kol Neviah, Vayomer, Tifta, Tegamtucha, Seba Asekim. The spirit comes before us, and as far as I'll be the one who deceives Achav, I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achav to go out to battle, he'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battle. The says, say, good, go out to the Asekim. My Ruach, he knows this, who's Ruach, what spirit was. He says, go before, I'll be open. Ruchol shall Nabos and Israel. Remember again, it was the spirit of Nabos. What happened with Nabos? Remember again, Nabos had a vineyard. But Achav very much wanted. Nabos would not sell. Achav was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem, just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. You have Nabos executed. What's the halacha when you execute someone for rebellion against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, Allah so you got the vineyard, and Nabos died. Nabos executed. The spirit of Nabos wants to revenge against Achav. Might say, or even the Kushbam says the spirits go out. What is that? The Prophet says if you're going to lie, just not if you're going to lie, you can't come back. Once you go out to lie, you can't come back. Because again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no truth in the presence of the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. So this yields the famous adage, the Parakine, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own home. So this is actually the time that sometimes the desire for revenge is so deep that at the end of the day, I might go in the path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that revenge. There's another expression that's not used for this. The expression that's used is Kamos Nashi Kushti, which is that phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go ahead and do it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But the nice thing, he goes down with the Plishtim. So the same idea. He's bent on repaying revenge. Martin Benzi will destroy his own house. ויעש אחאב את השילה, ויוסף אחאב לעשות להכניס את השם אלוקי ישראל, וסוגר. So Ahab goes ahead and makes the share truth to the level of idolatry, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They call Masi and Shah Shari L'Chavet. And he was the worst. He was the worst. Ahab was the worst. What did he do? Shekasar al Daltos Shoron, Ahab kafar be'elokei Yisrael, lefikach ein lochelet be'elokei Yisrael. Literally, Ahab wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? The majority of the entranceway of the Shomron. He wrote,
I should know, but we'll be watching it 24,000 times, so we'll catch up.
Denies. Ahab denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no portion in the God of Israel. By the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Right? Why the active retribution? You only have to go out of your way to actively retribution. Like things that you still feel touchable. So it's kind of like, like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. If you're fair enough, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily you bring other people to agree with you. I don't need you to agree with what I'm doing. So people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So almost as if Ahab feels this need, he's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Ahab, right? We saw yesterday's Gemara. Ahab Mamish kind of like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. But what I'm saying is almost like an excuse. He was constantly right on the doors of the kingdom. I was obedient to God of Israel.
I wonder if that's just how Strauss sees anybody who has
but God. Like the something I share with you. Everywhere there's a mountain, there's Avodah Zarah. We know the church of Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Alaman, there's that spiritual insecurity. Profound. You know those like this. The Gemara says, "Vayvakish es Achazio, Vayakiv, and the Tzaddik Shomer." So it's very interesting to get to know 7. So it's another thing. Yehu. And then Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achazio, and he found him hiding in Shomro. Amor Levi, Shekoder Asparos, the concept of Avodos Kofatim Kafeim. What did Yehu do? Yehu was going to unfortunately unexpectedly to walk their way. So Yehu basically was talking yesterday's Gemara, so we have to be careful about how we speak about them. Like after Menashe, I don't know, none of us want Menashe showing up in his nice house. We just don't want that. I guess part of life is you about Menashe. I just want to be the worst thing. But again, something yesterday's such a sensitivity that even about these people, the Mishnah said, don't have the kids on the apple. We don't understand the struggles, we don't understand what they went through. So Yehu cut out everything was coming and said to tell him he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he cut out that name and replace it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe, Shenashakah. Why is it called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Zava Achad, Menashe, Shimshi Yisrael Yisrael. Or it means that he caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Remember the La'at La'amadah. See, how do we know the Menashe? They both told him how, but it says, very interesting. The Shemir says Shana Menashe becomes king when he's 12 years old. It says that, remember his father is Hiskiel. Right, so Hiskiel dies, Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Kamishin becoming Shana Menashe becomes the longest serving man. He becomes king at 12, reigning for 55 years. Vayar Hara B'nei Hashem, Kasha Asa Achab Melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and I purple like Achab. What's interesting, in every comparison to Achab, the Gemara says, what's the interesting comparison? Not Achab in the Philip of Haba, just like Achab has no portion in the world to come, Menashe in the Philip of Haba. So to Menashe has no portion in the world to come. By the way, that's the interesting thing that you have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old in times of the Navi is not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. Like imagine you're becoming king and you invested all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And be trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly complicated. All right, there you go. So therefore, Menashe has no pain that's in Olam Haba. So now goes like this. ויהודה אומר, מנשה, יש לכם זו נעבור, שנאמר ויקרא מנשה השם ויקרא. We disagree. Manasseh does have a portion in the work of him. He does have a chilek in the Nabo, because the Pasuk said that Manasseh bowed to Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam went ahead and listened to him. I'm not looking on. So what's the Chonot Machloket about Manasseh? Does Manasseh have a chilek in the Nabo? Does which one? So the Gemara says, I'm going to be open. Both of them done the same passage. Neymar, we started with Zabo the Kolomna Kotar, the Lamination in the Yo. Marsha the Lamination Shasa Shiva, the Indian law office, and my Sabar, that of cooking. And the Master of the Lamination, the law of a Shiva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the Russian handing over Israel to the nation, to the foreign nations. The Lamination is Yo. So why was Israel handed over? One opinion is because Menashe didn't do tshuva. Other opinion says no, Menashe did do tshuva. What was the problem? Probably Saul didn't do tshuva. So let's say 10 minutes let's focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal tshuva. Let's say Kabbalah Sukima 138. This is a tremendous Gemara. Kala Omer Menashe Eno Chizuk Goren Haba Melata Yudei Shabbat tshuva. Whoever said that Menashe doesn't have a chilek Goren Haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of Baal tshuva. Weakens the hands of Baal tshuva. So let's say, so amazingly enough, so this is very profound, because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a chilek Goren Haba, we know one thing, Menashe did do tshuva. He did do tshuva. If we say that he doesn't have a chilek Goren Haba, that means that tshuva doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Baal tshuva. Because people will say, you see, you could be too far gone for tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 2020 WL, Menashe also tshuva, which was in the Shalosh Shonim. Menashe memory and Menashe for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Russia. And then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the number? Then Shlomo and Menashe Malcha. Menashe became king at the age of 12. The Chamishim Malach Yerushalayim, he reigns for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas Harav Kasher Asa Achav Melech Yisrael. And again, the Navi traces to Achav. Kama Malach Achav, how long did Achav reign for? Asking the Kalfinstein, 22 years, Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim, the Chamishim. Daniel asking the Kalfin, partially plus and plus. So it's an interesting enough, you know, since we see as follows. Now what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. Let's make sure the comparison. Achav reigned for 22 years. So the only thing over here is that Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years. Means for 22 years he was a Russia. For the remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about tshuva. He became about tshuva. Incredible. Some of your German my decision, Vayishma'ila Vayech Parallel. So let's say tomorrow again, we know what turned Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe to be about tshuva? He was captured, right? He was captured by Iraq, and he can probably tortured as well. And he calls us back on his powerful. So Moshe says, Vayishma'ila Hashem heard Menashe's supplications, Vayech Parallel. So he goes, what's Vayech Parallel? Vayech Parallel. The Shus of Vayech is Menashe David, and it was returned to him. What does it mean by Yachtav? It's beautiful. Milano, Ashelat and Prophet mean Macharas Barakia. The Rosh made for Menashe like a tunnel, like a Macharas. Macharas means, furtively, like secretly. He made him a secret tunnel for Shuvah and Lakia, and the Shemaim wife, he had a couple of Shuvah. In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper tshuva. Why? Which name Midas Hadin. Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute of justice, said, Menashe, you cannot become about tshuva. Because you go too far gone. You're supposed to be up and made like a secret pathway for Menashe's tshuva, but even the strict attribute of justice today. So let's say, what do you see from this? You know what the great part about being God is? One of the great parts about being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So I have Midas Hadin says, a guy like Menashe can't do tshuva. So what does the Ribono Shel Olam do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different coming. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, allows for it. So he allows Menashe to come back. So we don't want much more than anything. We want a Shiva. We want us to change. We want us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if one of the constructs of Shiva says that such a person can't return, the Ribono Shel Olam will make a different pathway. So when it comes to Shiva, the Ribono Shel Olam never says no. And if the Baruch says no, you keep trying to do something, and he says, well, you can do Shiva anyways. Nothing stands in the way of profound and meaningful Shiva. Don't have your family first, please. I have to say, we might have seen Rishis Mamlokos Yoyokim and Moshiach. Rishis Mamlokos Tzidkiah. If he had Israel or Hadamate, so this is something that the Rishis Mamlokos Yoyokim. Yoyokim was Yoyokim the first king, or Sid the first king. The Marich before the Ella. He just was talking about Hatsias Olam Kulo. The time of all the Shulay Yoyokim. None of us are music like this. There are some people who are so evil. But they don't really want you to go ahead and turn the world back and start over again. Because things were so broken. In the days of Yoyakim, things were so broken that they really wanted to return the world to tell Bahovu. The start of the dog in its paradise. But again, although Yoyakim was including some generation was good. He gets for 12 and a half years, how long the 2 of them will be short dollars of Sidkia. Soon they're going to start wanting to go ahead and start to work all over again. For the generation of Sidkia. The start of the Sidkia in the Skaradaito. As God destroyed the righteousness of Sidkia and spread the generation of Sidkia. So let me see from here. So the rest of us just looking for someone who's righteous. Either a leader who's righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. So we want to show a little more of success more than anything. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again his spirit to collect it. It's incredible. The Gemara says, "The Sidkia non-Sid, Dayachad and Hashem." But also, but Sidkia also doesn't know he was very righteous. So he also did that with his evil eyes of Hashem. Shai the other Minchos, below Micha. What it means is like this: Sidkia had the ability to object. Mostly Sidkia himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to use it. We see this thing over and over in Chazal. So when we see something bad happening, and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. I want to look at the Mishnah Shviz. Night it said Ish Chacham, Mishpat as Ish Avar, the Raga and the Zach of Beina. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says as follows: Ka'asti al Achos, I got in here Achos, but do Achos, one of the things. And I saw to be a Nafi Damasek, and therefore I handed them over in the hands of the king of Damasek. And what did he do when he was handed over to the king of Damasek? Zigayach, the king on the other hand, he ends up Achos, instead of realizing he's in trouble with God, maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts saying to their God, the guys of Damasek. שנאמר, ויזבח לאלוקי דמשק, אמרתי בו, ויאמר כי אלוקי מלכי העולם הם מעטים עושים, והם אזבח ויביאו לעמים ולהקשיב לכל ישראל. שחטתי עם אמציה, ונשאתי מלכי אדום בידו. So a little bit I smiled upon Amatzia, and I like I'm not sure if I do the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzia, and ultimately again I gave over the hands of kings of Edom in his time. Maybe Elohim, Yishtach Elohim, how did Amatzia finish his victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping their Shemar. ויח אלוהים, בא אמציה מהקורס את אדומים, ויעבר אלוהים בני סיר, והעמודים אלוהים, ולפני משחד אלוהים נפרד. So again, Amatzi was handed victory, and what did Amatzi do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping Indian gods. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, so sometimes again, you can cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You can smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Both the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. The reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around and they fail to understand and present the opportunity that was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of knowledge. By a vocal sorry Melech Badal, by a vocal Bishar HaKaba. So also he's like Sidkiah. So right, all the king David said that the ministers of the king of Babel himself came and he sat in Shar HaKaba. Welcome to the Captain Level. What's the second and third white line? Between the bubble, situated inside the gates of the city, is the gates ultimately and no adjudicate halacha, halacha inchi, ba'asra demare, hala mezayin, hama kulba raya postate hala. In the place where ultimately the master of his house used to hang his weapons, now the shepherd comes along and hangs his bells. The idea over here is the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin would rule, the high court would rule. So that very place where it used to be reserved for halacha, now the shepherd, that's what he's speaking about. The shepherd hangs his stuff. I'm going to put that in the Barabba. 9% asks the beautiful passage. Well, it's a heartbreak because of an interesting passage. Outside of Ish Atzavati, so he was Shomer says initially, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. Now I cannot other fascinate, and I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both inattentive. Right? So their field on to their vineyard. What happens? In all of Kula Kimshonim, Kasu Pan of Kalulin, together Abanim Nasa. What happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles, and what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. The Muslims metaphor. Asada ish atzarabat. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the lazy man with all the field? That's King Ahaz. Kerem Adam Fasamein, who is the vineyard. The person who lacks heart to own the vineyard is Zemenasha. There also a metaphor speaks of found between Alu Ulokishon, and against overgrown with thorns, Zahamo. Kasu Kalulim, Zayahayaku. Together, Abanam Nasa, and the wall of stone has not fallen to a state of disrepair. Zetikyo, Shenetra, is the Mikdash Chiyama. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in this. Let us say, I want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, that Shlomo refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, frustrated, or lazy. So let's say, the way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Maybe when it begins, it's just apathy. Apathy is the big way to move us to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens that's up. This is what the Muslim says on the special level of nature. But there's already nothing being done. The Muslim says that the greatest Kibbutz Sahara is not faith. The greatest Kibbutz Sahara is Yerush. Where there is despair, where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all types of terrible behaviors begin to set in. So it's interesting. How does Shlomo describe the Nasha? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people. They all start with apathy. So that's why the most important result in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's like we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day, because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, do you know the other word for staying in place is? The sin of the staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathetic people aren't going out and progressing. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing things right. Apathetic people are just stay where they are. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong except apathy is the gateway to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. And from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't think that this time of year, but how to keep us in the house? There are four people. Four groups. Literally, again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Population. Alex. I don't know if the word called Alex. Scoffer. It's really just a scoffer. It's like Alex is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is like, listen, you know this? Right. You know, in the beginning, when we're always with our wisecracks, like, oh, that's cute. And then, like, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, like, a one-line comeback? Like, just stop. And it might go from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person or what, nothing serious. Like nothing serious. And again, you always. So listen, I'm only saying like, I'm about to be serious about something. And you realize like, all you need to have a situation like this, but like, if you're talking about the Kevlar, you know the Kevlar, and like, using momentum of story, and then someone, right, he comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room. And again, it's like, it just deflates everything. So personally, again, you just understand, you have no relationship with that Kaddish Baruch Hu. Let's get he's welcome this the Lord. Next, cut Shakronim. Again, I won't say Shakronim. Shakronim ultimately again is a liar. The person who's a liar can't have a relationship with his life. Why? Because if he references it for a relationship with God, if he references it for a relationship with God, is honesty. Moshe does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am honest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Kanita. I didn't want to say again. Kanita, flattery. Right. But it's like, but it's false flattery. Again, it's false flattery. Kanita is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. Like, I don't really believe it. Right? I don't really believe it. But rather, again, I'm using it. I'm using like it will say, you know, like when people do this, when people do. I guess this is like lobbying, right? At the end of the day, it's the nice, like, it's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? What's the interesting part is when someone starts letting go, look at how close. Even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still not everybody likes a little bit of flattery. Joseph's at the end of the day again. It's Tanithim. That's what we do. Kat Misaka Lashon Hara. I know she again speaks Spanish. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way, if you notice, yes, these are four groups who cannot have, in the Kabbalah connection means, they can't have a relationship with Hashem. Relationship with Hashem. What's missing, by the way? What's missing over here? What's missing over here? If you're going to make a list of people that can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Who would you put in there? Avodah Zarah, right? Number one, right? Right, number one, right? Maybe a close number two would be. All right, you guys, that's good, right? All right, it's good. Right, number three, Shiva's coming, right? We got the big three. If you notice, they're not there. They're not there. What's it, you know why? Averos don't stand the way of relationship with God. Averos don't stand. We all commit Averos. We all commit Averos, right? We probably never else have done a couple of doozies and it's even before 9 o'clock, right? So listen, we all commit Averos every single day. Averos don't stand in the relationship with God. Honestly, stands in the way of a relationship with God. And if you look at the common elements, all of these things, it's all about honesty. The rest, you can't be honest to that end. You just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses less humor to just take the honest out of every circumstance. A chaperone, obviously, again, dishonest. Then dishonest. You know Lashon Hara. So let's say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? Always takes place where? But I shouldn't say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like their friends. Right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So those are the common denominator, dishonesty. As Barton says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can sing from today until tomorrow. This Bible says, I got you. Actually, working for a journey for all sinners. For all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual, some of us are just on the weekends, others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? Oh, yeah, others, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And guess what? Who says? It's okay. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. You can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there's no way to have a relationship. It's incredible. So Mary says, now go and calculate some of the sick. Much of the folks. Kachak, let's go to the subdivision. Kachak, learn to see. So much family, you know, decode related, right? כך אני בנפסל כמובן הבחנה פיאבו. אז אתה בדרך כלל זה ציד, כי לא אל חופי זולה שעתו לא יוחלו. צדיק עתו, לא יוחלו. למה תסתום לב יובלו? מה יתוסי מסוים יוחלו? This was as beautiful. Yes, the nega was not the Allah.
Think a
So
little
what's
bit
the meaning
about
of the pasuk over here?
your
Where David
issues
Amelech
with women.
says,
What's going on there? Are
David
you
Amelech
like,
says, in
why
what
is
does it
that a
mean?
thing?
The nega like Rabbi Allah. So the Gemara says, that literally again, that law will not be set upon you. Shalom yishlot bahem yitzhara. Ultimately, again, it's a bracha. You should be yitzhara. Shalom yishlot bahem yitzhara. And what's very important? Doesn't mean you shouldn't have a yitzhara. There's not going to be yitzhara. When don't have a yitzhara, right? When he's dead. Right? That's the right. There's an upside to everything, right? When you're dead, there is no yitzhara. Right? So there's no yitzhara when you're dead. Right? So it doesn't mean that when you're yitzhara, rather, if you don't have the shalom yishlot bahem yitzhara, yitzhara shouldn't be ruled over you. I'm always going to have a yitzhara. The shaila is who's in charge, me or the yitzhara? The law, the yitzhara cannot rule over me. Next, inside the nega literally again, an affliction, shnakam tostiyotem, so kimsa ishtacha safek nida, ishasha kama minagara. So okay, this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of suffix nida. I don't know what does this mean. What does this mean? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a nida, okay, she's a nida. Suffix is where things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? A man can justify to himself that perhaps he's really committed and end up ultimately again end up seeing with her. So it's actually interesting that perhaps it seems to me that this is was interpreting the pasuk. It could also be more understood as how three lines of progression. The first part is ultimately again, do not let the yitzhara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega loikavi aharacha. The word actually realizes you don't come home and find your wife a suffering nida. The way to rule over your yitzhara is to eliminate suffering within your life. A lot of times the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of suffering. And we allow suffering to be perpetuated. It looks like, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like,
here are the women that I actually think are funny, crazy.
Kind of.
Because
I know that this area of my life, and we all have different areas, all of us have. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again, in my head is suffering nida. In my head is a suffering right. And a lot of times, we know there's a suffering, and we just perpetuate kind of like the icky parts of our existence. If you have too much suffering in life, that's what we need to hurricane. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are suffering, that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I can eliminate the suffering in my life to the best of my ability, I'm going to eliminate all of it. If I can eliminate the suffering to the best of my ability, then ultimately again I feel so much power will not be incredible. So one of those guys are what does it mean that negativity, rational will over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. You shouldn't have bad dreams. It was really bad thoughts. The negative traffic are right. Shalom you may look up Ben or Khalid, Shalafia, Tashir Rabbi. That means that ultimately again that affliction should not come in the tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public. Which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. Privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen. But at least publicly, again, things should be encouraged. I can therefore public, but it's very beautiful. The reason that's saying is that this passage is going to ultimately, again, is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a father. So the first brachos is so beautiful, is the brachos of a father. What is a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Sahara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going to what we said, how do you ensure the Yitzhak doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffering in your life. If there's sickness in the way that you're living, deal with those sickness. Deal with difficult situations. Don't live in uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. Just figure out top of my heart. This is what my father says to his son. My father says to his son, don't be scared by bad things in life. Don't be scared by bad things. What does it mean, don't be scared by bad things? What does that mean? What are dreams? What are dreams? Like, no, how much this is not what dreams are. They're meaningful, not meaningful. And let's say, what do you mean not to get scared by bad dreams? Or you're ruining life. So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This can happen, that can happen. And you know, let's say, any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? The father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad things. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right, they all could go wrong. And they may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. And what does the father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. As Imar says, remember says, person has Yitzhak Hara, and never going to finish son has the person has Yitzhak Hara, person has Yitzhak Hara, and what happens, let's say I can't go ahead, I can't start to come out of Yitzhak. What's the Imar say? What's the Imar say? Go back to the go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that some kinds of life are going to lose the battle against you. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the collateral damage. You're going to sin, don't do it public. Sin, go somewhere. That's what about all of these lofty ideas that the father says to his son. You're going to fail because it's going to happen to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize it. Incredible. That's what the father says. You come to Elach, get passed into that. It's the bracha that a mother gives to a child. What does a mother say to a child? You see, mother says, a mother says, you know what comes to tell her, it's not a couple of bracha. I'll find you something. So what does the mother say to a child? Like the malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. I'll shut up a facet in Israel. And ultimately, be careful on the lions and the snakes. So what's the bracha of the mother? What's the bracha of the mother? Be safe. Be safe, right? A father has all of these different facets. And what does the mother say? Shape of that. The malachim should watch you. You should check, right? I'll tell you, a father ultimately again is son to be successful. Right, so a father gives the different things that needs. Overcome the Sahara, bring it in, right, something. Don't get bad shit up. Accomplishing gifting, all these things, the ones that shape that, and such you look at. Malachim should watch over you. He makes the scorpions. You do accomplish, you don't accomplish. The two things from the mother doesn't matter that much. He wants you to be safe, and wants you to be okay. And those are the levels of a mother. You can't touch them out. After that, it's probably best. What are the brachos we will say on the days? He beat the shot back on him. Asad Benu, he had that. So they say, what's the Mark say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I start to raise you. I will lift you up. Production, if you know my name. You pray me, if you call out to I will answer you. You know Anochi, but Sarah, I meet you in every difficult place. I'll consider the day. Only a trust to me by a Yeshua. So what does the mother say? See, the mother said, I want you to be safe. What does Baruch say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast it off with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, Baruch says, I got you. I will say, is this not absolutely beautiful? The father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother I don't really know what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And if I'm tomorrow, put your hand in mine, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. I'm just going to love this. Incredible. Listen, by the way, you know, when you drill down to it, some things forget that, like, he's not looking he's not saying, like how Medina makes this finish up. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in mine. Put your hands around it. Like, exactly. We forget that sometimes all that the Father wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is we are together with him. He doesn't work the rest of it out. You're sinning, you're doing stuff, you're down the wrong path. We're like, okay, we'll work it through. We'll work through. But just tell me that you're happy. You just cast that out. You cast with our hands against the responsible. Throw our arms around him. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. Says, I got you. I'm sure enough, it's nice to see. I'm going to show you how long. It's your honor to shout. It's made my own social process of interesting that in the word of sharing, so there isn't a soul out, there isn't a soul that whenever you wrote the word, you wrote the iron was higher, the reach and the shin. So we reach higher shin and iron in that way. Why is it in that way? Even in Shina, some rush, we will not go. Rush, so remember, the iron out of Russia. What do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means pour. So the idea was, listen to this. That pour below is above. What does this mean? So the money like this. A person is disliked by other people, and it's very indicative that they are disliked by other people. Very strong statement. Notice I found there's actually a basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you can see, who you can interact with, who you can talk with, who you need, and a lot of time of the camera, you probably won't be able to get along with them. That's just the way that it works. If a person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by a coach party. So look at this, so you must add that to it, and look wow. So just take the iron altogether. And you're going to lose the Hadron and take Modo Shabbat. The Hadron is Modo Sham, the Kenya Ben Kataya. So that's very interesting. You have the other exceptions to this law. There are just this law. There are people who are despised by other people, and yet they are still the one back in front of them. Also, who's a great example back here? Who's an example of that? That's Hanala. Hanala was despised by people. And yet, he was beloved by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Nehemiah, the up to rebuild the second Messiah, was despised not by Jews. He was despised by the Gentile rulers. Ultimately, again, for rebuilding the so generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, by definition, you usually don't have much with us. Like our exception is when people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say, it's not just stuff. Not just stuff. You know, by the way, if you're 40 years in the desert, you were to take a popularity poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu. I don't know that he even knew. I mean, what you say is great people that can really become appreciated. Right? So again, David, when you say David Melech, like I sit in David, I'm like, look, I should stand up. David Melech in the Shiva, he was treated like garbage. Treated like garbage during his lifetime. By masses of people, by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, and everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu treated like garbage. Not treated like garbage, disparaged, despised. They accuse one of stealing. They accuse one of adultery. They accuse all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature, whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly had in our life. lost. So again, we want to point out generally the rule is if you're despised by people, you're generally despised. Except there are two exceptions. Now I want to point out there's no two exceptions. There's nothing on the Kenya. The rule holds true for everyone else. Okay, turn off on. ונעשה ישר חמישה וחמישה פעמים בתורה, פרס כהנים, כנגד שני בחוסו. Let's get into it. King Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Fish Vayikra. Let's just point out how ridiculously amazing this is. Can you think so? We're just trying to Fish Vayikra this week, Mamish, it's Sunday of Fish Vayikra. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe, ultimately again 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra, corresponding to the years of the Dynasty. I don't know what it means that every year you establish a new drasha, a new interpretation. That's what I have come to say. Menashe, obviously again, despite all of the Avodah had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately again had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, one side, again, now, by the way, it's not just the 33 years that he did Tshuva, it's 55 years of drashas of Chumash Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achad, Shlomo Lechamisha. Achad advanced 85 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yelavam, Meir Shosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Don't say, by the way, why do you have to see them of Chumash Vayikra? Why do you have to say Chumash Vayikra? And what's the opening verse? Adam, Yaakov, Ten, Kavan, and Lashem. Vayikras Kavanos, Shorsham Kavanos, is colored close. Like deep down, what does every single Jew want? Deep down, what we all want is Kirbas Hashem. It's close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's all I want. Rani Kirbas Elokim Rito. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated, and for whatever reason I get derailed from that kind of mission. But everyone wants Vayikra. Everyone wants Kavanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe, even Achad, even Menashe, even Achad, what's it, by the way? Achad, Yeravam, Menashe, if you can listen to our Mishnah, we don't have a Halak in only Achad. If you can listen to our Mishnah, it sounds thousands of Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest sinners that we saw just want connection with the Rebbe Moshe Olam. I know. I want to know, I have to stop up here for today. Tomorrow's a short out. Shorter. It's embarrassing. We are fine. I would say tremendous start to the week. Am I good about it? For those who have a few comments, the few times we're going right in fasting right after the class was 6 o'clock. Also schedule. The regular opinion from the show.
And she was like you said, nice, I don't have to do that shit. Yeah. He's a very cool guy. Desperado. How would Shop say Antonio Banderas?
Hey, good morning. Good Chodesh. It's Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful necessity together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this one share to thank our Talmud sponsors for God Shinpei, the Tosim Mishpach, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as the Shus B'Soros levels to Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, great-grandmother, Cyril Bas Rabdov, were both nifter on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Yeah, both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Meretz Hashem, and Rosh Hashanah, Aliyah, the family in the Chama, Bizok and Meretz Hashem, to be Soros Chavos, and Yisrael, and Meretz Hashem, bring all of our hands to this home. All these soldiers should be successful. All Maaseh Yadayim should be Zok and Meretz Hashem. There should be a month of Nisan when it flows. It looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah for the month of Nisan. There are still opportunities in Meretz Hashem. If you would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, in honor of a loved one, or just stop to the Marbit Story Klal Yisrael, you can see the office in Meretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the promotional part of this morning's share. And Meretz Hashem, we are beginning of today's daf is Kuf Gimel 103, and we are picking up Meretz Hashem on Kuf days. The days left off 15 lines up from the bottom. Orav Nachman, Achab Shakal Haya. Terrible Gemara. But Nachman says Achab Shakal. Now, what Shakal means is like literally equal, which means that so what Nachman seems to be saying was that Achab was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle of the roader. Shneimar, Vayomer Hashem. Me, if Tanis Achab, we actually had this Gemara before. The Baruch Hu says to the Neshamas, who is going to entice Achab to sin? Vayam Vayipal B'Ramon Skilad said he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's successful. So the Baruch Hu is looking for the Shama who's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Vayomer Zevekol, Zelmer Vekol, Maskira Yosef. So the idea over here is what is the Machman highlighting? The Machman is highlighting over here is that the Baruch Hu almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow erroneous advice, which seems to indicate that Achab was not all bad. He was shakal. The Gemara says, "Maskela Yosef, man dekasa be'rak lo haya ke'achal asher ismachar la'asas rabbeinu Hashem asher histo so izel ishto." So again, the Gemara says, Yosef, he would say that Achab was that he was shakal, that he was equal. Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there's no one like Achab who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izabel, what did Izabel do? The Tamina, the Koyom Haisa Shakelis Shikli Zav, La'avodas Kohabim. Okay, the only person worse than Achab was his wife, was Izabel. What did Izabel do? She measured out gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. What's the thing yourself? So what's that about measuring out gold coins? Remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your height level. Worship, but Izabel gave her money. So the Gemara goes back to that. I'm shakal haya. How can we say Achab was shakal? Ela Achab. So I'll say so again. We have to explain the statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, I'm not just coming along. I'm not just trying to say that halacha when I said there was some type of positivity to Achab's personality. What was the positivity? We'll say this is incredible. Ela Achab Vatshon b'mamona haya. Achab was generous. It's incredible. Achab was generous. He was Vatshon literally means he was easygoing with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avos. I will say, is that not wrong? Is that not wrong? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like Achab, another interesting that you see like the opposites of Achab and Izabel, right? Izabel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achab went ahead and set himself to Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You say, I follow we'll get to this in just a moment. Those are the idea over here is to have because of generosity, his tzedakah wiped out half of his rishus, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah hatzil mimaras. Literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. What's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically I know that it's not mine. If you look to take something that I worked hard for that is mine and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you could do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu, Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. Achab was loving the Avodah Zarah, but it was ridiculous. Incredible. So going back, remember, Chashbach was looking for a spirit. So he's looking for a neshama to go out and to trick Achab into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who steps forward? So Ruach, a certain spirit came forward. And the Spirit said, I will entice Achab to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elov, Bameh, Vayomer, Eitzeh, V'hayisi Rach, Sheker, לפי כל נביאו, ויאמר תפתח וגם תוכל save us. The Spirit comes before us and sorrow, I'll be the one who deceives Jacob. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Jacob to go out to battle, and they'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battle. Baruch says, say, good, go out to the Asik. My Ruach, whose Ruach, what spirit is? You saw Quran before, Amar Yochanan, Rucho shall Novos Ha'Yisrael. Remember again, it was the spirit of Novos. What happened with Novos? Remember again, Novos had a vineyard that Achab very much wanted, and Novos would not sell. Achab was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem, just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. He had Novos executed. What's the halacha when you execute someone for rebelling against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. So he got the vineyard, and Novos died. Novos was executed. The spirit of Novos wants its revenge against Achab. Might say, what the Baruch says the spirits go out, what does that mean? You know, Sinu Mechitzasi, Shekin Gover, Shkared, Lo Yikon, Leneged, Einar. The Baruch says, if you're going to lie, just know if you're going to lie, you can't come back. Once you go out to lie, you can't come back, because again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no untruth in the presence of the Ribono Shalom. It's incredible. I'm not talking about Peradami Inchi, the Parat Kine Martin Bese. So this yields the famous adage, the Parat Kine, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own home. So say this is actually the profound idea that sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that revenge. Well, there's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is Kamos Nafshi Ishti, which is the phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go ahead and do it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But Lamaisi, he goes down with the Pushkin. So the same idea. Parakine, he who is bent on repaying revenge, Mark his base, will destroy his own house. Vayas Achab es Hashira, Vayosef Achab Lasos Lahakis as Hashem Elokim. So again, so Achab goes ahead and makes the Shira true. Things and grab stuff. I mean, that's the worst. What did he do? Shomron, Achab be'Elokei Yisrael. Lefifach ein lo chevet be'Elokei wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his throne road. You know, his kofar. Denies. Achab denies he got it. Therefore, he had no portion in the God of this. I'll say, by the way, it's interesting, right? Why have to write this? Right? Why the act of repudiation? The act of repudiation. Like things that you still feel tight. So I'll say, it's kind of like, you know, like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you be open. If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to agree with you. You do your thing. I don't need you to agree with what I do. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Achab feels this need. He's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Achab, right? We saw the other. We saw yesterday's Gemara. Achab managed to like this element that was so behind us. Like one man says, almost like that insecurity. It needs to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom. I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do the thing. We already see what you're doing. Worshiping anyone and everyone but God. Like you're putting in a cherry trees. You know, everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know probably Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? And remind, there's that spiritual insecurity. The Gemara goes by there. The Gemara says, "Vayivakish as Achaziel, Vayokiveh, v'mischal v'shalom." I'm sure that's never speaking English. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achaz and he found him hiding in Sholon. I'm going to be leaving. Shekoder Askaros, because they avodos Kochabim Kafkeim. We'll say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, again, we're going through, unfortunately, a list of kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we'll see, so from yesterday's Gemara, we have to be careful about how we speak about them. Right after Menashe, I don't want, none of us want Menashe showing up in the right house. We just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halavai was dreaming about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, we saw from yesterday's Gemara such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a kid in Haba, we don't understand their we don't understand their struggles, we don't understand what they went through. So in any event, so Yehu cut out every single time that I say the Torah, he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe, Shanasha Kaf. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot Kaf. Davar Acher, Menashe, Shishi Yisrael Yishashayim. Or it means that he caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I mean, now learn also the Alagassi. How do we know that Menashe did he go to Olam Haba? But the Sid is very interesting. When Shteimus is shown Menashe becomes king when he is 12 years old. Remember again, both say his father is Hiskio. Right, so Hiskio dies, Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Chamishim becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas hara b'nei Hashem, Tasha asa Achav melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and he spoke like Achav. So it's interesting. The Navi compares him to Achav. The Gemara says, what's the nature of the comparison? Ma Achav eno chelik v'olam haba. Just like Achav has no portion in the world to come, Menashe in the Kingdom of so Menashe has no portion in the world to come. We'll say, by the way, it's an interesting thing that you have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old comes to the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. Like imagine him becoming king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And be trying to figure all of that out. Just seems incredibly difficult. All right, in any event, so therefore, Menashe has no feeling in Olam Haba. The Gemara goes like Yudomer, Menashe, Yesh Olam Haba, Shneemar Vayskal Menashe Al Hashem Vayakar. Yudah disagrees. Yudah says no. That's a shalom. Menashe does have a portion in the world. He does have a feeling in Olam Haba because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem and the Ribono Shel Olam went ahead and listened to him. I'm going to be open on. So we'll say so. A fundamental machlokes about Menashe. Does Menashe have a feeling in Olam Haba? Does he have a feeling in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says. I'm going to be open on. We're going to make it Echad. Both of them dash in the same passage. Shneimar, Nisakim Nezabo Lechol Mamlechol Saaretz B'Glam Menashe Ben Yechizkiyo. Mar Sar B'Glam Menashe Shasa Tshuva Ve'inhu Lo Avod Umar Savar Dapov Kufkim Umar Savar B'Glam Menashe the law of a Tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotion of handing over part Israel to the foreign nations. B'Glam Menashe B'Kizkiyo. So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion says that Menashe didn't do Tshuva. Other opinion says no, Menashe did do Tshuva. What was the problem? Klal Yisrael didn't do Tshuva. So we'll say fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever acted between a Tshuva. I'm going to be open on it. We'll say Shabbat Shema 103.8. This is a tremendous Gemara. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a Chelik in Olam Haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of Baalei Tshuva. Weakens the hands of Baalei Tshuva. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, so this is very profound because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a Chelik in Olam Haba, we know one Menashe did do Tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a Chelik in Olam Haba, that means that Tshuva doesn't work for everything. So the moment you put that out, that Tshuva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Baalei Tshuva. Because people will say, you see, you could be too far gone for Tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 20 times I may be open on, Menashe Asa Tshuva, Rishloshim V'Shalosh Shanim. Menashe reigned for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Rasha, but then for the last 33 years, he did Tshuva. How do we know the numbers? That said, then Shteimus Eishon Menashe Malchut. Menashe became king at the age of 12. The Chamishim Malach Yerushalayim, he reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas hara kasher asa Achav melech Yisrael. And again, the Navi equates him to Achav. Hama malach of how long Achav is for. who estimate targeting partially plus or plus. So it's interesting enough, you must as follows. Now what's happening over here is that halacha l'maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achar. What's the nature of the comparison? Achar reigned for 22 years. So the Gemara's understanding over here, Menashe reigned love for 22 years. For 22 years he was a Rasha. So the remainder of his reign, 33 years, came about some Rabbi Yochanan Shumashdi. Might have said by Ishmael Vayechtarlo. So it's more again. You know what turned Menashe? Like what was it that made Menashe into being about Shuvah? He was captured. Right? He was captured by Aram and again probably tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe says by Ishmael Menashe supplications Vayechtarlo. So the Gemara says what's Vayechtar? Vayechtar lo miboy. You should have said Vayechtar. It was Menashe David. And it was probably turned to him. What does it mean by it? It means machperes b'rakia. Made for Menashe like a machperes. Machperes means to fertility, like seed. He made him a secret tshuva and rakia in the Shemaim. Why? To get a couple of tshuva. Go ahead and receive it. Menashe proper tshuva. Why? And he does not do it. Because remember, the divine attribute of just said, Menashe can be too far gone. The Shemar can be up on the secret path from Menashe's tshuva, and even the strict attribute of justice from God is you make the rules. So what happens? Hadin says, a guy like Menashe, so what does the Ribono Shel Olam do? He makes a different pathway. Makes a different channel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, I'll come back. So look at Ribono Shel Olam wants more than anyone. He wants our tshuva. He wants us to change. He wants to be able to go ahead and take. And even if the construct of tshuva says such a person can't return, that he has different pathways. When it comes to tshuva, the Ribono Shel Olam never says no. And if he says no, you keep trying what he says. And even if he says no, you keep doing tshuva anyway. Nothing stands in the way of this found and doing tshuva. Rabbi Yochanan Rashbi, Rabbi Yochanan Rashbi might have said, "Bereshis mamlochet Yoyakim ben Yoshio." Bereshis mamlochet Tzidkiah. Dehi ad ha'ikala ha'malchei. What it sounds like over here, Bereshis mamlochet Yoyakim. Yoyakim was Yoyakim the first king. Was Tzidkiah the first king? There are monarchs before them. Ella. Bikesh responsible the Hatzias Olam Kulo, the Tov Avol B'Shul Yoyakim. Now there was some things like this. There were some people who were so evil that they really wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again because things were so broken. In the days of Yoyakim, things were so broken that I was literally to return the world to Tov Avol. He stacked the Dora of his Karadaito. But again, although Yoyakim wasn't good, his whole generation was good. Bikesh responsible the Hatzias Olam Kulo Tov. Soon again, we wanted to go ahead and start the world all over again. Through the generation of Tzidkiah, the start of the Tzidkiah in his character. Is looking for something else. Either a leader who's righteous, even not, or a generation who's even if the leader wants us as long as he could find someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again will spare them. So the Gemara says, the Tzidkiah Namik says, Vayasra Hashem, but one second, but Tzidkiah also was very righteous. Says he only did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shai biyad linkos below micha. What he means is like this: Tzidkiah, the ability to object. But Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was the ability to object to the negative behavior, but he failed to do so over and over in doubt. So when you see something bad happening and you don't do anything, you are liable as if you committed wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Oram Yochanan Mishum Mashbi. You see Ish Chacham as Ish Adam. The Sacham Beina. Moshe says as follows: Achaz, angry at Achaz, like King of one of these things. And then over in the hands of King of Damascus. And what he do when he was handed over in the king's hands of Damascus? He ends up Achaz, instead of realizing that he's ruled with God and maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their gods of Damascus. Shneimar, Vayizke Damascus, Habal Vayomer, Ki Elohei, Ma'hem Ma'azim Osam, Ezbach, Azuni Behim, Lo Haylo L'Chol Yisrael. Shachati Im Amatzia, Minasati Ma'hem Biado. So literally, I smiled upon Amatzia, right? Amatzia didn't do the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzia, and ultimately I gave over the hands of kings of Edom. Hevi Elohim, Vishtachav Elohim. Did Amatzia repay me for this victory? He took the gods of, he began worshiping them. Shneimar, Bechem, Ba Amatzia Edomim, V'yavo Es Elohim, B'nei Seir Elohim, V'lefnei Vishtachav Elohim Yiktar. So again, I'm to do with this victory. He went and started worshiping alien gods. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, Bachi le lemar de lo yada, chay le lemar de lo yada bein tav lebish. So something you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand between good, tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, which was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of overwhelming. So this is by Tzidkiyahu. So right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babel, himself came and he sat at the Shar Tabach. What's his third white line? The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. This the gates ultimately, when they were normally adjudicate halacham. Asra demare zaine taman kol ba raya in the place where ultimately the master of us used to hang his weapon. Now the shepherd comes along and says, "Judge." The idea over here is that the city was the place where the city would rule, the high court would rule. So that very place where it used to be was used for halachah. Now the shepherd, that's a reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd hangs his stuff. This is a beautiful pasuk. It's a heartbreaking pasuk, but an interesting pasuk. So again, this Shlomo HaMelech says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the lax heart are both inattentive, right, to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? They gather abanam there. And what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the Gemara says the metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the lazy man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Who is the vineyard? The person who lacks heart, who owns the vineyard, Zemenasha. And I will say the metaphor is quite profound. And again, it's overgrown with thorns. Ze'amon. The Geder Abanam Nersa, and the wall of stone has now fallen to a state of disrepair. Zet Tzidkiyahu Shenechrav Beis Hamikdash B'Yamav. When the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in the days. So I just want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, Shlomo HaMelech, refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, chasr leiv, or lazy. So Yavo saying the way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Really, the way it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway nida to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens. That's apathy. This is what we spoke about. It's not so long ago. I don't remember what year. But again, so Rabbi Nachman brings down. Rabbi Nachman says that the greatest tool of the Yitzhahara is not hate. The greatest tool of the Yitzhahara is Yeush. where there is despair, right? Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic, that's when all types of terrible behaviors begin to set in. So it's interesting. How does Shlomo describe the Nasha? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, chasra leiv, apathetic people. It all starts with apathy. We'll say that's why the most important result in life is to be passionate every day. To make sure, this is why we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day, because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, so we'll say, you know what the other word for staying in place is? The synonym for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. And we'll say, apathetic people aren't going out and regressing. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing things wrong. Apathetic people they're just staying where they are, right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover, right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. Right? Not doing anything wrong. Except apathy is the gateway midah to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Happy, and then from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. There are four people. Four groups, literally again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Kat leitzin, a let's, I don't know what's the new word for a let's, scoffer. It's more than just a scoffer. It's right. A let's is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is about it. Let's say, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, like, oh, yeah, that's cute. And then, like, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Like, don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, like, a one-line comeback. Like, just stop. And it's right, it goes from entertaining pretty quickly. And again, that kind of person lets nothing serious, right? Nothing serious. And again, you always, so we'll say, there are moments in life, right, where like, I'm about to be serious about something. And then you know what happens? We'll say, all you need, you ever have like a situation like this where like, maybe you're talking with a chevra, you're living with a chevra, and like, there's a momentum that's going. And then someone that lets, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room. Right? And again, it's like, it just deflates everything. So a person like that, okay, just understand you have no relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Well, that's, again, means well, but missed the mark. Next, kat shakranim. Again, I will say shakranim. Shakranim ultimately, again, is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God is honesty. Rosh Hashanah does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Kat chanifin. Chanifin will say, again, it's chanifa, flattery, right? But it's like, but it's, false flattery. Thank you. It's false flattery, right? Chanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? But rather, again, I'm using ultimately, and I will say, like when people do this, I guess this is like lobbying, right? It's like at the end of the day, it's the nice like. It's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous, right? But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego, like, oh, that's nice. That's nice, even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still nice. Everybody likes a little bit of flattery. So as I said, at the end of the day, again, it's chanifim, and those who again seek slander. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way. If you notice, these are four groups who cannot have, in Mekabos and Eshkina means they can't have a relationship with Hashem. That was interesting, by the way. What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Avodah Zarah, right? Ding, 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 ding. Right, number one, right? Maybe a close number two would be Arias, right? You get this, good, right? Arias, good. Right? Number three. Sheikh's Tamim, right? Good, we got the big three. If you notice, they're not there. We'll say, do you know why? Averos don't stand in the way of a relationship with God. Averos don't stand because we all commit Averos. Right? We probably, a number of us have done a couple of doozies, and it's even before 9 o'clock, right? So commit Averos every single day. Averos don't stand in the way of a relationship with God. Honesty stands in the way of a relationship with God. And if you look at the common denominator amongst all of these things, it's all about honesty. He can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything. So what he does is he uses his let's humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, we see again, dishonest. Chanifa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. I will say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? I shouldn't say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest perverters of Lashon Hara will present themselves like your friends. Right? They'll present like someone at your back, like someone who's buddy. But at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So the common denominator, dishonesty. The Baruch Hu says, you're honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You could sin from today till tomorrow. The Baruch Hu says, I got you. Let's work it through. Because you're a sinner. You have to join the club. We're all sinners, not recreational. Some of us are habitual. Some of us are just on the weekends. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we had others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And Kadosh Baruch Hu says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So the Gemara goes Weiser. Gemara says, now the Gemara teaches Kat Leisim Tichsid, Mashach Edos Tal Titzim, Katchak Gosh Tolz about Suki Visions, Katchak Oren Tichsid, Dover Shkar Lo Yikom Lenegedinai, Kas Chanifim Tichsid, Kilo Lefon of Chamav Yavo, Had B'Taber Tichsid, Kilo El Chofetz Rasha Ato Lo Yigur Chara, Tzadik Ato V'Lo Yigur Chara, Amrav Chista Amrav Yirmiyah Baraba. My Tichsid, what's the meaning of the pasuk? Lo Su'una says beautiful. Lo Su'una Elecha Ra, V'Nega Lo Yikrav B'Ohalecha. Say, what is the meaning of the pasuk over here? Where David HaMelech says, in Tehillim, what does it mean? So the Gemara says, Lo su'una elecha ra, that literally again, that ra will not be set upon you. Shelo yishlok bahen. Ultimately, again, it's a bracha. The Yetzer Hara, shelo yishlok bahen yitzar. Also, it's very important. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have a Yetzer Hara. There's a time you don't have a Yetzer Hara. When don't I have a Yetzer Hara? When you're dead. Right? That's the right. There's an upside to everything, right? When you're dead, there is no Yetzer Hara, right? So there is no Yetzer Hara when you're dead, right? So it doesn't mean to be Yetzer Hara. Rather, if you notice, the Lashon is shelo yishlok ban Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara shouldn't rule over me. So I'll say I'm always going to have a Yetzer Hara. The shaila is who's in charge, me or the Yetzer Hara? Lo su'una elecha ra. The ra, the Yetzer Hara, should not rule over me. Next. Lo yikra b'ohalecha. I'm sorry, v'nega lo yikra b'ohalecha. And literally again, an affliction should not come close to your tent. Shlo timsa ishtecha safek nida b'shah shetavo min haderech. So I said, this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of safek nida. And let's say, what does this mean? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a nida, okay, so she's a nida. Safek is where things become a little bit complicated because what could happen? A man could justify to himself that perhaps she's really permitted and end up sinning with her. So I'll say it's actually interesting that perhaps this is the way the Gemara is interpreting the pasuk. It could also be metaphorically understood as follows, treated as a progression. The first part is lo su'una elecha ra. Ultimately, again, do not let the Yetzer Hara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega lo yikrav b'ohalecha. The Gemara is darshaning it as you don't come home and find your wife a safek nida. The way to rule over your Yetzer Hara is to eliminate safek within your life. A lot of times, the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of safek. And we allow suffix to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that it's, I know that this area of my life, and we all have, all of us have it. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally, again, in my tent is Safek Nida. In my tent is a Safek in life. And a lot of times we know there's a Safek, and we just perpetuate kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much Safek in life, that's where the Yitzhahara comes in. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are Safek, that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I can eliminate the Safek in my life to the best of my ability, I don't know if you can ever eliminate all of it. If I can eliminate the Safek to the best of my ability, then ultimately, again, I can ensure that the Yitzhahara will not rule over me. Incredible. So Gemara goes weiter. What does it mean that negativity should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. You shouldn't have bad dreams. The Hurim Ra'im, or bad thoughts. The Negala Yikra Bi'ahalacha, Shalo Yehelecha Ben Otamid, Shemachtiach Tavshilo Barabim. What does it mean that ultimately, again, that affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. All right, privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen, right? But at least publicly, again, things shouldn't occur. Adkran bercho others. This is very beautiful. The Gemara's darshaning is that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately, again, is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the first parable is so beautiful. It's the brachos of a father. What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yitzhahara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going with what we said, how do you ensure the Yitzhahara doesn't rule over? Don't let there be suffix in your life. If there are sveikas in the way that you're living, deal with those sveikas. Deal with the difficult situations. Don't live with uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out, and figure out a proper amount. That's what a father says to his son. Furthermore, a father says to his son, be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared by bad dreams. We'll say, what does it mean, don't be scared by bad dreams? What does that mean? We'll say, what are dreams? What are dreams? Like, it's a whole it's about what dreams are. Are they meaningful, not meaningful? And I will say, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams or Hirurim Run? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This could happen, that could happen. And again, I will say, in any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? Father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right. They all could go wrong. And they may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. And what else does a father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. I'll say it's a big thing. We all fail. That's the Gemara says. Remember the Gemara says, brachas, person has a Yitzhahara. We're never going to finish Sanhedrin. The person has a Yitzhahara. Person has a Yitzhahara. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead and combat the Yitzhahara. What does the Gemara say? What's the Gemara say? Yilbash, put on black clothing, go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the Yitzhahara. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the chal Hashem. You're going to sin, don't do it publicly. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what the father, and after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, the father says to his son, to fail because it's going to happen, it happens to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the damage. Incredible. That's what the father says. After that is the bracha that a mother gives to her child. What does a mother say to her child? The Gemara says, what does a mother say? So what does a mother say to her child? As the malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold palms of their hands. Al shachal bafes and tidroch. And ultimately, again, you should trample on the lions and on the snakes. Shabbos said, what's the bracha of a mother? What's the bracha of a mother? Be safe. Be safe, right? A father has all of these different ideas, right? What does a mother say? Shefala, I love you. I just want you to be safe. The malachim should watch over you. You should champ, right? A father ultimately again wants his son to be successful, right? So a father gives all of the different things he needs. Overcome the Yitzhara, rein it in, right? Don't live in suffix. Don't let bad dreams scare you off from accomplishing big things. All these things. And the mother says, Shefala, I just want you to be okay. I want you to be okay. Malachim should watch over you. You should trample on snakes and scorpions. You do accomplish, you don't accomplish. The truth is, from the mother, doesn't matter that much. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be okay, and I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the brachas of a mother. After that, ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu gives brachas. What are the brachas of the Baruch Hu? We'll say on the base. So we'll say, what does Kodesh Baruch Hu say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. Asagvehu, I will lift you up. If you know my name. Yikraini, if you call out to me, Ba'aneu, I will answer you. Imo anochi b'tzara, I am with you in every difficult place. Achatzeo v'ach b'dehu. Oriachemin asbihu v'aneu b'shuasi. So what's this is incredible? What does the Kodesh Baruch Hu say? See, the mother says, I just want you to be safe. What does the Kodesh Baruch Hu say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your lot with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, the Baruch Hu says, I've got you covered. I will say, is this not absolutely beautiful? The father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother, just the anticipatory wish, I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And the Baruch Hu telling us, put your hand in mine, wrap your arm around me, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. Incredible. I'll say, by the way, you know, when you drill down to it, we sometimes forget that, like, the Ribono Shalom is not looking. He's not looking for us. He's not like, if you notice, by the way, he's not saying, learn my Torah, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in my hand. Just throw your arms around me, and I got you. We forget that sometimes all that Kodesh Baruch Hu wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together with him, and he says, we'll work the rest of it out. You're sinning, you're doing bad stuff, you're down the wrong path in life. Okay, we'll work it through. We'll work it all through. But just tell me that you're with me. And if we could just cast our lot and cast our destiny and put our hands in the Kodesh Baruch Hu and throw our arms around him, that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. He says, I've got you. Overwhelming. So it's interesting that in the word Rishoim, so there wasn't a Sorah that whenever you wrote the word Russia, the ayin was higher than the Reish and the Shin. Right, so be Reish, higher Shin, and Ayin. Why was it? Well, there was Misor that was written that way. Why is it written that way? Kevan Shena'asa Adam Rash Milamata, Na'asa Rash Milamata. So it was very interesting. Because remember, if you take the Ayin out of Russia, what do you have? Rush. What does Rush mean? Rush means poor. So the idea, let's listen to this, that if a person is poor below, he's poor above. What does this mean? So the Gemara says like this: if a person is disliked by other people, that is generally indicative that they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very strong statement. And I was about to say, by the way, there's actually like a basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you could see, who you can interact with, who you can talk with, who you need, then Allah has you most probably won't be able to get along with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's just the way that it works. So if a person is disliked by people, then ultimately, again, they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The lo nichtas, so you must say, that thing is lo nichtas klal. So just take the ayin out altogether. So Allah said, this is very interesting. The Gemara says, because there are exceptions to this rule. There are people who are despised by other people, but yet they are still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who's a good example back here for this? Who's an example of that? David HaMelech. David HaMelech. David HaMelech was despised by people, but yet He was beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nehemiah, who helped to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash, was despised, now not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile rulers. Ultimately, again, for rebuilding the Beis Hamikdash. So it says, Nuer says, generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, then by definition, you usually don't have a good relationship with Hashem. But there are exceptions to so people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I just want to point out, by the way, it's not just David. You know, by the way, if during 40 years in the desert, you were to take a popularity poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't know that it'd even be in double digits. Maybe in double digits. The yesod is great people often really only become appreciated when they're dead. Right? So again, David, we say David HaMelech, like I say the name David, I'm like, feel like I should stand up. David Malcolm Mashiach, he was treated like garbage, literally like garbage during his lifetime. By masses of people, by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, then everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treated like garbage. Mamish treated like garbage, disparaged, they accused Moshe Rabbeinu of stealing. They accused him of adultery. They accused him of all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature. For whatever the reason is, we often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly had and now what we lost. So again, the Gemara is pointing out is generally the rule is if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Except there are two exceptions. Now I want to point out there's only two exceptions. Right? It's just double it. The rule holds true for everyone else. Okay, Tanabanan. Let's get ready for this. King Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. I just want to point out how ridiculously amazing this is. Chumash Vayikra. We just started Chumash Vayikra this week. Mamish, it's Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. Right? No? Is this decaf today? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe Darshan, ultimately, again, 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Why 55? Corresponding to the years of his monarchy. I don't know if it means that, like, every year he espoused a new drasha, a new interpretation of Chumash Vayikra. What does this say? Menashe, obviously, again, despite all of the Avodah Zarah, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately, again, had a tremendous insights into Torah. Again, I will say, now, and by the way, it's not just the 33 years that he did Shuvah. It's 55 years of drashas of Chumash Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achav, Shmon and Chamisha. Achav advanced 85 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yeravam, Me'u Shlosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. I will say, by the way, why are they all fixated on Chumash Vayikra? Why is it all fixated on Chumash Vayikra? Because what's the opening buzz? Adam kiyakriv mikem karban lashem. Vayikra's karbanos. Shorosh of karbanos is karov, close. Like deep down, what does every single Yid want? Deep down, what we all want is kirvas Hashem. It's closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's all I want. Vani kirvas Elokim litov. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated, and for whatever the reason, I get derailed from that primary life mission. But everyone wants Vayikra. Everyone wants Karbanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe, even Achav, even Menashe, even Achav. You know, by the way, Achav, Yeravam, Menashe, the three kings listed in our Mishnah, who don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. The three kings listed in our Mishnah espoused volumes on Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest sinner in Klal Yisrael just wants connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. Tanya, all right, boss, I know I have to stop over here for today. I will say tomorrow's a short daf. Shorter in comparison. We are fine. I will say tremendous start to the week. I will say for those who are from Mechiras Chumash, Mechiras Chumash we're going to be doing right in the classroom right opposite here. Classroom 6 right across. Everyone Zoom, everyone. Also schedule-wise, the regular 9 o'clock minyan in the shul, this Orus minyan here in the base medrash.
I take take the first sales seat?
Definitely take the first sales seat. Yeah. Just walk with me into that room over there. Right over here. But I'll take you first, man. Yeah, I realized I was supposed to stop it. I don't know why I put it at 10 to 9. That was never going to happen.
Because be careful. Try not to open the camera.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Baruch Hashem, so first of all, so beautiful. Good. Begin by thanking the sponsor for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tufshin Pei Hey. It's also Mishloach Avar Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a chus for Rishonos Tovos Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Abalim Tova Terry and Steve Zinn. Loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Zichron Levracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Savah, the families in Neshama, all those who need Refuah Shabbat, give them Kol Chol Yisrael. Hashem shall bring our hostages home, B'Shalom and B'Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yadehem. With that, let us begin. So beautiful to hear the what's the Lashon? The din or din. Got it. The low noise. Of the Chazar says so beautiful. Okay, well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into Shabbos and Eretz Hashem somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on Kuf Amud Beis 100b, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the two dots. After going to Sefer Achitzonim, kind of a separate tzdukim. Rav Yosef Sefer Ben Sira Nami Aso Mikri. So again, remember Rav Yosef Mishnah said people don't have a chiluk nolam haba. Ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call the Sefer Achitzonim, these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one opinion said the book of the tzdukim. Second opinion said the book of Ben Sira. Ben Sira, which was this composition of knowledge. So the Gemara says, Abaye says, my time. Well, what's the reason? What's so bad about Sefer Ben Sira? So it's a really interesting Gemara here. Even Mishum Dechsev Bey, Lo Tintosh Kildana Meudnei, because like in Sefer Ben Sira, there's some nonsensical stuff that's written. For example, Ben Sefer Ben Sira says, do not go ahead and remove the skin from the Gildana fish, because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. Ella, Sully Asebin, or the Echobe targeting greets, and rather again, roast the fish whole with the skin on. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin, and also again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see some information like that, and you'll see to yourself, that's totally nonsensical. To which the Gemara says, all right, so that makes it. If you think this statement at face value, then the truth is the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? So we'll say that is the prohibition of balkashlis. Right? Balkashlis means unnecessary or wanton waste. The Torah says you go to war, you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. To cut down fruit trees, strategically is needed, but you can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So we see over here, even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. So it seems to be all that Ben Sira is doing. The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, to the liberal, image Russia, or the Kamash Malon. And if you darshan it, in other words, if some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different, what was he talking about? The liberal Shaloki Darko, that one should not engage in Via Shaloki Darko, that as much as Via Shaloki Darko is mutter, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, albeit in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. The Gemara says, what's wrong with that statement? In other words, that makes sense as well. Rather because of statements like this. For example, in Sefer Ben Sira, it's written, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? Is a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When a father has a daughter, Out of concern for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? When she's young, a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now, as she gets older, a father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. Bagra, Shemet Lotina say, as she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, maybe she's not going to have children. Iskina, she'll get older. Shemetasek Shafin. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of what I say that Ben Sira say is when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Right? A son, you're like, he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter, perpetual concern. The Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Amiyama. Rabbanan also said this. He actually gave us. So Chazal said this as well. The world needs both boys and girls. Ashrei shebanim scharim, ayiluni shebanim nekelas. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is the one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. And we'll say, now again, what are Chazal saying over here? That it's not good to have girls. That doesn't make any sense. First of all, there are so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? So what does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just understood, of course, it's a bracha to have boys and girls, but understand that a daughter understands when we saw a father is random a mother, but parents have so much more worry over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I will show this once. Remember again, Abaye is saying that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't get Olam Haba. Why? Because apparently Ben Sira contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, El Mishum Dechsev Mosail Dab Yabolichot Digavri Givrin Katul Davio. Perhaps it's because it says the following: that ultimately, again, a person should is actually a profound statement. Excuse me, a person should not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him. Or if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. So the Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo Amra. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. Daika b'levish yishchena. If there's worry in the heart of a man, yishchena. Now, what does yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadamar yishichena. You should uproot it midaito. Chadamar yisichena la'acherim. Tell it to someone else. So what I say is actually beautiful. Shlomo says this is really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with daika, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Also, we all know this. What happens when you let worry sit in your heart? It amplifies, right? It grows, it increases, and then all different types of negative and dark things happen. Often it just overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what should you do? Daika b'lavish, if you have daika in your heart, which all of us do at different times. So again, yishichena. So yishichena can either mean one of two things. Either uproot it. You want to say, what does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Right? So remember, we've seen this motif before at the Rambam brings down. We call that as in Chassid. Who was it? Faduar. Right? So again, the Rambam says one of the most destructive egos a person could have is anger. So what should a person do? If they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. You know, it's like sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Oh, no. But how do you do it? Right? What's the skula? What's the approach? Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shalom Aleichem says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out, just literally stomp it out, because you recognize a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good family, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that are seen so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. So either stop it or talk it out, or both. Incredible. So someone else says the same thing. Maybe because the Zir says stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house, right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. So a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. So it's like, because again, one has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home, but nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, Chazal said the same thing. This is interesting. Zaldikan Kurtiman, which literally means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdikan Saxichan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The kisei lo tzafi. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'may eichel lachmo. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachmo. Because clearly he's not hungry. Like literally a split in his beard. Also, this is a very wise man. Like, you make sure you have the split beard. To someone with a long beard, poking their beard, like in the middle. So what that represents is like a person is like plotting.